You are clearly the most terrifying crown prince with a powerful Beijing background. Your grandfather is a human emperor and your grandmother is a peerless saintess. Yet, because you're too lazy to walk, you've been pretending to be disabled in a wheelchair for 3 full years. The beautiful instructor looks at you, held in your bodyguard's arms, her eyes filled with scorn, disgusted by your laziness. She points at your nose and scolds, "You're a grown man, still needing to be carried. If you're not going to do military training, then run 60 laps." The whole class bursts into laughter, waiting to see this well-connected student make a fool of himself. You lazily lift your dead fish eyes, replying only, "Because I'm lazy." The next second, the instructor's heavy punch, accompanied by a howling wind blade, whizzes towards you. Just as everyone thinks you're about to be sent flying, you don't even stand up from your wheelchair, you merely raise a finger. Boom! A terrifying crimson inferno instantly engulfs the sports field. Congratulations, host. The fire spirit, disgusted by your slow movements, has automatically grasped the proto-ability, Pyroblast. You yawn, catching the instructor's killing blow with one hand, and calmly ask, "Are you done?" "I want to go back to sleep." Chapter 1, Flame Emperorly Clan, Experiencing Life, System starts, ability already exhausted. Blue Star, Human Federation, Dragon Country. Jiangnan Province, Xiangnan City First Ability Middle School, Principal's Office. Principal Du, has everything been arranged for my brother's enrollment? Mr. Li, please rest assured, everything has been taken care of. That's good. My brother is entrusted to you. If anything goes wrong with him, I will hold you accountable. Yes, please rest assured, Mr. Li, I guarantee there will be no accidents. The school's security guards have been expanded to 300 people, on standby 24 hours a day. Feeling the other party's sharp aura, Principal Du Dehua nodded non-stop. The red-haired man nodded. Next year, you'll be transferred to teach at Qinglong Academy. Thank you, Mr. Li. But this is all on the premise of ensuring my brother's safety. Of course. At this moment, in junior class 3, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom with 2 people. One of them was in a wheelchair, wearing an eye mask, sleeping soundly. Although his eyes couldn't be seen clearly, it was not difficult to tell that he had a handsome face. The other person was pushing the wheelchair, with a handsome and equally young face, and a cold expression. His movements pushing the wheelchair were very careful, and it was clear without looking that he was a companion or bodyguard type of person. As soon as the 3 entered the classroom, they stirred up a buzz of discussion among the class. Are those 2 the new transfer students? Oh my god, they're so handsome. I wonder what their talents are like, but to be able to get into our school, their talent should be pretty good. After all, our school is Xiangnan City's top middle school. I heard they got in through connections and didn't even get their talents tested. How disgusting, I hate connection kids the most. Aren't you one too? Even though I'm a connection kid, I at least had my talent tested, okay? To be able to get into our school through connections without testing, they must be from a big family. People like that can live comfortably even without talent. But, why is he in a wheelchair? Is he disabled? So pitiful, he's so handsome for nothing. But the little brother pushing the wheelchair is also very handsome. Many girls cast their gaze towards the young man pushing the wheelchair, their eyes full of infatuation. Although his looks were a bit inferior to the one in the wheelchair, he was still very pleasant to look at. What's the big deal? I'm handsome too, a boy said enviously. The girls gave him a disgusted look and said nothing. Silence was the Cambridge of this night. Alright, everyone, stop arguing. Let's get to business. The class teacher knocked on the desk and said, "These 2 students are new transfers to our school. Starting today, they will be classmates in class 3. Let's give them a round of applause." Warm applause broke out. The young man in the wheelchair seemed to be woken up by the noise, shifted his body, and then fell asleep again. In fact, he was already awake. The reason he didn't take off his eye mask was simply because he was lazy, too lazy to move his body, too lazy to even stand up. That's right, Li Lan could stand up. He wasn't actually disabled, he sat in a wheelchair simply because he was too lazy to walk.
Li Lan, 17 years old, was a transmigrator.
17 years ago, he transmigrated to this high martial world of spiritual energy resurgence, becoming a young master of the Li clan, a branch of the Human Race Alliance on Blue Star.
His grandfather was the Flame Emperor, one of the current strongest human experts. His father was the patriarch of the Flame Emperor's Li clan, and he had 3 older brothers and 2 older sisters above him. So, from birth, he was spoiled rotten. No matter what he did, he was surrounded by people doing things for him. He couldn't even take a bath by himself. Over time, he developed this lazy personality. Although his family was helpless about it, they let him be. After all, the Li clan had vast wealth and influence. They could certainly afford to support one idle person like him. As for his coming to school here, it was simply to experience life. His father said that it was for him to gain experience and make more friends. Also, to make him understand the difficulties faced by the human race and cherish the hard-won life. His life was good, but that didn't mean everyone's life was good. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy 3,000 years ago, the integration of foreign realms with Blue Star, and the rise of myriad races, the human race had always been in a disadvantaged position. If it weren't for a few strong individuals like his grandfather emerging from time to time, sacrificing their lives and shedding their blood for humanity, the human race might have long disappeared into the river of history. In Li Lan's father's words, he could be a good-for-nothing, but he couldn't be an idiot. However, he didn't care about any of this. He unconditionally obeyed his father's arrangements, because he was too lazy to argue with him. Even speaking an extra word felt like strenuous exercise to him. "Shin, Li Lan, please introduce yourselves," the homeroom teacher's body chimed. Shin removed Li Lan's eye mask.
Li Lan looked at the class with a pair of deadfish eyes, not even bothering to move them. "So you weren't sleeping after all," the homeroom teacher inwardly mused, then said with a smile, "Please begin." Shin stepped onto the podium and said in a cool, clear voice, "Hello everyone, my name is Shin, Li Lan's companion. I am a tier initial fire spirit caster with an S-rank ability talent." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire class erupted in gasps.
"Oh my god, an S-rank! That's terrifying. Our school only has 2 S ranks, and they're both average. He's the 3rd. What's that?" "The key is his ability level. He's tier initial, which is much more powerful than those other 2. Hey, you're missing the point, aren't you? The point isn't that he's such a genius, but that he's a companion for that Li Lan young master? Is Li Lan the disabled person in the wheelchair? Keep your voice down, he's right in front, he can hear you. I wonder what Li Lan's identity is to have such a formidable companion." Everyone looked at Li Lan with expectant eyes, awaiting his self-introduction. "I don't remember the principal telling me this young master was disabled." The homeroom teacher also looked at him with expectant eyes and said, "It's your turn, Li Lan." Li Lan didn't even bother to spare them a glance, closing his eyes and quietly falling asleep. Homeroom teacher. All the students. Shin silently helped him put his eye mask back on, then looked at the homeroom teacher and said, "Sorry, teacher, my young master is tired and needs to rest." "I'll do it. He's been sitting in that wheelchair the whole time, hasn't even said a word, how could he be tired?" The homeroom teacher nodded. Shin once again walked onto the podium and simply said, "Everyone, this is my young master, Li Lan. Please take good care of him in the future." After saying that, Shin walked off the podium, leaving the homeroom teacher utterly bewildered. "That's it? That's all? Alright, Shin, Li Lan, since you've finished your introductions, please return to your seats. Your seats are in this row, the last one and the second to last one. Do you need my help?" The homeroom teacher looked worriedly at Li Lan's wheelchair. Shin shook his head and said, "No, teacher. My young master is a healthy person." The homeroom teacher. The entire class. They silently glanced at Li Lan's wheelchair. "Do you even believe what you just said?" Shin pushed Li Lan to a seat in the last row, and then, to their horror, something happened. They saw Shin seemingly whisper something into Li Lan's ear. Li Lan then stood up from the wheelchair, sat down in his seat, and promptly fell back asleep. Holy crap, a medical miracle.
The students looked at Lilan with expectant eyes, wanting to see what he would do next. However, for the next hour, Lilan just slept with his head on the desk, not even twitching an eyelid. A bird landed on him, and he was too lazy to shoo it away. In the end, Shin was the one who drove it off. What kind of lazy person is this? He truly lives up to his name. But he looks so handsome when he sleeps. Countless girls in the class looked at him with infatuated eyes, thinking he was a prince. At the same time, the classmates were also very curious about Shin. What exactly did Shin say to Lilan that made such a big lazybones get up from his wheelchair and dutifully sit in his seat? Actually, what Shin said was, "Young master, you wouldn't want me pushing your wheelchair and running all over the school, would you?" 2 hours passed. Lilan didn't move. 3 hours passed. Lilan still didn't move. 4 hours passed. Lilan still didn't move. 5 hours later, Lilan finally moved. But he was forced to move by Shin. Shin forcibly pulled Lilan up from his desk and fed him bite by bite. After eating, Lilan fell asleep again. Countless classmates in the class didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just who was this person? This is not elegant at all. But he looks so handsome even when he eats. Class monitor, can you stop being such a fangirl? You're so ugly, you wouldn't understand. That evening, Lilan was carried into the dormitory building by Shin. All the other rooms were for 6 people, but theirs was a double room. It was actually a single room, but Shin had asked the school to change it to a double room so he could take better care of Lilan. Shin placed him on the bed. Lilan seemed to have been awakened and asked, "Is it morning?" He rubbed his eyes, still drowsy. "It's already night." Shin said, "Young master, it's bedtime. Do you need some water?" Lilan didn't speak, but Shin accurately understood his young master's meaning from those dead fish eyes. He took a bottle of water, inserted a straw, and put it to Lilan's mouth. After drinking the water, Lilan lay down to sleep again. Although he had lain down, he was actually full of energy. He was just too lazy to open his eyes. After keeping his eyes closed for 4 hours like this, Lilan suddenly heard a mechanical prompt sound. Ding! Detected host successful transmigration. Obtained the strongest talent system. Please select a talent, host. The system arrived? Never mind, too lazy to bother with it, let it be. Lilan didn't even move his eyes. System. An hour later, the mechanical voice sounded again. Detected host did not select a talent, strongest talent system has departed. Ding, congratulations host, obtained the strongest villain system. Would host like to become the strongest villain in all the heavens? Lilan still ignored it. System. Another hour later, the mechanical voice sounded again. Strongest villain system has departed. Ding, congratulations host, you have acquired the enemy slaying godhood system. Lilan still ignored it. Enemy slaying godhood system has departed. After this repeated 4 or 5 times, dawn broke. Congratulations host, you have acquired the strongest slacker aid system. Host, would you like to bind it? Ding, because host is too lazy to bind, the system has automatically bound itself. Slacker aid system is awakening an ability for host. Host, please choose the direction for ability awakening. Ding, because host is too lazy to choose, the system has automatically chosen for you. Selection successful, elemental system. Ding, because host lacks the gold element in their body, gold element ability awakening failed. Ding, detected that host possesses the fire spirit within their body. The fire spirit ability awakening successful, talent level SSS. Ding, ability awakening successful. Host, please begin cultivating your ability. Ding, because host is too lazy to practice, the system has enabled slacker AFK mode for host. Your fire spirit ability is enraged by your laziness and is cultivating automatically. Fire spirit energy, 10. Your fire spirit ability is enraged by your laziness and is cultivating automatically. Fire spirit energy, 10. Several hours later. Your level has been raised to tier mid-stage. The fire spirit ability feels tired and has stopped cultivating.
Hearing the sound, Lilan surprisingly showed a mocking smile. Is that all? You can't even do that? The fire spirit is enraged and says, what right do you have to mock it? It will continue cultivating. Fire spirit energy, 8. The fire spirit is enraged and says, what right do you have to mock it? It will continue cultivating. Fire spirit energy, 8. The fire spirit is enraged and says.
10 minutes later, Shin finished washing Lilan and wheeled him into the classroom in his wheelchair. Lilan suddenly heard a system prompt. The fire spirit is exhausted and has collapsed. Cultivation automatically stopped. Useless. Lilan didn't pay attention and lay down on his desk to sleep. And just like that, a week passed. Chapter 2, Late Tier, Military Training begins. The fire spirit faints from excitement. Waking up in a good mood, the fire spirit begins to cultivate automatically. Fire spirit energy, 10. Your level has increased to Late Tier. The fire spirit feels a bit tired and has stopped cultivating. This won't do? Too useless. Lilan complained internally. However, this time the fire spirit didn't fall for his taunt. After cultivating, it fell into a deep sleep and didn't resurface. Shin helped Lilan with his morning routine as usual. Suddenly, Shin paused, directly sticking the toothbrush into Lilan's nostril. Lilan felt furious, but he was too lazy to speak, not even bothering to roll his eyes at him. His eyes remained lifeless. I'm sorry, young master, I didn't mean to. Shin quickly apologized. However, today, you seem a little different from usual. As he was brushing Lilan's teeth just now, he actually sensed a very explosive fiery aura within him. Although it only appeared for a moment and quickly disappeared, he still keenly caught it. What's different? It's just that I've become a little stronger than you. Lilan was too lazy to speak, bestowing upon him a look that said, you're finished. Lilan had no intention of proactively revealing that he had awakened his talent. It wasn't because he wanted to play dumb to catch a tiger, or to show off. It was mainly because being a genius was too tiring. Not just ordinarily tiring. For example, his elder brother woke up at 5 every morning and went to bed at midnight. Besides training, he also had to deal with challenges from geniuses all over the world daily to defend the Li clan's status and showcase its strength. From time to time, he also had to give speeches at various universities, encouraging students and serving as a good role model for the new generation. He couldn't stand such a life. He still preferred this kind of life, sitting in a wheelchair every day, with someone serving him no matter what he did. Young master, Shin said, but Lilan ignored him. But the next second, he saw a ball of raging fire rushing towards him. He instinctively raised his hand to block. The blazing fire burned on his hand, and he directly caught the ball of fire, extinguishing it. He was too lazy to speak, looking at Shin, and just happened to see his terrified expression. It was only then that Lilan realized he had been tricked. Young master, when did you? Shin exclaimed in shock, young master, why didn't you tell us you had an ability talent? If you had, the patriarch would never have sent you to this place for school. Lilan didn't speak, quietly watching him, and he quietly watched Lilan. Silence was the bridge tonight. After a moment, Lilan said indifferently, too lazy to say. Shin's head swam, and he quickly steadied himself by grabbing the table beside him, nearly falling to the ground. But young master, your ability talent must be very strong. If you had told us, you could go to the best schools and enjoy the best cultivation resources. Are you willing to be an ordinary person your whole life? An ordinary person? Is he talking about me? Lilan glanced at his clothes, worth over 100,000, then at Shin, a look of disdain on his face. Shin then realized that his young master didn't seem to be so ordinary after all. He dressed better than him, ate better than him, used better things than him, and even his ability level was better than him. The S-rank genius Shin was greatly demoralized, but he still couldn't help but ask, young master, don't you want to become stronger? Like your older brothers? No, Lilan said, for the second time that day, a rare occurrence.
Shin. He knew he couldn't persuade Lilan, so he could only sigh helplessly and carry Lilan on his shoulder. He walked down the dormitory building, pushing the wheelchair towards the classroom.
The classroom was as noisy as ever, full of familiar faces. But Lilan didn't recognize any of them, because he was too lazy to get to know them, too lazy even to remember them.
He just wanted to lie on the desk and sleep. If only he could have a cup of cola.
If he had asked, Shin would definitely have gone to buy it, but he was too lazy to speak. Speaking, for him, was no different from strenuous exercise.
Oh dear. My left buttock is so itchy. Never mind, I'll ignore it. If it's itchy, it's itchy. The fire spirit is extremely angry at your lazy behavior and begins to cultivate. Fire spirit energy plus 10.
The fire spirit is very contemptuous of your lazy behavior and begins to cultivate.
Fire spirit energy plus 10.
The fire spirit believes that you are a good for nothing for being so lazy and begins to cultivate.
Fire spirit energy plus 10.
A few hours later, the fire spirit felt exhausted and notified to cultivate.
Useless. Lilan scoffed. The fire spirit is extremely angry at your mockery and continues to cultivate. Fire spirit energy 7.
The fire spirit is already very tired, but to prove he is stronger than you, he continues to cultivate without stopping.
Fire spirit energy 10.
The fire spirit fainted from exhaustion and stopped cultivating.
Lilan. To faint even during cultivation, truly useless.
The fire spirit is so furious it's spitting blood.
Host, please stop mocking. Lilan. I'm just stating facts.
This class was history, and the teacher above lectured like a machine gun. If she found a student zoning out, she'd fiercely throw a piece of chalk directly at them, almost always hitting her mark. Lilan was no exception. Fortunately, Shin was sitting in front of him. Because of his overly tall and formidable build, all the chalk hit him, like a wall of flesh. Suddenly, Lilan thought Shin wasn't so bad after all. Actually, when choosing a study companion before, Lilan had chosen all girls. But his sister thought choosing girls might be bad for his health, so she switched to a boy, which was Shin. Now it seemed, boys actually had their own advantages too. Moreover, Shin was very meticulous. Aside from having a doorknob below, he was almost indistinguishable from a girl. 3,000 years ago, the spiritual energy of Blue Star recovered, and myriad races began to rise.
This was followed by the fusion of foreign realms. Through our continuous efforts, humanity finally formed a complete ability system.
Now, humanity has given birth to many powerful individuals such as the Wood Emperor and the Flame Emperor. They are the heroes of our race. We should revere them and look up to them. With more and more foreign realms merging with Blue Star, the current Blue Star has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to Blue Star 3,000 years ago. Within the foreign realms, there are not only countless mysterious races but also innumerable ruins. These ruins can be single type, repeated type, or even more complex types. The teacher will explain these later. According to reliable speculation, these repeated type ruins might be used for training by unknown advanced civilizations. They can be strong or weak, simple or dangerous, and can be refreshed and reused.
You will also enter them in the future. Alright, let's turn to page 2 of our textbook. We'll talk about two races surrounding the Human Federation, the Wind Shadow Tribe and the Barbarian Spirit Tribe. Soon, class was dismissed.
Cheers erupted in the classroom. Shin silently walked to the trash can behind Lilan and brushed off the chalk dust from his body. "Young master, look, I can't even wipe it off." Shin pointed to his colorful white clothes. Lilan wanted to comfort him but decided against it after some thought. Inner comfort was enough, speaking would be too tiring.
Not long after, the homeroom teacher walked in aggressively.
The students immediately fell silent.
Class hadn't started yet.
However, with the homeroom teacher present, whether class had started or not, it was now class. The students quickly returned to their seats obediently. Lilan was still sleeping with his head on the desk. This was already the 4th period.
His left buttock was itching again.
"Never mind, ignore it, continue sleeping." The fire spirit has finished resting and is deeply scornful of your laziness, starting cultivation.
Fire spirit energy 10.
The homeroom teacher clapped the podium and smiled. Students, I have news for everyone.
Starting tomorrow, we will have military training.
A chorus of groans immediately filled the classroom.
The study monitor, Leo, said, military training. This is not elegant at all, old class. Can I ask for leave? The teacher smiled and looked at him, saying, what do you think? Leo shivered and said, probably, yes? Leo, go stand outside the classroom right now. If not, just say so directly.
Old class, you're not elegant at all, Leo grumbled, sprayed himself with sunscreen, and mincingly walked out to stand outside the classroom. Leland glanced at him and noticed that this guy was wearing a suit underneath his school uniform.
Truly, truly too elegant. A girl sat next to the class president, Sasha, and asked, Class president, what are you looking at? Of course, I'm looking at Leland, Sasha said adoringly, even his eye roll is so handsome.
Girl. Class president, with all due respect, you two are impossible.
Does that matter?
Sasha said, for handsome people, even if you're not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, just quietly watching them is a pleasure.
A boy couldn't help but say, Class president, what's so great about him, a lazy bum?
Besides, military training is coming.
Let's see if he can still be so lazy then. Why would I look at him if not at you? That works too.
No sooner had he spoken than the gaze of the entire class fell upon him. Born into a prominent family, though without talent and quite lazy, his looks alone could earn him a living.
Never mind, let's not talk about that one. Silence was the bridge over troubled waters tonight.
The boy realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly scurried back to his seat. However, his words did serve to enlighten the rest of the class.
Military training was approaching. What would Leland do? Did he intend to stay lazy like this? That couldn't be, could it?
Avoiding military training would not only lead to punishment from the school, but the instructor was also quite strict. The show is about to begin, someone chuckled. Leo laughed from outside. Leland being forced into military training will surely be very ungraceful.
Sasha, still infatuated, said, Leland will look so handsome sweating during military training. Military training? How troublesome.
Leland thought to himself, but he didn't feel annoyed because he was too lazy to be annoyed. The fire spirit revels in your misfortune, enthusiastically begins cultivating, fire spirit energy 10. The fire spirit laughs heartily at your misfortune, happily begins cultivating, fire spirit energy 10. Leland twitched an eyelid and looked at Shin, who was sitting in front of him. Shin said helplessly, I'm sorry, young master, your elder brother said you must participate in military training.
Damn, can a person even live in this world anymore?
The fire spirit feels extremely happy about your misfortune and faints from excitement. Cultivation automatically ends.
Chapter 3 Young Master, you wouldn't want the patriarch to know about your talent, would you? Proto-ability, because I'm lazy.
On the first day of military training, Leland overslept. No matter how Shin tried to rouse him, he wouldn't get up, though it had always been this way. But at least Leland used to open his eyes back then. In resignation, Shin could only forcibly drag Leland out of bed to brush his teeth and wash his face. Watching Shin earnestly brushing his own teeth in the mirror, and his own expressionless face, Leland was pondering how to evade military training.
A moment later.
Forget it, I don't want to think anymore, I'm so tired. The fire spirit laughed heartily, happily beginning to cultivate automatically, fire spirit energy 15. The fire spirit was very happy about your misfortune and earnestly began to cultivate, fire spirit energy 20.
Leland.
He felt that this fire spirit might be sick. The fire spirit was very displeased with your evaluation and began to cultivate madly, fire spirit energy 30. The fire spirit got tired and stopped cultivating. Your fire spirit level has risen to tier early stage.
That's all it takes?
Leland mocked again with a venomous tongue. The fire spirit said, listen to me, thank you. You should mind your own business first.
Leland. It seems to have become smarter.
The fire spirit gave you a proud glance and closed the communication channel. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Shin was about to carry Lilan on his shoulder.
He then heard Lilan say, "Shin, is there any way to avoid military training?"
"Young master, your eldest brother."
"Don't bring up my eldest brother, I'm asking you."
The young master actually said so many words today. Shin's eyes widened in surprise, then he said helplessly, "Young master, your military training needs to be video recorded and sent to the patriarch.
Can you just train well for today? As for the next few days, I'll help you figure something out."
After a moment of silence, just when Shin thought he had been rejected, Lilan nodded.
"Okay."
Shin was overjoyed and said, "Then, young master, it's settled."
Shin was usually known for his aloofness in the family, but he doesn't seem aloof now, acting like a child, startled at every little thing.
Lilan gave him a disdainful look and nodded. If Shin knew what his young master was thinking, he would surely cry foul. He used to be very aloof, but until he met Lilan, his aloofness was utterly useless in front of Lilan. He felt that being with Lilan was even more exhausting than cultivating.
If his father hadn't told him, to achieve great things, one must temper their mind and toil their body, he would have given up long at go.jj.br.
"Young master, will you come up yourself, or shall I help you?" Shin bent down and patted his own shoulder. "I'll just walk myself." Lilan was speechless with him.
"Do I look like such a lazy person?"
He gave him a look, letting him slowly comprehend. The two walked out of the dormitory side by side.
Watching the two of them, everyone in the entire dormitory building was stunned.
It had been 8 days since school started, and Lilan was actually walking by himself.
Did something major happen today? I checked the calendar, it doesn't say anything.
You must have seen it wrong, go check again. So he's not disabled after all. Touched the Human Federation, Lilan is finally walking by himself.
Is that the one from your class?
I always thought he was disabled.
Me too.
Leo said incredulously while brushing his teeth. Elegant, this is simply too elegant. The dorm manager widened his eyes and looked at Lilan, feeling as if he had witnessed a miracle.
Is it that exaggerated? Lilan felt speechless by their reactions. He was just walking.
Upon arriving at the classroom, the students of Class 3 also showed surprised expressions one after another.
Some started looking at the news. Some started checking the calendar.
They thought today was some kind of holiday or that something big had happened.
Lilan looks so handsome even when he walks.
Class monitor Sasha was still infatuated, her lovely figure bouncing uncontrollably, chest heaving. Her best friend looked at her speechlessly. This woman is beyond saving. Leo took off his school uniform and carefully adjusted the suit underneath. Today, I am also very elegant.
Is it really that big of a deal? Lilan felt like he wasn't here for school, but for hospitalization, and in a mental hospital at that. It really is a big deal.
Shin deeply empathized with their reactions. He had been looking after Lilan for 3 years, and this was the first time he had seen him talk so much or walk so much. The students watched Lilan sit down. Just when they thought Lilan was about to do something earth-shattering, he once again collapsed onto his desk and fell asleep.
My nose is so itchy.
Never mind, I walked so much today, I'm so tired. I'll just sleep first. The fire spirit is very disdainful of your behavior, automatically begins cultivation, fire spirit energy 10. After finishing the breakfast Shin fed him, the instructors arrived. The homeroom teacher asked everyone to line up to greet them, but Lilan was too lazy to move.
Young master, you wouldn't want the patriarch to know about your talent, would you?
Shin thought for a moment and said, having initially grasped Lilan's psychology. At these words, as if a spring had been wound, Lilan rolled his eyes at him and said, push my wheelchair over here.
Shin said, young master, have you forgotten?
The wheelchair is still in the dorm.
How about I carry you down instead? Lilan nodded, that works too.
Being carried for a long time was uncomfortable. Lilan let out a pain. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Shin quickly picked Lilan up in a princess carry. Thus, in full view of everyone, an eccentric duo appeared.
Countless people looked on with strange expressions. Leo loudly declared, to do such a thing in broad daylight, this is truly inelegant. Class monitor Sasha's heart was torn. I feel like I've been heartbroken. Her best friend couldn't help but say, is there a possibility that he's just simply lazy? Sasha regained her spirits and said, it must be. He's so handsome, even when my male idol is being hugged, he looks so handsome. Bestie. I'm tired, just destroy it all. The surrounding voices reached Li Lan's ears, making him feel a little embarrassed. But he didn't care much. After all, what bad intentions could he have? He was just lazy. The fire spirit scolds you, lazy bum, I don't have a master like you. Start cultivating diligently. Fire Spirit Energy 20. The fire spirit heard others talking, helped you cordon off a 3-bedroom apartment, started ignoring outside matters, and focused solely on cultivation. Fire Spirit Energy 60. The fire spirit successfully comprehended the proto-ability, Pyroblast. He didn't expect to have comprehended a proto-ability, but it was only mediocre. Li Lan was utterly disdainful. Ability cultivation is divided into tier, and tier, followed by Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod, Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod, and Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod. Comprehending a proto-ability meant entering the cultivation path of a Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod, classifying him as a human elite. However, although proto-abilities are precious, they aren't rare for Li Lan. After all, Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigods in his Li clan were practically a dime a dozen. His older brothers and sisters were all Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigods. As for his grandfather, the Flame Emperor, he was even more terrifying, one of the most powerful Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigods of his era. However, if Li Lan were placed in Shangnan City First Ability Middle School, he could be considered quite good. After all, the strongest ability user in the school, the principal, only possessed the strength of a Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod. Many teachers were even less powerful than Li Lan. Hearing your evaluation, the fire spirit felt very sad, started crying loudly, turning grief into strength to cultivate even harder. Fire Spirit 30. Was my mouth too toxic? Li Lan rubbed his nose, wanting to comfort him, but was too lazy to. A few minutes later, because the fire spirit was too noisy, Li Lan said helplessly. You don't need to belittle yourself, even though you're trash. But to have mastered a proto-ability in just over a week is already quite impressive. The fire spirit cried even harder, cultivating by turning grief into strength. Fire Spirit 35. Li Lan. Sigh, I already offered comfort, but he won't listen, there's nothing I can do. Whatever, time to sleep. Li Lan fell into a deep sleep. Shin continued to hold him like that, listening to the principal's speech, the general instructor's speech, and the instructor's speeches, until military training officially began. When Li Lan woke up, he saw the instructor responsible for his class. It was a female instructor, dressed in a sharp military uniform, with wheat-colored skin, looking full of heroic spirit. She looked at Li Lan, who was being held by Shin, frowned and said, Why does your class have a disabled person? Didn't your homeroom teacher tell you that disabled people don't need to attend military training? Come, student, I'll carry him, you train seriously. The instructor kindly took Li Lan from Shin's arms. Shin wanted to get him back, but was immediately glared at by Li Lan's eyes. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand. Many students in the class couldn't help but laugh out loud. The beautiful instructor holding Li Lan shouted, What are you laughing at? This is military training. Helping disabled people is a good virtue of our dragon country. What's so funny about that? However, her scolding did not yield good results. Many people laughed even harder instead. Just as she was about to scold them, a student couldn't help but stand up and say, Report, instructor, Li Lan is actually not disabled. Who is Li Lan? The student pointed to Li Lan, who was sound asleep in her arms. The beautiful instructor was greatly startled, and Li Lan in her arms fell directly. Fortunately, Shin stepped forward and quickly caught him. Li Lan also woke up from the commotion. The beautiful instructor looked at Shin, feeling both embarrassed and angry, put him down. Shin obediently complied. The instructor angrily looked at Li Lan and said, Why did you lie to me? Although Leland didn't want to speak, he still said, "Instructor, I never said I was disabled, you were the one who wanted to hold me." "Then why do you still need to be held when you're so big?" "Because I'm lazy." You. The instructor was furious and said loudly, "Go run 30 laps." Leland remained motionless, looking at him with his unique dead fish eyes. The instructor asked loudly, "Why aren't you running? Big breasts, no brains?" Leland looked at her with an expression like she was looking at an idiot and said, "Because I'm lazy." The instructor stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Shin couldn't help but step forward and say, "Instructor, I was the one who carried her, why don't I go run instead?" "Fine." The instructor was so angry he laughed, exclaiming loudly, "Since you want to run, then double it. 60 laps, not one less." Shin didn't say much, immediately running to the track to start jogging. The instructor looked at Leland and said, "You stand to the side and count how many laps he runs." But Leland seemed not to have heard her, remaining standing in place. "Why aren't you moving?" "Because I'm lazy," Leland said feebly. The instructor clutched her heart, feeling like she had met the strongest opponent in her life. Chapter 4, Because I'm Lazy, Winning the Battle, Leland disappears. Military training can temper one's will and cultivate a strong perseverance for hard work and endurance. At the same time, it can also help you develop a good spirit of collectivism. Look, all your classmates are undergoing military training, and you're the only one who doesn't want to. Don't you feel ashamed? What's there to be ashamed of? Leland said spiritlessly, "Actually, I really want to participate in military training." "Then why aren't you participating in military training?" "Because I'm lazy." The whole class burst into laughter. The beautiful instructor's liver ached from anger, and she said irritably, "You don't have to do military training, but the condition is that you have to defeat me." "That's all?" Leland's dead fish eyes disappeared, restoring their clarity. "Then, of course, no problem." This instructor also seemed to be only a tear caster. He was also a tear caster, and although he was only in the early stages, he had comprehended proto-ability. If he tried hard enough, he should still be able to beat her. Although his dad had told him he absolutely must participate in military training, if the instructor herself personally said he didn't have to, his dad probably wouldn't be able to say much, right? "Are you serious?" The instructor looked at the lazy young man in front of her. Honestly, he looked quite good after he perked up. "Of course." Leland nodded. "I'm a tear caster, are you really sure?" This time, Leland didn't speak, just watched her quietly. The instructor didn't dare to ask him why he wasn't speaking. She was now terrified of the 5 words, "Because I'm lazy." An overambitious young man. "Since you want to try, don't blame me for being impolite. Let's be clear beforehand, if I win, you must obey my orders unconditionally during the next month of military training." Leland was even too lazy to nod his head this time. "Do you know where there's an open space?" Leland pointed to the area behind the teaching building. The two walked over. Watching the two leave, the students of Class 3 on the playground looked at each other. What are they going to do? "I don't know. I think I heard Leland was going to challenge the instructor." "I think I heard it too." The students seemed to have heard the biggest joke ever. "How is that possible?" "You must have misheard. Leland is so lazy, he probably can't even be bothered to awaken an ability." The students who had just spoken felt wronged. What they said was clearly true. Behind the teaching building, weeds grew thickly, and it was deserted. The beautiful instructor frowned slightly as she looked at Leland, saying, "You still have time to go to military training now." Leland sighed, feeling very tired, and said, "Less talk, let's begin." "All right, then don't blame me for being impolite." The instructor cooed, sweeping with a horizontal leg. However, she seemed afraid of hurting Leland, so her movements were quite gentle. Leland stretched lazily, his movements truly strange. He took a step back, easily dodging her attack. Though Leland was lazy, he was not useless. As one of the top families in the Human Federation, the Lee clan had countless experts, and under their influence, Leland naturally understood many combat techniques. "I didn't expect you to know how to fight?" In that case, I won't hold back.
The instructor looked slightly surprised but quickly regained her cool demeanor, instantly dashing in front of Lilan and launching a heavy punch. As she threw the punch, wind swirled around her hand, kicking up fallen leaves from the ground. It seemed she was a wind-attributed ability user.
Lilan's hand burst into a blazing fire.
He raised his hand and gripped her fist, easily neutralizing her attack.
Tearcaster, how is that possible? You're so young.
The instructor's eyes widened.
Lilan, uncharacteristically, smiled and said, "Instructor, talking so much during a fight isn't a good habit."
The instructor's expression changed.
Take this.
She formed a strange posture with her hands, and immediately many leaves on the ground were blown up, transforming into countless flying knives that assailed Lilan.
Ability attack?
Lilan focused a little, and the flames in his hand burned even brighter. Just as the flying leaves were about to hit his face,
Lilan swung a punch forward. Pyroblast.
Flame burst.
Boom! All the flying leaves were instantly incinerated, turning to ash. What? Proto-ability?
As the instructor stood stunned, Lilan, obscured by the swirling ashes, appeared beside her without her noticing.
He placed his fist next to her head and lazily said, "Instructor, you've lost. You can't go back on your word." I actually lost.
The instructor reacted, looking dejected. Then she looked at Lilan in surprise.
Who exactly are you, to have awakened a proto-ability? Lilan didn't want to talk.
He dusted himself off and slowly walked towards the class formation. The beautiful instructor took off her hat, tidied her hair, and returned to the class formation. For the next month, student Lilan will be exempt from military training, she announced, glancing at the students in the class.
The students were confused but didn't say much.
After all, Lilan had powerful connections. He even had specialized personnel accompanying him for his studies.
Why wouldn't it be easy for him to skip military training?
Besides, Lilan is so lazy every day it's obvious he's not healthy, perhaps has a kidney deficiency or something.
It's perfectly normal for him not to participate in military training. As for Lilan getting out of military training by defeating the instructor, they didn't even consider that possibility.
Because, in their eyes, Lilan was just an ordinary person with no talent. Where would he get the strength to defeat the instructor?
This ordinary person is in a context where their background isn't mentioned.
The instructor looked at Lilan and said, "From now on, you don't have to participate in military training, but you must stay within the military training area.
This entire sports field." Lilan didn't say anything, because Lilan had already fallen asleep while standing. The fire spirit is angry at your laziness and begins to cultivate automatically. Fire spirit energy, 15. He was even snoring. Instructor. The entire class.
When Shin returned and learned that Lilan didn't need to do military training, he was a bit surprised. He straightened Lilan's body, took a few somewhat standard videos of his back, and then immediately joined the military training himself. At this moment, in a villa within a luxurious mountain resort in Longjing, a middle-aged man with red hair opened his phone. The phone was playing a video of Lilan standing, though only his back could be seen.
He watched the video and laughed loudly. "Lilan, this kid, is finally not lazy anymore. But why can I only see his back? His standing posture also seems a bit strange, like he's asleep? No, that's impossible.
It's Lilan's first day of military training, he's not used to it, so a strange standing posture is normal."
Lilan's father comforted himself this way.
Standing and sleeping for a long time made Lilan a bit uncomfortable. As he slept, he simply lay down on the ground. But he was still uncomfortable. He started to roll around, from one side to the other, then from the other side back again. He only settled down after rolling into a narrow, dry ditch and could no longer move.
The cramped, narrow space brought him a full sense of security. Sleeping here is great.
Lilan mumbled incoherently before his snores began again.
The fire spirit is ashamed of your actions and begins to cultivate frantically. Fire spirit energy, 50. Time quickly passed. 5 hours later, it was noon. Shin went to the cafeteria to get food. Just as he was about to feed Li Lan, he was surprised to find that Li Lan had disappeared. Shin, drenched in sweat from anxiety, quickly put down the lunchbox and searched. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't find a trace of him. Not on the playground, not in the classroom, not even in the dormitory. It's over. Could young master have been abducted by an alien cultivator?
A terrible thought arose in Shin's mind. The alien race abducts the young master, threatens the Li clan, then the Li clan tries to get the young master back, sparking a racial war. No, I must stop this war. Shin quickly found the homeroom teacher, who then found the principal. The principal was aghast upon learning of Li Lan's disappearance. It's over, it's over. The Li clan will surely kill me after they find out. Wait, there's still room for remedy. The principal looked at Shin and asked, "How long has Li Lan been missing?" "I just came back after getting food, and the young master was gone." Getting food? The principal thought carefully. Usually, no outsiders enter the school. Only when preparing meals do chefs return to the school from outside. Someone must have used this opportunity to slip into the school and abduct young Master Li. Yes, it must be so. He quickly called the security office and said, "Now, immediately, at once. Seal all school exits. No one is allowed to leave. Find classmate Li Lan at all costs." Immediately after, a search involving thousands of people across the entire school began. Li Lan! Li Lan, where are you? Young master, young master. Classmate Li Lan. By evening, Li Lan still hadn't been found. The entire school had been scoured, and they had searched outside the school as well. But not even a trace of Li Lan was seen. The principal's face had gone ashen. It's over, everything is over. He took out his phone, opened his notes, and typed his suicide note word by word. Shin sat on the ground expressionless, feeling an emptiness in his heart. Li Lan's instructor was in tears. "It's all my fault, all my fault. If I had kept an eye on Li Lan, this wouldn't have happened. The fire spirit is somewhat fatigued. Cultivation speed is slowing down. Fire spirit energy, 15. The fire spirit is very disdainful of your behavior of sleeping in the sewer. Even cultivation is distracted. Fire spirit energy, 10. The fire spirit is very tired today. Stopping cultivation. Proto ability, pyroblast, has been gradually perfected by the fire spirit. Current progress, minor accomplishment. Li Lan wanted to stretch, but found he couldn't move his limbs freely. He opened his eyes and realized he was sleeping in a small rainwater ditch. Dusk was approaching. Fortunately, the ditch was quite clean. Li Lan dusted himself off and got up from the ditch. His stomach rumbled with hunger. "Why isn't Shin here to feed me yet?" Li Lan complained. Following the route in my mind, I walked out of the playground. I immediately saw Shin sitting in a small corner. Like an abandoned little animal, his eyes were bloodshot, his hands clasped around his legs, and he was staring at him in disbelief. Not far from Shin was the school gate. At this moment, the school gate was crowded with people. Teachers from various classes, homeroom teachers, instructors, and even the principal were all standing there. Their expressions were despondent, some even terrified, as if something major had happened. However, Li Lan couldn't be bothered with them and quickly ran towards Shin. Chapter 5, Young Master, where did you go? Ability upgrade. Argument. Unknown danger. Shin, what's wrong? Young Master, where did you go? Shin quickly got up, hugged Li Lan, and asked, "Young Master, you're not hurt, are you?" He scanned Li Lan from head to toe, and after confirming that Li Lan was only a bit dirty, he let out a sigh of relief. "You cried?" Li Lan was startled, looking at him and asking incredulously. "Who cried?" "It was just windy earlier, and some sand got in," Shin said unhappily. His expression then quickly returned to indifference, and he said, "Why didn't you die? If you died, I could go back to the family to cultivate." "You were worried about me? Get lost." The principal saw Li Lan and burst into tears of joy.
He quickly stepped forward, hugged Lilan, and said, "Lilan, it's really great that you're okay. I was already preparing to write my will." Lilan pushed him away with great disdain. All the students smiled. After the incident came to an end, Lilan returned to his previous life. When he had nothing to do, he would sleep in his wheelchair. He'd wake up, eat what Shin fed him, and then continue to sleep. However, since this incident, Shin and the principal watched him even more closely, even assigning a security guard to follow him specifically. Every time Lilan woke up and saw a face outside the window, he would be scared out of his wits. Moreover, this security guard had a poker face and looked like a gang boss. P.S. Reference, Crayon Shin-chan's kindergarten principal. However, he slowly got used to it later. Time passed quickly. A month later, after military training ended, students all rushed to the school gate to see off their instructors. Countless students were crying, and many even wrote paper letters, asking the instructors to open them once they returned to base. Lilan, of course, also joined the send-off crowd. He sat in his wheelchair, waving goodbye to his class's beautiful instructor. The beautiful instructor was initially very happy. But upon seeing Lilan, her heart began to ache faintly again, and she forced a smile. After seeing off the instructors, regular classes officially began. And Lilan continued to sleep. The fire spirit is angered by your laziness and begins to cultivate automatically. Fire spirit energy, 15. The fire spirit finds your laziness utterly disgusting and begins to cultivate automatically. Fire spirit energy, 15. Knowing its owner is a good for nothing, the fire spirit cultivates even more diligently. Fire spirit energy, 35. The fire spirit feels tired and stops cultivating. Your fire spirit level has increased to mid-tier. Mid-tier after more than a month, fire spirit, you're really regressing. Lilan rubbed his eyes and continued to sleep. The fire spirit. Another half a month passed. The principal called all the students in the grade to the auditorium to announce something. Lilan sat in his wheelchair, pushed by Su Xian, and as soon as he entered the auditorium, he heard the principal's resonant voice. "Students, academic life has come to an end for now. Today I've called you all here mainly to tell you something. Just yesterday, on your behalf, I submitted an application to the military for entry into an instance, and the military approved it." As soon as these words were uttered, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. "Oh my God, it's an instance! I've never seen an instance before, I'm really looking forward to it. But isn't it very dangerous inside an instance? We won't die in there, will we?" There was surprise, anticipation, and fear, various voices mixing together. Hearing the students' concerns, the principal smiled. "Students, you don't need to be afraid. The instance you're going to this time is just an unranked instance, so there's no real danger. With just a little level, you can easily pass the instance, and if you're lucky, you might even get rewards." Hearing this, the students said delightedly, "That's great." However, many people looked worriedly at Lilan. But after seeing Shin behind Lilan, they all felt relieved simultaneously. Shin's level was comparable to a teacher's, so with him there, Lilan wouldn't be in any danger. The class monitor, Sasha, stepped forward, patted Shin's shoulder, and said, "Shin, I'm entrusting my male god to you." "Male god?" Shin glanced at Lilan and nodded. "When did I become your male god?" Lilan twitched his eyelids and continued to sleep. "The fire spirit is disgusted by your laziness and begins to cultivate automatically." Fire spirit energy, 15. The principal continued to speak in the auditorium. Students from number 2 middle school will also be entering the instance with us this time. You must achieve a good ranking in the instance and not bring shame to our school. By the way, this instance trial is a closed trial, lasting 3 days, and we depart at night. You'll return to your dorms shortly to prepare your luggage. Instances are divided into 5 ranks, from 1 star to 5 star. Anything below these 5 ranks is considered an unranked instance. Anything above these 5 ranks is considered a 5-star instance. 1 star, 2 star, and 3 star instances correspond to Tier D, Tier C, and Tier B ability users.
However, even a tier caster entering a 1-star instance is not 100% safe, as instance exploration always entails the risk of death. Labeling it as a 1-star instance merely indicates that it is relatively safe and unlikely to have a high mortality rate. As for 4-star and 5-star instances, those are for transcendent great transcendent demigod beings. Some 5-star instances are so dangerous that even transcendent great transcendent demigod level powerhouses have a high probability of perishing within them. For example, the Bone Throne instance located outside the Human Federation, west of Daming Lake, in the Grand Canyon. 7 or 8 years ago, Li Lan's grandfather, the Flame Emperor, was almost buried there. Fortunately, with the help of a treasure, he forcefully broke through the instance barrier and escaped. Any instance represents risk. Therefore, all instances in the Human Federation, except for a few controlled by major powers, are in the hands of the military. To enter, one must submit an application and gain approval. For example, Li Lan's school, the Verdant Demon Spirit Flora Spirit instance they are going to today, is managed by the military of Xiangnan City. In the evening, Xin pushed Li Lan onto a bus, heading towards the military base. On the bus, the principal handed each student a document filled with information about this instance. Instance name, Verdant Demon Spirit Flora Spirit. Instance level, unranked. Instance introduction, ultra low risk instance. Low-level completion method, stay inside for 3 days, after which you will be automatically teleported out of the instance and automatically win. Winners will receive an energy gift from the instance, increasing their ability level. Mid-level completion method, kill 300 Verdant Demon Spirits Flora Spirits to automatically win. Winners will receive Essence of Flora, which, if consumed by those with wood attribute abilities, will increase their ability level by a certain amount. Those with other attribute abilities can apply to the military to exchange it for corresponding essences, such as Essence of Heat, etc. High-level completion method, climb the Emu Giant Tree, killing 3 Verdant Demon Spirits Flora Spirits along the way. Winners will receive Essence of Emu. PS, those with an ability level below mid-tier are not recommended to try. Top-level completion method, climb to the peak of the Emu Giant Tree and kill the Verdant Demon King. Winners will receive Emu Spirit Soul. PS, those with an ability level below late tier are not recommended to try. Young Master, do you want to come with me to kill the Verdant Demon King? Xin held the document and looked at Li Lan. Li Lan was sleeping with his eyes closed. Although he didn't speak, every pore on his face screamed refusal. Xin. He knew it was useless to say anything. It was already incredibly difficult for his young master to obey management and go to the instance with him. As for going with him to hunt the Verdant Demon King, that was simply wishful thinking. Then, young master, when I hunt the Verdant Demon King later, just watch from the side. Li Lan twitched his eyelids, indicating agreement. Upon arriving at the military base, the students from First High disembarked in an orderly fashion under the teacher's organization. To everyone's surprise, the one who greeted them this time was the instructor from their military training last month. Instructor. Hello, Instructor. Instructor Lu, we missed you so much. Li Lan was drawn by the noise and saw the beautiful instructor smiling and waving at him. The beautiful instructor covered her chest, remembering the fear of being dominated by Li Lan a month ago. At this moment, a commotion erupted not far away. Everyone looked over and saw 2 groups of people seemingly in an argument, wrestling together. What do you guys from Second High think you are, daring to bully someone from First High? Who bullied you? This kid clearly spat at us first. Where's your proof? Do you have any evidence that we spat on you? Humph, you people from number 2 high are so shameless. Who's shameless? I think you from number 1 high are the shameless ones. You have the best educational resources, yet you only ever beat us from number 2 high by a hair's breadth in every competition. Just wait for me in the instance. I'll beat you to death. Who's beating whom is still up in the air. Let me tell you, our number 2 high has produced 2 mid-tier casters. Fortunately, the instructors appeared just in time to stop this farce. What do you think you're doing? Have you already forgotten what I taught you last month? You dare to fight in the military district? All of you.
Immediately. Right now. Get to the training grounds and run 50 laps.
After finishing their laps and returning, the troublemakers from number 2 high glared at the students from number 1 high, just in time to see Leland watching the show from the side.
One of them couldn't help but mock, "How does number 1 high still have a damn cripple? Are you a school for the disabled?" Leland couldn't be bothered to respond to him. But in the next second, Shin appeared in front of him and slammed a fist into his face. The student from number 2 high flew into a rage and was about to retaliate. Shin threw another fiery punch, smashing his nose and making it bleed. "You! What are you doing?" An instructor quickly stepped forward and yelled. The student from number 2 high looked at the instructor with tears in his eyes and shouted, "Instructor, he hit me." The instructor looked at Shin and said, "Did you hit him?" Shin nodded coolly and said, "He insulted my young master first." "Young master?" The instructor glanced at Leland, then frowned at the student from number 2 high. "How could you insult a disabled person? Didn't your teachers at school teach you how to behave?" The student from number 2 high knew he was in the wrong and lowered his head, preparing for a scolding. Shin couldn't help but say, "My young master is not disabled." "Then why is he in a wheelchair?" Because he's lazy," Shin said, finding it hard to admit. After dinner, the students were led into the instance one after another by the instructors.
The instance resembled a green black hole, appearing out of thin air between heaven and earth. It was surrounded by swirling, mysterious green particles, and its interior was a deep, verdant green. Going around to the back of this instance, I found that the instance wasn't visible at all. It could only be seen from the front. A squad of armed soldiers stood ramrod straight around the instance, all possessing the strength of tearcasters ABR. "Let's go in," the lead instructor said. Looking at Leland in his wheelchair, an instructor frowned slightly and turned to a middle-aged man in a military uniform beside him. "Battalion commander. It's fine, don't worry about him. The instance is safe enough, even a disabled person would be fine going in, let alone a normal person like him." The middle-aged man, addressed as battalion commander, picked up a file, feeling an exceptional shock in his heart. This lazy-looking youth was actually from the Lee clan, a member of the Lee clan. And he was the young master of the Lee clan, no less. How strange. Why would the Lee clan be willing to let him attend number 1 high school? With the Lee clan's power, getting him directly into one of the 5 great academies would be a piece of cake. "Battalion commander, what's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong," the battalion commander hurriedly put away the file in his hand. Inside the verdant demon spirit flora spirit instance, a rift appeared, and countless students emerged into the instance through it. But at the same time, at the other end of the instance, a black rift materialized out of thin air. 4 mysterious figures, with strange skull tattoos on their faces, dressed in red robes, and wearing black skull rings on their thumbs, also appeared inside the instance. Just as the Hierophant predicted before his death. With the power of the Holy Grail, and by leveraging the spatial fluctuations from the instance's own opening, we can force our way into this third-rate instance. Cut the chatter and let's get moving. With the Holy Land destroyed by the authorities, we need more new blood to revive the divine cult. Then let's drive this instance into a complete frenzy. Only those who survive to the very end will be qualified to become the seeds of our divine cult. Chapter 6, Wood Element, a Single Spark, and a Black Coffin. Leland only felt his vision go black, and a moment later, it suddenly cleared. He glanced at his surroundings and found himself in a brand new world. This world was a vast expanse of green, overgrown with weeds and lush with vegetation. Behind them was an endless darkness. Leland reached out a hand and found he couldn't enter this darkness. This must be the spatial barrier mentioned in the books. Only with the help of an item, or formidable martial power, could one forcefully break through it. Looking ahead, a colossal, sky-piercing tree grew at the center of the world. The lower half of the giant tree was shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see what lay within. Enormous branches grew from the upper half of the giant tree, and from each branch dangled a massive, swinging vine, as if it were alive. If Leland guessed correctly, those must be the verdant demon spirits flora spirits mentioned in the file. Killing 3 of them would be enough to pass the trial. As for whether to leave or stay after killing 3, the choice was entirely up to him. Putting all that aside, Li Lan closed his eyes and began to doze off.
Young master, are you really not coming with me? Shin asked.
Li Lan chuckled lazily.
What, you want to climb the tree with me on your back? I wouldn't be able to climb the tree even with you on my back.
Shin sighed and said, then be careful, young master.
I'll be back soon.
Don't worry, your young master is much stronger than you are.
Li Lan waved his hand and watched the reluctant Shin leave before peacefully falling asleep. Well, we meet again, you damn cripple. A few minutes later, a shrill laugh rang in Li Lan's ear. Li Lan didn't even bother to open his eyes. Who are you? You don't even recognize me? Back at the base, your friend gave me quite a beating. So you're saying you're here for revenge? Of course. Then you can get lost.
As Li Lan's words fell, a raging fire ignited beneath the person's feet, burning all his clothes and hair to a crisp.
A tear caster. How could First High have someone with such talent? The color drained from the face of the boy from Second High. He didn't care about the humiliation and fled in panic.
Li Lan could also hear the screams of several girls.
Looks like I'll have to be more considerate of the female comrades next time, Li Lan muttered.
A moment later, the screaming continued. Realizing something was wrong, Li Lan opened his eyes and saw a group of people running in his direction. Behind them were countless vine monsters. They looked extremely similar to the verdant demon spirit flora spirit from the documents. However, the verdant demon spirit flora spirit in the files was green, like a nature spirit. But these verdant demon spirit flora spirits were a withered yellow, like dead leaves. No. They should be called withered vines. A student was entangled by a verdant demon spirit flora spirit, which immediately began to devour him. The vine's roots pierced into his flesh and blood, and he was immediately mangled into a bloody mess.
Help, help me, he cried out loudly. But the people around him were only concerned with fleeing for their lives who had time to care about him.
Seeing such a horrifying scene for the first time, Li Lan felt a sense of fear in his heart. But the heroic blood in his bones was burning. Without a second thought, he rushed forward. Grabbing that verdant demon spirit flora spirit, he channeled the fire spirit and burned it to ashes. A wisp of green energy entered his body, and Li Lan felt his body receive a very minor enhancement. JJ.br. This must be the so-called essence of vegetation. Ding dong, wood element energy detected within the host. The wood element ability has happily decided to awaken. The verdant demon spirit flora spirits behind them were surging forward aggressively. Li Lan ignored the system and threw a punch. Pyroblast. Boom! Raging flames burned, erupting with a massive, scorching airflow. 5 or 6 verdant demon spirit flora spirits died instantly on the spot, becoming fuel for the pyroblast, emitting light and heat. The remaining verdant demon spirit flora spirits, sensing the scorching aura, scattered in a panic, fleeing in the direction of the giant ewood tree. Classmate, are you okay? Li Lan helped the student on the ground up, only to find him motionless. Classmate, are you okay? Li Lan placed his hand on the student's chest and found that his heart had stopped beating. He was dead. Damn it! Li Lan grabbed his hair in frustration, blaming himself for acting too late. Lu Xian, are you alright? Seeing the danger retreat, the students who had just fled now trickled back. Their faces turned pale upon seeing the corpse on the ground. Lu Xian is dead. Hi there, my name is Wang Qiu, from number 2 high school. Thank you for driving away those monsters for us just now. A young man extended his hand to Li Lan in gratitude. His face was a little pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat, clearly still shaken from the recent crisis. Li Lan shook his hand and said, Li Lan, number 1 high school. Do you guys know what happened inside? Li Lan asked. Li Lan, there doesn't seem to be a genius named Li Lan at number 1 high school. Wang Qiu shook his head and said, we had just entered the misty area when these monsters came charging out. Others chimed in. Are these things verdant demon spirits, flora spirits?
Why do they look a little different from the ones in the documents the school gave us? Damn it! Didn't the school say there would be no life-threatening danger? I want to go home. Mom! What are we going to do? We have to live in this godforsaken place for 3 more days. I'm going to die here. As they spoke, some started to cry. A heavy mood weighed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. Classmate Leland, what are your plans? All eyes turned to him. In their eyes, Leland was now their only pillar of support. Although they didn't know him, they felt a strong sense of security in his presence. I plan to go into the misty area. What about you all? Shin was also in the mist. No matter how lazy he was, he had to go in and check. Many people hesitated. After the recent escape, they were now deeply wary of the misty area. Wang Qiu stepped forward, his expression grave. Brother Lan, I'll go with you. My sister is still inside. I have to go save her. Li Lan nodded and looked at the others. I'll go too. We'll go too. I'll just wait for you all here. The misty area is too dangerous. Me too. Some stepped forward, while others stepped back. Li Lan naturally had no opinion on their choices. Seeing that only about 4 people intended to enter the misty area with him, he immediately said, There's no time to lose, let's set off. All right. Later, follow behind me and pay close attention to our surroundings. If anything happens, tell me immediately. Li Lan recalled the contents of an extracurricular reader titled What to Do When Encountering Danger in an Instance as he spoke. Everyone nodded seriously and then entered the mist together. Rustle. Verdant demon spirits Flora spirits immediately charged over to attack. Li Lan easily took care of 3 using the fire spirit, while the other 2 were killed by the combined efforts of the 5 people behind him. Seeing you work so hard, the fire spirit sighs at how formidable the younger generation is and loses its motivation to cultivate. Fire spirit energy +1. Seeing its master display such mighty power, the wood element is happily cultivating. Wood element energy +3? 2 useless bums. Li Lan found 5 sticks on the ground, wrapped the vines from the dead verdant demon spirits Flora spirits around them, and lit them, creating large torches. Take these torches. Verdant demon spirits Flora spirits are all afraid of fire. This will be quite effective against them. It seems so, thank you, the group said gratefully. Just then, Wang Qiu suddenly shot a wooden stick upwards, and a verdant demon spirit Flora spirit fell right from above. Such strong perception. Not bad, brother, Li Lan praised. Wang Qiu picked up the torch, scratching his nose in embarrassment, and said, Not at all, it was just my perception ability helping out. A perception ability, a mental attribute ability. Li Lan said, a perception ability is a very strong ability, especially in an environment like this. MHM. Wang Qiu smiled, revealing his small canine teeth. At that moment, several more verdant demon spirits Flora spirits pounced over. Li Lan killed them in one move. That's great, someone saved us. Is anyone there? We're over here, there are people here. Cries for help echoed from all around. Li Lan shouted loudly, all students from first high and second high, gather around me, gather around me. The people behind him, worried they wouldn't be seen, raised their torches high to give others a direction to follow. More and more people gathered, overjoyed to see Li Lan. Among them were even some of Li Lan's own classmates. Li Lan, it's really you. Have you seen Shin? Li Lan asked. I don't know. We were following the class president, but we got separated as soon as we entered the mist. Then we ran into these mutated verdant demon spirits. A lot of classmates died at their hands, a girl said, her face filled with terror. Shin hasn't already climbed the tree, has he? Li Lan looked up at the towering tree that reached the heavens. I hope he's okay. He was already feeling sleepy. In all the dozen or so years since he transmigrated here, he had never been this tired. But he couldn't sleep now. Li Lan forced himself to stay alert and continued deeper to rescue more classmates. Saving people was such a troublesome task he didn't actually want to do it. But his grandfather had once said, even if the human race is weak, we of the Li clan will protect it with our lives. The power, status, and honor of his Li clan were all granted by the human race. Therefore, as a member of the Li clan, he had to defend this honor. He could be lazy, but now was not the time for laziness. As he ventured deeper, more and more verdant demon spirits fell at his hands. Upon reaching the base of the giant emu tree, Li Lan simply had people pile up all the slain verdant demon spirits and set them ablaze in a roaring fire. Sparks flew as the flames burned brighter and brighter, reaching several meters high. Not only did it drive away the verdant demon spirits that wanted to attack, but even the lingering mist in the air began to thin out from the heat. Great, the mist is receding, many people exclaimed happily. Li Lan looked up at the tree. Just as he was about to climb it to find Shin, a dark figure suddenly shot straight down from the tree. It was a person, a mysterious and bizarre figure dressed in a long red robe. He landed steadily in front of Li Lan, revealing a ghastly face that resembled a dried corpse. It didn't even have eyeballs, just two empty sockets. There were even maggots crawling inside. His vocal cords seemed to have been gnawed by rats, making his voice hoarse when he spoke. Brat, you dare to ruin my black coffin's business. Then let's start with you. Become a seed first. Chapter 7, A Grand Display of Power, Slaying the Verdant Demon Spirit, Shin's Whereabouts. An evil aura emanated from the mysterious man, and Li Lan faced him as if he were a formidable enemy. The faces of the surrounding students changed drastically. Some picked up their weapons, intending to fight alongside Li Lan. Classmate Li Lan, we're here to help you. Classmate Li Lan, let's fight together. You've helped us so much along the way, it's time for us to contribute. Li Lan quickly shouted, all of you, find a place to hide. He's at least a tier caster, and he might have even comprehended a proto-ability. From the energy fluctuations emanating from this mysterious man, it was not difficult to tell that he was a tier caster. As for why Li Lan said he might possess a proto-ability, it was because he detected a familiar aura on this mysterious man. To be precise, it was an aura similar to his own proto-ability, Pyroblast. Besides him, there wasn't a single tier caster present. If they were to face such a troublesome opponent, it probably wouldn't be long before he was the only one left alive. Such meaningless sacrifices should be avoided if possible. What? The students cried out in alarm, dropping their weapons and fleeing in disarray. A chilling laugh came from the mysterious man as he extended a claw towards Li Lan. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a good eye. But unfortunately, you guessed wrong. What I possess isn't a proto-ability, but a true divine power. Purple, wicked flames ignited on his withered, branch-like hand, emitting a nauseating and repulsive wave of energy. Aren't transcendents not allowed to enter instances? With no time to think, Li Lan channeled all the fire spirit energy in his body and threw a punch to counter the mysterious man's purple fire. Pyroblast. Boom. You're actually a mid-tier fire spirit caster. The mysterious man was stunned. Hit by Li Lan's pyroblast, he was instantly sent flying backward. Li Lan was also stunned. A big shot who claimed to be a true transcendent, and this was all he had? If the mysterious man could hear his inner thoughts, he would surely burst into tears. He was a true transcendent, great transcendent demigod, but the strength of this body he possessed had just barely reached the tier level. He had thought that with this early tier caster's body, he would have an absolute advantage in this unranked instance. Who knew he would run into a freak like Li Lan? Li Lan walked over to him and found that he was already dead. To be precise, he had been dead for a long time. This was not at all how a recently deceased person should look. His entire body was crawling with maggots, emitting a nauseating stench. Li Lan had originally intended to loot the corpse, but now, forget looting, he didn't even want to look at it. He poked the body with a stick in various places, and after confirming there was nothing valuable on him, he used the fire spirit ability to burn him to ashes. Classmate Li Lan, you killed a tier caster? Seeing the mysterious person killed, Wang Qiu stepped forward and said in shock.
He had just thought that he and the others would all die at the hands of this mysterious person. The other students also had very shocked expressions. Most of them were merely low-level casters, and a tier caster was like a big shot in their eyes. But now this big shot had died so decisively at the hands of their peer. They knew Li Lan was powerful, but they didn't expect Li Lan to be this powerful. Li Lan said indifferently, "Just a tier caster, it's nothing big. Besides, I'm also a tier caster." "You're also a tier caster." The students' eyes widened. Although they had long speculated that Li Lan was a tier caster, they were still surprised when he actually said it himself. What does it mean to be a tier caster at their age? It's like a phoenix suddenly appearing in a nest of sparrows. It made all of them fade into insignificance. Including those so-called geniuses who once thought their talent was pretty good. "Classmate Li Lan, did you also comprehend a proto-ability?" Wang Qiu asked expectantly. Li Lan nodded. "Then, can you teach me?" Wang Qiu's eyes sparkled with stars, and the other students also looked on expectantly. Li Lan rubbed his head and said helplessly, "I don't know how to teach you. I just automatically comprehended this after a nap." "Is this thing hard to comprehend?" "Maybe, probably, a bit hard." Many students were on the verge of tears, now beginning to doubt if their own talent was really trash. Sure enough, the verdant demon spirit Flora spirit has also mutated. After killing the mysterious person, Li Lan began to climb the giant tree. After easily slaying a verdant demon spirit Flora spirit, his expression was heavy. "I hope Shin is alright." He really wanted to sleep now, but he couldn't. Continuing to climb, Li Lan heard a faint, intermittent crying sound. "Woo woo! Don't kill me, you're not elegant at all. Let me out, let me leave this hellhole. Oh heavens, I don't want to die, I want to continue being elegant." This familiar voice, is it Leo? Following the sound of crying, Li Lan jumped over a huge tree trunk, circled around, and saw a tree hollow of moderate size in the middle of the tree. Inside the tree hollow, a boy in a suit was trembling. "This is not elegant at all. When I get out, I'm definitely going to complain to the Education Bureau, and to the Military Discipline Committee. This is not elegant at all." It was Leo, indeed. Li Lan couldn't help but smile, patted his shoulder, and said, "Study committee member, have you seen the class president and Shin?" Leo was stunned, then cried tears of joy, shouting, "Li Lan, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to save you all." "Save us?" Li Lan briefly explained what happened, and Leo was utterly shocked. "I can't believe you're a tier caster, you've hidden it so well. I can go with you to save the class president and the others, but you have to protect me." "Oh, and what happened just now, you can't tell anyone." Leo wiped away his tears and brushed the dust off his suit. Finally, he even took out a bottle of hairspray and a mirror from a bag he carried, and began to fix himself up. Li Lan nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The two climbed up, and not long after, they met the class president, Sasha, who was also hiding in a tree hollow. However, next to her was a verdant demon spirit Flora spirit. After killing the verdant demon spirit Flora spirit, the two successfully rescued Sasha. After learning of Li Lan's strength, Sasha almost directly pounced on Li Lan, exclaiming, my hero, my hero. Have you seen Shin? Brother Su? Sasha shook her head and said, but I saw him when I was climbing the tree just now, he should be higher up now. What's this damn kid doing climbing so high? Li Lan said, I'm going to find Shin now, are you coming with me? Sasha beamed and quickly nodded, my idol, I'm willing. Li Lan. Leo scoffed, class monitor, you're not elegant at all like that. What greeted him was Sasha's fierce slam. Sasha retracted her fist and smiled, am I elegant now? Elegant, very elegant. Let's start climbing. The two nodded. A few minutes later. A verdant demon spirit Flora spirit was easily dealt with by Li Lan, and a wisp of emu essence integrated into Li Lan's body. At the same time, he also received a message from the instance. You have successfully killed 3 verdant demon spirits Flora spirits, successfully completed the trial. Do you wish to leave the instance?
Li Lan decisively chose to refuse and continued climbing higher. Not long after, they encountered two more people, a man and a woman, both at tier mid-stage. However, Li Lan had never seen them before. They should be from high school number 2. They were fiercely battling 4 verdant demon spirits, flora spirits, not falling behind. Are those two the tier mid-stage caster geniuses from high school number 2? They're really abnormal, Leo exclaimed. Sasha casually said, what's so great about that? Isn't Li Lan 100 times stronger than them? True, Leo nodded in agreement. Let's go help them, Li Lan said, and ask if they've seen Li Lan. We haven't seen those geniuses from class 1, high school number 1 either. Okay. The three unleashed their abilities and rushed forward. Li Lan's was fire, Sasha's was wind, and Leo's was ice. The three were all different. However, with Li Lan present, they had no room to maneuver at all. They only saw Li Lan throw a punch, and a great fire instantly roared out. Pyroblast. The 4 verdant demon spirits, flora spirits, were instantly beaten half to death, then easily finished off by the 2 from number 2 high. The 2 from number 2 high looked at Li Lan in surprise. The girl smiled and said, it's a proto ability. Are you from number 1 high? Li Lan nodded. Leo said with an envious look on his face, Li Lan, you were so ungraceful just now. I hadn't even made a move, and you burned them all to death. Sasha looked at him with disdain. As if you could have beaten them if I'd let you. She looked at the 2 from number 2 high and said, hello, we're from number 1 high. My name is Sasha, this is Leo, and as for this one, he's my idol, Li Lan. Little stars twinkled in her eyes. Infatuated. Leo looked at her with disgust, took out a mirror, and styled his hair to look like Li Lan's. Hello, we're from number 2 high. The girl from number 2 high smiled. My name is Wang Miao, and this is my classmate, Su Wu. Are you Wang Qiu's younger sister? Li Lan asked. You know my brother? Wang Miao asked quickly. Is my brother okay? He's fine, but he's looking for you right now. As long as he's okay. Wang Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Are you going down with us? It's really too dangerous up here. Li Lan thought for a moment and said, can you take these 2 down with you? I still have something to do. My idol, I'm not going down. I want to go with you to save Shin. Sasha said hurriedly. Abandoning a friend to escape is not elegant at all. Li Lan said helplessly, it's useless for you to follow me. The higher we go, the more dangerous it gets. I might not be able to look after you then. So you weren't worried about us, you just think I'm too weak. A faint sadness appeared on Sasha's face, but Li Lan's words made a lot of sense. She thought for a moment and said, my idol, you must be careful. Li Lan nodded, looked at Wang Miao, and said, by the way, have you seen someone a little taller than me, with a deadpan face, wearing a watch, and about my age? His level is probably around the initial stage of a tier. Wang Miao thought for a moment and said, I think I've seen him. He's very fast. Although his level is lower than ours, his strength is greater. He should be further up now. She had a strong impression of this person, so she remembered him quickly. Thanks, Li Lan said, and continued climbing up. My hero, you have to be careful, Sasha said loudly. Wang Miao looked at Su Hu and said, Su Hu, let's go down. But Su Hu seemed not to have heard, standing motionless since just a moment ago. Su Hu, what's wrong with you? Wang Miao asked worriedly, poking his shoulder. He suddenly seemed to lose all his strength and collapsed to the ground. Sasha and Leo took 2 fearful steps back, while Wang Miao, startled, quickly helped him up. Su Hu, what happened to you? Okay, let's go down, Su Hu said, his voice crisp and clear. Su Hu, what happened just now? I just touched you and you fell over, Wang Miao said, looking at him strangely. Su Hu looked bewildered. Did I fall just now? Then do you know who helped us just now? What do you mean? Su Hu said. We just finished killing the verdant demon spirit, and then you said we should go down. Su Hu suddenly looked at Sasha and Leo in surprise. Who are you two? When did you get here? Chapter 8, Blood Moon Holy Grail, Instance Corps, Rescue arrives.
Meanwhile, outside the instance, within the military base, the battalion commander in charge of guarding the base received an urgent, confidential letter from his superiors. After reading the contents of the letter, his face immediately darkened. He rushed out and shouted, "Gather our forces immediately. Prepare to forcibly break open the instance and bring the students inside out." "Why, Commander?" someone asked, confused. "Forcibly breaking open an instance comes at an extremely high cost." The commander roared, "Enough nonsense! Get it done now! I just received orders from above. They said remnants of the Black Coffin have invaded several low-level instances and are slaughtering students inside. I suspect there are Black Coffin members inside the Verdant instance right now." "What?" The officers all grew anxious, organizing their men and rushing to the front of the instance with various weapons. "Damn it, the Li clan's young master is in there too. If anything happens to him, my career is over. And this young master is apparently just an ordinary person. May the old gods protect me, he'd better be okay." Thunder rumbled in the captain's hands as he slammed a palm against the instance's gate. But the instance didn't budge, not even a single crack appearing on its surface. "Captain, what do we do now?" an officer asked anxiously. The captain thought for a moment, then said, "Call the principal of First High. Tell him to notify Li Lan's parents to come here." "Captain, at a time like this, won't calling his parents just make things more complicated?" "But this Li Lan, he's from the Flame Emperor Li clan." "What? The Flame Emperor Li clan?" The officer was stunned. Snapping back to his senses, he hurried off to make the call. After killing a few verdant demon spirits, Li Lan finally reached the top floor. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Severe pollutant energy detected within the host's body. The system has automatically purged it." What severe pollutant energy? Li Lan had no time to ponder it. He had already climbed to the very top of the giant tree. A familiar figure stood there, locked in a fierce battle with two mysterious individuals dressed just like the ones from before. Shin's body swayed, his eyes unfocused. His clothes were tattered, and he was covered in blood and dust. In his hand, he brandished a greatsword burning with blue flames. It was only because of this greatsword that Shin could barely hold his own against the three mysterious figures. The blue flame blood saber, a weapon brought back from a 5-star instance by a transcendent of the Li clan. By burning one's own blood, it could grant immense power, but it was not to be used lightly. Later, when Shin became Li Lan's study companion, the saber was gifted to him. Once the blue flame blood saber is used, it will inevitably cause severe aftereffects. Li Lan's heart sank, and he immediately rushed forward. "You too, let him go. Another annoying brat has shown up," one of the mysterious figures said in a hoarse voice, turning to look at Li Lan. With Li Lan's arrival, the tide of the battle instantly turned. A few minutes later, Li Lan obliterated one of them with a single punch. The other fled in disarray. Li Lan paid him no mind, quickly supporting Shin, who was beside him. "Shin, are you alright?" "Young master, don't worry about me. Hurry to the base of the emu giant tree, quickly, quickly," Shin said weakly. "What do you mean?" "They're a cult, followers of the Black Coffin. They've corrupted the instance with the Blood Moon Holy Grail, but the corruption isn't complete yet. The Blood Moon Holy Grail is right under the emu giant tree. Young master, you have to stop them, or a lot of people will die." "How do you know that?" Shin gave a weak, mocking smile. "Those two idiots told me. Said I'd be one of them soon enough." Li Lan hoisted Shin onto his back and leaped down the branches of the emu giant tree, one by one, at top speed. Along the way, countless verdant demon spirits, flora spirits swarmed towards Li Lan, but he dispatched them all with ease. Unfortunately, Shin could no longer witness this impressive display, as he had fallen asleep. "I used to be the one sleeping on you, but I never thought the day would come when you'd be sleeping on me." Li Lan continued his descent, landing smoothly on the ground over 10 minutes later. "Li Lan, you're back? Li Lan, are you okay?" "My hero,
what happened to Shin? Li Lan, what's wrong with Shin? He's covered in blood, so inelegant. The nearby students quickly gathered around. Li Lan handed the Shin on his back over to Sasha and the others. Help me take care of him. Sasha and the others agreed. Li Lan walked up to the base of the tree and slammed his fist directly into the trunk. Pyroblast! 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 After a dozen or so punches, Li Lan finally managed to smash a hole in the massive trunk. Peering inside through the hole, he discovered that it was hollow. A large, green energy sphere floated in the center of the tree hollow, continuously transmitting wood elemental energy to the surrounding tree walls. This must be the core of this instance. But it was now corrupted. A grail filled with fresh blood was placed beneath it. The evil blood energy from the grail was constantly being absorbed by the energy sphere and then channeled through it into the surrounding tree walls. This must be the reason why the verdant demon spirits flora spirits had mutated. Their power originates from the instance core. Once the instance core is contaminated, they naturally mutate as well. Li Lan quickly ducked into the tree hollow and kicked the chalice over. Just as he was about to stomp the chalice to pieces, it suddenly flew away on its own. Li Lan wanted to give chase, but found he couldn't move. He looked behind him and saw an extremely powerful suction force erupting from the instance core, holding him firmly in place. What's going on? Li Lan was startled. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Wood element, discovered delicious food, wants to eat, wants to eat. Immediately after, he felt a powerful suction force generate within his own body, pulling the instance core back towards him. Then, it disappeared into his body. The wood element is devouring a top-tier wood attribute spiritual object and is digesting it diligently. Wood element energy plus 500? The wood element is devouring a top-tier wood attribute spiritual object and is digesting it diligently. Wood element energy plus 500? The wood element is devouring a top-tier wood attribute spiritual object and is digesting it diligently. Wood attribute element plus 500? Digestion complete. The wood element has happily gone to sleep. Your wood element level has been promoted to early tier. I'm tier already, that's really impressive, Li Lan marveled. Hearing you praise the wood element, the fire spirit cried aggrievedly and began to train frantically. Fire spirit energy plus 15. Idiot. With the instance core no longer blocking his way, Li Lan quickly ran out to chase the chalice. But as soon as he exited the tree hollow, two mysterious, red-robed figures appeared before everyone. And the chalice filled with blood was held in one of their hands. He recognized one of the mysterious figures. It was the one he had chased away from the tree earlier. As for the other one, Li Lan looked at him with a slight frown. This person gave him a very bad feeling. This person was very dangerous. His strength was far greater than all the mysterious, voice-based people Li Lan had encountered before, combined. Seeing these two mysterious figures, all the students fearfully hid behind Li Lan. Shin struggled to straighten up, raising his blue flame blood blade. To think a genius like you exists within this small instance. The mysterious man looked at Li Lan and smiled. Are you willing to join my black coffin? If you are, I can promise you the position of High Priest. Grand High Priest, didn't you promise me that as long as I completed this mission, the position of High Priest would be mine? The black-robed man next to him, the one Li Lan had driven off earlier, asked. I was lying. I said the same thing to the other two. The other two he mentioned were likely the ones Li Lan had killed earlier. High Priest, how could you lie to me? The mysterious man said in disbelief. I've been so loyal to my lord. The mysterious man said, in light of your loyalty, go and serve my lord. As his words fell, the mysterious man collapsed to the ground, dead in a bizarre fashion. Not even a transcendent, great transcendent, or demigod could take a life with just a few words. How did he manage to do that? Looking at the corpse on the ground, Li Lan felt a chill. He suddenly recalled the gruesome state of the mysterious man he had killed before. He suddenly had a thought. If that's the case, then there's only one possibility. These mysterious people might just be puppets controlled by someone else.
And this mysterious man had just killed the master behind this puppet, which is why the puppet appeared to have died.
To even kill his own people, this black coffin is truly ruthless. Have you thought it over? My black coffin is a branch of the Psionic Society. As long as you join us, you might even have a chance to join the Psionic Society in the future. The Psionic Society was one of the most powerful cult organizations in the Human Federation, consisting not only of humans but also a considerable number of other races. Is the Psionic Society as powerful as the Li clan? Li Lan asked.
The mysterious man was taken aback, not understanding why Li Lan would ask such a question, but he still replied, the leader of the Psionic Society is a powerhouse comparable to the Li clan's Flame Emperor.
If that's the case, then a descendant of the Li clan's Flame Emperor would be equivalent to the upper echelon of the Psionic Society, right?
The mysterious man nodded. It was a fair comparison.
Li Lan smiled. Then do you know who I am?
Who are you? The mysterious man asked, following his lead.
The Flame Emperor of the Li clan. Li Lan drew out his words and laughed. He's my grandpa.
That's not a funny joke, the mysterious man said in a low voice. The next second, a massive rift suddenly tore through the space of the instance. A young man with a full head of red hair, wearing golden armor, flew out from the rift.
Li Lan, I've come to save you. Accept the judgment of justice, you evildoers.
It's really the third brother. Among his two older brothers and one older sister, he was the most chinibio. Hearing that line, Li Lan dug a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment into the ground with her feet.
Li Qin?
The mysterious figure glanced at the golden man, his expression changing dramatically.
I didn't expect you to actually be from the Li clan.
Third brother, quickly capture him, and the Holy Grail in his hand.
All right, the dazzling golden man shouted. He threw a punch. Justice executed. Flaming dragon in the sky.
His hands instantly burst into dragon-like flames, flying towards the mysterious figure.
The mysterious figure was instantly incinerated.
Li Lan quickly rushed forward, trying to grab the Holy Grail, but it seemed to have a will of its own, darting into a spatial rift and disappearing. It's the Blood Moon Holy Grail. The golden man landed, his expression grim as he looked at the vanished Holy Grail.
However, he quickly looked at Li Lan with concern and asked, Li Lan, are you alright?
Third brother, I'm fine.
Li Lan shook her head and said, but can you please save Shin? I feel like he's about to give up.
Seeing this, Li Qin quickly pulled out a golden potion from his pocket and administered it to Shin.
A few seconds later, Shin's injuries began to heal at a visible rate. Li Lan, how did you guys manage to last so long in the instance?
Li Qin asked curiously. That puppet just now wasn't simple. Its strength was probably at the peak of tier caster, and that's after being suppressed.
I imagine he must have had other accomplices, right? This is all thanks to classmate Li Lan.
A student stepped forward, excitedly saying, if it weren't for classmate Li Lan, we might have died long ago.
Yes, all thanks to Li Lan. Student Li Lan is amazing, one punch for each little monster.
The people around echoed, their faces filled with the joy of surviving a catastrophe.
Li Qin was startled. Chapter 9, Level Exposed, leaving the instance, making a great contribution. Li Lan, your level. Li Qin looked at Li Lan in disbelief.
He was surprised to discover that his little brother had silently cultivated to tier caster and even comprehended a proto-ability. This was much more promising than when he was a child. Li Lan scratched his head apologetically and chuckled, I thought cultivating ability was quite fun, just cultivating while sleeping, and here I am. The fire spirit expressed strong contempt for what was said. Began cultivating frantically, fire spirit energy 50. The wood element said, Master, you are so shameless, but I love it. Began cultivating frantically, wood element energy 50. Looks like there's another good for nothing. Li Lan maintained a smile on his face. You look very punchable right now, do you know that? Li Qin suppressed the urge to beat up his foolish little brother and nodded, saying, Excellent, truly worthy of being my golden saint's brother. What a Chinibu title. Li Lan was too weak to retort, oh, right, third brother, what was that Blood Moon Holy Grail you just mentioned? Golden Saint Li Qin's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he said, "The Blood Moon Holy Grail is an extremely powerful sacred relic, and also a holy object of the Psychic Society, divided into the Child Cup and the Mother Cup. There are a total of 10 Child Cups, 5 are at the Psychic Society's headquarters, and the other 5 are with the Psychic Society's 5 branches. What you saw just now is the Blood Moon Holy Grail Child Cup from the Black Coffin. The Blood Moon Holy Grail Child Cup possesses very strong bewitching and polluting powers. The verdant demon spirit Flora spirit you saw in the instance today were evil spirits and wicked spirits produced after being polluted by the Holy Grail.
As for the bewitchment.
Here, Li Qin frowned slightly. Bewitchment is a very common method for the Psychic Society to develop dead followers. They will implant the sacred blood of the Blood Moon Holy Grail into a person's body, gradually eroding your body until you are completely reduced to a plaything of the Holy Grail owner. Once you betray him, he can activate the sacred blood in your body, causing your whole body to be corroded to death. In the initial stages of sacred blood implantation, people will experience symptoms such as forgetfulness, slow reactions, and unfocused eyes. In the middle stage, the skin will start to turn red. In the later stage, life will completely belong to the Holy Grail owner.
Unfocused eyes?
Recalling Shin's appearance when he first found him, Li Lan tensed up completely.
Shin didn't get infected, did he?
Just as he was about to ask how to remove the holy blood from one's body, a clear female voice suddenly spoke up beside him. "Senior, may I ask, if someone has been implanted with holy blood, how can it be removed?" The speaker was Wang Qiu's younger sister, Wang Miao, whom Li Lan had just met a few times before. Li Qin pondered for a moment, and the two listened with anticipation.
There are 2 methods.
The first is to obtain the mother chalice of the Blood Moon Holy Grail and make the holy blood return to it.
The second is to take medicine that purifies the blood.
However, this type of medicine is extremely expensive and cannot eradicate the problem, only halt the spread of the holy blood. Li Qin continued, "Of course, if one could obtain a potent elixir on the level of a transcendent, great transcendent, or demigod, it might be possible to eradicate it directly."
Li Lan asked lazily, "By the way, if someone who has been initially contaminated by the holy blood is found, how would the officials handle it? Imprisonment, or execution?" Wang Miao's face turned pale, and she quietly walked away. "Why are you asking this?" Li Qin asked sternly. "Li Lan, you haven't been contaminated by the Holy Grail, have you?" "Of course not," Li Lan said quickly.
Li Qin reached out and felt Li Lan's meridians. Only after confirming that Li Lan was truly fine did he relax slightly. Li Lan's heart felt incredibly heavy. It seemed that the severe contamination energy the system had purified not long ago was that holy blood.
But when did it enter my body? Was it along with the wood essence and e-wood essence I absorbed? If that's the case, why are the people I saved before okay? Could it be that this thing only forms the complete holy blood after a certain amount has been absorbed?
That verdant demon king was probably killed by Shin, and the e-wood spirit was likely absorbed by Shin as well. In that case, Shin must have also been implanted with the holy blood. The military will most likely give everyone a physical examination after we get out. When that happens, Shin will definitely be taken away by them. No, I have to get him out of here early. Otherwise, once Shin is taken away by the military, it'll be a disaster." Li Lan didn't believe for a second that the military would have the money to buy Shin those expensive purification medicines.
Since treatment is out of the question, there's only one other possibility. Direct execution.
Shin was his friend, his brother, who had been with him for so long. He couldn't bear to watch Shin die. As for the matter of the holy blood, he had already thought of a solution.
It's just money, isn't it? And money was the one thing he, Li Lan, didn't lack.
Li Lan whined coquettishly at his third brother, I wanna sleep.
Can you take Shin and me away first? Li Qin frowned and said, "No.
The military needs to conduct examinations on you later.
You can't leave yet." As expected, a physical examination.
Li Lan pleaded bitterly, "But I just want to leave now."
Third brother. I'm really tired. I've never been this exhausted in my entire life.
The gold saint, Li Qin, hesitated for a moment but still shook his head, saying, "No.
Rules are rules." "You're sure about that?"
Li Lan looked at him slyly and said, "I'll go out later and tell second sister that you were the one who stole her new Sailor Moon underwear last summer."
"How did you know?" Li Qin's expression changed drastically.
"Because I was hiding in second sister's closet, sleeping," Li Lan said helplessly, looking at him deeply.
"Third brother, oh third brother, I never thought you were this kind of person."
"I was wrong, Li Lan.
I'll take you two out right now. Please don't tell your second sister about this.
That tigress will kill me." Li Qin hoisted the two of them up and started walking. Before leaving, Li Lan also got Wang Miao's contact information. It wasn't hard to tell from what Wang Miao had said earlier that someone around her had likely been tainted by the holy blood as well. So, he wanted to keep an eye on her situation. Li Qin shattered the spatial barrier with a single punch, forcefully passing through the spatial rift, and the three of them arrived in the outside world.
People from the military quickly surrounded them.
"Hello, Mr. Li Qin."
"Mr. Li Qin."
"Mr. Li Qin, thank you so much for this."
"Not at all, not at all.
It's what I, a son of justice, should do." Li Qin waved his hand casually and hurriedly left the military base with Li Lan and Xin.
"Wait, Mr. Li Qin, you can't take those two." Seeing Li Lan and Xin, an officer shouted loudly.
But it was too late.
Li Qin had already disappeared into the crowd with them, leaping away. "What do we do now?"
"Those two haven't had their physicals yet," the officer said to the battalion commander beside him, looking troubled.
"Should I go after them?"
"If you think you can beat that gold saint, then go ahead and chase them." The battalion commander shot him a look and turned to leave. The officer scratched his head in a bind, ultimately choosing to pretend this had never happened. Soon, as the instance portal opened, the students inside walked out one after another. The principals of the two schools did a rough head count. As they counted, both of them broke down in tears. The losses were devastating. Combined, the two schools had lost over 300 students.
These were living, breathing human lives. Which of the school's students wasn't the pride of their parents? Which one wasn't the apple of their parents' eye?
And now, they had died here for nothing.
This is all my fault.
I never should have brought them to this godforsaken place.
Du Devois, the principal of No. 1 high school, cried out in anguish. He knelt directly before the students, kowtowing to confess his guilt.
He slapped himself hard across the face.
"I'm sorry, students. This is all my fault, all my fault. I've failed you. I didn't protect you. I've let down your parents. I'm a bastard."
The military personnel quickly helped the two principals up and gave them sedatives. The battalion commander said in surprise, "I didn't expect only 300 to have died."
Principal Du questioned him angrily, "Isn't 300 enough?" The battalion commander quickly explained, "I'm sorry, that's not what I meant.
I mean that the casualties this time are actually much lower than I had anticipated.
According to information from above, what happened today has actually occurred recently in other parts of Jiangnan province. The casualties for each instance were around 800 or so." 800!
The two principals were shocked. That was a terrifyingly high number. At that moment, a soldier walked up and reported loudly. Reporting to the battalion commander, "We've gotten a clear picture of the situation. According to the students, a person named Li Lan saved them inside the instance."
"Li Lan? Are you sure that's the name?" an officer said in disbelief.
The handsome young man in the wheelchair came to their minds.
He might be handsome, but wasn't he just an ordinary person? The soldier nodded and said loudly, "That is indeed the name."
According to his classmates, this Li Lan is a Tier 4 fire spirit caster who has also comprehended a proto-ability. It was under his leadership that most of them managed to survive in the mist.
Tier caster. Proto-ability. As these two bombshells were dropped, everyone present was utterly shocked. The battalion commander looked at the principal of No. 1 high school.
The principal of No. 1 high school quickly shook his head, indicating he knew nothing.
Understood. Return to your unit. After the soldier left, the battalion commander took a deep breath.
As expected of the Flame Emperor Li clan, truly a den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers.
To think that this Li Lan is also a true dragon.
A tier 4 caster in his teens. It seems our dragon country will have another great transcendent demigod in the future.
The Li clan deceived everyone. They actually claimed such a true dragon was a piece of trash? You really can't believe everything these major clans say. Commander, should we send Li Lan a commemorative banner? An officer asked.
The battalion commander thought for a moment and shook his head.
No need.
The Li clan sent Li Lan to number 1 high school probably because they don't want him to be disturbed. If it weren't for this incident, Li Lan might have remained hidden. Since the Li clan wants him to keep a low profile, there's no need for us to disturb him.
Yes, sir. The officer nodded.
At this moment, in the boys' dormitory of Shangnan City's number 1 ability high school, Shin said loudly, "Young master, I've been tainted by the holy blood and could become a puppet of the black sarcophagus at any moment.
For your safety, I must turn myself in."
Li Lan angrily knocked over the entire dinner Su Xian had prepared, sending it crashing to the floor. "Shin, if you dare take one step out of this dorm today, I'll disown you as my brother."
Chapter 10, Woodbine Sky, 1,000 Gold, Martial Arts Tournament.
"But young master, if I stay by your side, you'll be in danger," Shin said helplessly, picking up the bowls and chopsticks from the floor. "I already told you, as long as we keep the holy blood suppressed, you'll be fine."
"Young master, the cost for this is too high. I'm not worth you doing this."
"I'll be the judge of whether you're worth it or not," Li Lan said, looking at him seriously. "Besides, it's just money, and I have plenty of that."
"Young master."
Shin was silent for a moment, sighed, and finally walked out of the dorm room door.
Li Lan's face instantly fell. Go, go, go. If you leave, you never have to come back."
The air was deathly silent.
A few minutes later, Shin really didn't come back. That son of a bitch, he didn't actually leave, did he? Whatever, why should I care about him? I'll go back to sleep.
Li Lan lay on the bed and closed his eyes, only to find he couldn't fall asleep at all, feeling exceptionally irritated.
Knock. 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 Just then, a knock came from the door. Could Shin be back? Li Lan was a little overjoyed but still put on an angry expression, saying, "Didn't you leave? What are you doing back here?"
Since Shin had returned, most of his anger had dissipated. In his 17 years in the Li clan, he had barely made any friends due to his laziness.
Shin was one of them.
For this guy to just up and leave, it would be a lie to say he wasn't angry. The door was slowly pushed open, and a slender figure walked in.
It wasn't Shin. Li Lan frowned slightly and said, "Who are you?"
The slender man introduced himself. "Greetings, young master Li Lan.
My name is Wang Kai. Because you've provoked the Black Coffin, young master Li Qin has sent me to protect you. I don't need your protection for now. The person who just left the dormitory building, you should know him, right?" "You mean young master Shin," the slender man said.
Shin's mother was from the Li clan, so he was also considered a member of the Li clan. Of course, he knew him.
Li Lan nodded and said, "I order you to bring him back right now."
"But," the skinny man said with difficulty, "young master Li Qin said you are very likely to be attacked by the Black Coffin recently. He told me not to leave your side for a moment." "If you don't go, I'll go myself," Li Lan said. Just as he was about to step out the door, the skinny man stopped him.
"What are you doing?"
"Young master Li Lan, if you go out alone, you'll most likely be targeted by people from the Black Coffin.
It's better if I go. You stay here in the dorm, and you can't leave this circle I'm drawing." The skinny man brought 2 fingers together, and a wisp of black flame rose from his fingertips. He pointed at the ground, and a large, black and red circle appeared. Li Lan noticed a black ring on his hand and thought that this must be the ability granted to him by the ring. "What's this?" "A barrier ring. It can form a barrier."
If you stay inside this circle and encounter danger, the barrier will protect you, and I will know immediately.
Li Lan nodded and stepped into the circle. A black barrier of energy instantly rose within the circle, enveloping him. The skinny man, relieved, quickly ran out the door in pursuit of Shin. Sitting inside the barrier. With nothing to do, Li Lan lay down on the floor and started to sleep soundly. The wood element has successfully absorbed the power of E-Wood from the E-Wood core and has comprehended the divine ability, E-Wood Heaven's Prohibition. The wood element has obtained a divine ability, but its current elemental energy is insufficient to advance to transcendent great transcendent demigod. It is cultivating diligently. Wood element energy, 50. The wood element sees you sleeping and feels immense disdain, beginning to cultivate frantically. Wood element energy, 60. JJ.BR. The fire spirit, influenced by the wood element, also casts a look of immense disdain at you. Fire spirit energy, 60. At this moment, in a certain cave in the suburbs of Xiangnan City, a 7-year-old boy spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. He wore a skull pendant around his neck. Before him was a massive furnace. The furnace blazed fiercely in the pitch-black cave. To the naked eye, the fuel burning inside was, one after another, the corpses of children. Great High Priest, are you all right? Seeing the boy vomit blood, a beautiful woman with a snake tattoo on her body stepped forward and asked with concern. A childish and furious voice came from the boy's mouth. He buried his head in her ample chest and began to cry. That damn Li Qin, that damn Shinibyo. He actually burned the wisp of my divine soul that I placed in the puppet. Transcendent great transcendent demigod, Gold Saint Li Qin? Didn't we enter a third-rate instance? How could he possibly be in there? The beautiful woman asked in confusion, soothing the boy with her hand. I miscalculated. I didn't expect the young master of the Li clan to be in the instance as well. He was there to save the Li clan's young master, the boy said, looking up. A crack appeared in the space above his head. With a crack, the Blood Moon Holy Grail landed steadily in his hand. The young master of the Flame Emperor Li clan. Li Lan? The beautiful woman frowned and said, what was he doing in there? The boy shook his head, then suddenly started to laugh. I don't know. But this Li clan truly hides its depths. They presented a seemingly useless young master to the outside world, yet he possesses caster tier strength. If it weren't for him, my plan wouldn't have failed. Caster tier. The beautiful woman looked somewhat surprised and said, but he ruined our sacred cult's plan. Should I send a top-tier transcendent great transcendent demigod to kill him? The boy shook his head and said, no need. Li Qin isn't that foolish. After taking Li Lan out of the instance, he will surely assign people to protect him. The boy thought for a moment, then continued, however, a reconnaissance is still possible. Li Lan is a caster of the fire spirit, so send a water element cultist, with a strength tier of transcendent great transcendent demigod. If Li Lan truly has strong guardians around him, then at most we will only lose one tier transcendent great transcendent demigod. After this incident, the Li clan will certainly conduct a large-scale sweep of the remnants of my black coffin. Many of these tier transcendent great transcendent demigod will likely be lost, so instead of sacrificing them in vain, it's better for them to contribute their strength to my lord before their demise. Understood, I'll go arrange it immediately. Wait, let me touch you again. The boy looked greedily at the beautiful woman's black stockings. After the beautiful woman left, the boy sat upright again. A faint glow flickered in his eyes. The seed of God has been sown. 6 months from now, the National Martial Arts Tournament will begin, and the era of my black coffin will come again. At that time, my black coffin will completely turn things around. The Psionics Association? In a few more years, it will be the little black coffin, but inside the dormitory. Li Lan, who was sound asleep, was woken up by the phone ringing. Li Lan picked up the phone and saw that it was his grandfather calling. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and answered the call. Grandpa, what's up? Why are you calling me? Can't I call you even if there's nothing wrong? A hearty laugh came from the other end.
Li Lan lazily chuckled. You, old man, are a busy person.
You rascal. By the way, your third brother said you're already a tier fire spirit caster now?
That's correct, Li Lan said helplessly.
Grandpa, you're not trying to bring me back to the Li clan, are you?
You child, isn't it good to come home?
Yes, it's all good, but I don't want to go home just yet. Li Lan said, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up.
Wait, you child, what's the rush? The other side quickly said, wait, Grandpa will send you some cultivation resources.
Remember to cultivate well.
The National Martial Arts Tournament is in 6 months, and you'll have to get me a respectable result.
And? Alright, Li Lan said hurriedly, cutting him off.
You're the one who said it, kid.
Oh, right, do you still have enough money?
I do. Li Lan thought about the few $100 million in spending money still in his bank account, and then about Shin's holy blood.
He quickly added, but it's fine if you send me some more.
Okay, Grandpa will transfer it to you in a bit. By the way, the Li clan is already handling the matter of the black coffin, so you just focus on your cultivation. Those rats in the gutter, it seems no matter how many times you exterminate them, you can't get rid of them all.
Thanks, Grandpa.
Li Lan said, a rare sweet tone in his voice.
After hanging up the phone, his phone immediately received a notification of a transfer from the World Bank. A full 50 million yuan.
Grandpa sure is generous, Li Lan sighed, then looked up the prices for blood purification potions online. The cheaper ones were 100,000 yuan per vial, the mid-range ones were 800,000, and the better ones were 2 million.
This doesn't seem that expensive.
He placed an order for 10 of the 2 million yuan vials at once. They were scheduled to arrive tomorrow.
After buying his things, he went back to sleep. Your fire spirit is auto-cultivating. Fire spirit energy plus 35. Your wood element is auto-cultivating. Wood element energy plus 20?
Roughly tens of minutes later, the fire spirit inside Li Lan's body began to stir restlessly. It seemed to have sensed a presence that made it extremely uncomfortable. There was a water element ability user nearby. Li Lan slowly opened his eyes and looked out the window. He saw a man in a sanitation worker's uniform climbing on the windows of the dormitory building.
Water element transcendent great transcendent demigod. Li Lan yawned and asked, who are you?
He was clearly displeased that someone had come to disturb his sleep.
The one who's here to take your life.
A mere fire spirit caster, yet you still maintain such a calm expression in front of me.
You deserve to die.
The sanitation worker smashed through the window. A massive water sphere slammed against the barrier, sealing everything inside.
There's even a barrier. Who said I only have the fire spirit?
Li Lan slowly stood up, a brilliant green light swirling around his hands.
Second would heaven's prohibition.
In an instant, a huge mass of vines burst from the ground and began to grow wildly, completely engulfing the sanitation worker.
This is impossible. As a member of the Li clan, how can you also possess a wood attribute proto-ability? No, this isn't a proto-ability. This is a true divine art. You don't even have the power of a transcendent, great transcendent, or demigod. How did you comprehend a divine art? The high priest has doomed me.
The sanitation worker struggled violently within the vines.
Li Lan calmly walked out of the barrier, scratching his messy hair. You talk too much.
With that, he punched through the vines, his fist blazing with raging flames, and slammed it directly into the sanitation worker's head.
Bang! The head exploded instantly. Blood splattered all over Li Lan's face. Li Lan nonchalantly went to the bathroom to wash his face.
Then he returned to the barrier and went back to sleep. At this moment, outside the school, in a small alley, the slender man's body stiffened.
Shin, who was tied up and slung over his shoulder, looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Young Master Li Lan is in danger. What? Hurry back. Damn it, this is all my fault. I know, stop shouting.
The lower half of the slender man's body was enveloped in black mist, and his speed instantly multiplied several times over as he rushed back towards the school as if shrinking the earth with every step.
He arrived outside the dormitory building.
Shin grew despondent as he looked at his ransacked dorm room.
Could something have happened to young master? This is all my fault. If I hadn't left, you wouldn't have come looking for me, and young master wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Wang Kai's expression was grim as well. He frowned and said, "Let's go back and check first.
The barrier ring I have was given to me by young master Li Qin. I doubt it could be broken so quickly." Chapter 11, Body Tempering Art, Great Mastery of Divine Abilities, Consequences at Your Own Risk. The moment the two returned to the dorm room, they saw a bloody corpse lying on the floor.
Young Master Li Lan. Young Master. Shin's body trembled.
He struggled out of his restraints and ran to the corpse, kneeling beside it.
Young Master, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
He whimpered for a while before realizing that this didn't seem to be Li Lan.
The fabric of Li Lan's clothes would never be this coarse. Could it be that young master wasn't dead?
He hurriedly rummaged through the surrounding clutter and finally found Li Lan behind a large cardboard box. Li Lan was lying peacefully inside a circle, fast asleep.
He was even snoring, though not loudly. Thank goodness, young master isn't dead. A smile appeared on Shin's face. If this isn't young master Li Lan, then who is it?
Wang Kai crouched beside the corpse, pulled open its clothes, and saw a black skull on its chest.
What is this?
A member of the Black Coffin, Wang Kai said.
And from the looks of it, a transcendent great transcendent demigod. A transcendent great transcendent demigod.
Shin said in disbelief.
Are you saying young master killed a transcendent great transcendent demigod? Wang Kai nodded.
Shin sucked in a breath of cold air. He had thought Li Lan was just a tier caster like him. After the battle in the instance, he had assumed young master was a tier caster. But now, it seemed the young master was hiding even deeper than he had imagined. To be able to slay a transcendent great transcendent demigod at such a young age, and without relying on external forces even among the current younger generation, young master Li Lan's combat record would rank near the top. Wang Kai sighed, "Young Master Shin, you need to work hard too. The National Martial Arts Tournament is in half a year. If you place, you'll not only receive official rewards but also rewards from the family."
Shin nodded seriously. I will.
However, the holy blood within him. Thinking of this, he opened the online store on his phone. After browsing for a long time, he spent a small fortune on a few vials of ordinary blood purifying potions.
As for the future, he'd figure out what to do about the future when it came. By the way, Brother Wang, will you be living with us from now on?
Shin turned to Wang Kai and said, "If so, we'll need to add another bed to the dorm. But first, the dorm needs to be repaired." He glanced at the large hole in the floor. The ceiling from which the fan had fallen.
And the window frame? The window itself was nowhere to be found. No need, Wang Kai said. Besides my fire attribute ability, I also have a dark attribute ability. I'll be protecting you from the shadows. As for the dorm, I'll call someone to fix it.
Wang Kai made a call, and the repairman arrived shortly after.
That evening, all the students returned to the school, and Li Lan also woke from his sleep.
The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Shin.
Didn't I tell you that if you left, you shouldn't come back? JJ.BR. Young Master. Shin said awkwardly, I was wrong. What's the use of admitting you're wrong now? I've already found a new study companion.
He'll be here tomorrow, Li Lan said, stretching before continuing to sleep. Young Master, I really know I was wrong, Shin said, finding it very embarrassing to say these words.
If you know you were wrong, then go buy me a wheelchair. I left mine in the instance and didn't bring it out.
Okay. Knowing this meant the young master was allowing him to stay, Shin said in pleasant surprise.
A few hours later, Shin returned to the dorm pushing a wheelchair and carrying a box.
Young Master, your package. It seems to be from the family.
So soon? Shin placed the box on Li Lan's bed. Leland opened it, and a scorching energy emanated from within. It was packed full of fire spirit energy stones. So many! Leland reached his hand into the box, and the energy stones inside vanished instantly. The fire spirit has ingested a large quantity of fire attribute energy stones and is cultivating diligently. Fire spirit energy plus 100. The fire spirit has ingested a large quantity of fire attribute energy stones and is cultivating diligently. Fire spirit energy plus 100. The fire spirit has ingested a large quantity of fire attribute energy stones and is cultivating diligently. Fire spirit energy plus 100. All energy stones have been fully digested. Your fire spirit level has been raised to late tier. Late tier already? But it made sense. After devouring so many energy stones worth hundreds of millions, even a pig should have reached late tier. Leland looked at the bottom of the box. After the energy stones disappeared, a thin booklet came into view. It's actually a body tempering art? Leland was a little surprised. Besides having a sufficiently high ability level, it was best for an ability user to also have a strong physique, otherwise, they could easily be at a disadvantage in actual combat. Therefore, many ability cultivators, in addition to cultivating their abilities, would also specifically set aside time to temper their bodies. And this body tempering art was the cultivation method his Li clan specifically used to train their physiques. His grandfather had obtained it from an instance when he was young. Besides the body tempering art, there was also a dragon tiger body tempering art. However, the latter was only suitable for ability users who had cultivated to transcendent, great transcendent, or demigod levels, not for a small fry like him. It seems Grandpa really wants me to participate in the martial arts tournament, Leland sighed. He opened the body tempering art. The system's voice sounded in his mind. 17 errors have been detected in the body tempering art the host is cultivating. The system has automatically corrected them. The body tempering art is very happy to meet its new master and is cultivating diligently. Your physique plus 10. The body tempering art is very happy to meet its new master and is cultivating diligently. Your physique plus 10. The body tempering art is very happy to meet its new master and is cultivating diligently. Your physique plus 10. To think there were so many errors in the body tempering art. Feeling his body grow stronger step by step, Leland was quite surprised. However, he had no intention of telling his family. Because even if he did, those old fossils wouldn't believe him. The next day, the potions arrived. Leland delivered the potions to Shin. Shin only said thank you and then didn't speak for the rest of the day. Leland knew his heart must be in a complicated state right now, so he didn't bother him. That evening, he saw a message from Wang Miao. Classmate Leland, regarding what you told me in the instance last time, I paid attention after I got back. Suhu disappeared after coming out of the instance, and the next day his parents came to the school to handle his withdrawal procedures. I went to his house to look for him today and found that his whole family has moved away. Do you know what's going on? After chatting with her for a bit, Leland sighed. Suhu had indeed been taken away. It seemed his choice yesterday was the right one. If he hadn't taken Shin with him then, he might have seen Shin's withdrawal papers today. Half a year later. There was 1 month left until the start of the National Martial Arts Tournament. The provinces of the Dragon Kingdom had already begun preparing their lists, calling upon each city to select their geniuses and send them to the provincial capitals to compete. From there, contestants would be chosen to go to Dragon Capital for the tournament in a month's time. Your fire spirit is cultivating diligently. Fire spirit energy plus 60. Your wood element is cultivating diligently. Wood element energy plus 70. Your lightning element is cultivating diligently. Lightning element energy plus 60. Your body tempering art is cultivating diligently. Your physique plus 10. The fire spirit is tired and has entered a deep sleep. Your fire spirit's level has increased to mid-stage transcendent great transcendent demigod. The wood element is tired and has started to sleep soundly. Your wood element level has been raised to transcendent great transcendent demigod, early stage.
The lightning element saw that the others had stopped cultivating, so it also stopped.
Your lightning element level has been raised to Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod, early stage. In the dormitory, deep in sleep. Li Lan's eyelids twitched, expressing his surprise.
After an unknown amount of time, a familiar voice shattered his dream.
Young master, wake up. Young master. What is it?
Li Lan stretched lazily, looking indifferently at Shin, who was shaking him awake.
Shin said, Young master, the principal wants to see you.
He said he's planning for the two of us, along with two upperclassmen, to go to the provincial capital for the National Martial Arts Tournament tryouts. The entry requirement for the tryouts is that contestants must be tier casters.
There are no restrictions on ability type.
After half a year of training, Shin had already become a late-stage fire spirit tier caster, fully meeting the participation requirements.
Oh, Li Lan replied indifferently. I'm not going. He then went back to lying on the bed to sleep. Young master.
Shin pulled him up from the bed again and said, the patriarch also said you must participate.
A sarcastic smile appeared on Li Lan's face.
So he still remembers he has a son. Young master, your grandfather also said you must participate. Otherwise, he'll come from Longjing to Shangnan City tomorrow and, he said.
Said what?
He said he'll whip your butt with a bamboo cane. Li Lan froze, then sat up in bed and said, fine, you can push me there.
Okay. The principal's office.
Li Lan, Shin, Huang Xiaotian, Zhang Yuanqi, whether the school can receive funding from the Bureau of Education this year depends on you. The principal said earnestly, this martial arts competition is crucial. Even if you can't enter Longjing to compete, you will receive incredibly generous conditions.
Did you hear that? We heard you, principal. Don't worry, even if I can't get into the top 10, I'll definitely get into the top 20. No problem, principal. Understood, principal.
The three responded in unison. Only Li Lan remained silent. They looked at Li Lan and saw that he had fallen asleep in his wheelchair at some unknown point. Although they were used to him like this, the principal's mouth still twitched. Shin, when Li Lan wakes up, remember to tell him about this.
No problem. Shin nodded.
Leaving the principal's office, Huang Xiaotian leaned close to Shin's ear and whispered.
You two are representing the school in the competition, and a lot of upperclassmen aren't happy.
You and your young master better be careful when you go back to the dorm. Shin was stunned, looked at him, and nodded, okay, thank you, I'll be careful.
See you tomorrow then.
Huang Xiaotian struck what he thought was a cool pose and smiled.
Who would be so bored as to be unhappy with us? Shin pushed Li Xin back to the dorm.
As they passed an empty dorm room, 3 to 5 tall youths walked out.
Shin frowned and said, Who are you, and what do you want?
Humph, we just came to see how talented the geniuses who can represent the school in the competition really are, a person wearing a one-piece shirt sneered. After the incident half a year ago, the school suppressed the matter and paid each student hush money. Although Li Lan's performance in the instance still circulated within the school. However, the upperclassmen usually kept to themselves, so they didn't know much about Li Lan. At least more than you few useless geniuses. Li Lan had woken up at some point. He looked at the 5 people in front of him and said coldly, I'll count to 3. If you don't move, you'll face the consequences. 3. 2. Chapter 12, Flame Vortex, Improved Combat Techniques, and Exquisite Jade Feet. Ha ha ha, kid, are you sure you're talking to us? You must be Li Lan, right? We've heard all about your reputation. Today, I'd like to see for myself just how capable you really are. You're just a cripple in a wheelchair. What right do you have to talk to us? They couldn't help but laugh. One of them whispered, I heard this Li Lan has some serious backing. Is it really a good idea for us to do this? A young man with green-dyed hair next to him said, What's there to be afraid of? I, Chui Mingho, have never been afraid of anyone. If he gets to represent the school in the competition just because of his status and background, then I'll be the first to object. Brother Hao is right, I object too. Me too.
1. Just as Li Lan was about to make a move, Shin stopped him. Young master, let me handle this. Otherwise, we'll have to pay for damages again. What are you trying to say? That all I know how to do is wreck the place? Li Lan said lightly, then you do it. The five turned their gazes to Shin. Just you alone, you want to challenge us? Shin's expression was cold as he said flatly, to deal with a bunch of trash like you, I'm more than enough. You're courting death. How dare you boast with brother How right here? What a joke! Various energies metal, water, and fire rose from their hands. It seemed they were all elemental ability users. Cui Mingho said, the rest of you don't need to do anything. I'll handle this alone. Cui Mingho narrowed his eyes. You must be Shin, right? Today, I'll see for myself just how powerful the aloof, noble young master of the lower years really is. Flames ignited at his feet as he swept them towards Shin. Shin didn't say a word. Raging flames erupted from his palm, forming a massive vortex. In an instant, it engulfed everyone present. Li Lan moved his finger, and a giant vine shot up from the ground, shielding the four who hadn't made a move. A few seconds later, the vine receded, and Shin was already back by Li Lan's side. Cui Mingho, however, was burned all over and lay on the ground in terror. How Ge, are you okay? How Ge, how Ge. Cui Mingho's lackeys rushed forward to help him up. One of the lackeys looked at Li Lan with a complicated expression and asked, why did you protect us just now? He knew that if it hadn't been for Li Lan, their fate would likely have been no different from Cui Mingho's on the ground. Li Lan didn't answer their question. Instead, he looked at Shin and said, not bad, but your control over your ability needs some work. It wouldn't be good if you hurt bystanders next time. I understand, young master, Shin nodded. Let's go. MHM. Shin pushed Li Lan toward the dormitory. Cui Mingho and his group watched them leave without saying a word. How Ge, are we still going to try and take the competition spot from them? Take my ass. Any more taking and I'll be dead. Cui Mingho slowly stood up and shouted loudly in the direction Li Lan had left, you guys are strong, I'm convinced. I, Cui Mingho, guarantee here and now that from this day forward, no upperclassman will come to bother you. Let's go. Cui Mingho said to his lackeys. Yes. Only after they left did the students who had been hiding in their dorm rooms to watch the fight dare to come out. I always knew Shin was strong, but I never expected him to be this strong. Cui Mingho is ranked in the top 5 among the upperclassmen, right? And he was taken out by Shin in one move. If Shin is already this powerful, then Li Lan must be even stronger, right? I'm not so sure about that. Not necessarily my ass. Li Lan is only stronger than Shin, not weaker. I often see Li Lan instructing Shin in the wasteland behind the school. How can a master be weaker than his disciple? Those who say Shin is stronger than Li Lan must be from the middle grades. Li Lan already had the strength of a tier caster half a year ago. Now, I'm afraid he's long since become a divine powerhouse. Doesn't that make him stronger than the teachers? The teachers are nothing. Lazy young master, my god. The selection tournament was to be held in 10 days. Participants needed to arrive a day in advance, and the officials would arrange for a special car to take them to the provincial capital. So for the next 9 days, they had free time. To help them relax, the school specially turned these 9 days into a holiday, telling them to loosen up and not be under too much mental pressure. Half a year ago, to live more comfortably in Shangnan City, Li Lan bought an apartment in the city center to stay in during holidays. His lightning element also awakened around that time. Shin pushed Li Lan through the residential complex where the apartment was located. Li Lan asked, your holy blood is fine, right? It's fine. With the potion the young master gave me for suppression, it hasn't acted up at all in the past 6 months. Half a year ago, Shin had also signed an indenture contract with Li Lan, agreeing to work for him for free for 30 years after graduation to repay the cost of the potion. Li Lan had originally wanted to refuse, but under Shin's firm insistence, he eventually agreed.
As the door opened, a girl in a pink dress with twin ponytails leaped out in front of them. She had large, bright eyes and skin as smooth as fine jade, without a single visible pore. She had a cigarette-shaped lollipop dangling from her mouth. "Li Nini, why are you here again?" Li Lan looked at her with a headache from his wheelchair. "You think I want to be here? In this tiny, shabby place of yours?" Li Nini, with the lollipop in her mouth, looked Li Lan up and down and said disdainfully, "Grandpa told me to come. He said to see if you were participating in the selection tournament for the National Martial Arts Competition." She continued, "Brother, why are you still so lazy? You're even too lazy to walk." She was Li Lan's cousin, the daughter of Li Lan's father's younger brother. "None of your business," Li Lan said with equal disdain. "If you don't want to be here, you can actually stay somewhere else." "Brother, I'm already here. Are you really going to kick me out?" Li Nini bit her lollipop, pouting and acting cute. It had to be said, when she wasn't talking, she was quite cute, like the girl next door. But the moment she opened her mouth, the entire image was ruined. Of course, that was just in Li Lan's eyes. To everyone else, Li Nini had always been a cute girl. "Go or don't go, what does it have to do with me? Move it, pretty girl. Shin, let's go in." Back in his room, Li Lan flopped onto the bed and went straight to sleep. Li Nini looked at Shin and said, "Brother Xin, aren't you going to do something about my brother being so lazy?" "You know the young master," Shin said with a smile. "He's always been like this. But this is too lazy." "I've never seen anyone this lazy in my entire life," Li Nini exclaimed. She leaped up and sat right on Li Lan's lower back. "Li Nini, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Li Lan yelped in pain and cursed. "Brother, I'm sorry, please don't be mad at me, okay?" Li Nini buried her head in Li Lan's back, nuzzling him, and instantly switched to a coquettish tone. Li Lan snorted coldly, his anger mostly gone, and pushed her away. "Get lost, go play somewhere else, little kid. I'm going to sleep." As dusk fell, Li Lan got out of bed to relieve himself. He glanced around the room. That girl Li Nini was nowhere to be seen. Shin was in his own room, cultivating his ability. Coming back from the bathroom, he saw a book on the living room table. Did Li Nini bring homework? Doesn't she never study? Li Lan remembered that Li Nini had hated studying since she was a child and loved to fight. She was even suspended for a semester in her first year of middle school for fighting. Yet, she had a particular fondness for pink clothes, proving the saying, "The pinker the outfit, the harder the punch." He moved closer and saw that it wasn't homework at all, but a notebook filled with notes on fighting. It detailed all sorts of techniques, dirty tricks, and underhanded moves that Li Nini had discovered while fighting. Li Lan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Flipping to the cover of the notebook, he saw several large characters written on it, "Master Li Nini's Combat Notes." Just then, the system's voice sounded. Detected 137 errors in the unknown martial art that the host is currently viewing. The system has automatically corrected them. So many errors? Li Lan was taken aback. In that case, I'll help him fix it. Li Lan picked up a pen, but instead of correcting Li Nini's notebook directly, he took out a new one and wrote everything in it. Half an hour later, Li Lan rubbed his eyes. Finally done. Time to go back to sleep. A few hours later, Li Nini returned from outside and saw that her notebook had been touched. She flew into a rage. Damn it! Who dared to go through my things? She puffed up her cheeks in anger, ran to the desk, and picked up her notebook. Only after confirming that nothing had been done to her divine technique did she relax. Ha! What's this? Li Nini picked up the notebook next to hers and flipped through a few pages. Suddenly, she had a great epiphany and was utterly astonished. It was as if she were possessed. So it can be done like this. It can be done this way here? Amazing! How did I not think of this method back then? Incredible! Holy crap, awesome! A few hours later, she put down the notebook and suddenly remembered. Who wrote this?
She carefully examined the handwriting in the notebook and discovered it came from her lazy cousin. This is impossible. How could my cousin, such a lazy person, be a martial arts master? Could it be that all his previous laziness was just an act? That he's actually more diligent than anyone else in secret? It must be, it must be. Otherwise, Grandpa wouldn't have sent me to see if he's participating in the qualifiers for the National Martial Arts Tournament. Even Grandpa acknowledges my cousin's strength? Oh, cousin, you've really hidden it deep. No, my cousin is so amazing, I can't let someone else snatch him up. My cousin can only be mine. Li Nini declared, clenching her fists. Arriving at Li Lan's room, she kicked the door. Unfortunately, the door didn't open, but a hole was kicked into it. Li Lan didn't wake up, so Li Nini kept kicking. As she kicked, she yelled, "Cousin, stop sleeping. Cousin. Cousin, I want you to be my master. Get up. Cousin, do you hear me?" Shin, who had rushed over at the sound, was stunned by the scene. He had long heard that Li Nini of the Li clan was a violent maniac, even rumored to have kicked down an iron gate. Now, seeing this, it seemed her reputation was well deserved. "Brother Shin, you're just in time. Do you have a key? Help me open the door." "Well, there's a doorknob right there. You can just turn it," Shin said, pointing to the doorknob on the door. Li Nini turned the doorknob. With a click, the door opened. She blushed deeply and said, "I'm so sorry, I was too excited. I forgot there was a doorknob. I'll pay for the door." In her embarrassment, she twisted the doorknob right off. "No need. Your cousin has plenty of money." It seemed the other rumor was also true. Besides being a violent maniac, Li Nini's head was filled with nothing but muscle. "Good, because I didn't want to pay anyway," Li Nini said with a sweet smile as she walked into Li Lan's room. For a moment, Shin had the illusion that Li Nini wasn't a violent maniac at all, just a sweet little sister who happened to be a bit strong. "I must be crazy to think that," Shin thought as he returned to his room to continue cultivating. Li Lan, who was sleeping, suddenly felt a pain in his stomach, as if something was sitting on him. His nose also felt like it was being stepped on. He opened his eyes to see a pair of feet in white stockings, as small and delicate as jade. Chapter 13, Pink Witch, heading to the provincial capital, Li Clan's eldest brother. "Li Nini, are you insane?" Li Lan shouted. "Get your stinky feet away from me." Li Nini chuckled, "Brother, you're so heartless. So many people wish to see my feet but never get the chance." She caressed her own foot. It was incredibly smooth, like the finest white jade. Li Lan couldn't be bothered with her and directly flipped her off the bed onto the floor. He went back to his deep sleep. Li Nini climbed up from the floor resentfully and said, "Brother, you're truly heartless. Did you write that notebook on my desk?" Li Lan let out a soft Li Nini giggled, "Brother, you're really hiding your talents. All these years, I honestly thought you were a good-for-nothing." Li Lan ignored her. Li Nini continued, "Brother, take me as your disciple. I'll definitely carry forward your fighting techniques. When the time comes, I'll open a martial arts school, command tens of thousands of disciples, and go kick down the gates of the other races." As she spoke, her eyes lit up. Listening to her chatter incessantly in his ear, Li Lan felt his head buzzing. He somewhat regretted writing those things down. "Brother, are you listening?" "Yes." "So what do you think of my plan?" "Not great. If you go challenge the other races, those barbarians from the savage spirit race could turn you into meat paste with a single kick." Surrounding the Human Federation, there were a total of 2 races, the Wind Shadow race and the Savage Spirit race. The Wind Shadow race was peaceful and did not contend with the world. Since their habitat merged with Blue Star, they had remained quietly within their own territory. They only had contact with the outside world for trade. But the Savage Spirit race was different. They were inherently cruel and possessed immense strength. In the 3,000 years since the spiritual energy revival, they had constantly coveted human territory, leading to no fewer than 10,000 wars, large and small, between them and the Human Federation. But even so, the humans still had a considerable amount of land annexed by them, forcibly incorporated into their territory. And the people on that land, without exception, all ended up as their food. If you won't take me, you won't take me. Why curse me? Li Nini said, puffing her cheeks out angrily. Brother! Come out with me for a bit. I want to buy something, but I've spent all my money. I'm not going. Brother, please, let's go. I'm not going. Are you really not going? Really not going? Li Nini suddenly grinned. If you're really not going, then let's play a little game. Li Lan had a bad feeling and quickly sat up in bed. I'll go, but you have to push me. No problem at all, Li Nini said with a smile. As soon as they got out of the elevator, Li Lan instinctively closed his eyes. Sure enough, the next second, he experienced what it felt like to fly. Li Nini was pushing him, sprinting wildly down the road. Off we go, time to go shopping. Charge, charge, charge. Pretty girl, charge. What would normally be a half-hour walk was forcefully completed by her in just 5 minutes. Li Nini pushed Li Lan into a high-end doll shop. The shop assistant's face immediately lit up with a smile upon seeing Li Nini. Li Nini picked out a pink dinosaur doll. After scanning the item's barcode, the shop assistant looked enthusiastically at Li Lan and said, "Hello sir, your total comes to 140,032 yuan. I'll round it down for you, so that's an even 140,000 yuan. Li Lan, who was just taking his bank card out of his pocket, froze and said, "Why is it so much?" Although he was rich, he wasn't a sucker. A doll selling for 140,000? Wasn't this a blatant rip-off? The shop assistant paused and asked, "Didn't this young lady tell you?" "Tell me what?" "She came into the store today and broke one of our top-grade mahogany cabinets, 3 mirrors, and a limited edition ceramic doll. We can provide invoices and receipts for all of these items." After speaking, the shop assistant pointed to an empty space nearby, which was apparently the scene of the accident. So it was premeditated all along. No wonder she'd spent all her money. Li Lan sighed and could only swipe his card to pay. The same routine repeated a few more times. By the time Li Lan was being pushed home, he calculated that he had spent nearly 800,000 yuan today. Li Nini, with a lollipop in her mouth and humming a little tune, skipped all the way home with a pile of things on her back. It wasn't hard to see that she was genuinely happy. Never mind. She's leaving in a few days anyway. I'll just put up with it a little longer. Just then, Li Lan suddenly noticed someone was following him from behind. There were about 3 of them, all ability users, probably around the mid-tier level. Their gazes weren't on Li Lan, but on Li Nini behind him, their expressions wicked. Li Lan's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed there was some truth to the old ancestor saying, "The martial artist breaks the law with force." Since he wasn't afraid of them, Li Lan didn't stop them right away. Instead, he wanted to see when they would reveal themselves. As they passed a rather dark alley, they finally couldn't resist stepping out. "Hello there, little sister." Li Nini frowned at them and said, "What do you want?" "What else could we want? We just want to play a game with you, of course." "Play a game? Really?" Li Nini said with an innocent look. "Can my big brother join in?" The man in the lead glanced at Li Lan beside her and chuckled, "Sure, he can, but your brother probably can't play with us. After all, this game can't have disabled people." A lackey behind him looked at Li Lan lewdly and said, "Brother Zhuang, I don't think it's a problem for him to join. Look how fair and delicate his skin is." Li Lan's expression stiffened. Li Nini quickly pushed him away, saying innocently, "It's such a shame he can't play with us. Let me push my brother out of the way then. Wait for me." Okay. The men laughed happily. Li Lan was pushed out of the alley by Li Nini, and then she skipped back in by herself. Li Lan wasn't very worried about her. He knew that even if all those men combined their strength, they would be no match for Li Nini alone. After all, Li Nini was a late-tier strength-type ability awakener.
Plus, having trained in the Li clan since she was young, even some tier casters might not be able to handle her. I hope no one gets killed, or it'll be troublesome again. Li Lan sat quietly in his wheelchair, waiting for her to return. As he expected, the next second, painful screams echoed one after another from the alley, along with Li Nini's innocent laughter. "Miss, spare me. No, not my family jewels. Ah, it hurts so much. Run. This woman is a devil. Run. Don't run. Let's play together. Didn't you say you wanted to play a game with me? Brothers who lie aren't good brothers." A few minutes later, Li Nini dragged 3 naked men out of the alley, all tied up. Their lower bodies were a bloody mess. Their faces were bruised and swollen, and their bodies were covered in red, blue, and purple bruises. "What else are you planning to do?" "Of course, I'm going to keep playing games with them." Li Nini revealed her small canine teeth and said, "Brother, don't worry, I'll be back soon." Li Lan watched as Li Nini dragged the 3 men up a traffic light pole, then pushed them off the top, with one end of the rope tied to the pole. The 3 men swung back and forth in mid-air, attracting the attention of countless people. Li Nini happily returned to Li Lan's side and said, "Brother, let's go." "So ruthless." Li Lan nodded. The screams of the 3 men echoed from behind them. Countless people scrambled to gather below them. Some were discussing, but most were taking out their phones to take pictures for their social media or short videos. After returning home, Li Lan could finally sleep peacefully. The fire spirit has started cultivating diligently again. Fire spirit energy plus 30. The wood element is drowsy but has started cultivating anyway. Wood element energy plus 10. The thunder element is full of energy and cultivates with great spirit. Thunder element energy plus 25. Shin was still cultivating. As for Li Nini, she started practicing her fighting skills the moment she got home. Fortunately, the house Li Lan bought was large enough, otherwise, it really couldn't withstand her antics. 8 days later, there were only 2 days left before the selection tournament began. Early in the morning, Li Lan received a notice from the school, asking them to come to the campus. They said there was something to discuss with them. When they arrived at the school, the principal had them fill out a few forms, which were likely liability waivers and some other related documents. He also explained the specific details of the competition. Like a normal competition, the selection tournament would adopt a one-on-one format. The use of auxiliary items such as weapons and potions was not allowed during the matches. The winner would advance to the next round. If a contestant lost in the final few rounds, they could participate in a revival match to get back into the tournament. That's about it. Is there anything else that needs clarification? Principal Du said seriously. The 4 of them shook their heads, their expressions showing they understood. In that case, I won't say any more. You can stay at the school tonight, or you can go home. Tomorrow at noon, someone will come to the school specifically to pick you up and take you to the provincial capital. Of course, you can also go on your own, but you must inform the school beforehand to avoid causing any worry. Okay, the 3 of them said in unison. The 4 of them looked at Li Lan. As expected, he had fallen asleep again. Just as the 4 of them left the principal's office, a familiar person appeared before them. It was Cui Mingho. Shin frowned slightly. Cui Mingho quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here this time because the principal asked me to be your guide for this competition." Guide? Shin was a bit puzzled, not understanding why a competition would need a guide. Huang Xiaotian chuckled. In order to participate in the selection tournament, Cui Mingho studied every popular contestant in the entire province. I didn't expect that in the end, the principal wouldn't let him compete and chose you guys instead. He was so angry at the time he almost jumped from the 4th floor. No wonder he was so angry back then. Shin nodded. You and your big mouth, Huang Xiaotian. Cui Mingho glared at Huang Xiaotian, then looked at the group and said, "The principal has already told you everything you need to know. He asked me to be your guide mainly to explain the contestants of this competition to you. Then I'll start with the most popular ones.
There are a total of 5 top contenders in this competition.
They are Thunder Beast Duan Zidao, Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi, Young Master Ai Jinming, Narcissus Su Wanyue, and Shadow Blade Wu Liuqi.
The first 4 are all from the provincial capital. The last one, Wu Liuqi, is from the neighboring Yang City, next to Shangnan City.
And the year before last, he was taken in as a personal disciple by Elder Guiyu of the Tang sect.
His ability is Dark Element plus Night Vision, and his strength is likely already Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod.
The number of divine abilities he has mastered is unknown.
Thunder Beast is the direct heir of the Duan family, a lightning attribute family in the provincial capital.
It was already noon by the time Li Lan got home. He had planned to have a nice, long sleep until the competition began. But as soon as he got home, he received a call from his eldest brother.
"Hey, big bro, aren't you at the military district? How do you have time to call me?"
A deep, magnetic voice came from the other end.
"I just suddenly felt like calling you. Is that a problem? Of course, you can fight me whenever you want."
Li Lan deliberately let out a loud yawn, indicating he was ready for bed.
But his older brother seemed to intentionally ignore it, saying, "You should still be in Shangnan, right?" "Yeah.
I hear you've changed a lot recently.
Even grandfather is praising you."
"I'm in the provincial capital of Jiangnan right now, and I'm heading to the border to join the war the day after tomorrow.
Come over now so we can meet up. It'll be a good chance for me to see your strength for myself." Chapter 14, Young Lord Xingyang, the competition is about to begin, pre-match farce, strange man in a suit.
After hanging up on his brother, Li Lan immediately called for his private jet to fly to the provincial capital. It landed slowly on the helipad of the 5-star hotel where his brother was staying. Xin pushed Li Lan off the plane.
A hotel attendant approached to welcome them with the utmost respect. "Hello, esteemed guests. May I ask if you have a reservation?" "We don't have a reservation."
"My young master is here to see someone," Xin replied. Li Lan had fallen asleep during the long flight.
"May I ask who your young master is looking for?"
"I can check if there's a note for you," the attendant said with a smile, not at all like the cliché characters in bad TV dramas who would mock you if you weren't a paying customer.
"Li Qingyang. That gentleman is in the presidential suite."
"This way, please, sir."
Hearing the name, the attendant's demeanor became one of profound respect, and he quickly led the way. The attendant brought the two to a magnificent, golden door and knocked gently. "Mr. Li, your guests have arrived." Come in."
A magnetic and powerful voice came from inside. Although it was spoken softly, both of them heard it with perfect clarity. The attendant carefully pushed the large doors open, allowing Xin to wheel Li Lan inside. What greeted them was a spacious reception room filled with all sorts of expensive and famous paintings. A young man was sitting at a table in the reception room, engrossed in a copy of The Art of War. He had red hair tied back in a short ponytail, a well-proportioned figure, and a muscular build that radiated masculine beauty. The lines of his waist were smooth, his abdominal muscles as if carved, possessing an almost irresistible allure to women. He sat there quietly like an emperor surveying his domain, exuding a magnificent aura. He was Li Qingyang, the eldest young master of the Li clan. 7 years ago, in a war against the savage spirit tribe, he risked his life to slay 3 of their transcendent great transcendent demigod beings, saving hundreds of thousands of people and making a name for himself in that single battle. As the eldest son of the Flame Emperor, he was also respectfully addressed as the Young Emperor. "Eldest young master," Xin said excitedly, as if seeing his idol. Li Qingyang nodded, his brow furrowing slightly as he looked at Li Lan in the wheelchair. "Still so lazy. Should I wake the young master up?" "No need, let him sleep," Li Qingyang said. "Sit down and tell me what you two have been up to for the past 6 months." When Li Lan woke up, he heard his older brother chatting with Xin. He's usually very lazy, but then he cultivates secretly by himself.
"Why does he do that?" "I don't know either." "Li Lan. What do you mean, secretly training by himself? He hadn't trained at all, okay? It was the abilities that were cultivating themselves." "Li Lan, you're awake?" Come, let's have a few rounds.
Li Qingyang put down his book and looked at Li Lan. Li Lan nodded, rubbing his sleepy eyes. The two arrived at a spacious training room. In the era of spiritual energy revival, a training room was standard for a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel. Wait a moment, I'll suppress my power. Just attack me with all your strength. Okay. Flames ignited on Li Lan's fists as he used his newly acquired fighting techniques to attack his older brother. But as if he knew the trajectory of his attack, Li Qingyang took a light step to the side and dodged it. Too slow. Li Lan, speed is paramount in battle. Li Qingyang was like a stern elder, or an invincible general, earnestly teaching his junior or subordinate. Got it, big brother? Li Lan shouted. This time, he didn't opt for close-quarters combat. Instead, he gathered a fierce fire in his fist and threw a punch from a distance. The flames erupted, forming a ferocious, giant tiger that pounced forward. Not bad, some improvement. But it's still not enough. Li Qingyang leaped up from where he stood, dodging the fierce tiger's attack, and said, "A soldier must be adaptable and use strategy to achieve victory. Can't you just speak normally?" Li Lan's mind raced, trying to figure out the meaning of those words. Suddenly, he noticed several bags of lime piled in a corner of the training room. I've got it. He quickly threw another punch to block his brother's line of sight. Then, he ran to the bags of lime as fast as he could. Remembering his brother's position, he grabbed a bag of lime, tossed it into the air, and punched it, causing it to explode. Lime dust filled the air, instantly blinding them both. Li Lan's eyes burned with a sharp pain, but he couldn't be bothered with that right now. He quickly ran to the spot he had just memorized, ignited his fist, and threw a punch. In an instant, all the limestone dust in the training room vanished. Li Qingyang caught Li Lan's fist with his right hand and said with satisfaction, "It seems you've indeed improved a lot during this time. However, your combat skills are too unrefined and still need practice." As expected of Big Brother, he even knew this. He had learned his combat skills from Li Mimi's notes, but the techniques recorded there were too few, so he hadn't learned much at all. Therefore, in his older brother's eyes, these combat skills were naturally unrefined. "I understand, Big Brother. All right, it's getting late. I just received a message, it's time to go." Li Qingyang looked at Li Lan and said, "Li Lan, I'll be waiting for you on the battlefield." Li Lan nodded, "Big Brother, be safe." After Li Qingyang left, Li Lan collapsed onto the sofa in exhaustion. So tired. If only he could lie here forever. He closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Shin woke him up and fed him. He rested for the entire next day. On the third day, the two of them received a call from the principal. He said they had arrived and told them to go to the provincial stadium for the competition. When the two arrived at the stadium, it was already packed with a sea of people. Most of them were spectators, however. "Li Lan, Shin, over here." The two heard someone calling them and looked over to see Cui Mingho waving at them. Shin pushed Li Lan over. Cui Mingho handed a name list to each of them and said, "Shin, your opponent is Duyu from the Mingda Ability Elite class. Li Lan, your opponent is a bit tricky. It's Fan Long from Class 1 of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, a strength-type ability user. Not long ago, with the strength of a tier caster, he defeated a transcendent." Shin took the list, glanced at the already asleep Li Lan, and took Li Lan's list as well. "After all I've said, you've actually fallen asleep." Cui Mingho's mouth twitched. Just then, amidst the sea of people, a pair of eyes suddenly landed on Li Lan. "Ajuan, what's wrong?" asked the person next to the owner of that gaze. The man called Ajuan looked at Li Lan with a venomous expression and said, "Brother, a few days ago, it was that person's sister who beat me up." "You mean, you want me to get revenge for you?" the young man asked with a frown. He was one of the contestants in this competition, named Chu Wu. "That's right. Brother, I just glanced at his sister on the street, and she beat me up, calling me a disgusting, overconfident guy. After beating me, she stripped me naked and hung me from a traffic light," Xu Zhuang said indignantly. "But the competition is about to start. The disciplinary committee will have an issue with private brawls.
What's there to be afraid of? They aren't contestants.
I came to the provincial capital with you today and kept an eye out for contestants from our Shangnan city. I guarantee neither of them are on the list.
They must just be here to watch.
All right then, Shu Wu said helplessly. He looked at another person beside him. Huang Lian, go help my brother take care of this.
Be quick, we'll enter the arena together later.
You got it, Brother Chu, Huang Lian nodded.
Let's go, little Zhuang.
Okay, Brother Huang.
You have to beat the damn cripple up good later. I was so pissed off a few days ago. I've never been so humiliated in my entire life.
As Shin was pushing Li Lan along the road, they were suddenly blocked.
Buddy, got a light?
Huang Lian asked, holding a few Rongwang cigarette and sizing them up.
This guy's up to no good. Shin said in a low voice, sorry, we don't smoke. No light.
He was about to leave when Huang Lian grabbed the wheelchair with one hand.
You don't have a light, but the one in the wheelchair must, right? Let go. Shin's voice deepened. I'll say it again, get your hoof off. What did you say?
I said get your hoof off.
Shin repeated. You dare curse at me? See if I don't beat you to death. Huang Lian threw a punch at Shin.
In an instant, flames erupted from Shin's body, forming a vortex that swept Huang Lian into it. A few seconds later, Huang Lian sat on the ground, his face filled with terror.
You. What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing?
At that moment, security personnel rushed over from the surrounding area, shouting, private fights are forbidden in the competition venue, don't you know that?
Hello, sir.
They started it.
The people around can testify, Shin said. The surrounding people nodded one after another. Someone even enthusiastically gave a brief account of what had just happened. The staff member checked everyone's identification, then looked at Huang Lian sitting on the ground and said angrily, well, attacking a contestant, no less. Come with us.
Shin looked over at Li Lan, who had woken up at some point.
Young master, let's go. Li Lan replied.
Looking at the bruised and swollen Xu Zhuang beside them, he said softly, a person's value lies in self-awareness.
Young master, you know him? No.
Shin pushed Li Lan's wheelchair, strolling through the sea of people.
Young master.
Xu Zhuang stood frozen in disbelief, breaking out in a cold sweat.
What kind of status does he have?
A contestant, and such a strong one at that, actually called him young master.
Could it be that I've provoked some major figure?
He now wished he could slap himself a couple of times. Immediately after, a large hand slapped him squarely across the face.
Who dares to hit me?
Xu Zhuang looked over angrily, only to find it was his older brother.
You brat, didn't you say he wasn't a contestant? I didn't know. You, get your ass home right now.
You good for nothing who only causes trouble.
Xu Wu roared.
Xu Zhuang fled in disarray. Just then, a young man in a white suit approached Xu Wu's side and asked, what's wrong?
A smile instantly appeared on Xu Wu's face. Master, what brings you here? My little brother was causing trouble just now. I came to teach him a lesson.
The man in the white suit said, the competition is about to start. I saw you weren't there, so I came to check on you. Then let's go over now, Xu Wu said, his face full of admiration. His master had risen like a meteor half a year ago. In just 6 months, he had gone from a tier caster to a transcendent. To him, this man was practically a god. If his master hadn't told him to keep a low profile, he would have been broadcasting his master's deeds to the world by now. The man in the white suit grunted, looking with surprise at Li Lan's departing figure.
Master, what's wrong? The man in the suit didn't answer him.
Instead, he watched Li Lan, a strange, wicked smile appearing on his face.
Li Lan, interesting.
Chapter 15, the competition begins, the White Reaper, and Shin in peril. The stadium was packed to the brim, with spectators filling the outer stands. Seated in the inner ring were the competitors for this tournament, along with their team leaders, who were either teachers, parents, or other chaperones. In the center of the stadium, 10 enormous rings were set up, each surrounded by staff maintaining order. Massive lights illuminated each ring. Reporters from major media outlets and various online influencers all had their eyes fixed on the favorites to win the championship the five geniuses Cui Mingho had mentioned earlier.
Everyone, look! That's the young master of the Duan family from the provincial capital, the Thunder Beast, Duan Zetao. To reach the transcendent realm at only 23, his future is boundless, a reporter exclaimed, pointing his camera towards Jiangnan No. 1 High School's section. All eyes turned to see a cold and arrogant young man sitting quietly, holding a cup of steaming coffee. Wow, he's so handsome. Young Master Duan, I love you. Young Master Duan, marry me. A chorus of squeals from countless fangirls in the outer stands followed, with a fair number of fanboys mixed in. They stared at Duan Zetao with feverish eyes, looking as if they wanted to strip him bare and devour him. But Duan Zetao only gave them a faint glance before looking away. He's so full of himself. I'm so jealous. Huang Xiaotian watched Duan Zetao on the Jiangnan No. 1 High School's field with envy, his eyes practically falling out of his head. Cui Mingho patted him on the shoulder and consoled him, "Don't worry, you'll never be able to compare to him." He was part of Shangnan No. 1 High School's entourage and was also qualified to enter the inner field. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Huang Xiaotian shot him a glare. Zhang Yuanqi and Principal Du simply smiled and said nothing. Xin was massaging Li Lan's shoulders. Li Lan, as usual, was fast asleep. Later, as figures like the poison wolf Wu Tianxi, the eye prince Xin Ming, Narcissus Su Wanyue, and the shadow blade Wu Liuqi appeared one by one, the atmosphere of the entire event was pushed to a new climax. However, compared to the others, Wu Liuqi didn't seem to attract much attention. This was because he was dressed all in black, completely covered up, and even wore a black mask, so no one could see what he looked like. Aside from the Thunder Beast Duan Zetao, the most popular was Narcissus Su Wanyue. With her beautiful face, she had captured countless male fans. In the area for Wangcheng No. 1 High School, Chu Wu looked at these people with disdain, a bunch of trash. They have no idea of Master's true strength, otherwise, they would all be captivated by you, Master. Not captivated, more like shocked, the man in the white suit sitting next to him said with a sigh. Master is right, Chu Wu quickly replied. Behind them, the principal of Wangcheng No. 1 High School frowned slightly and said, Fang Heng, if possible, I hope you will take the championship in this competition. You could afford to be low-key in the past, but now is not the time for that. The man in the white suit nodded and smiled, yes, Mr. Principal. Among the media and internet celebrities, many also gave Li Lan a close-up because of his handsome face. But when they saw Li Lan sitting in a wheelchair, they all sighed, assuming he was just part of the school's entourage. The competition began. Because all of Shangnan High School's matches were taking place in ring number 3 right in front of them, they only focused on that ring. The first match in ring number 3 was between Jiangnan No. 1 High School's Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi and a student from Mingda Ability Elite Class. Mingda Ability Elite Class, it seems my opponent is from this class too. Is their school very strong? Xin asked, looking at Cui Mingho. To be precise, only that one class is strong. Cui Mingho thought for a moment and said, the Mingda Ability Elite Class has the most participants, second only to Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Speaking of which, that poison wolf Wu Tianxi used to be a student in their class before he was poached by Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Xin nodded. Feeling the temperature inside was a bit high, he specifically found a fan and began fanning Li Lan. Huang Xiaotian looked at him helplessly and said, Xin, you've practically become Li Lan's mother. On the competition stage of ring number 3. A certain student from Mingda Ability Elite Class looked at the poison wolf, Wu Tianxi, a mocking smile on his face. Senior, long time no see. Cut the crap and let's fight. A green glow emanated from Wu Tianxi's eyes as his teeth began to lengthen, growing into fangs. Even his fingernails started to grow, forming a pair of sharp, green claws. Cui Mingho whispered, this Wu Tianxi is a rare possessor of both the poison element and wolf-type beastification ability.
I heard that once he reaches the transcendent great transcendent demigod realm, he can transform directly into a poison wolf. Frost began to form under the student's feet, and the cold air in his hand condensed into an ice sword. Wielding the ice sword, he strode forward and thrust it at Wu Tianxi. The two became entangled for several rounds until the passerby was finally kicked out of the ring by Wu Tianxi. The moment he landed, he spat out black, foul blood and passed out on the ground. Wu Tianxi is the winner, the referee announced loudly. The staff around the ring turned pale and shouted, "Get a doctor, quick! Someone's been poisoned here." Wu Tianxi, you heartless bastard, the people from the Mingda ability class cursed. This Wu Tianxi is really ruthless, Huang Xiaotian marveled. To think he'd be so vicious even to his own former classmate. Cui Mingho whispered again, "That's nothing. I know something even more explosive." "What is it?" "Spit it out," said Huang Xiaotian. Cui Mingho lowered his voice. "I heard that when Wu Tianxi was a child, his father was an alcoholic who subjected him to domestic violence. Later, when he awakened his ability, the first thing he did was kill his father." Hiss. Huang Xiaotian and Zhang Yuanqi both gasped in shock. Cui Mingho wanted to continue. It wasn't until Wu Tianxi looked their way that he fearfully shut his mouth. Time slowly passed. Zhang Yuanqi and Huang Xiaotian went up one after another. The opponents they faced weren't very strong, and they luckily won their matches. The next match is Xin from Shangnan No. 1 High versus Duyu from the Mingda Ability Elite class. Xin put down his fan. Li Lan woke up, knew Xin was guaranteed to win, and went back to sleep. Sure enough, after Xin got on stage, he defeated his opponent in a single move, drawing the gazes of many. One move, impressive. I didn't expect Shangnan No. 1 High to have such a genius. But he's still a bit weak compared to those top-tier geniuses. After a few more matches, it was finally Li Lan's turn. The next match, Li Lan from Shangnan No. 1 High versus Fan Long from Jiangnan No. 1 High. "Young master, your match is starting," Xin said, nudging Li Lan. But Li Lan merely twitched an eyelid. A faint snore could be heard. Principal Du nearly tipped his wheelchair over. Next match, Li Lan from Shangnan No. 1 High School versus Fan Long from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. The referee's voice rang out again. Helpless, Xin had no choice but to push Li Lan's wheelchair onto the stage. Seeing this, countless people's eyes widened. Holy crap, what kind of move is this? This Li Lan is disabled? How dare Shangnan No. 1 High School send a disabled person to compete? I'm so jealous of Fan Long, he just got a free win. The referee looked at the roster in his hand, puzzled. It showed that Li Lan was a healthy person, and his physical attributes were all excellent. Xin whispered to the referee, "Referee, my young master is just like this. Please announce the start of the match. This is ridiculous." The referee's mustache bristled with anger, but the rules didn't forbid competing in a wheelchair. He could only announce, "Identity confirmed as Li Lan. Let the match begin." Fan Long let out a sinister cackle and said, "In that case, I'll gladly take this victory." The next second, a burst of flame erupted from under his feet, and with a bang, he was outside the ring. Fan Long sat up from the ground, stunned. Not only was he stunned, but the audience in the stadium, including the referee, was also stunned. Oh my god, what happened? I don't know, how did Fan Long suddenly fly out of the ring? It looked like there was an explosion under his feet just now. At that moment, an old voice came from the direction of the main platform. Ring number 3, Li Lan wins. Hearing this voice, the referee quickly came to his senses and also declared Li Lan the winner. Instantly, an uproar swept through the crowd. What on earth just happened? So fast, I didn't even see when Li Lan made a move. Me neither. Looks like a dark horse has appeared. Young master, you really are. Xin, who hadn't even made it back to the inner area, had no choice but to turn around again and reluctantly take Li Lan back. Fan Long slowly got up from the ground, but his legs suddenly gave way. A sharp pain shot through him, and he fell right back down. Is this from the explosion just now? He suddenly understood, looking with fear in the direction Li Lan had left, breaking out in a cold sweat. In the end, it was with the help of a teacher from Jiangnan No. 1 High School that he finally managed to return to his class's rest area. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School touched Fan Long's leg, a look of shock appearing on his face.
"What's wrong, principal?" someone asked. "A comminuted fracture." "What? Just who in the world is this Li Lan?"
"I hope he's an interesting opponent," Lei Shou muttered to himself while drinking coffee.
The judge's platform.
One judge looked blankly at a white-haired judge beside him and asked, "Elder Tian, why did you just?" The old man said calmly, "He is from the Li clan."
If I'm not mistaken, the move he just used should be the Li clan's inherited fire-type divine ability, Pyroblast. The Li clan.
The judge's eyes widened as they said, "The Flame Emperor's Li clan?" The old man smiled and nodded.
Then, Elder Tian, do you think he has a good chance of winning the championship? Let's wait and see. Those prestigious families could feed a pig and force it into becoming a great transcendent demigod.
A single match victory proves nothing.
The White Death. That man in the white suit is just too handsome. Another dark horse. The White Death. The White Death. So terrifying.
This year's martial arts tournament is full of surprises. A few hours later, a sudden uproar erupted from the direction of ring number 7. It turned out that a student from Wangcheng No. 1 High School named Fang Hong had defeated Jin Ming, young Master Eye, one of the 5 great geniuses, in a single move.
On ring number 7.
Young Master Eye, Jin Ming, looked at the man in the white suit with apprehension and said, "Fang Hong, you are very strong."
Fang Hong smiled faintly. "You are very weak."
Jin Ming was taken aback, then snorted coldly and left the ring. After lunch, the competition continued. The match on ring number 3 in this round was Shin versus the Poison Wolf, Wu Tianxi. Because both were geniuses, they attracted the attention of countless people. Looking at Shin, Fang Hong, in the area for Wangcheng No. 1 High School, revealed a mysterious smile. Watching the two walk onto the ring, the referee announced loudly, "The match officially begins."
But in the next second, for reasons unknown,
Shin suddenly fell to the ground and began to convulse. His skin gradually turned red, and his eyes became bloodshot. Wu Tianxi revealed a sinister smile, his claws beginning to grow as he slowly approached Shin. At this moment, Li Lan, who had been fast asleep, suddenly woke with a start.
Chapter 16, Fire God's Annihilation, Someone with a Black Coffin in the Arena? What's wrong with Shin? Why did he suddenly collapse? Look at Wu Tianxi, what is he trying to do? Oh no, he's planning a sneak attack. Shin's in danger.
Wu Tianxi, that despicable and shameless villain, taking advantage of someone's vulnerability. Countless people watched the fallen Shin with nervousness, and many were filled with righteous indignation. Of course, among them were quite a few who spoke up for Wu Tianxi.
Poison Wolf, go! Kick him right off the ring. This is a competition, a battle.
The enemy won't go easy on you just because you have a physical problem. Tianxi, teach this kid a lesson, just destroy him. Principal Du stood up and shouted, "Referee, our contestant Shin is having a medical issue. I suggest we terminate this match." The referee looked at Shin on the ground, troubled. Once a match has begun, it cannot be stopped.
Damn it!
Principal Du said angrily. Shin convulsed on the ground, feeling the holy blood within him pound violently as if drawn by something. Wu Tianxi had already closed in, looking down coldly at Shin on the ground, his voice seemingly devoid of any emotion.
"I'll be taking this victory." Just as he was about to make his move,
below the ring, Li Lan lightly tapped the armrest of his wheelchair.
With a bang from beneath his feet, a massive burst of flame instantly exploded, generating a tremendous heat wave.
Using this heat wave, Li Lan leaped up, soaring into the air. Under the gaze of 10,000 people, he landed steadily on ring 3, where the match was ongoing.
Who's that? It's Li Lan, that crippled genius from before. He can walk, he's not a cripple. Mid-stage transcendent. He's a tier 4 transcendent. Heavens, he's only 16 or 17, right? A 16 or 17-year-old transcendent, I can't even imagine it. What does he think he's doing, jumping onto the ring at a time like this? Does he want to stop the match? He's insane, that's against the rules. Does he want to be disqualified? Judges on the grandstand, did you see that? Li Lan is openly violating the competition rules. I suggest you disqualify him.
In the outer spectator stands, the audience erupted in discussion, gasping in shock one after another.
Some also loudly reported Li Lan to the judges, wanting him to be disqualified.
He had previously defeated the genius from Jiangnan First High in a single move, causing Jiangnan First High to lose face completely. So now, many people from Jiangnan First High were just waiting for him to break a rule. Although they were shocked by Li Lan's power now, it didn't stop them from condemning him.
What do you think you're doing?
Wu Tianxi's claws were only a few centimeters from Shin's neck, but he froze upon seeing Li Lan's sudden appearance.
He is not yours to touch. Just you? Wu Tianxi said disdainfully. Don't you forget, I'm also a transcendent great transcendent demigod.
Then you can try, Li Lan said indifferently. His fists made a sizzling sound, then burst into blazing flames.
He violently swung a punch toward Wu Tianxi's chest.
Wu Tianxi hastily tried to defend himself, but he couldn't block Li Lan's fist at all. Li Lan broke through his defense and slammed his fist fiercely into his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood that splattered on Li Lan's face, and his entire body was sent flying backward. With a loud bang, he crashed into the judges' table, smashing the wooden desk in two. But Li Lan stood on the stage like a lofty god of fire, the bangs on his forehead fluttering.
Countless people's faces changed dramatically. Two thoughts simultaneously arose in everyone's minds.
One was, he's so strong, he's so handsome. The other was, he violated the competition rules and even broke the judges' table.
He's in danger.
Is this guy a lunatic? The Thunder Beast looked at Li Lan in astonishment.
I couldn't even see the trajectory of his punches just now.
Young Master Yan's face was filled with shock. This man, he's so strong.
Narcissus Su Wanyue stared blankly. To get a clearer view, Shadow Side 7 took off his mask.
The man in the white suit was stunned, saying in disbelief, it's only been half a year.
How could he have gotten this strong?
The principal of Jiangnan First High School stood up abruptly, looked at the judges' panel, and said loudly,
Esteemed judges, Li Lan's actions are likely against the rules of the competition, are they not?
For openly disrupting the competition, I recommend disqualifying him. A judge who favored Jiangnan First High School paused for a moment, then stood up and said, I also recommend disqualifying Li Lan.
I agree, another judge stood up. The atmosphere instantly grew tense.
There were a total of 6 judges on the presidium. If 3 of them agreed to disqualify Li Lan, he would be completely out of this martial arts tournament.
Elder Tian sighed and said slowly, I feel this matter requires further deliberation.
The other 3 judges, pressured by the power of Li Lan's family, were momentarily unsure of what to say.
The principal of Jiangnan First High School looked towards one of the 3 judges on the panel.
That judge noticed the principal's gaze, hesitated for a moment, and was about to speak. But just then, a red-haired man in golden armor, riding a fire dragon, descended from the sky. A wave of scorching heat washed over them, striking fear into their hearts.
Transcendent great transcendent demigod. These 4 words appeared in everyone's minds simultaneously.
Sir, who are you? Even though you are a transcendent great transcendent demigod, are you not aware that we are in the middle of a competition? A judge from the panel asked forcefully. Although he was only a transcendent great transcendent demigod, he had official backing and wasn't afraid of trouble. However, from the expression on his face, it was clear he lacked some confidence. The principal of Jiangnan First High School looked at him, feeling he looked somewhat familiar. The remaining 5 or 6 judges on the commentary panel also looked at him. The old master froze for a moment, then quickly understood. Looking at Li Lan, he knew it was impossible for them to disqualify him from the competition. The countless spectators present also looked at him, their faces filled with a mixture of confusion and admiration.
Hello everyone, I am an ally of justice, a guardian of peace, the gold saint, Li Qin.
The fire dragon beneath Li Qin's feet vanished, and he slowly descended, saying, I'm here to watch my younger brother's match.
Gold Saint Li Qin? A member of the Li clan.
The expressions of the 5 judges on the commentary panel shifted slightly, and they hurriedly sat down.
The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School said fawningly, "I wonder who your younger brother might be?" "That's him." Li Qin pointed to Li Lan on ring number 3. The entire arena instantly erupted in an uproar. Li Qin, the flame emperor of the Li clan, a great transcendent demigod. My god, Li Lan is actually a member of the Li clan. A dignified member of the Li clan, why would he attend that kind of school? It's too strange. This great transcendent demigod, Li Qin, seems to be a young master of the Li clan's direct line, right?
If so, that means Li Lan is also a young master of the Li clan's direct line. With that connection, Li Lan could have directly enrolled in the Azure Dragon Academy.
The real show is starting. It'll be interesting if Li Lan's qualification is still revoked. Revoke his qualification? What does that mean? Li Qin asked in confusion.
The expression of the Jiangnan No. 1 High School principal stiffened. He looked toward the judges panel and said, "Distinguished judges, I withdraw my previous suggestion." After speaking, he hastily left the competition venue. The principals of many other schools, enjoying the spectacle, kept their eyes fixed on his back until he had completely departed. The referee on ring number 3 didn't know what to say. After a long moment, he announced with high emotional intelligence, "Shin has fainted in the arena and automatically forfeits. Wu Tianxi is the victor of this match." Everyone's gaze collectively turned to the already unconscious Wu Tianxi on the judges' panel. The judges quickly had him carried away. Li Lan carried Shin to the rest area and placed him in his own wheelchair. He checked his pulse and, only after confirming he was alright, did he finally feel somewhat relieved. "Li Lan, is Shin okay?" Although shocked by Li Lan's identity, Huang Xiaotian and the others still looked over with concern. Li Lan shook his head and said, "He should be fine." At this moment, Li Qin had arrived by Li Lan's side. Principal Du and the others hurriedly greeted him. Li Qin nodded and looked at Li Lan. "Li Lan, breaking the rules isn't what an ally of justice does." "I don't want to be an ally of justice either," Li Lan said expressionlessly. He wasn't surprised that his third brother had suddenly appeared. After all, his 3 brothers had been in Jiangnan province for the past few months. "Do you know what happened to Shin?" Li Lan shook his head, looking worriedly at Shin in the wheelchair. "The guy was fine just a moment ago. How could he have suddenly fainted?" Li Qin sat down beside Li Lan and said slowly, "If someone in the arena possesses holy blood of very high purity, and the holy blood has completely fused with him, then he is fully capable of influencing others who also have holy blood in their bodies. Moreover, the lower the purity and the lower the degree of fusion of the holy blood, the more easily one is affected by the owner of the high purity holy blood. And this influence is not passive, but active." Li Lan looked at his third brother in surprise and said, "You knew all along? Do I not know your little schemes? Rushing to leave the instance back then wasn't like you." "In that case, there's only one possibility, the problem lies with Shin." "Then, third brother, do you have a way to help Shin?" "No." "Alright then." Li Lan lay down on the chair and began to sleep. "Aren't you even going to bother asking me more?" Li Qin said. "Didn't you say you didn't have a way?" "It's not that there's absolutely no way." He looked at Li Lan, and only after confirming that Li Lan wasn't sleeping but was looking at him did he continue. "There are 3 methods in total. The first is to deal with the holy blood in his body, a complete cure." Li Lan shot him a look. That was as good as saying nothing. If there were a way to cure it, the holy blood inside Shin wouldn't still be there now. Li Qin, not the least bit embarrassed, continued, "The second method is to kill the holy blood wielder here in the stadium." Li Lan sat up and looked at her third brother, asking, "Third brother, do you know who from the Black Coffin is in the stadium?" Li Qin shook his head. "I don't." "Then what was the point of saying that?" Li Lan lay back down and went back to sleep. "I haven't mentioned the third method yet, what's your hurry?" Li Qin looked up at the canopy overhead and said, "The third method is to take Shin and leave this place."
With enough distance, he won't be affected by the holy blood wielder.
After he finished speaking, Li Lan didn't respond. A few minutes later, he glanced over at Li Lan.
He discovered that Li Lan had already left at some point.
Shin, who had been in his wheelchair, had also vanished, chair and all.
Where are they? Li Qin looked at Principal Du.
Principal Du pointed toward the stadium exit and said, "They both left together just now."
Damn that little brat.
The competition was still ongoing.
Meanwhile, in a certain corner, Fan Hong, the man in the white suit, was on the phone.
Yes, that's right.
I understand.
Rest assured, my lord. As long as you take care of him, I guarantee I'll take first place in this competition.
Chapter 17, The Poison Demon Dugu Tianqing, Visitors from Azure Dragon Academy, Are You Really Human?
After Li Lan's departure, the popular contenders to win the competition changed from the previous 5 young masters to Fang Hong, Li Lan, Duan Zitao, Wu Liuqi, and Su Wanyue. 2 of the 5 original popular contenders were immediately dropped.
Everyone thought the lineup had stabilized. But that evening, Poison Wolf's master suddenly appeared.
That's right, Poison Wolf had always had a mysterious master, but no one knew who it was. Only today did he finally reveal his true identity. He was none other than the infamous master of poisons, the poison devil Dugu Tianqing. He rose to fame during his transcendent great transcendent demigod period by killing a non-human transcendent great transcendent demigod with a single vial of poison. Later, after becoming a transcendent great transcendent demigod himself, he was respectfully addressed as the poison devil.
However, this man was neither purely righteous nor purely evil.
While a great number of non-humans had died at his hands, the number of human experts who had also perished by his hand was not insignificant. The moment he arrived, he healed Wu Tianxi's injuries. Furthermore, using some unknown method, he even raised Wu Tianxi's ability level to the mid-stage of Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod. This enabled Wu Tianxi to defeat Su Wanyue of the Narcissus family, re-establishing him as one of the 5 popular contenders in this competition. After winning the match, he even made a harsh declaration, vowing to slam Li Lan to the ground and beat him mercilessly. Besides Wu Tianxi, it's worth mentioning that later, the master of Dark Sword Wu Liuqi also arrived. Including Li Lan's third brother, Li Qin, 3 transcendent great transcendent demigods suddenly appeared outside the competition arena.
Outside the competition arena, Dugu Tianqing looked at Li Qin with a teasing expression and said, "Gold Saint, long time no see."
"Old poison, I have no desire to see you," Li Qin said coldly.
"Of course you don't want to see me.
You stole so many herbs from my garden 3 years ago, and you still haven't returned them."
"What do you mean, stole? You lent them to me." "Then just say it, do you plan on returning them?" Li Qin said with righteous indignation, "I borrowed them with my own ability, why should I return them?" As if he had expected this, Dugu Tianqing said with an indifferent expression, "In that case, don't blame my disciple for crippling your brother tomorrow. It's not yet certain who will cripple whom." "Fine, then I'll wait and see," Dugu Tianxia said, looking at Wu Tianxi beside him. "Little poison, let's go." On the way, Wu Tianxi looked at Dugu Tianqing and said, "Master, you know Li Lan's brother?" Dugu Tianqing nodded and said, "Half the credit for that kid's advancement to Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod belongs to me. Even that suit of golden armor he's wearing was snatched from my hands." Watching his master ramble on with a proud look on his face, Wu Tianxi's forehead was covered in dark lines. "Your disciple is about to be beaten to death by his younger brother, and you're still proud? What the hell is there to be proud of?" Li Lan returned to the 5-star hotel where his eldest brother had been staying. His eldest brother had booked the presidential suite at that hotel for a month, so before leaving, he gave the key to Li Lan and told him to stay there. With a free place to stay, Li Lan naturally wouldn't refuse. Seeing you've had a long day, the fire spirit diligently begins to cultivate. Fire spirit energy plus 52. Seeing you've had a long day, the wood element diligently begins to cultivate. Wood element energy plus 25. Seeing you've had a long day, the lightning element diligently begins to cultivate. Lightning element energy plus 44. Seeing you've had a long day,
the body tempering art diligently begins to cultivate. Your physique +8. After getting Shin settled, Lilan also went to sleep. At night, Lilan heard a knock on the door. He originally thought it was his third brother. But when he opened the door, a scruffy old man walked in. "And you are?" The scruffy old man introduced himself, "Student Lilan, hello. My name is Mu K, and I'm from the Azure Dragon Academy." "The Azure Dragon Academy, one of the 5 great academies? What's he doing here looking for me?" Lilan made a gesture of invitation. "Teacher Mu, please come in." The two sat down at the table in the living room. Just as Lilan was about to ask him what he was here for, he saw Mu K take a stack of documents from the briefcase he was carrying and place them on the table. He stood up, looked at Lilan, and said, "Student Lilan, I am now formally inviting you to join our Azure Dragon Academy." Not interested, Lilan refused decisively. Joining an academy meant attending classes every day and participating in all sorts of trials. It was exhausting, and he couldn't be bothered. He could cultivate just by sleeping. Isn't staying at home every day perfectly fine? Why would he need to go to school? Mu K was stunned. He had considered that Lilan might refuse, but he never expected the rejection to be so blunt. Could it be that he wants to join another academy? Mu K quickly said, "Student Lilan, although you can enter any of the 5 great academies as long as you place in the top 5 of this selection tournament, I can assure you that no other academy will offer terms as generous as ours. As long as you choose to join our Azure Dragon Academy, you will immediately be promoted to a high-level student, receive 1 top-tier exotic treasure, 3 high-tier exotic treasures, and a one-time opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star instance." He didn't offer any scholarships as part of the deal. He had already investigated before coming. Lilan was from the Li clan and didn't lack money at all. Such good terms? Lilan couldn't help but ask, "Why choose me?" The only talent he had revealed was a mid-tier transcendent great transcendent demigod fire spirit. Although a 17-year-old transcendent great transcendent demigod was rare, he didn't think it was worth such a high price from the Azure Dragon Academy. After all, a top-tier exotic treasure was worth a lot of money. The armor his third brother wore was a top-tier exotic treasure. And the instance core he had devoured before was probably equivalent to a top-tier exotic treasure as well. The military should have thoroughly investigated the disappearance of the instance core. But because of the Black Coffin's invasion, the military hadn't focused its attention on him. Mu K said, "Student Lilan, besides being a fire spirit transcendent great transcendent demigod, you are also a lightning element transcendent great transcendent demigod, aren't you?" "How did you know?" Lilan was a little surprised. The only ability he had ever revealed was the fire spirit. The other 2 remained hidden, mainly to avoid trouble, like his father treating him as the Li clan's rising star and forcibly dragging him back for training. "Lilan, let me show you something." Mu K placed his phone in front of Lilan and played a video. The video's content was what had happened today. It was the moment when Shin fainted, and Lilan sent Wu Tianxi flying with a single punch. Now Lilan finally understood how he had been found. Judging by the video's angle, it was filmed from the judges' seats. It seemed there was someone from Azure Dragon Academy among the judges. They had shown the competition video to this Mu K, who, upon recognizing his lightning element talent, had immediately come to recruit him. "Lilan, when you threw that punch today, besides using your fire attribute divine ability, you also used a lightning attribute divine ability, didn't you?" Mu K said. "Although you hit it well, you can't fool my eyes." Mu K spoke with pride. "If you had met any other admissions officer, they might have missed a promising talent like you. But you met me. My eyes are a measuring stick, and I absolutely won't let you join any other academy. After all, a dual attribute transcendent great transcendent demigod and a single attribute transcendent great transcendent demigod were entirely different in significance. This wasn't a simple case of 1 + 1. On the battlefield, an ability user with 2 divine abilities, as long as they mastered the proper use of their abilities, could easily solo kill 2 single divine ability users. "Teacher Chi, may I ask what that top-tier exotic treasure is?" "My surname is Mu." Mu K smiled.
Of course, you can. It's a psionic-type treasure, a psionic amber. Wearing it can temporarily grant you the psionic ability of a great transcendent demigod. Psionic amber. Doesn't that mean if I get it, I can awaken a psionic ability?
Li Lan was tempted, but he still hesitated.
Teacher Chi, if I join Azure Dragon Academy, can I skip classes? Mu Ke frowned slightly. How could that be? As a student, you must attend classes. Unless you become a teacher. Also, my surname is Mu. Alright, Teacher Chi, how can one become a teacher at Azure Dragon Academy? I told you, my surname is Mu. Become a teacher at the academy? This kid's imagination was running a bit too wild. Mu Ke couldn't help but laugh. But he still spoke. The minimum standard to become a teacher is to reach the great transcendent demigod realm. I advise you to give up on that idea. Attending classes properly is better than anything. Great transcendent demigod.
Li Lan thought for a moment and said, in that case, Teacher Chi, I won't be a student.
I choose to be a teacher at Azure Dragon Academy. Alright then, from today on, you will be my.
Mu Ke froze, feeling that something was off.
He asked loudly, what did you say? Are you sure you didn't misspeak? Li Lan nodded and said, didn't you say yourself that anyone who was a great transcendent, or demigod can be a teacher at the academy?
Li Lan raised his hand, and with a thought, countless vines grew from it. The vines grew larger and larger, and in a short while, they filled the entire living room.
Mu Ke gasped, looking at Li Lan in disbelief. Are you really human? He asked. Can I be a teacher now?
Mu Ke took a breath and said, I need to ask the Academy's opinion on this matter.
I'll go make a call.
Then, Teacher Mu, I'll be waiting for your good news.
I already told you, my surname is Chino. Wait, my surname is Mu.
A few minutes later, Mu Ke returned and said, the Academy has agreed, but on the condition that you pass a test.
What kind of test?
As you know, a teacher's duty is to educate and nurture.
Just being powerful isn't enough. You also need to be able to find mistakes. Mu Ke placed his phone in front of Li Lan. There were a few images on it.
It looked like a cultivation technique manual, though its purpose was unclear. This is a visualization technique used to enhance the efficiency of elemental absorption. However, there are a total of 17 errors in this technique.
As long as you can find 10 of them, you will pass the test. Of course, Li Lan said.
He took the phone and carefully examined the images. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Detected 24 errors in the advanced earth element visualization technique that the host is currently viewing.
The system has automatically corrected them. Error 1. Error 2. Error 3.
He carefully examined the errors in the images. Mu Ke chuckled, Student Li Lan, being a teacher is quite difficult.
If you really can't find them all, just forget it.
After a few years in the Advanced Academy, you could try being a teaching assistant.
You might even be able to bypass the test and become a teacher then. As it happens, I'm currently in need of a teaching assistant. I wonder if you might be interested. A few minutes later. Teacher Chi, I finished looking, Li Lan said, handing the phone back.
But there are more than 17 mistakes in these pictures.
I counted a total of 24. How is that possible?
Mu Ke said, his face full of disbelief.
You can't just make things up if you can't find them. If you don't believe me, I can point them out to you. Come on, then.
Unconvinced, Mu Ke challenged, if there really are 24, from this day forward, I'll truly be Teacher Chi. The vice dean had given him this picture. When he had looked at it earlier, he had only found 16 mistakes.
24 places? How is that possible? Does he think my eyes are some pirated rulers? Chapter 18, Becoming a Teacher, The Bizarre High Priest, Assassin 7, Battle of the Stars. Just then, Mu Ke's phone rang. He glanced at it. It was the vice dean.
Mu Ke put the call on speaker and answered, Hello, Vice Dean.
Is there something you need? The vice dean said, "My apologies, I sent the wrong diagram just now. I sent the one with 24 errors. Please take note." The line went dead. Mukei's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. He looked at Lilan and said, "Student Lilan, you. Please call me Teacher Li," Lilan said with a smile. "Teacher Ruler, I look forward to working with you." Mukei's face flushed red, too embarrassed to know what to say. "The arcane treasure I promised you, along with the teacher's token, will be given to you by a designated person once you arrive at Azure Dragon Academy. I'll see you tomorrow." Mukei fled in disarray. Watching his departing figure, Lilan shouted, "Teacher Ruler, remember to give me a laid-back teaching position. Otherwise, I can't be bothered to teach students." "I know, why are you so demanding?" Mukei's voice drifted back. "I told you, you have to call me Teacher Li. Get lost." Lilan closed the door with satisfaction and went back to his deep sleep. Seeing how lazy you are, the fire spirit begins to cultivate diligently. Fire spirit energy plus 45. Seeing how lazy you are, the wood element begins to cultivate diligently. Wood element energy plus 41. Seeing how lazy you are, the lightning element decides to be lazy with you. Lightning element energy plus 0. The body tempering art cultivation is complete. Congratulations on its successful mastery. It will no longer increase your physique. A few hours later, another knock came from the door. "Who is it? Elder Qi is here again?" Lilan, wrapped in his blanket, irritably climbed out of bed. He opened the door and saw a little boy, about 7 or 8 years old. The boy wore a skull pendant around his neck, which was rather strange. What were his parents thinking, letting a child wear something like that? Lilan asked, "Little buddy, who are you looking for?" "I'm here for you, big brother," the little boy said. "For me?" Lilan was taken aback. He then saw countless streams of black energy seeping out of the little boy's nose, eyes, mouth, and ears. Transcendent, great transcendent demigod. Li Lan's heart pounded. He kicked the boy, sending him flying and smashing him hard into the wall, embedding him within it. The wall shattered, but the little boy was completely unharmed. He jumped down from the wall, looked at Li Lan, and smiled. "Li Lan, we meet again." The familiar tone, the familiar way of speaking, Li Lan immediately remembered who he was. "You're the high priest of the Black Coffin. How touching. I can't believe you still remember me," the little boy said. "I never expected you to grow so quickly. I was planning to invite you to join us, but now, it seems there's no need for that." With a wave of his small hand, the surrounding black energy rapidly condensed, forming a massive black mist serpent with red eyes. The serpent hissed and lunged ferociously at Li Lan. Li Lan quickly slammed the door shut and leaped aside, dodging the serpent's attack. Lightning and fire erupted from his fist as he punched the serpent hard, causing it to explode. But it immediately reformed. "You're a lightning element ability user too," the high priest said in surprise. He burst out laughing. "This is getting more and more interesting. A genius like you is much more satisfying to kill. After I kill you, you will become my new body." His clothes bulged, and a huge tentacle burst out from his navel, whipping fiercely towards Li Lan. A physical type ability, tentacles. At the same time, the serpent charged at Li Lan again. What a bizarre and terrifying ability. Li Lan marveled inwardly. Realizing that fighting in such a confined space was disadvantageous, he quickly ran towards the rooftop. "You can't escape," the high priest declared. The tentacles suddenly began to swell and lengthen. He flung them forcefully in Li Lan's direction. Li Lan quickly rolled away, barely dodging the attack. The tentacles slammed against the wall, and the entire wall was smashed down by the impact. The floor's alarm began to blare. The high priest paid no mind as several more tentacles emerged from his navel, replacing his feet and carrying him in a mad chase after Li Lan. The pursuit continued all the way to the rooftop. The facilities in the hallway were crushed to pieces by him. Just as he passed through the rooftop door, Li Lan leaped down from above the doorway.
Scorching fire and lightning erupted from his body as he swung a fist down at the high priest.
"Ridiculous," said the high priest.
Just as he was about to attack with his tentacles, he discovered that, at some unknown point, his tentacles had been tightly bound by countless dense vines.
A wood element transcendent? Great transcendent? Demigod?
A look of astonishment flashed across the high priest's youthful face.
Just figuring that out now?
Too late. Li Lan had already descended upon him. Just as his fist was about to smash into the high priest's head, a tentacle suddenly broke free from the vine's grasp, blocking the way in front of the high priest.
Li Lan's fist landed on the tentacle. With a bang, the tentacle instantly exploded.
Dark red flesh and blood flew everywhere, splattering across the area. The high priest's face turned pale, and he began to howl loudly. The scattered bits of dark red flesh and blood started to gather again, forming a giant ball of meat that rolled towards Li Lan.
Verdant wood heaven's seal. With a thought from Li Lan, countless vines began to grow wildly, tightly ensnaring the ball of flesh. Pyroblast. The next second, all the vines exploded in unison.
A heat wave rolled across the rooftop, and flames shot out in every direction.
Countless eyes turned toward the hotel's rooftop. Trying to draw attention and get help, are we? The tentacles shielded the high priest as the fleshy sphere was blasted to bits. The high priest glanced at the pieces of flesh scattered on the ground, and they automatically returned to his navel. % immediately after, the tentacles also retracted. % what is he trying to do?
Li Lan frowned slightly. % taking advantage of the opening in his defense, he quickly activated his lightning-based divine ability. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a child's arm, roared down from the sky.
% thunderfall.
% but the high priest opened his mouth, revealing a bloody maw over a meter wide and a meter long, and directly devoured the lightning bolt.
% body ability, giant maw. % this ability is too bizarre. Li Lan couldn't help but exclaim. % don't you find it disgusting? % disgusting? % what's so disgusting about it? % Li Lan thought about the chunks of flesh from before.
It was a little, but more than that, it was just bizarre. % the high priest glanced at the sea of people below, smiled, and then leaped into the darkness, disappearing into the night.
% Li Lan, I'll be back for you. % I really don't want to see you again.
Seeing that he had truly left, Li Lan breathed a sigh of relief. % this high priest was simply too terrifying, with an endless stream of strange and unpredictable techniques. % Li Lan returned to his room, only to find that while the door was still there, the wall was gone. % after confirming that Shin was alright, he went back into the room and slept soundly.
% before long, the hotel staff found him. Li Lan initially thought they wanted him to pay for the damages.
% but the hotel explained that all the surveillance cameras in the hallway had been destroyed. They were only looking for him to go to the Public Security Bureau for a simple investigation.
% Li Lan just said a few words casually and managed to bluff his way through it. % the next day, Shin woke up.
% after telling him to find another hotel, Li Lan went to the sports stadium by himself. % perhaps because it was the day of the finals, the stadium was even more crowded than the day before.
Immediately after, those tentacles also retracted. What does he want to do?
Li Lan frowned slightly. Taking advantage of the fact that he had no defense left, Li Lan quickly activated his lightning attribute divine ability. A bolt of lightning as thick as a child's arm came rolling down from the sky.
Thunderfall.
But then, the high priest opened his mouth, revealing a bloody maw over a meter wide and long, and swallowed the lightning directly.
Physical ability, giant maw. This ability is too bizarre. Li Lan couldn't help but exclaim. Don't you find it disgusting? Disgusting?
What's there to be disgusted by? Li Lan thought of those pieces of minced meat from before it was a bit, but it was more bizarre than anything else.
The high priest glanced at the sea of people downstairs, smiled, and leaped into the night, disappearing into the darkness. Li Lan, I'll come looking for you again in the future. I don't want to see you again.
Seeing that he had truly left, Li Lan breathed a sigh of relief.
This high priest is truly terrifying, with an endless stream of bizarre methods. Li Lan returned to the room and found that the door was still there, but the wall was gone. After confirming that Shin was fine, he returned to the room and slept soundly. Not long after, the hotel staff found him. Li Lan originally thought he would have to pay for the damage. But the hotel said all the surveillance in the hallway had been destroyed. They only came to him to ask him to go to the security bureau for a simple investigation. Li Lan just said a few casual words and brushed them off. The next day, Shin woke up. Li Lan briefed him and told him to find another hotel. Then he went to the sports field alone. Perhaps because of the finals, today's sports field was even more crowded than yesterday. Not only were there more people, but Li Lan even spotted 5 new judges next to the judging panel at JJ.br. From the surrounding discussions, he learned that the 5 judges were from the 5 major academies of the Dragon Kingdom: Azure Dragon Academy, Vermilion Bird Academy, White Tiger Academy, Black Tortoise Academy, and Chilan Academy. Among the 5, Li Lan saw a familiar figure. It was Teacher Chi from yesterday. Li Lan sat down in the area designated for Shangnan No. 1 High School, and people around him greeted him one after another. He hadn't met most of them, so he could only nod in acknowledgement. Li Lan, is Shin awake? Huang Xiaotian asked, sitting beside Li Lan. He's awake. Don't worry, he can run, jump, and eat a ton. He's perfectly fine, Li Lan said, stretching before settling in for a nap. Hearing that Shin was okay, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Principal Du said, Li Lan, you're the only one left from our school. After you left yesterday, the others were all defeated. Li Lan nodded with his eyes closed and said, Don't worry, Principal. I'll do my best to win the championship. That's what I was waiting to hear. The principal smiled and looked over at Cui Mingho. Cui Mingho quickly ran over and briefly explained what had happened yesterday. It was all rather mundane, with the only surprising thing being that Wu Tianxi had somehow survived. Li Lan, you have to be careful. That Wu Tianxi said he was going to pin you down and beat you up. Li Lan wasn't too concerned and just gave a simple nod. In the first half of the competition, because Li Lan had stolen the show yesterday, all the contestants who were matched against him forfeited. Just like that, Li Lan lay on his chair all the way until the second half. The fire spirit is auto-cultivating. Fire spirit energy plus 10. The wood element is auto-cultivating. Wood element energy plus 12. The thunder element is auto-cultivating. Thunder element energy plus 13. In the second half, the competition entered a white-hot stage. Only 20 contestants remained on the field. With a wave from the judging panel, all 10 fighting rings were removed. A huge circle was drawn in the sports field, and the subsequent matches would take place within it. Numerous obstacles were also placed inside the circle, such as rockeries, a giant swimming pool, dark tunnels, and so on. The entire arena instantly erupted in gasps of astonishment. Because the competition venue had been expanded more than tenfold and obstacles had been added, it meant the matches would have much more variety and entertainment value. It especially enhanced the advantages of assassin-type ability users, like Killer 7 of the Shadow Blade. The next match, Wu Liuqi from Yiyang High School vs Duan Tianyu from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. The match officially begins. As the two contestants took the stage, the audience broke into discussion. It's Duan Tianyu, Duan Zitao's younger brother. Looks like Duan Tianyu is in danger. Duan Tianyu's skill is good enough to make it into the top 10, but it's a pity he ran into Killer 7 of the Shadow Blade. What's the rush? There's still the revival round. How many moves do you guys think Duan Tianyu can last against Wu Liuqi? I'm guessing 10. Duan Tianyu is Duan Zitao's brother, after all, and has received the Duan family's true teachings. I'm guessing 20 moves. In the arena, Wu Liuqi wore a mask,
was dressed in black, and carried a blade. Duan Tianyu looked at him and said with a grave expression, "Wu Liuqi, I've wanted to fight you for a long time, but I never had the chance. Let me see today if you're qualified to challenge my big brother." Just as his words fell, his vision instantly went dark. Ability, Dark Veil. When his vision cleared again, Wu Liuqi's blade was already at his throat. "I've lost," Duan Tianyu said in disbelief, sitting on the ground. Wu Liuqi didn't say a single word throughout the entire exchange and left the arena. The entire crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Wu Liuqi wins. The second match, Wu Tianxi of Jiangnan No. 1 High vs Li Guang of Jiangnan No. 1 High. Wu Tianxi wins. The third match, Su Wanyue of Jiangnan No. 1 High vs Sima Kong of the Mingda Ability Elite Class. Su Wanyue wins. The fourth match, Fang Hong of Wangcheng No. 1 High vs Lu Xian of Chengnan No. 2 High. Fang Hong is victorious. The fifth match, Jiangnan No. 1 High's Thunder Beast Duan Zidao vs Shangnan No. 1 High's Lazy God of Fire Lilan. Let's give a warm welcome to these two-star contestants. The entire stadium rose to their feet in solemn respect. Every spectator's gaze turned towards the two of them. Lilan, who had been sleeping, slowly opened his eyes. Duan Zitao, who had been drinking coffee, slowly set his cup down. Chapter 19, Lilan lost? The finals begin. Xiangnan City outskirts, Luoyun Mountain. Inside a dim cave filled with dozens of coffins, a small child appeared. The moment he stepped into the mountain cave, the candles within ignited on their own, casting a faint glow. With a creak, the lid of a stone coffin slowly slid aside. A tall, beautiful woman in a teacher's uniform, adorned with snake tattoos and wearing bright red lipstick, climbed out. She was also wearing black silk stockings. The child rushed into her arms. The beautiful woman gently lifted him and found a place to sit. "How did it go? Is the matter settled?" The high priest caressed her smooth, black silk stockings and said, "No." The beautiful woman was somewhat surprised. "Does that Lilan have a powerful protector by his side?" "No, he himself is powerful. His true strength is that of an initial stage demigod with element ability user. A 17-year-old transcendent. Great transcendent. Demigod." The beautiful woman murmured in astonishment. Then she added, "But even if he's an initial stage demigod, isn't he still no match for you? Have you decided not to kill him?" The high priest smiled. "He's a good kid. A good kid." Hearing this, the beautiful woman was at a loss for words, then chuckled. The high priest said, "By the way, have you taken care of the things I asked you to do earlier?" The beautiful woman nodded and, carrying the high priest, walked into a dark inner chamber of the cave. The candles inside suddenly flared to life. Over a dozen teenagers, around 15 or 16 years old, were imprisoned here, both boys and girls. Their faces filled with terror upon seeing the beautiful woman. One of the slightly overweight boys stammered, "Please, let us go. I'll never bully anyone again." Me too," the other kids around him chimed in. The beautiful woman set the high priest down. The high priest asked softly, "Is it that you won't, or that you daren't?" We won't, they hurriedly replied. The beautiful woman asked, "What do you plan to do?" "The same as always, of course. Bad children must die." The smile vanished from the high priest's face, replaced by a sinister and eerie expression. At that moment, a scorpion the size of a child's palm crawled onto the beautiful woman's foot. She gently placed it in her palm, listened intently, then looked at the high priest and said, "The clown is here." As the voice fell, a person dressed in a circus clown costume, with clown makeup on their face and a big red nose, walked into the cave. He glanced around the cave's interior, a look of disgust on his face. "You're just like you always were, always liking to live in a garbage can." "What did you come to me for?" the high priest asked coldly. The clown chuckled, "Regarding the matter of the Hanjiang instance, I might need your help." "Scorpion, see our guest out." Jiangnan City, inside a certain villa. The third young master of the Li clan was watching anime. Evil Gugulu aliens, you wreak havoc on Blue Star, your crimes are unforgivable. Accept the judgment of justice. The images on the television flickered. Li Qin's face was flushed, and he was so excited he was flailing his arms and legs, even forgetting to drink the happy juice in his hand. Just then, a man covered in blood pushed open his door. Seeing him, Li Qin's expression changed drastically. He quickly paused the anime. Wang Kai, what happened to you? Young master, this is bad. Young master Li Lan might be in danger. Last night. Inside the sports arena. Li Lan and Duan Zitao walked onto the ring. Duan Zitao said with a solemn expression, Li Lan, I've actually wanted to fight you for a long time. Li Lan yawned, as if he hadn't heard him at all. Duan Zitao. This guy really knows how to tick me off. He's so lazy even when facing Thunder Beast Duan Zitao. This Li Lan really doesn't play by the book. Hasn't he always been this lazy? But this time he's facing Duan Zitao, once the top ace among the 5 most popular contestants to win the championship. I really want to see that lazy Li Lan lose for once. Me too. I want to see if he'll still be so lazy after entering the losers bracket. Meeting Duan Zitao, Li Lan is definitely going to lose this time. Seeing Li Lan's appearance, the spectators in the audience started to murmur. Many of them wanted to see him end up in the losers bracket. After this 20-person match, the contestants would be divided into a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. In the second half, the winner's bracket would continue to compete. The loser's bracket, on the other hand, would enter a revival match phase, where the strongest person would be chosen to compete again. In the commentary booth, Mu Kei patted Elder Tian on the shoulder and praised, "Well done." Elder Tian was flattered and said, "It's all part of my duty." The others looked on with blank expressions. Mu Kei returned to his seat. The instructor from White Tiger Academy next to him asked, "Old Mu, who do you think will win this match?" The instructor from Black Tortoise Academy said, "I think Duan Zitao has a better chance of winning. After all, lightning abilities are notoriously ferocious. Fire is still a bit lacking." The instructor from Vermilion Bird Academy coldly retorted, "What's wrong with fire? You're getting upset just because I spoke the truth." The instructor from Qilin Academy said, "I'm also betting on Duan Zitao. Qilin Academy is determined to have this Duan Zitao. It looks like the 5 great academies will be fighting over him later." Mu Kei shook his head, smiling without a word. The match officially begins. The referee waved the flag in his hand and exited the competition area. Duan Zitao took the initiative. With electricity crackling under his feet, he flashed to Li Lan's side with lightning speed and threw a punch toward his stomach. Not to be outdone, Li Lan directly caught his fist, creating a boom like an explosion. Pyroblast. A terrifying shockwave swept across the entire arena, blowing the hair of the spectators in the audience straight up. What terrifying physical strength! Duan Zitao exclaimed in surprise, not daring to be the least bit careless. He quickly pulled back to create distance. A crackling sound emanated from his body as lightning coiled around him, and he thrust out a palm. The lightning in his palm condensed into a massive electric serpent, which lunged rapidly toward Li Lan. A defensive shield formed from condensed flames appeared around Li Lan, and the lightning serpent crashed into the flames. The lightning and fire dissipated simultaneously. The two clashed fiercely for over a dozen rounds. In the end, within the sandy arena. While Li Lan was distracted, Duan Zitao teleported behind him in a flash. Thunder, seemingly capable of annihilating everything, erupted from both his hands as he slammed them toward Li Lan's back. "Looks like it's over." A smile appeared on the White Tiger Academy teacher's face. "As expected," he said, "even flames that can burn everything to ash must pale in comparison to swift and violent thunder." The Vermilion Bird Academy teacher snorted coldly, a bit disappointed, but had to admit it was true. Mu Kei continued to smile without a word. The next second. Just as Duan Zitao's thunderous palms were about to strike Li Lan suddenly dropped to the ground, slamming one hand on the sand. Instantly, countless grains of sand were blasted upward by the flames, filling the air in a swirling storm.
His vision was obscured. Duan Zitao froze, his heart sinking. Damn it, I can't see clearly. He did it on purpose. He was luring me in, step by step, from the very beginning. Including coming to this sandy arena. Including exposing his back to me. It was all intentional. He's using me to test his tactics. Duan Zitao felt his scalp tingle. The Li Lan who had been in front of him was already gone. Just as the sandstorm was about to dissipate, he felt himself hit by a wave of heat, and his entire body was sent flying. The sandstorm gradually cleared. And he had been knocked out of the arena. The entire audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. The judges' eyes widened, and they all sucked in a sharp breath. How terrifying! If he doesn't fall, he is destined to become the second Flame Emperor. Worthy of the Li clan, worthy of the Flame Emperor's grandson, and worthy of Li Qingyang's younger brother. I almost thought he had lost just now. The teachers from Vermilion Bird Academy were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. The younger teacher from White Tiger Academy was also dumbfounded. How is this possible? The teacher from Qilin Academy said, I never thought I'd misjudge someone so badly. This Li Lan, Qilin Academy will have him. When the match is over, none of you better fight me for him. In your dreams. Black Tortoise Academy claims this one. Mu Kei continued to smile without saying a word. I concede, Li Lan said, a rare utterance from him. Duan Zitao gave him a deep look and said, I concede. You're very strong. I admit defeat. Li Lan smiled and returned to the rest area. Duan Zitao entered the losers bracket, causing a wave of panic among the contestants there. Just then, Li Qin rushed in from outside the sports field, finally breathing a sigh of relief after confirming that Li Lan was truly unharmed. He asked, what happened at the hotel yesterday? How did Wang Kai get injured so badly? Wang Kai? The person who was protecting him? Li Lan had almost forgotten about him. Not wanting to worry his brother, he made something up. I don't know. I was just sleeping. Then it seems like it was an accident. The competition continued. Next, Li Lan fought several more matches, winning them all. The only other person with a perfect winning streak was the White Reaper Fang Heng. Relying on his dark-type ability, he practically swept the field. Even Wu Liuqi was defeated by him. In the end, Li Lan and Fang Heng entered the finals. The other rankings had already been decided. Third place, Thunder Beast Duan Zitao. Fourth place, Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi. Fifth place, Shadow Blade Wu Liuqi. I can't believe two dark horses emerged this year. Yeah, I've never even heard of these two before. I heard this Li Lan is from the Li clan. The Flame Emperor's Li clan? How is that possible? I've never even heard of Shangnan No. 1 High School. The Li clan wouldn't have fallen that low. This Li Lan is way too strong. I was stunned watching his fight against Thunder Beast. Fang Heng is the real deal. I can't even see his attacks clearly. Yeah, in his fight with Wu Liuqi, both were shrouded in black mist. I don't even know what happened, and then Wu Liuqi had lost. Who do you guys think will be the champion? Fang Heng, probably. His attacks are too bizarre. I'm guessing Fang Heng too. Even though Li Lan is handsome, I feel like Fang Heng is a bit stronger. I'm betting on Li Lan. The handsome young man is forever my god. Besides his dark-type ability, Fang Heng also has a late-tier physical blade ability. His body is practically harder than a real blade. Li Lan only has a fire-type ability. He might not be a match for Fang Heng. Li Lan was lying on a chair, fast asleep. Seeing how lazy you are, the wood element follows suit. Fire spirit energy plus 0.1. Seeing how lazy you are, the wood element follows suit. Wood element energy plus 0.1. Seeing how lazy you are, the thunder element starts training diligently. Thunder element energy plus 14. His brother was rambling on beside him. Li Lan, after we graduate, let's go be partners in justice together. By the way, that old geezer Mu K asked you to join the Azure Dragon Academy yesterday. Did you agree? Tell me the truth, do you have dual lightning and fire abilities? To think you'd even hide it from your own brother, that's just not right. But during your match just now, why didn't you use your lightning ability? Are you saving it to pull a fast one in the finals? Li Lan couldn't be bothered with him, covering his ears and going back to sleep. The reason he wasn't using his lightning attribute ability was simple, he purely wanted to hone his combat skills. After all, for a lazy person like him, opportunities to fight were few and far between. In his entire life, there were probably only two things he wouldn't be lazy about. One was saving people, and the other was when those around him were in danger. For example, the last time in the Emu instance, and the last time Shin was poisoned by the holy blood. Just then, a soldier in camouflage combat fatigues ran in hurriedly from outside the sports field. Li Qin knew the soldier was looking for him and stood up to face him. "What's wrong?" The camouflaged soldier said nervously, "Mr. Li Qin, it's bad. A large number of mutated beasts have appeared by Yunming Lake. It's highly likely a beast tide will break out. The general is asking you to go over immediately." "What?" Li Qin's expression changed slightly. After a few quick words with Li Lan, he and the soldier hurriedly left the sports field. After a few hours of rest, the final match began. Chapter 20, Winning the Championship. The academies fight over him. "Wait a moment." Mu K stood up and shouted. The entire venue instantly fell silent, and countless eyes turned to Mu K. "Old brother Mu, what are you planning to do?" a few teachers from other academies asked doubtfully. "Just a few words with the young man from the Li clan," Mu K said as he walked toward Li Lan. "You old rascal, if you dare to use the relationship between the Li clan and Azure Dragon Academy to recruit him ahead of time, don't blame me for getting rough," a teacher from Qilin Academy shouted. The other teachers looked on in agreement. "Relax, I guarantee I won't be fighting you for him today," Mu K said with a cheerful laugh. With his words, the teachers from the other academies breathed a sigh of relief. Without Azure Dragon Academy as a competitor, their chances of having Li Lan join their academies would increase significantly. Mu K approached Li Lan, who slowly opened his eyes. His eyes asked, "Teacher Mu, what is it?" Mu K leaned close to his ear and whispered, "If possible, try not to reveal your wood elements level." "Why?" "The foreign races have long coveted our human territory. If they found out a genius has emerged among us, what do you think they would do?" Seeing no one around, Mu K lowered his voice even further and said, "Besides, there are enemies within. If they knew of your existence, I'm afraid the tragedy that befell the Li clan 15 years ago would happen all over again." The tragedy of the Li clan 15 years ago. Li Lan knew a little about that, even though he was only 2 years old at the time. Back then, it seemed the Li clan had produced a peerless genius, born with the three elements of lightning, fire, and wind. At the young age of 16, he had already stepped into the grand supernatural realm. He later joined the Azure Dragon Academy and died under mysterious circumstances during an expedition with his mentors. At the time, the Flame Emperor was so enraged his eyes turned crimson. He directly killed everyone who had gone on that expedition, earning him the title of Flame Demon. To this day, very few people dare to mention that incident, and over time, it has become a taboo within the Li clan. Then before. Rest assured, I only told the Vice Dean about what happened yesterday. The Vice Dean and your grandfather are sworn brothers. As for me, you can be 100% at ease, Mu K said with a smile. Li Lan sighed. That wasn't what he was talking about. Besides them, there was actually one other person who knew he was a wood elemental transcendent great transcendent demigod. That person was the Black Coffin High Priest he had fought fiercely with on the rooftop yesterday. The Black Coffin was a branch of the Psionic Society. The Psionic Society, in turn, was a notorious evil cult that colluded with many non-human races. Of course, you can reveal it if you want. But you have to be confident you can survive the pursuit of a transcendent great transcendent demigod realm expert. Li Lan nodded and watched Mu K leave. The next match, the finals. Featuring Shangnan First High's newly risen star, the lazy god of fire Li Lan,
versus Wancheng First High's newly risen star, the White Reaper Fang Hung.
Contestants, please enter the arena. I now declare the match officially started. The Lazy God of Fire, what a terrible name.
Li Lan yawned, looking at Fang Hung before him with sleepy eyes. He was still in that same white suit as before, which looked a bit annoying. For some reason, Li Lan seemed to detect a hint of surprise in his eyes.
As if he was surprised to see him standing here? Was it his imagination?
Student Li Lan, let's begin, Fang Hung said with an elegant smile. His right hand began to twist, transforming into a sharp, meter-long blade of flesh. Immediately after, black mist began to pour from his body, obscuring Li Lan's vision. Li Lan only heard the sound of wind whistling by his ear and hastily dodged. Fang Hung swung the flesh blade, slashing at the spot where he had just been standing.
He then vanished into the black fog again. Li Lan frowned slightly and leaped to a high vantage point.
His eyes were fixed on the area below, searching for Fang Heng's movements.
Found him. Flames erupted from Li Lan's body, dispelling the surrounding black fog.
He leaped down, throwing a punch at Fang Heng's head.
But Fang Heng, as if he had eyes in his ears, raised his meat cleaver to block the attack.
Li Lan's fist slammed hard against the meat cleaver, letting out a muffled thud.
So hard!
Immediately after, Fang Heng's meat cleaver swung towards him. Li Lan leaped back again, creating distance.
It seems I can't deal with him without using my lightning attribute ability. He returned to the high ground, waiting for an opportunity to strike.
The black mist had a limited range, and Fang Heng dared not make a move above it. But just then, the area covered by the black mist suddenly began to rise.
Seeing this, the audience erupted in discussion, most of them frowning. They weren't very optimistic about Li Lan. Li Lan is in danger. Fang Heng is invincible in this black mist. I wonder what Li Lan will do next. Fang Heng relied on this move to advance to the finals with a perfect winning streak. I wonder if Li Lan will also be defeated by it. Li Lan, you can do it. Although I really want Li Lan to win, this is completely Fang Heng's home turf now. Li Lan is in real danger. Just as they thought Li Lan would continue to hide, Li Lan leaped into the air and jumped back into the black mist.
He leaned his back against a rockery, sensing the movements around him. The sound of wind whistled past his ear, and Li Lan dodged.
Fang Heng's flesh blade struck the rockery, carving a huge gash into the hard stone.
His blade having missed, Fang Heng once again faded into the darkness. What a troublesome guy.
Looks like I have to take the initiative. Boom!
The flames on Li Lan's body began to burn fiercely, making him look like a god of fire among men.
Even his pupils turned golden yellow.
He threw a punch, and a scorching aura suddenly exploded, kicking up surging, majestic waves of heat.
The black mist was dispelled, and Fang Heng's figure clearly appeared in Li Lan's vision.
This time, Fang Heng didn't retreat into the darkness again but charged directly at Li Lan.
Classmate Li Lan, you're quite short-tempered. A good chance.
Li Lan was overjoyed. With flames blazing around him, he engaged in a fierce battle with Fang Heng. After feigning a dozen rounds of combat, he deliberately showed weakness. Just as Fang Heng thought he was about to win and let his guard down, a fist wreathed in thunder and fire shot out, smashing into Fang Heng's stomach.
What? How is this possible? How do you have a lightning ability too? Fang Heng's expression was filled with terror as he instinctively swung his flesh blade to block.
But this was exactly what Li Lan wanted. Li Lan increased the infusion of lightning.
Pyroblast.
The immense, scorching heat, mixed with ferocious lightning, instantly paralyzed Fang Heng.
Thunderstrike.
At the same time, a massive dark cloud rapidly condensed in the sky. Thunder rolled within the cloud, which was dense with electrical flashes. A bolt of lightning the size of a baby's arm was birthed and, with a deafening boom, struck Fang Heng before he could dodge.
Fang Heng was instantly charred black.
His white suit was burned into a black one, and he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The reversal was so swift that no one had expected it. The referee stared at Fang Heng on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds.
After confirming that Fong Hung truly couldn't get up, he loudly announced, "In this match, Li Lan is the victor."
Let us congratulate student Li Lan on successfully winning the championship of this competition. Let's congratulate him. The awards ceremony will be held in the evening. We'll see you all tonight.
The referee called over a staff member from the side, and together they dragged Fong Hung away from the scene. The entire stadium erupted in earth-shattering cheers.
Oh my god! Li Lan actually won! Holy crap, this sly old fox! Besides the fire spirit, he actually has a lightning element too. A 17-year-old with dual divine abilities, is this Li Lan some kind of monster?
Fong Hung is over 20, while Li Lan is only 17. I was consoling myself by thinking it wouldn't be a big deal even if Li Lan lost.
I never expected that I was the clown all along. Fong Hung is so miserable. The way he looked, everyone thought the championship was in the bag, but in the end, it was snatched away by this sly old fox, Li Lan. Aside from Wu Tianxi, both Duan Zitao and Wu Liuqi came forward to congratulate Li Lan.
Li Lan, congratulations.
I didn't expect you to also have the lightning element.
It seems we'll have a lot of common topics in the future, Duan Zitao said with a smile.
Congratulations.
Wu Liuqi's congratulatory words were as monotonous as he was.
Li Lan smiled and nodded, letting out a relaxed breath. It was finally over.
He yawned and returned to his school's area. After a brief chat with Principal Du, he lay down on his seat and began to sleep soundly. This chair is so hard. I really miss my old wheelchair.
If only Xin were here. Li Lan thought. Young master.
Just as this thought arose, Li Lan heard a familiar voice. He opened his eyes and saw Xin, smiling, as he pushed a wheelchair over to him.
Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, my ass. I'm exhausted. Li Lan didn't want to talk much.
He closed his eyes, letting Xin pick him up and gently place him in the wheelchair. The familiar feeling returned. So comfortable.
Something seems to be itching on my neck. Whatever, I'm going to sleep. The fire spirit has begun automatic cultivation.
Fire spirit energy, 25.
The wood element has begun automatic cultivation. Wood element energy, 25. The thunder element has begun automatic cultivation. Thunder element energy, 30. Xin, what on earth happened to you yesterday? How did you suddenly faint? I don't know either.
By the way, I heard that a week from now, the top 5 students from this ranking will go to Dragon Capital for a competition.
Will you be going with Li Lan then?
I probably will. But the patriarch originally wanted me to be his study companion.
Given the current situation, I'll probably return directly to the clan after leaving Jiangnan province. Is that so? Then Li Lan is so pitiful.
He'll have to sit on a cold bench after the competition.
By the way, are you also from the Li clan? I guess you could say that. My mother is from the Li clan.
Xin chatted idly with Cui Mingho, Huang Xiaotian, and Zhang Yuanqi.
Just then, Elder Tian's voice suddenly came from the judges' panel. All right, everyone please be quiet.
The competition has concluded. Before the award ceremony, there's something else I'd like to say. As you all know, the top 5 contestants in this competition may freely choose to join one of the 5 great academies. The instructors from all 5 academies are present today, so let's see which academy our 5 geniuses will choose. As soon as the words fell, the instructors from the other 4 academies, excluding the Azure Dragon Academy, immediately began to argue, their faces red with contention.
Mu Ke smiled but said nothing. Li Lan, choose my White Tiger Academy.
As long as you're willing to join us, I can make you an advanced student directly and reward you with 3 high-grade exotic treasures, the White Tiger Academy's instructor shouted loudly. The moment this was said, the entire audience was stunned.
What? 3 high-grade exotic treasures? Isn't that a bit too generous?
Yeah, that treasured blade Wu Liuqi carries around seems to be only a high-grade exotic treasure.
High-grade exotic treasures are priceless, yet the White Tiger Academy is offering 3 right off the bat.
Aside from Feng Hong, who was still unconscious, Duan Zetao and the other 2 looked at Li Lan with envy. This guy not only had a great family background, but he was also unbelievably lucky. However, they weren't jealous. In their eyes, Li Lan was strong enough, and this was what he deserved. But soon, they began to feel jealous.
3 high-grade exotic treasures? Anyone who didn't know better would think your White Tiger Academy is going bankrupt.
My Black Tortoise Academy is willing to offer an advanced student status, plus 4 high-grade exotic treasures.
What? 4. Countless people gasped in astonishment. Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi's eyes turned red with envy. Immediately after, 2 voices rang out simultaneously. My Qilin Academy's conditions are the same as the Black Tortoise Academy's.
However, we are willing to add 1 opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star instance.
My Vermilion Bird Academy's conditions are the same as the Qilin Academy's. However, student Li Lan, you should know that my academy's fire spirit cultivation is a major category.
As long as you join the Vermilion Bird Academy, your cultivation of the fire spirit will surely be smooth and unobstructed. An opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star instance. This was no less valuable than a top-tier, high-grade exotic treasure.
This time, it wasn't just Wu Tianxi.
Even Duan Zetao, who came from a major family, and Wu Liuqi, who had been taken as an apprentice by a Tang sect master, found their breathing growing heavy.
Who would Li Lan choose? Everyone present turned their gaze to Li Lan.
But they discovered that Li Lan hadn't been listening to them at all, from beginning to end. Instead, he was sitting alone in his wheelchair, sound asleep. Beside him, Shin looked awkward.
Do I need to wake my young master up?
Chapter 21, Spatial Ring, Return to Xiangnan No. 1 High School, Flame Emperor's Call, Li Lan in danger. Holy shit, he actually fell asleep. In a situation like this, he can still fall asleep.
Is he a god? Look, the faces of the teachers from White Tiger Academy and Black Tortoise Academy have turned green.
Lazy bro, oh lazy bro, you might as well just call yourself Lazy God from now on.
Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. I always thought this kind of person only existed on the internet. I never expected to see one in real life. Tell me, if young Master Lan is so lazy, why did he insist on close quarters combat just now? You don't even get that?
I bet you sleep through half your classes.
Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod have very short stamina if they only use ranged attacks.
They'll be out of commission in no time. Only at the Great Divine Power level does one truly enter the domain of supernatural abilities. Aside from those with physical type abilities, most fight from a distance. If this were a Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod battle, Li Lan would probably have just rolled his wheelchair into the ring.
I think he was in a wheelchair during his first fight.
The spectators in the audience were chattering amongst themselves, many of them looking at the teachers from the 4 major academies, clearly enjoying the show. The teacher from White Tiger Academy frowned and said, "Hurry up and wake him." But just as he finished speaking, Mu Ke stopped him, saying, "No need.
He won't be joining your academy."
What do you mean? The White Tiger Academy teacher asked. The other academies were also stunned.
Then they realized.
They glared at Mu Ke, their eyes wide with anger, and said, "You treacherous old man, Mu, you've gone back on your word." Mu Ke smiled and shook his head, saying, "I haven't gone back on my word. I only said I wouldn't fight you for anyone today, but I already accepted Li Lan yesterday." "You're ruthless," the teacher from Black Tortoise Academy said through gritted teeth. No wonder this guy always had a grin on his face, enjoying the show. No wonder this guy always pretended to be so generous. Turns out he had already gotten a head start and was just waiting for them to fall into his trap.
After a moment of contemplation, the teacher from Vermilion Bird Academy said, "Teacher Mu, aren't you speaking a bit too soon? We haven't even asked Li Lan yet. How do you know he won't join our academy? What if he changes his mind after hearing the terms we offer?" That's right, the teacher from Vermilion Bird Academy has a point. What if Li Lan changes his mind?
The minds of the teachers from the other academies started racing again. But Mu Ke, with an air of unshakable confidence, said, "He will absolutely not join your academies."
Why?
Because the terms offered by Azure Dragon Academy, aside from direct promotion to an advanced student, include 1 top-tier exotic treasure, 3 high-tier exotic treasures, and a one-time opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star instance. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire hall erupted in an uproar.
This is insane. The world has gone mad. Are exotic treasures so worthless now? Azure Dragon Academy is offering a top-tier one right off the bat. Li Lan is just a great transcendent demigod. Even though he's number 1, is he really worth it? This is a top-tier exotic treasure, something many unaffiliated great transcendent demigods don't even have. Is Li Lan really worthy of such high regard from Azure Dragon Academy?
Not only were the audience and judges shocked, but even the teachers from the other 4 major academies were stunned.
The teacher from White Tiger Academy, his face filled with disbelief, said, "Old Mu, are you serious?" Mu Ke nodded and said, "This order came directly from the vice principal. The vice principal of Azure Dragon Academy." The order actually came from such a figure. The hearts of the teachers from the 4 academies trembled. But when they remembered he was Li Lan's grandfather's sworn brother, the Flame Emperors, they felt it made sense.
"Humph, consider your Azure Dragon Academy lucky," the White Tiger Academy teacher said, flicking his sleeve in anger. The Vermilion Bird Academy teacher sighed helplessly. The other academies reacted similarly. A 17-year-old with dual great transcendent demigod abilities, this was someone destined to become a great transcendent demigod, perhaps even a great transcendent demigod. No matter which academy they were in, it would be an honor. If it weren't for their lack of authority to secure a top-tier special treasure, they would have definitely fought the Azure Dragon Academy for it. Mu Ke looked on smugly, gratified as he watched Li Lan, who was now fast asleep in his wheelchair. "You did good, kid. You really made me proud. Duan Zitao, are you willing to join our White Tiger Academy? If you are, we can grant you the status of a senior student, a high-grade special treasure, and an opportunity to train in a relatively safe 4-star instance." At this moment, the voice of the White Tiger Academy teacher rang out again. The teachers from the other academies also began to choose their preferred candidates. Since Scissor 7 had already joined the Tang sect, he withdrew from this selection process. Fang Heng joined the Qilin Academy, and Wu Tianxi joined the Vermilion Bird Academy. As for the Black Tortoise Academy, they selected a few decent prospective students from outside the top 5. Alright, that's all for now. At this time, Elder Tian from the judges panel came forward and said, 7 days from now, the top 5 students from the competition will travel to Dragon Capital to compete. The rest of you who have been selected by the various academies can also go with them. I now declare this competition a complete success. Let's congratulate student Li Lan once again. Oh, and remember to attend the award ceremony tonight. Thunderous applause erupted as the audience began to leave their seats. Soon after, the elders from the various academies also departed. At that moment, several soldiers rushed in hastily. After whispering a few words in the ears of the judges also left in a hurry. Mu Ke came to Li Lan's side. Seeing that he had fallen asleep, he placed a ring in Shin's hand. "Give this to your young master." A spatial ring. The value of a spatial ring was comparable to a high-grade special treasure. Shin accepted it in shock and was about to nod. But then he heard Mu Ke say, "I'm lending this spatial ring to your young master. Tell him to remember to return it to me when he gets to Dragon Capital." Shin. He nodded and said, "Yes, senior." Li Lan slept until the evening. Shin had actually planned to take his young master to the award ceremony that evening. But for some unknown reason, the ceremony was suddenly cancelled. The prize for the competition was delivered to him by a special messenger instead. He carefully accepted it on Li Lan's behalf. They returned to Xiangnan No. 1 High School along with the rest of the school. Everyone was shocked to learn that Li Lan had won the championship. They threw a celebration party especially for him.
Leo, dressed in his elegant little suit, took over a dozen photos with Lilan.
Sasha, with her devilish voice, sang more than 10 songs for the occasion. Unfortunately, but also fortunately, Lilan knew nothing of this, having slept through the entire journey. The fire spirit scolds, "How can you sleep at your age?"
It begins to cultivate frantically. Fire spirit energy, 82. Wood element, the wood element lazes around with you. Wood element energy, 0.1.
Seeing how lazy you are, the thunder element starts cultivating diligently.
Thunder element energy, 14. Late at night, Lilan's phone rang.
Shin glanced at it for him and saw it was a call from Lilan's grandfather. His expression changed, and he hesitated about whether to answer. He nudged Lilan for a long time, but Lilan still didn't react. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to answer the phone. Lilan, a heavy, aged voice came from the other end. Shin was just about to say that the young master was asleep. But then he heard Lilan smack his lips a couple of times and mumble. "You old geezer, I told you I didn't want to enter any competition, but you insisted. Just you watch, I'll beat you to a pulp."
The atmosphere instantly froze. Shin's hand, holding the phone, stiffened. Danger. Chapter 22, Gaining Psionic Ability, Guiding Shin, and Reinforcing the Beast Tide. "Young master, what are you sleep-talking about at a time like this?"
The person on the other end was clearly silent for a moment, followed by a furious roar.
"You brat, what did you just say?"
Shin quickly brought the phone to his lips and said, "Lord Flame Emperor, I'm sorry, the young master fell asleep."
"Who is this?" "Shin, my boy?" "It's me," Shin said.
There was another moment of silence on the other end before the voice said, "Wake him up for me."
"Yes, sir."
Shin vigorously shook Lilan's body, but after a long while, Lilan still showed no signs of waking. Then, an idea suddenly struck him. He leaned close to Lilan's ear and whispered, "Young master, Lord Flame Emperor is here."
Lilan was instantly jolted awake.
"Where?
Where's the old man?"
Seeing no one around, he shot Shin a reproachful look, his eyes saying, "You rascal, how could you trick me?" Shin awkwardly pointed to the phone in his hand.
A good grandpa in public, but an old geezer behind his back, huh? On the other end of the line, the Flame Emperor was clearly infuriated. He said,
"The old geezer is right here."
"Lilan, do you want this old geezer to come to Jiangnan and play with you for a few days?"
Remembering the terror of once being dominated by his grandfather, Lilan felt his scalp tingle. He quickly took the phone and said obediently, "No need, dear grandpa, I'm doing very well here.
And I even won first place in the selection tournament, so I'm very happy."
In the Li clan, he feared nothing and no one, except his grandfather. This was also the reason why he hadn't wanted his father to know about his talent before.
If his father knew, his grandfather would surely find out.
And if his grandfather found out, he would definitely drag him back to the clan to undergo the family's ability training. Therefore, to avoid the family training, he had no choice but to participate in the martial arts tournament. Others might just talk, but his grandfather was different. When he said he would train him, he meant it. Before he awakened his ability, his grandfather forced him to run marathons every week. Now that he had awakened his ability, who knew what would happen?
"You kid, stop changing the subject."
"Grandpa, not only did I win the championship, but I also got a teaching position at Azure Dragon Academy."
"Aren't I amazing? Did I make you proud?"
There was a moment of silence on the other end, then he said, "First, tell that kid Shin to leave for a bit.
I have something to discuss with you."
Lilan was about to say there was no need, but saw Shin stand up on his own initiative and say, "Young master, I'll step out for a moment then." After Shin left, the Flame Emperor continued, "Actually, I'm not too keen on you joining Azure Dragon Academy."
Lilan thought for a moment and said, "Is it because of what happened 15 years ago, and the matter of my wood-type grand divine ability?"
"Yes." The Flame Emperor's tone grew noticeably heavier.
"But if I hadn't called to ask, how much longer were you planning to hide this from me?"
"I was planning to tell you right after I woke up today a lie." "
Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll be careful."
Lilan said helplessly, "Besides, I'm going there to be a teacher, not to attend classes.
You know my personality. As for things like training expeditions, I can't even be bothered to participate. How about this, Leland? Why don't you come back to the family? What's so great about Azure Dragon Academy? Grandpa can train with you at home every day. 14 hours of training a day is much more comfortable than that Azure Dragon Academy place. Leland shuddered. No need, I still have to compete in the tournament.
I promised you before, I can't go back on my word.
Then you be careful on your own. As for the matter of your grand divine ability, do not reveal it unless it's absolutely necessary.
Just as Leland was about to hang up, he heard his grandfather continue.
By the way, you got into trouble with the Black Coffin before. I imagine the High Priest of the Black Coffin already knows about you being a great transcendent demigod, right? How do you know everything, old man?
Leland quickly said, Grandpa, your foresight is truly godlike.
The other side snorted coldly and said, if I don't ask, are you just too lazy to say anything at all? How could that be? A lie.
Humph, that little monster of a high priest is indeed a hidden danger.
But it's not a huge problem.
He has long since severed ties with the Psionic Council, so he probably won't tell those old geezers from the council about you.
But I can't be entirely sure.
I'll have your third brother give you his few Godspeed talismans later. If you encounter danger, remember to flee immediately. Those few Godspeed talismans, it seems third brother treasures them more than his own life.
Godspeed talisman, a top-tier extraordinary treasure, a one-time use item. Upon use, one can instantly travel 100 li away in a single second.
Seeing that his grandfather had hung up, Leland breathed a sigh of relief. He noticed a ring on his hand.
When did I put this on?
His consciousness entered it, discovering that there was more to this ring than met the eye. It was unexpectedly a spatial ring. There was a lot of space inside.
But it only held 5 items. A teacher's token from the Azure Dragon Academy. 1 top-tier extraordinary treasure, psionic amber. 3 high-tier extraordinary treasures, blazing flame crystal, high-tier thunder beast core, and thunderclap stone.
The moment his consciousness touched these items, all 4, except for the token, immediately vanished. Ding Dong detected that the host has obtained a psionic type ability treasure.
Automatically devouring.
Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the psionic type ability.
Current psionic type ability level, initial tier.
Psionic ability is devouring a top-tier psionic extraordinary treasure, psionic energy plus 500. Psionic ability is devouring a top-tier psionic extraordinary treasure, psionic energy plus 500.
Digestion complete.
Your psionic ability level has been promoted to initial tier. The fire spirit is devouring the blazing flame crystal, fire spirit energy 500. The fire spirit is digesting the blazing flame crystal, fire spirit energy 500. Digestion complete, your fire spirit level has increased to great transcendent demigod late stage. The fire spirit has successfully comprehended the fire element proto ability, blazing storm.
Blazing storm is fusing with pyroblast.
Fusion complete, the fire spirit has comprehended the divine ability, blazing pyroblast.
The lightning element is devouring the advanced Thunder Beast Other Core, Thundercloud Stone, Lightning Element Energy 500. The lightning element is digesting the advanced Thunder Beast Other Core, Thundercloud Stone, Lightning Element Energy 500. Digestion complete, your lightning element level has increased to great transcendent demigod mid-stage.
The system's voice in his mind kept ringing. Leland directly blocked it out and continued sleeping soundly. When he woke up, the sky was already bright. He found Shin sitting cross-legged on the ground cultivating a divine ability.
Leland looked around and felt something was off. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out.
Detected 4 errors in the cultivation observed by host system has automatically corrected them.
Error 1. Error 2. Error 3. Noticing Leland's gaze, Shin stood up and asked, "Young master, is there anything you need?"
Leland casually poked him a few times and said, "This part is wrong. It shouldn't be like this, it should be like this."
This part here is also wrong.
Then he closed his eyes and continued to sleep. Shin touched his head, full of doubt. His first reaction was disbelief. Because the divine abilities he and Lilan cultivated were completely different, how could Lilan possibly see his errors? Furthermore, his young master is only a transcendent great transcendent demigod.
The reason why only transcendent great transcendent demigods can be teachers in the 5 great academies is because only transcendent great transcendent demigods can have a thorough understanding of their own attributes. And transcendent great transcendent demigod is merely an introductory stage, not yet capable of perfectly controlling one's own attributes.
However, out of respect for Lilan, he still tried to operate it.
Shin's eyes suddenly widened. The first error pointed out by the young master was completely correct.
Following Lilan's method, he changed the trajectory of the elemental energy flow, and indeed, the absorption speed of the fire spirit energy became much smoother. He quickly tried the next few errors that were pointed out. The second one was also completely correct. The third one was still correct. By the fourth one, it was still correct. After correcting all these errors, he clearly felt the power of his divine ability had increased by about 0.8 times. It almost doubled. Don't underestimate this 0.8 times. It's like an exam, even a single point can cause a tremendous change in the outcome. Sometimes, if you're just a tiny bit stronger, the victory in battle might fall into your hands. However, the young master's divine ability is different from his. The trajectory of the divine ability's operation is also different, so how did he spot the errors in me? Shin looked at Lilan, who was sleeping on the bed, feeling utterly astonished. He felt that even a transcendent great transcendent demigod couldn't have pointed out all 4 of his errors in such a short time. He never expected the usually lazy young master to have such insight. He's truly keeping a low profile. It seems I must cultivate even harder and strive to catch up with the young master's pace as soon as possible. Shin encouraged himself in his heart and continued to meditate on the ground.
At noon, Shin finished feeding Lilan.
Just as he was pushing Lilan out for a stroll, he happened to encounter the principal walking towards them.
"You've come at a good time. I was just about to look for you." "Principal, is there something you need?" Shin asked.
The principal said, "The National Martial Arts Competition has been postponed."
"Why?" Shin asked in surprise. Did something happen? The National Martial Arts Competition is one of Long Nation's biggest events. It shouldn't be easily postponed. The principal nodded and said, "A beast tide has occurred at Yunmeng Lake, and many provinces have been affected. The higher-ups' intention is to hold the competition once the beast tide is resolved." "So, what do you need us to do?" "It's not clear yet." The principal said, "But an old friend of mine told me that even students might be sent to defend against the beast tide. It'll only be to clear out the lower-level exotic beasts on the periphery, but your young master might have to go deeper. This guy seems to have been sleeping ever since he came back yesterday." The principal glanced at Lilan, who was sound asleep in a wheelchair, and said, "Remember to tell your young master about this." Shin nodded, not surprised by such a matter. After all, in this era where myriad races are rising, everyone is a soldier. Everyone starts receiving semi-military training in elementary school. It's perfectly normal to send students to the periphery for training when a beast tide occurs. By the way, did you receive the rewards for the competition? We did. Although Shin ultimately fainted and forfeited, his overall ranking was still quite good, so he also received a consolation prize. That's good. That evening, Lilan woke up. But he didn't want to do anything, just lay there with his eyes open, quietly staring at the ceiling. This went on for 3 or 4 hours. Psychic power, seeing its master so lazy, seriously began to cultivate. Psychic power energy, 20. The fire spirit noticed the arrival of a new companion and happily began to cultivate. The fire spirit energy, 30. The wood element noticed the arrival of a new companion and happily began to cultivate. Wood element energy, 30. The lightning element noticed the arrival of a new companion and happily began to cultivate. Lightning element energy, 30. Just then, he suddenly noticed a box on his bed. He seemed to recall Shin mentioning that these were the rewards from the selection competition.
Lilan used his psychic power ability to levitate the box, placing it on his lap, and then opened it. Inside, he saw 3 exotic treasures. The fire spirit is devouring the fire-leaving stone. The fire spirit energy, 80. The fire spirit is devouring the fire-leaving stone. The fire spirit energy, 75. The fire spirit is devouring the fire-leaving stone. The fire spirit energy, 68. Lilan couldn't even bother to speak nonsense. He closed his eyes and began to sleep. 2 days later, all schools in Jiangnan province received orders to send students to Jiangnan City to clear out the mutated beasts. Because of the sheer number of mutated beasts, some lower-level ones had mixed in with ordinary fish and entered the city, posing a significant safety hazard to ordinary citizens. The students' task was to clear out these mutated beasts. "Can't I not go?" Lilan sighed. But Shin mercilessly pushed him into the car. "Young master, the patriarch said you absolutely must go to support against the beast tide, and he also wants me to record a video." "Young master, the patriarch said he also wants to show your grandfather the video of you fighting the beast tide." "Young master, you wouldn't want Lord Flame Emperor to know that you're slacking off here because of the competition delay, would you?" Lilan. Chapter 23, Instant Kill of a Commander-Level Mutated Beast, War God on a Wheelchair. Hunan No. 1 Middle School sent out a considerable number of people for this beast tide support mission. This included 10 seniors, 10 mid-level students, and 10 juniors. Among them were the previously mentioned Huang Xiaotian, Cui Mingho, and Zhang Yuanqi. It also included Lilan's classmates, Leo and Sasha's best friend. Inside the car, many people were either nervous or expectant. Leo meticulously adjusted his small suit. "I am truly so elegant. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's battle." "What's there to look forward to? It's all blood, utterly disgusting," Sasha said, looking with adoration at Lilan, who was sleeping in his wheelchair. "If only my idol could be with us, that would be great. My idol won first place in the tryouts, so dealing with mutated beasts would surely be a piece of cake for him." "You're dreaming," Sasha's best friend scoffed. "Precisely because Lilan was first in the tryouts, it's even less likely he'd be with us. He'll be sent to a more dangerous place." "You don't need to tell me that." Sasha glared at her best friend. "You two women are truly inelegant." Leo carefully combed his dark bangs while looking in the mirror. He nodded with satisfaction, seemingly very pleased with his appearance. "Look, a sword. Look, a sword. Look, a sword." Huang Xiaotian, holding an unsheathed sword, fiercely jabbed at Zhang Yuanqi. His competition reward was a sword art. He had loved swords since he was a child, so after acquiring the sword art, he immediately went to buy a steel sword. Thus, he no longer felt the need to test his sword art on beasts. Cui Mingho carried a tablet with him, closely following the news of the beast tide online. This beast tide support mission is mainly divided into 4 areas: the outer zone, the middle zone, the inner zone, and the core zone, where a large number of commander-level beasts reside. "Sasha, Leo, your strength is weaker, so you should be going to the outer zone." "Li Qi, yeah, you are in the middle zone. As for Huang Xiaotian, Zhang Yuanqi, and myself, we should be in the inner zone. Lilan is in the core zone. Shin, are you following us or Lilan?" He brought up a map and explained it to everyone. "I'll stick with young master," Shin said after a moment's thought. His current strength was tier late stage, and his proto ability was already perfected. He believed it wouldn't be long before he broke through to great transcendent demigod. With such strength, even if he couldn't be a main force in the core zone, he estimated that doing odd jobs wouldn't be a problem. "Ah? Our idol is so far from us?" Sasha looked disappointed. "Stop, if Lilan were close to us, we'd be in danger," her best friend said helplessly. She wished she could whack Sasha's love-struck brain. Lilan is a great transcendent demigod, and their opponents this time are those overlord-level beasts. And if they were to encounter overlord-level beasts, they might be eaten so thoroughly that not even scraps would remain. "I was just saying, don't you think I know that?" Sasha glared at her best friend. The two women laughed and wrestled playfully. You two women are truly inelegant, Leo said, applying sunscreen to himself.
Thud.
Just then, the bus seemed to hit something, and a dull thud came from the front of the vehicle. It slowly came to a stop.
The principal quickly got up and asked, "Driver, what happened?" The bus driver's face was pale, and he said tremblingly, "Beasts, there are beasts." "What?" the principal exclaimed loudly, quickly looking out the window.
They saw two enormous strange birds repeatedly striking the bus windows. They had huge beaks, and eerie sounds emanated from their throats. Their sharp claws created massive cracks in the windows. The lower and middle grade students inside the bus were in utter panic. Most of the senior students, being not weak in strength, only showed some nervousness.
A accompanying teacher exclaimed loudly, "It's those two Galehawks from Luoyun Mountain, how could they be here?" "It should be due to the Yunmeng Lake beast tide. A large number of tier beasts have entered the diversion. They might be out hunting, and we just happened to run into them," the principal said with a grim expression. "You all stay in the car and don't move, I'll go drive them away." He was currently the only great transcendent demigod in the car. And as the principal, he had to bear the responsibility of protecting the students. "Principal, be careful," a teacher said. The principal nodded heavily. Just as he was about to get off the car, Lilan, in her wheelchair, frowned and slowly opened her eyes, looking out the window, muttering, "So noisy." The people beside her didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "At a time like this, and you're still in the mood to sleep. Wait a minute, Lilan seems to be a great transcendent demigod too." Just as they reacted, the next second, bang! Bang! Boom! Two massive explosive sounds rang out from outside the window, immediately followed by a sea of fire. Two Galehawks were instantly annihilated in the inferno, turning into ash. Not even a feather was left. Divine ability, Blazing Pyroblast. Unlike a regular pyroblast. A regular pyroblast requires manual activation, gathering and detonating the fire spirit energy in the air. A blazing pyroblast, however, can skip this step, directly detonating the fire spirit energy between heaven and earth, producing immense power. Seeing this scene, they were dumbfounded. What is going on? Several teachers froze in place, looking outside in horror. Waves of blazing heat surged into the bus through the window cracks, causing everyone inside to quickly become drenched in sweat. Many people looked bewildered. Only Lilan's brow unfurrowed, and she continued to sleep. "This is a fusion divine ability, Lilan, you've broken through again," the principal's shocked voice came through. Everyone looked at Lilan. The entire place was silent. This terrifying sea of fire was created by Lilan. But the only reply they received was Lilan's faint snoring. Seeing that Lilan was still asleep, someone asked in disbelief, "Principal, are you sure everything that just happened was caused by Lilan?" The principal said with a wry smile, "But besides Lilan, is there a second fire-attributed great transcendent demigod present?" Indeed, besides Lilan, there was no one else present who was a fire-attributed great transcendent demigod. Who else could it be but him? They looked at Lilan with a mix of fear and reverence, as if gazing upon a god of war. A god of war in a wheelchair. To instantly kill two mutated beasts comparable to ability users in the divine ability realm with a single move, if that's not a god of war, what is? Moreover, Lilan is only 17 years old now. What will he be like at 27? At 27, even if he's not a great transcendent demigod, he'll be a great transcendent demigod, right? In the future, when Lilan becomes famous, they can also boast that they were once schoolmates, or even classmates, with this top-tier expert, Lilan. Thinking of this, each of them felt a sense of honor. At this moment, suddenly, a student asked, "By the way, Principal, what is the fusion divine ability you just mentioned?" The so-called fusion divine ability is to merge two, or even multiple, divine abilities together, transforming them into a completely new divine ability. However, this kind of divine ability is incredibly difficult to master. Even many great transcendent demigods find it hard to master a few fusion divine abilities in their lifetime. The principal looked at Li Lan with an envious expression.
Aside from the historical figures already enshrined in the annals, he only knew of Li Lan as someone who had mastered a fusion divine ability at such a young age.
Principal, so you mean Li Lan is more powerful than many great transcendent demigods?
You could say that. At least in terms of applying divine abilities.
The principal praised. Student Li Lan must have put in a lot of effort into practicing his divine abilities.
After all, the fusion of divine abilities isn't something that can be achieved simply through talent. It also requires ample time to hone and accumulate sufficient experience.
Oh my God! They looked at Li Lan with renewed awe. No wonder he slept all day. Was he working this hard every night? No wonder he sleeps all day, so he works this hard every night?
A 10-minute performance on stage requires 10 years of practice. Each of them now wished they could slap themselves twice. They only saw Li Lan's outward ease, but didn't know how much he sweated and struggled behind the scenes.
Li Lan is truly amazing.
He deserves to be so powerful. He sleeps all day, so he must be incredibly tired at night. Such a genius and so hard-working, how are mere mortals supposed to live?
I'll follow Li Lan's example. When I get back to school, I'm going to cultivate 14 hours a day.
I used to think he slept at night too, but now it seems that was just me comforting myself.
Shin remained expressionless, watching them so moved.
Actually, he really wanted to say, "Don't look at my young master's outward ease, he's actually even more at ease behind the scenes." But he was afraid of getting beaten, so he didn't say it. Before, he also thought, like these people, that his young master slept during the day because he was too tired from cultivating at night. It wasn't until a few days ago, after staying up for several nights in a row, that he completely abandoned this idea. He personally watched Li Lan sleep from day to night, and then from night to day. Then from day to night again, and then from night to day again.
Repeating this cycle endlessly. After the fierce beasts were eliminated, the bus restarted.
Before long, the whole carload of people arrived in the provincial city, stopping in front of a large hotel. According to the arrangements, they would be staying here for the next few days.
However, Li Lan was not. He was staying in a village near Yunmeng Lake.
After all, the hotel was too far from the core area. Staying in the village saved more time. To look after Li Lan, Shin also moved into the village. Under the military's arrangement, he shared a room with Li Lan.
Don't misunderstand, there were 2 beds in the room. By the time Li Lan woke up, it was already evening.
After Shin finished dinner, he told Li Lan about the day's events.
Li Lan simply nodded. Just then, a soldier in camouflage walked in.
He paused for a moment when he saw Li Lan.
Then he asked with suspicion, "Hello, are you the reinforcements for this beast tide?" Shin nodded.
"Why is there also a disabled person?" Although the soldier was puzzled, he continued.
"The general wants you to come to the village center square for a meeting. He says he has something to tell you."
"Okay, we'll be right there."
Chapter 24, Grouping, Is Li Lan Useless?
By the time Shin pushed Li Lan to the village center square, it was already packed with people. These people were roughly divided into 3 groups. One group consisted of those who had competed in the sports arena earlier, geniuses from all over Jiangnan province.
Another group consisted of soldiers in camouflage military uniforms.
As for the last group, Shin had heard people say on the way to the village that they seemed to be from other provinces, intending to travel to Longjing, but were stranded on the road after encountering the beast tide. At this moment, a military officer in uniform was speaking at the front. He paused for a moment when he saw Li Lan and Shin. A soldier then quickly ran to his ear and said something, and only then did he suddenly understand.
"You must be Li Lan, right? You're quite handsome, very good."
The officer smiled. "Quickly enter, the meeting has already started for a while."
"Okay."
Shin nodded, quickly pushing Li Lan into the square, consciously standing behind the group of geniuses from Jiangnan province. He hid Li Lan in the crowd, as if afraid of being discovered. To his surprise, apart from a few great transcendent demigods, most people's levels were the same as his, all late tier. With Li Lan's arrival, many people looked back, as if they had discovered a new continent. "The sloth god is here, the sloth god is here." I tell you, the Sloth God's match against Fong Hang in the tryouts before was absolutely legendary.
So he's Li Lan, huh?
Just as the rumors say, he's a true slacker.
He's still sitting in a wheelchair when he arrives?
I suspect he's a dummy, and the wheelchair is his true body. It's a shame that the teams have already been assigned, otherwise, I really want to join Li Lan's team.
Oh right, 8 people per team, already assigned. Doesn't that mean Li Lan will be a pair of 2? Did you forget? Among those from other provinces, aren't there 2 extra people? They got a good deal, darn it.
I didn't pay much attention during the competition before, but now that I look, this Li Lan seems quite handsome, he's my type.
If you like him, go chase him. I heard Li Lan is still single. Several people whispered.
There were even a few bolder girls who wanted to go up and poke Li Lan's face to see if he was really asleep. Shin frowned and quickly stood in front of Li Lan.
They then disappointedly withdrew their hands.
Shin helplessly glanced at Li Lan in the wheelchair and sighed.
Why is this guy still so lazy? Lei Beast Duan Zitao looked at Li Lan, then retracted his gaze.
He had originally wanted to spar with Li Lan about his lightning ability, but it seemed like there wouldn't be another chance now. The officer spoke loudly on the stage, mostly about strategic deployment, urging everyone to be careful, unite, and cooperate to fight against mutated beasts and such.
Besides strategic deployment, most of it was meaningless rambling. Alright, that's enough talk for today. Everyone, head back. The beast clearing mission will take place tomorrow.
I believe that with our efforts, the beast tide will definitely be repelled.
Everyone, let's do our best. Go, go, go. The people in the square shouted in unison.
Oh, by the way, Lu Xiaoqi and Xiong Jianshan, starting today, you two will follow Li Lan.
Okay, a clear female voice responded. People gradually dispersed.
At this time, among the group of people from other provinces, a dazzling young woman and a petite girl got into an argument.
Lu Xiaoqi, are you crazy?
Are you really going to join that cripple's team? The dazzling young woman said angrily. The petite girl with mushroom-cut hair said, but besides going to him, I have nowhere else to go. All the other teams are full.
What does it matter if they're full?
You can just stay in our team, and no one will say anything.
No, that's against the rules.
Lu Xiaoqi said stubbornly, Luna, I know you mean well, but I don't think anything bad will happen if I go to him. Besides, he's just in a wheelchair. Who says someone in a wheelchair is lame?
Luna seemed to be exasperated, chuckling as she said, besides a cripple, who else would be in a wheelchair? Lu Xiaoqi couldn't refute this. Just then, someone from Jiangnan province overheard their conversation and couldn't help but step forward and say, actually, Li Lan isn't lame. He's just lazy when he sits in a wheelchair. He's a very powerful great transcendent demigod.
See, they've already said so, Lu Xiaoqi stated. Luna glared at the person who spoke and said, get lost, you. Lying to me, of all people, how interesting.
Just purely because he's lazy? How could there be such a lazy person in this world?
If he's in a wheelchair, he's either crippled, has a physical problem, or a mental problem.
What normal person sits in a wheelchair?
Exactly, you people from Jiangnan province are really something.
What normal person would sit in a wheelchair? That Li Lan has been sleeping ever since he arrived. I bet he's not well. What good is someone like that, even if they become a great transcendent demigod? On the battlefield, they're probably not even as good as us late-tier casters. Many of the newcomers to Jiangnan province echoed in agreement.
They looked at Li Lan, who was being pushed by Shin not far away, sleeping soundly, and simply didn't believe any nonsense about him being powerful. After all, he didn't look like a strong person at all. Seeing her so aggressive, the person quickly walked away. He also couldn't be bothered to argue. After all, whether Li Lan was strong or not, the truth would be revealed tomorrow.
Luna, calm down.
He didn't say anything bad, Lu Xiaoqi quickly said.
Why are you so angry? Do you think I'm angry at him? I'm angry at you, Miss Lu. But no matter what, the general told me to join Li Lan's team, so I have to go and see.
I'll go with you.
Okay.
The two of them came before Li Lan. Xin looked at them both, puzzled, and asked, "Who are you two?" Lu Xiaoqi bared her small canine teeth and smiled as she introduced herself. "Hello, handsome, my name is Lu Xiaoqi."
"My name is Xin."
Xin looked at Luna, hesitatingly opening his mouth. "Are you
Xiong Jianqiang?"
Lu Xiaoqi let out a snort of laughter.
Luna's face turned green with anger, and she loudly declared, "My name is Luna. Have you ever seen a beautiful girl named Xiong Jianqiang?" "Don't be angry, Luna, he didn't know."
Lu Xiaoqi quickly said, "General also said earlier that he wanted Xiong Jianqiang and me to join the Li Lan team. Now that Xiong Jianqiang isn't here, it's normal for him to mistake you for Xiong Jianqiang."
This made Luna even angrier, and she pointed to her delicate face, saying, "Me, Xiong Jianqiang, normal?"
This time Lu Xiaoqi laughed even louder. "I'm sorry, Luna, I really can't help it."
Luna glared at her, then looked at Xin, and then at Li Lan, saying, "He's the captain of your team?" "Captain?"
Xin nodded, saying, My young master is indeed the captain."
"Young master?" Luna frowned.
It seemed that Li Lan's family was not simple, even a companion was a late-tier caster. However, she had never liked these young masters from big families, who were all more temperamental than the last.
And Xiaoqi was only one person. If the other party wanted to bully her, wouldn't she have no one to help her?
No, Lu Xiaoqi couldn't join this team.
That Xiong Jianqiang also looked like a male.
At that time, there would be 3 males and only Lu Xiaoqi as a female in the team, which was too passive.
Luna looked at Lu Xiaoqi, realizing the girl was acting as if nothing was wrong, and felt a surge of anger. She looked at Xin and said, "Can you wake your young master up? There's something I want to talk to him about."
She wanted to confirm Li Lan's character, so that even if Lu Xiaoqi did join the team later, she could rest assured. Xin shook his head, saying, "No, my young master is resting."
"Xiaoqi is now a member of your team. Can't I, as her friend, discuss something with your young master?" Luna asked with a frown.
Xin thought for a moment, then still said, "No, whatever it is can be discussed tomorrow."
"Good."
Luna was so exasperated by his unyielding demeanor that she chuckled, saying, "Since you won't call him, I'll do it myself." As she spoke, she reached out to wake Li Lan herself. Just then, a surge of blazing fire spirit energy erupted from Xin.
"Miss, don't go too far." Seeing that something was amiss, Lu Xiaoqi quickly pulled Luna away.
"I'm so sorry, handsome, my best friend has a bit of a temper."
"Since we're discussing it tomorrow, we'll come back then."
The two argued with each other, gradually moving further away.
"What are you doing? If I don't confirm what kind of person that Li Lan is, how can I feel comfortable letting you join them?
Besides, their team is all men."
"Luna, what are you thinking? This is military jurisdiction, half a military zone. What can they do to me? Besides, from Li Lan's face, he seems like a pretty good person." "You little brat," from his face. Watching them leave, Xin also pushed Li Lan back to their dwelling.
Because it was a village, the two were temporarily staying in someone's home. Meals were also provided by this family. Of course, the army would also give them a sum of money as remuneration. Early the next morning, after Xin had fed Li Lan, just as he was pushing Li Lan, intending to go out and clear out the mutated beasts according to yesterday's military deployment, the two people from yesterday appeared before him.
"Hello, we meet again."
Lu Xiaoqi greeted with a smile, full of youthful vitality.
Li Lan looked at the two with confusion.
Xin said from the side, "According to the military's instructions, clearing out mutated beasts is done in teams, with 8 people per team. But we arrived late yesterday evening, so only 2 people were assigned to our team, one named Lu Xiaoqi, and the other named Xiong Jianqiang."
"Hello, Captain, my name is Lu Xiaoqi." Li Lan looked at Luna incredulously and said, "Your name is Xiong Jianqiang?" "Put." Lu Xiaoqi burst into laughter again. Luna's face darkened, and she said, "My name is Luna, Captain Li, hello. What about the promised Xiong Jianqiang?" Li Lan looked at Xin in confusion.
Xin shook his head, indicating he knew nothing. Lu Xiaoqi stepped forward to explain, "Sister Luna saw that I was the only girl in our team, so she specifically came to accompany me."
Captain, may I ask if Sister Luna can also join our team?
Li Lan nodded, indicating agreement.
Then continued to sleep. Luna's mouth twitched. Was it too late to withdraw now? She asked, are the four of us going to hunt mutated beasts together now? Shin nodded, yes, originally it was just the two of us. Now with you two, it's 4 people. However, only the 3 of us should be working at that time, because my young master won't lift a finger. I hope you'll be understanding. Lu Shaoqi nodded indifferently, saying, of course. Luna, however, felt a vain throb on her forehead and was about to rush over and ask, why? Fortunately, Lu Shaoqi stopped her in time. Sister Luna, calm down. You said before that Li Lan is probably not well. Just try to be understanding. You're making me so angry, I could die. Luna glared at her. Chapter 25, Body Forging 3 Swords, 6 Errors. The summer sun was high, scorching hot. Today's temperature was especially sweltering. Li Lan's team was clearing beasts near a tributary of Cloud Dream Lake. The 3 fought fiercely in the water, charging in and out. Although the water provided some cooling relief. Killing variant beasts in the water was extremely physically draining, so they were soon dripping with sweat. Shin was even more noticeably affected. His ability was fire attributed, and fire and water clashed. Whether fighting on the water or in the water, his movements were severely restricted. Luna flicked her slender hand, and a light sword shot out, easily piercing a variant beast that was lurking underwater, ready to break through the protective net. I'm so tired, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger when she saw Li Lan relaxing in the shade of a tree nearby, sleeping soundly. I can't do it anymore, I'm exhausted. There are just too many of these variant beasts, no matter how many we kill, they keep coming. Lu Shaoqi's face next to her was flushed with exhaustion, so she simply lay in the water and floated. Seeing her, Luna's temper flared even more. Now you know you're tired, serves you right. If you hadn't insisted on joining this team, how would we be in this situation now? It's bad enough that a team only has 5 people, but only 3 are actually working. 1 is lying under a tree. As for the other, it's been half a day, and we haven't even seen them. Floating on the water, Lu Shaoqi said innocently, I can't help it if that Xiong Jiansheng doesn't come. Besides, if it weren't for the 2 of us, Shin would be in a terrible situation. He deserves it. Their gazes turned to Shin simultaneously, marveling at his perseverance. After all this time, he, a fire elemental ability user, was still fighting vigorously in the water as if nothing was wrong, charging in and out 7 times. Each strike took down 1 mutated beast. Upon closer inspection, the number of mutated beasts he had killed seemed to exceed the combined total of both of them. Flame Vortex. Shin plunged into the water, and a massive flame ignited underwater, forming a vortex and merging with the lake water, emitting sizzling sounds. Immediately after, 4 or 5 tier fish-type mutated beasts floated to the surface, all of them cooked. What powerful fire attribute divine ability! Luna exclaimed in surprise, this Shin should become a great transcendent demigod in no time. What a waste for such a genius to be a study companion for a cripple. Shin, you're amazing, you've cooked all the fish. Lu Shaoqi said in surprise. She swam over to Shin, tasted a fish floating on the water, then spat it out. Pa, it tastes awful. This silly girl, of course, the fish wouldn't taste good without salt or oil. Luna silently pulled Lu Shaoqi away. Shin asked, are you too tired? If you are, let's go ashore and rest for a bit. Together? Luna asked. Shin nodded. Under the big tree, the 3 sat in a row. Li Lan had woken up at some point, his eyes half open, enjoying the gentle breeze. So comfortable. Luna glanced at her sweat-soaked hair, feeling an urge to hit someone. Young master, would you like some water? Shin brought the water bottle to Li Lan's lips. Act first, report later, ha! Li Lan took a few casual puffs. You're really good to your young master. Lu Shaoqi said enviously, if I ever get sick in the future, I hope I can meet a good person like you. My young master is a healthy person. I understand.
Lu Xiaoqi's face showed a "I know everything" expression.
Why do I feel like you don't understand? Shin sighed. He still owed Li Lan several hundred million in medicine money. By the way, Shin, how did you get to the core area?
Lu Xiaoqi suddenly asked. You're a late-tier fire spirit ability practitioner, and the core area places too many restrictions on you.
Logically speaking, shouldn't you have been assigned to the inner perimeter?
I forced my way in with the young master.
Oh, no wonder.
Luna, standing nearby, twitched the corner of her mouth.
So, if you hadn't forced your way in, only the two of us would be doing all the work, huh?
She stood up, picked up a branch angrily from beside her, and began practicing swordsmanship. Her flowing hair swayed, and the branch continuously whistled through the air. The swordsmanship she practiced wasn't for attack, but for body tempering, capable of exercising every muscle in her body. So, before long, she was dripping with sweat. Li Lan watched her silently, and soon after, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected host observing someone practicing 3 swords of body tempering, 6 errors found.
System has automatically corrected them. Error 1. Error 2. Error 3. There are quite a few mistakes.
Li Lan originally wanted to remind her, but just as he was about to speak, a surge of instinctive fatigue washed over him.
Forget it, talking is exhausting. Noticing Li Lan had been staring at her, Luna frowned and asked, What are you staring at me for?
Li Lan originally didn't want to speak, but to avoid misunderstanding, she still said, Your sword, you're practicing it wrong.
Hearing this, Luna spoke as if she had heard a joke, saying, Are you kidding?
The body forging 3 swords technique she was practicing was taught to her by her father, hand in hand, a year ago. Since she reached the tier level, her physique has continuously strengthened with this sword technique, leaving countless peers far behind. If it were wrong, she would have discovered it long ago.
How could she have practiced it until now? If you don't believe it, then don't.
Li Lan was too lazy to argue with her and went back to sleep.
Luna continued, You say I'm practicing it wrong. Do you have any evidence? Lu Xiaoqi, standing nearby, also wasn't very convinced. She and Luna were classmates. When Luna practiced this sword technique before, she was even praised by their school principal.
Their principal was an ability user in the late stages of divine powers. If this sword technique were practiced incorrectly, it should have been discovered long ago. Moreover, Luna had been practicing for over a year, and nothing had ever happened to her.
Captain, you said Sister Luna's sword technique is wrong. Can you point out exactly where she made a mistake?
Leaving it halfway like that is really frustrating, Lu Xiaoqi said. Li Lan opened his eyes, sighed, and said, There are 6 mistakes in total.
The first one.
He briefly explained the first mistake.
After listening, Luna's first reaction was disbelief.
But then she felt that what Li Lan said made some sense. So she tried it. It wasn't a problem not trying it once she did, she became completely excited. The speed of her sword swings was faster.
More muscles were being worked.
Seeing her in a daze, Lu Xiaoqi immediately grew anxious.
Sister Luna, what's wrong with you? Are you all right?
But Luna, like someone possessed, ignored her completely, practicing the same sword move repeatedly according to what Li Lan had just said.
Shin, do you know what's wrong with Sister Luna? Lu Xiaoqi asked anxiously. Chapter 26 Poor Lightning Element. I'm fine. Luna suddenly let out a breath and said.
Then you just. I just had an epiphany about something, Luna said.
Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqi covered her mouth in disbelief. Was what the captain said just now true? Luna, though reluctant to believe it, still nodded. She looked deeply at Li Lan and asked, How did you know where I went wrong? Have you practiced the 3 body forging swords before?
The error Li Lan pointed out earlier. Not only did she practice it incorrectly, even her father did it wrong. Even her grandfather practiced it wrong. It had become a persistent family error. She refused to believe that someone who had never practiced this sword technique could spot it at a glance. Li Lan, too lazy to speak, just shook his head.
Then how did you know?
Li Lan moved his eyelids.
Luna looked bewildered. Shin instantly understood and said, "Young master means he saw it with his eyes."
Shin, you really understand me.
Li Lan gave Shin a approving look.
Shin suddenly raised his head, proud yet reserved.
"Luna. What's there to be proud of?"
She said incredulously, "That's impossible.
You haven't learned the 3 body forging swords, how could you possibly spot my error at a glance?"
Li Lan gave her a look that said, "Believe it or not."
Knowing that further argument was useless, Luna sighed helplessly and asked, "Then can you tell me the remaining 5 errors as well?"
Fearing Li Lan would be too lazy to speak, she continued, "Consider it my reward for joining your team. I wasn't originally part of your team, and I can leave anytime I want.
The team is already short-handed.
If I leave, your pressure to clear out the beasts will increase again. Currently, almost all the team's pressure is on Shin."
"Young master, you wouldn't want to see Shin so exhausted, would you?"
Why does that last sentence sound familiar?
Li Lan thought about it and decided she had a point.
Anyway, this thing isn't some cornucopia. He wouldn't gain anything by hiding it and not speaking up. So, after a moment of consideration, he agreed.
Luna's lips curled into a smile, surprised. "Then tell me."
Li Lan briefly explained the remaining 5 mistakes.
Luna listened intently.
One moment her face showed confusion, the next her brows were deeply furrowed, and then suddenly enlightenment dawned. After Li Lan finished speaking, she immediately picked up the wooden stick again and began practicing. The swordplay was sharp, the movements crisp. It looked many times smoother than before. After finishing the first form, she let out a deep breath and slowly stopped.
Her clear eyes looked at Li Lan, much kinder than before. She bowed in thanks. "Thank you for your guidance."
"Oh my god, Captain, you're really amazing!" Lu Shaoqi, who had been watching from the side, exclaimed.
Looking at Shin, was he always this good?
Shin remembered Li Lan teaching him how to cultivate, and nodded, "Pretty much." "He's truly amazing," Lu Shaoqi praised again. She stared intently at Li Lan, wondering what she was thinking. At this moment, Luna said, "We've rested long enough.
Let's start clearing out the beasts."
Shin took a sip of water and said, "All right."
With that, the 3 entered the water again. Just then, a huge mid-tier fish-like beast suddenly charged at Luna.
Luna leaped up, stepping on the water's surface to gain leverage, and 3 light swords shot out from her hand. The beast was instantly pierced with 3 cuts and 6 holes.
"Sister Luna, you seem much more agile than before." Lu Shaoqi praised. "Is it because of the swordsmanship just now?"
Luna's lips curved into a slight smile, and she nodded gently.
"Captain is truly amazing.
If he didn't have health issues, he would surely become a great transcendent demigod in the future," Lu Shaoqi sighed.
Luna also felt it was a pity, saying, "Let's continue killing the abnormal beasts. That's his own business, we can't control it."
"Okay." Li Lan sat in his wheelchair, quietly gazing at the sky. It wasn't long before he closed his eyes again and slowly drifted off to sleep. The fire spirit saw its master was so lazy and cried with rage, saying, "You good for nothing. Start working hard." Fire spirit energy 35. The wood element, influenced by the fire spirit, also began diligently cultivating wood element energy 30. The lightning element watched as its master left with envious tears, forced to begin cultivating under the fire spirit's beatings, lightning element energy 25. Psionic ability, seeing the lightning element being beaten, fearfully began cultivating, psionic energy 20. TSK, poor lightning element. Li Lan mocked while sleeping. The lightning element felt a 10,000-ton critical hit, and just as it thought about stopping cultivation, it was beaten again by the fire spirit, forced to continue cultivating. Lightning element energy 45. Time passed quickly as the 3 of them killed more and more mutated beasts. Time quickly arrived at noon. Shin pushed Li Lan back to the village, with Luna and Lu Shaoqi following behind. People around constantly greeted Li Lan. "Hello, lazy god. Lazy god. Why is lazy god still sleeping?" Seeing this scene, Lu Shaoqi and Luna marveled. Luna said, "I didn't expect your young master to be quite popular.
I told you my young master is a normal person, Shin said. And he even took first place in the previous trials. Luna suddenly remembered what that person said yesterday. Could it be true? But she thought it was impossible. How could there be such a lazy person in the world? And half the day had passed today, and Lilan hadn't gotten off his wheelchair once. He was even too lazy to speak, relying on Shin to bring water to his mouth. He must have been very powerful before. Then, during the competition, although he gave his all and got first place, he was also crippled by the second place contestant. Luna thought. She suddenly felt a little sorry for Lilan. Such a genius, who could spot the flaws in her swordplay with just a few glances. Yet, he would have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. This must be a huge blow to him. This second-place contestant is truly despicable. It was just a competition, yet they resorted to such cruel measures. She suddenly somewhat understood why Lilan was still so tired, even after sleeping for an entire day. Perhaps it wasn't physical fatigue, but rather weariness with life itself. Watching her expression of profound pity, Shin hurriedly pushed Lilan away, fearing that his young master might be contaminated. His young master, though lazy now, generally had a rather normal expression. Lu Shaoqi looked at Luna strangely and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Luna shook her head and said, "Nothing. By the way, remember to be careful with your words around Lilan in the future, or I'm afraid he might do something drastic." "Oh." Lu Shaoqi nodded, not understanding. Suddenly, she smiled and said, "Oh, by the way, do you guys want to come to my place for lunch? I experimented with a new dish yesterday, and I personally think it's pretty good." "Shin, are you and the captain going?" "Sure." "What about Sister Luna?" Lu Shaoqi looked at Luna. She only saw Luna's retreating back as she hurried away. Why did she suddenly walk so fast? Chapter 27, Delicious Lunch, Burning Heaven and Boiling Seas. After arriving at Lu Shaoqi's place, Shin finally understood why Luna had run so fast. "Dinner's ready. Come and taste my cooking," Lu Shaoqi said, holding a large white porcelain bowl. Lilan originally wanted to see what good stuff she had made. But after seeing the green fish in the porcelain bowl and the blue meat in the iron pot not far away, he decisively chose to close his eyes and started to snore loudly. "Lilan, are you eating?" Lu Shaoqi felt a little disappointed when she saw Lilan was asleep again. Immediately, she looked at Shin with joy and said, "Shin, it seems only the two of us will eat together. I'll go get you some rice, wait a moment." Shin looked at the fish on the table, his mouth twitching. He sniffed it, and his face changed dramatically. Resolutely, Shin pushed Lilan and left Lu Shaoqi's residence. "Where are you going?" Lu Shaoqi returned, saw Shin had already left, and quickly ran to the door, shouting, "You haven't eaten yet. My young master isn't feeling well and has to take medicine every day. I'm going to get his medicine now. I'm really sorry, let's eat together next time." Shin explained so as not to hurt Lu Shaoqi's feelings. Lu Shaoqi looked understanding. "Okay, Captain's health is important, you two should go back first. I'll call you again next time I develop new dishes." "There won't be a next time." Shin walked faster and faster, eventually breaking into a run, as if afraid Lu Shaoqi would catch up. At this moment, Shin noticed Lilan watching him with his dead fish eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of awkwardness. It wasn't hard to tell from Lilan's eyes that he seemed to be saying, "Which of us two actually needs the medicine?" Shin said, "Then shall we go back and continue eating?" Lilan's lips twitched, and he chose to close his eyes. Watching Shin's running back, Lu Shaoqi looked envious. Shin is so good to the captain. The captain's health seems quite serious. After the captain finishes his medicine, they definitely won't have time to eat. She looked at the large table of dishes and felt it would be a waste to throw them away. So she found several insulated containers and packed them all up. "I should still bring them some food. We have to clear out the beasts in the afternoon, and it wouldn't be good if they were hungry. Captain isn't feeling well, so eat more. Shin can eat normally. Bring some for Sister Luna too." She ran off in a hurry, so she must have something to do. I really am a kind-hearted person. It was time for the afternoon beast clear out, and the four gathered at the tributary entrance as before. In just a few hours, a considerable number of aquatic beasts had gathered here again. They crashed forcefully against the protective net placed at the entrance, making the large wooden stakes, deeply embedded in the land, shudder as if they wanted to speak but couldn't. Shin glanced at the mountain of beast corpses piled on the water. It seems the military helped us take care of quite a few. Let's get started, Luna said. Shin nodded, okay. Wait a minute. Lu Xiaoqi said at this moment. The two looked at her and asked, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoqi pulled out 4 lunchboxes from her backpack and said, I saw you leave in such a hurry earlier, you probably haven't eaten yet, right? I brought you food, please don't be shy. She opened the lunchboxes, and blue meat, green fish, black chicken drumsticks, and unknown food wrapped in marshmallows appeared before their eyes. Luna's expression changed, and she said, no need, I already ate with my friend. You should keep these for Shin and Lilan. Lu Xiaoqi looked at Shin expectantly. Shin quickly jumped into the water and began clearing out the beasts. He said righteously, this is mission time, how can we do things unrelated to the mission? Luna chimed in, I think Shin is right. Xiaoqi, your ideological awareness still needs improvement. Lu Xiaoqi felt ashamed and said, I was wrong. She placed the insulated box under the tree and said, then let's eat after we clear out the beasts, when we take a break. The 3 entered the water to kill the beasts. Under the tree, Lilan, who was sleeping, frowned slightly upon smelling a strange odor. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the strange dishes in the lunchboxes. He had a sudden idea and directly used his telekinetic ability to throw all these dishes into the water. Then he continued to sleep. A few minutes later, the 3 clearing out the beasts soon noticed something was wrong. Luna looked at Shin and asked, did you notice it too? There seem to be far fewer low-grade anomalous beasts here. What's going on? Shin shook his head. Just then, the 2 suddenly heard Lu Xiaoqi's surprised exclamation, saying, oh no, my thermal lunchboxes. They looked over and saw 4 thermal lunchboxes floating in the water not far away. All the low-grade anomalous beasts and fish that passed near the lunchboxes veered away. Luna looked pointedly at Lu Xiaoqi, feeling somewhat relieved. What did you put in the dishes? I didn't put much, just simply added some salt, oil, MSG, sesame oil, the internal organ powder of giant nylon, the fruit of green spirit camphor, the roots of fragrant pig grass, the petals of sweet osmanthus flower, the tooth powder of glazed snake, the leaves of flame grass, the flowers of blue marsh grass, white jade mushrooms, the flowers of heartbreak grass, the genital powder of fawn wolf, the scale powder of silver fish. Lu Xiaoqi rattled off the names of over 30 items in one breath. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, growing on land, everything imaginable. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance, said nothing, and continued to clear out the monstrous beasts. Lu Xiaoqi didn't understand why they were ignoring her. She sadly picked up the 4 thermal lunchboxes floating on the water. What a shame, I'll only be able to cook for everyone next time. But how did they fall into the water? She looked suspiciously at the large tree. Clearly, that spot was several meters away from the water. In the evening, while the 3 were clearing out anomalous beasts, Shin suddenly received an order from the military. Lilan squad, anomalies detected at Cloud Dream Lake, retreat immediately, retreat immediately. Repeat, anomalies detected at Cloud Dream Lake, retreat immediately, retreat immediately. The call disconnected. He was about to call Luna and Lu Xiaoqi ashore. But just then, a startled cry suddenly came from not far away. There's a commander-level anomalous beast in the water. It's Luna. Shin looked in her direction, and about 100 to 200 meters in front of her, a giant serpentine beast suddenly burst out of the water, raising waves hundreds of meters high. Its eyes were larger than a baby's, and its face was incredibly ferocious. It let out a roar with its gaping maw. Strange movements then began to erupt in the water. Countless serpentine beasts swam in the water. There were a large number of Tier 3, innumerable Tier 2, and Tier 1 creatures were everywhere. Damn it! His heart sank, and he quickly shouted, "Get to shore!" Luna and Lu Shaoqi quickly got to shore. Xin also climbed ashore.
But his shout just now seemed to have attracted the attention of the beast. He had just reached the shore when another commander-level monster emerged from the water.
It was an octopus-like aquatic beast. Its tentacles flew out like lightning, tightly coiling around Xin's legs and dragging him towards the water.
Xin, however, pulled hard on the protective net at the water outlet, trying to break free from its grasp. Just as his strength was about to give out, in an instant, the sky was set ablaze and the sea boiled.
Chapter 28, God of Fire?
No, God of Laziness. At this moment, Duan Zitao and a great transcendent demigod officer from the military were leading a large group of ability users swiftly towards Li Lan's direction.
Hurry, it's just ahead.
Message received, there are a total of 6 areas where the mutant beasts are rioting: Li Lan's squad, Feng Heng's squad, Huang Cheng's squad.
Li Lan's squad is just ahead, let's speed up.
Faster. Although the Sloth God team was the champion of the previous qualifiers, they only have 4 members in total, making them more likely to encounter danger than other teams.
Almost there, almost there. I see the river. They should be just ahead.
So soldiers, prepare to obey orders, rescue anyone in distress immediately.
Regardless of risk, regardless of sacrifice. Yes. I think I see Li Lan, and I also see 2 of his teammates. Oh no, Li Lan's little protege is in danger.
Duan Zitao and the military officer's expressions changed slightly, and they were about to rush forward to provide assistance.
But just then, their vision suddenly transformed into a sea of fire. Bang!
A violent explosion erupted, sending a spark onto the tentacle that had entangled Xin. That tentacle was instantly blown to bits, flesh and blood flying, juices splattering.
Bang! 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 Boom! Boom! Immediately after, several more explosions rang out, creating massive heat waves on the river. Along with steam.
Countless tier, and even tier mutated beasts instantly perished. That snake-like leader-level mutated beast was reduced to minced meat in an instant, devoured by the great fire.
Next was that octopus-like mutated beast. All its tentacles, at the same time,
blossomed into dozens of fiery red flowers of death, big and small.
As the flowers bloomed, they emitted huge explosions and flames.
This octopus also turned into a puddle of minced meat in these explosions, falling like raindrops from the sky.
Landing on the ground. Splashing into the water.
Just then, another leader-level fish mutated beast tried to emerge from the water. A dark cloud began to gather in the sky, and a blue bolt of lightning suddenly struck out from within. Lightning bolts, as thick as a baby's arm, erupted with immense energy.
Upon hitting the water, that section of the water body instantly transformed into an electric lake. Boom! Thunder and lightning flashed.
That mutated beast was shattered to pieces.
Countless other mutated beasts, jolted by the residual power of the lightning, rolled their eyes and floated up from the water.
It was a scene reminiscent of burning the heavens and boiling the seas.
Witnessing this, it wasn't just Lu Shaoqi and Luna.
Even Duan Zitao, the military officers, and the ability users they led.
All wore expressions of shock, terror, and even disbelief. Oh, my goodness, all this was caused by Li Lan? That's terrifying. Is Li Lan a name you can just throw around? Call him Laziness God. With such terrifying power, Laziness God's fire spirit must now be at the late great transcendent demigod stage, right? A genius.
Laziness God is a once-in-a-million genius. He's only 17, yet he's already broken through to the late divine ability stage.
Comparing oneself to others truly infuriates. Those explosions just now were so terrifying. Were those fusion divine abilities?
No way, fusion divine abilities are extremely difficult for even great transcendent demigods to comprehend.
I think they are fusion divine abilities. Besides fusion divine abilities, what other divine abilities could unleash such power?
Laziness God truly lives up to his Li clan heritage, comprehending fusion divine abilities at such a young age. I've been in the military for many years, and this is the first time I've seen such a terrifying genius.
Who hasn't? Currently, Li Lan can probably only be rivaled by the Flame Emperor of yesteryear. He is highly likely to become the second Flame Emperor in the future. No, he is himself. In the future, he will forge his own legend, one that belongs only to him. The group of ability users discussed animatedly. Even the normally disciplined military soldiers couldn't help but join the discussion. The officer chuckled, "It seems we came for nothing." Duan Zitao stood rooted to the spot, muttering to himself, he actually broke through. Not only did the fire spirit break through to the late stage of supernatural powers, but even the lightning element broke through to the mid-stage, and he even comprehended fusion supernatural powers. I am not as good as him, I am not as good as him. Why do I have to live in the same era as someone like him? It's truly despairing. I clearly wanted to spar with him, but now it seems there's no need. Ah. At this moment, Li Lan stood up, stretched languidly with sleepy eyes, and then sat back down in his wheelchair. He squinted, and said lazily, "I've slept for a whole day, I'm really tired." The entire venue was silent. Many ability users looked at him, their faces filled with admiration. The god of laziness truly lives up to his name. Indeed, he was still the same as before, completely unchanged. Still as lazy as ever. However, they too seemed to have achieved that level of laziness. Unfortunately, their strength did not permit it. Even if their strength allowed, they didn't have that talent. Li Lan looked at Shin and asked, "Are you alright?" "No, I'm fine." Shin shook his head, still looking a bit shaken. Li Lan, you. Luna looked at Li Lan, unable to even speak clearly. Lu Xiaoqi asked in surprise, "Captain, are you really a normal person?" "When did I ever say I wasn't a normal person?" Li Lan conveyed with his eyes. "Then before, why did you?" Lu Xiaoqi probably understood what he meant, and looked at Li Lan's wheelchair. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she abruptly looked at Shin next to them. Shin pretended not to know anything and quickly pushed Li Lan away. The officer said, "Since the matter is resolved, we will take our leave." "Alright," Duan Zitao said, looking at Li Lan, "then we'll be going too?" Li Lan nodded. The three walked together on the way back to the village. A group of people followed behind them. They were all people who had come with Duan Zitao to provide support earlier, but they were not Duan Zitao's team members. So now they were also returning to the village with Li Lan. Many of them were now surging with emotion, vividly recounting everything they had just witnessed, their faces full of excitement. They also peeked at Li Lan ahead from time to time. Clearly acting like little fans. "That lightning bolt just now was so cool, I literally dropped it 666 on the spot." Yeah, I thought so too." "And that famous scene where the octopus monster exploded, that was also cool." "I think the coolest was when Lazy God stood up and stretched. I feel like I fell directly in love then, and just wanted to rush up to him." Tui, shameless. You'd rush up and get burned to ashes by Lazy God, right? If Lazy God is willing, from today on I'll only burn for Lazy God alone. Creepy. Too creepy. Back near the village. At this moment, Luna saw a few familiar figures. She had a bad feeling. Sure enough, those few people saw her and walked over with mocking expressions. They were her former teammates, 2 men and 1 woman, 3 in total. "Oh, isn't this Luna? How did you get so weak after just 1 day? You left our team just to join this cripple's team? I say, Luna, you didn't fall for this cripple, did you?" A young man with a pockmarked face smiled sinisterly. "I wonder how big this cripple is." "Too bad, no matter how big he is, you can only be an automatic." Luna hadn't said anything yet. Shin's face suddenly darkened. Chapter 29, Great Transcendent Demigod Returns, Huang Zichao's Reinforcements. "Huang Zichao, did you stuff your mouth with shit? It stinks so much," Luna said with a cold face. The pockmarked young man looked nonchalant and said, "Aren't I just telling the truth?" But no sooner had he finished speaking than he saw a tall figure appear before him. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain erupt from his crotch.
Looking down, he saw Shin's foot, engulfed in flames, slowly retracting from his body. And his lower half was already a bloody mess.
My young master is not someone you can insult.
Shin's face was already like frost. For a moment, Huang Zichao even suspected that if he weren't in an area under military jurisdiction, he might have already been dead.
Ah!
Huang Zichao shrieked, falling to his knees, covering his lower body in pain, his face contorted in agony. He looked at Shin, his face contorted with rage. I'm going to kill you, I have to kill you.
I'm going to make my brother kill you.
I'll kill you first, you bastard. Luna instantly moved, kicking Huang Zichao in the face. Huang Zichao's face twisted, and he was sent flying backward directly. He hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. His face was bruised and swollen, and blood poured continuously from his nose.
Zichao, are you okay? Huang Zichao, are you alright?
The other two were caught off guard by the sudden scene. After regaining their composure, they quickly ran over to help Huang Zichao up. But Huang Zichao's injuries were too severe, he couldn't stand up at all and had to be supported.
He said in disbelief, Luna, how dare you hit me too?
Looking at the two people beside him, he said, what are you two still standing there for?
Go and grab the two of them.
The two men exchanged glances. They wanted to act, but they didn't dare. Not to mention that they were no match for Shin and Luna. The group of ability users from Jiangnan province surrounding Shin were also eyeing them with ill intent.
Who are they, daring to insult lazy Shin like that?
They seem to be from that group from other provinces, a bunch of clueless guys.
These three seem to be Huang Chang's teammates. Huang Chang? That guy who's at the mid-stage transcendent great transcendent demigod level? Humph, only mid-stage transcendent great transcendent demigod, I thought he was something. Lazy Shin is already late-stage transcendent great transcendent demigod.
Let alone his teammates, even Huang Chang himself wouldn't be worth mentioning in front of Lazy Shin.
Exactly.
They still think Lazy Shin is a cripple.
If Lazy Shin is a cripple, then what are we? Idiots?
Leaving aside Lazy Shin's terrifying strength, just his status alone means he's not someone anyone can insult.
It's also fortunate that Lazy Shin is lazy and couldn't be bothered with them. If it were any of the other six, these three wouldn't get off lightly today. Keep your voice down, don't disturb Lazy Shin's sleep. By the way, with so many people in our Jiangnan province, has no one told these people from other provinces how powerful Lazy Shin is? We did, but many didn't believe it, thinking we were bragging.
Some even thought that even though Lazy Shin took first place during his fight with Feng Hong, he was crippled by Feng Hong.
Crippling one is equivalent to instantly killing 3 leader-level beasts.
The ability users of Jiangnan province discussed in low voices, looking at the three with the eyes of someone watching clowns.
Zichao, why don't we leave first?
They have strength in numbers, we can't beat them.
Yeah, and that Lilan doesn't seem simple either. Hearing the two's words, Huang Zichao's rationality gradually returned.
He snorted coldly and said,
let's go find my big brother. Luna looked at Lilan apologetically, then at Shin.
I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble.
It's fine, it has nothing to do with you. Yeah. Luna Uni, wait for me. Lu Shaoqi quickly followed. Not forgetting to turn back and wave, see you tomorrow then. Okay. Do you want me to bring you breakfast? My breakfast is delicious. And no need.
After they left, Shin also prepared to push Lilan back to their residence.
But just then, everyone suddenly noticed 7 people flying towards them in the distance.
One of them was being supported by 2 others, appearing to have suffered very serious injuries.
Look everyone, there seems to be someone in the sky. It looks like the general and the chief. Hiss, but someone among them seems to be injured.
The 7 who went to clear the mutated beasts in the depths of the core zone this time are all transcendent great transcendent demigod. Even with such a lineup, someone got injured. What kind of monster appeared in this beast tide?
I know the injured person. He's the old director of our Jiangnan Province Ability Bureau, a top expert in the late stage of Golden Element Great Divine Ability. Although he's old and his current strength is not as good as his peak, it's still impressive. I didn't expect him to be injured. Even a great transcendent demigod is injured. I wonder how much longer this beast tide will last. Who is that person on the far left, wearing golden armor and with red hair? It might be a bit rude, but he's really Chunibyu. That's Golden Saint Seiya Li Qin, and the sloth god is his younger brother. He was present at the selection trials before. Many people looked towards Li Lan. And Li Lan had, at some point, opened his eyes. The 7 people in the sky slowly descended. The injured great transcendent demigod was supported and sent into the medical room. Everyone, disperse. Don't gather here. Today, in the depths of the core zone, we successfully cleared 4 king-level mutated beasts. I believe this beast tide will soon recede. The general said to the crowd. The great transcendent demigod, who had been weighed down by the heavy atmosphere, immediately became excited. They actually eliminated 4 king-level exotic beasts. It seems this beast tide will end very soon. 4 king-level exotic beasts. Though it might be impolite, compared to that, the old director's injury doesn't seem so unacceptable anymore. Indeed, the fall of 4 king-level exotic beasts for the injury of 1 great transcendent is a worthy sacrifice. Li Qin's eyes lit up as he saw Li Lan, and he walked towards Li Lan. Everyone consciously made way. Meanwhile, at Huang Chang's residence, Huang Zichao said, "Brother, that's what happened. I originally wanted to ask Luna to come back to our team, saying it was too tiring for her to stay in that Li Lan's team. But she didn't appreciate it at all, and even called people to hit me. Brother, you must avenge me. I've never suffered such injustice in my life. What's wrong with me not wanting her to stay in a cripple's team? How could she treat me like this?" Knowing his brother's nature, Huang Chang's face darkened as he looked at the 2 people behind him. Is what he said true? The female team member stammered, unsure how to speak. The male team member quickly said, "Captain, it's pretty much true. That Li Lan's little minion was despicable. To pursue Luna, he directly hit Zichao." Huang Chang snorted coldly, slamming his hand on the table. "I'd like to see who dares to bully my brother, Huang Chang. Zhang Biao, gather the men, let's go." Chapter 30, Godspeed Talisman, Dragon Tiger Body Refining Art. Third brother. Li Lan smiled. Hearing this, many people were stunned on the spot. What did he call that great transcendent demigod? Third brother? Don't you know? Li Lan is Li Qin, the Golden Saint's brother. They are both from the Li clan. And Li Lan is a lightning fire-type great transcendent demigod. Not long ago, he took first place in our Jiangnan province's selection competition. So, the thing about Li Lan being a cripple. Of course it's false, how could the sloth god be a cripple? So he's really just lazy, that's why he always sits in a wheelchair? Yes. Oh my god, there are really people that lazy in this world. I didn't believe it at first. Damn it, I was originally in Li Lan's group. If I'd known he was from the Li clan, I wouldn't have hidden. A burly man, 6 feet tall, pounded his chest and stamped his feet, practically in tears. With the Li clan's endorsement, all sorts of false rumors about Li Lan immediately fell apart. Don't call me third brother. Li Qin's face stiffened, his smile uglier than a cry, and he said, Li Lan, didn't I treat you well usually, brother? What kind of spell did you cast on Grandpa that he wants me to give you my lifeline? Lifeline. The people around seemed to have heard some shocking news. They all looked over. Li Qin slowly pulled out 3 talismans and clutched them tightly in his hand. My grandpa asked me to give these to you, he said, his face etched with pain. Li Lan took the 3 talismans and put them in her pocket. The crowd buzzed with discussion. What's that? It looks like 3 talismans. Isn't that obvious? We want to know what kind of talismans they are. I think I saw something like this online before. They look like divine movement talismans. What, divine movement talismans? The ones where each one is said to be equivalent to a top-tier exotic treasure?
Yes, the appearance and size are exactly the same as what I saw online previously.
Oh my god, I can't believe they're divine movement talismans. No wonder the Golden Saint was so heartbroken. The Li clan really treats Li Lan well. Indeed, these divine movement talismans are coveted even by top-tier transcendence great transcendence demigods. I can't believe the Li clan gave them to an ordinary transcendent great transcendent demigod like Li Lan. Transcendent great transcendent demigod is transcendent great transcendent demigod. What do you mean by ordinary?
My apologies, I was just trying to create a strong contrast.
Lazy god deserves it. Hearing the words divine movement talismans, many people's eyes almost popped out as they said enviously. After all, these divine movement talismans are no ordinary items. They are known as escape artifacts. Instantly teleporting 3,000 miles away with a single thought. In times of danger, one divine movement talisman is equivalent to a life. From this, it's not hard to see their preciousness.
Furthermore, these divine movement talismans are mostly brought out from 5-star instances by top-tier transcendence great transcendence demigods, who exhausted their energy and effort. Except for a select few, most do not circulate in the market at all. Even if some do circulate, they are basically priceless. Most of the time, they are available in name only, without actual transactions.
Just as they were marveling, a piercing sound came from outside. Brother, that kid is Li Lan. His little follower was the one who beat me up. You must avenge me. The crowd looked out to see Huang Chang approaching with over a dozen formidable ability users. Huang Zichao followed behind, looking arrogant with his head held high. What's going on? That looks like Huang Chang, second place in the Jiangdong province tryouts, but what's he doing looking for Li Lan? By their looks, they're not here for a friendly visit. Li Lan isn't exactly friendly either, is he? Just now, Li Lan's little aide here seemed to have beaten up Huang Chang's younger brother, Huang Zichao. So, Huang Chang is here to avenge his brother? Holy crap, is he suicidal? Noticing the strange expressions on the faces of those around him, Huang Chang, a transcendent great transcendent demigod in the middle stage, quickly sensed that something was amiss. When Li Qin walked over, alarm bells started ringing even louder in his mind. Brother, that's him, that cripple in the wheelchair is Li Lan. But Huang Zichao seemed unaware of what was happening, angrily pointing at Li Lan and shouting. Huang Cheng quickly picked up a stick from the ground and whipped him with it. Ah! Huang Zichao's scream echoed. He looked at Huang Chang with a wronged expression and said, Brother, I called you here to teach someone a lesson, why are you hitting me? What's wrong? Li Qin asked, frowning. Huang Chang said righteously. Senior, my disobedient younger brother accidentally offended Captain Li Lan earlier. I called him here to apologize, but he still spoke disrespectfully upon arriving. I was so angry that I gave him a smack. Ha! Brother, weren't you just? Huang Zichao still hadn't fully processed what was happening. Not only him, but even the group of younger brothers behind him hadn't quite understood either. This wasn't the script they had discussed earlier, was it? Before he could finish speaking, Huang Chang whipped down another stick. What did I just say? I want you to apologize, didn't you hear me? Ah! Brother, stop hitting him. Huang Zichao's pained cry rang out again, I apologize, I'll apologize right away. Hurry up! My Huang family has strict rules, how did such a scoundrel like you come out of it? Huang Cheng cursed. Huang Zichao scrambled and crawled to Li Lan and Shen, bowing and apologizing profusely. I'm sorry. It was all my fault before, I'm really sorry. My mouth was foul before, I beg both sirs to be magnanimous and forgive me. Seeing this, Huang Cheng smiled and said, Senior, it's all right now. Li Qin frowned and said, your teaching method is not good. You must be gentle with your juniors. Yes. Huang Cheng quickly replied, next time I educate him, I will definitely be gentler. The younger brothers exchanged glances, then understood after a moment of being stunned. No wonder he's the boss. And they are the younger brothers. The difference is evident here. Oh right, Lilan, Grandpa asked me to give you this.
It's strange, this dragon tiger body forging art can only be cultivated after mastering a great divine ability. Why is he giving it to you now?
You think, could he be getting senile?
Third brother, I recorded that.
Damn it, I'm never going back to the Li clan in this life. Evening.
When Lilan slept, sounds of dragon roars and tiger growls emanated from within his body. The fire spirit said it wanted to be the most dazzling one, and began to diligently cultivate the fire spirit energy 40. The thunder element didn't want to cultivate, but unwillingly started cultivating after being brutally beaten by the fire spirit, thunder element energy 30. The wood element shouted, stop fighting, while starting to cultivate wood element energy 40. The telekinesis ability shivered nearby, carefully beginning to cultivate telekinesis energy 20. Dragon tiger body forging art sighed, lamenting the chaos of the scene, and began cultivating.
Host physique 20.
Chapter 31, Ability Awakening, King Tier Alien Beast.
Due to the mutation of the beast tide, all missions to clear alien beasts have been temporarily suspended. It's unknown when they will resume.
However, before then, everyone is free to act as they wish, whether to leave the village or stay. Early the next morning, a soldier arrived at the residence of Lilan and Shin. He delivered a small box, had a brief chat with Shin, and then left. After the soldier departed, Shin opened the box and saw 3-tier fire attribute exotic treasures. These were likely the rewards from the army for the missions carried out over the past few days. However, because the missions were semi-obligatory, the remuneration wasn't substantial. Just a token gesture. Inside the room, Lilan woke from his sleep. He crooked his finger, and the kettle on the nearby table automatically poured a cup of water into a glass. The cup flew to Lilan's lips after he drank. The cup automatically returned to its original position. It was as if an invisible nanny were providing service. Having psychic ability is truly great, Lilan exclaimed. He floated into the air, and his clothes automatically dressed him. Then he drifted towards the bathroom. Towels, toothbrushes, combs, and everything else also began to move automatically. A few minutes later, done with his ablutions, everything returned to its original place. Lilan flew above his wheelchair and slowly descended, settling into a comfortable position. Returning to the room, Shin saw Lilan with everything already prepared and felt utterly incredulous. He had only been gone for a moment, and his young master had managed all these daily tasks by himself. Is that really Lilan? Shin looked left and right. It wasn't until he saw a mole behind Lilan's earlobe that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed his young master. What are you looking at? Lilan asked with his eyes. Nothing, I just feel like the sun has risen in the west today, Shin said with a smile. Lilan gave him a look that said, how can you look down on me, and then went back to sleep. An old voice called from outside, Xiao Su, Xiao Li, dinner's ready. Okay, Grandma. Shin responded loudly. He quickly pushed Lilan in the wheelchair. Master, don't sleep, it's dinner time. The family they were staying with was headed by an old woman named Yu. Her husband had passed away a few years ago, and her children all worked in the city. Fortunately, she was still quite spry. Now, she lived at home with her young grandson, just the two of them. The arrival of Lilan and Shin added a lot of life to their household, mainly Shin, so she was very enthusiastic towards Lilan and Shin. Shin pushed Lilan to the dining table. Grandma Yu smiled and said to the two of them, today I made braised fish. I wonder if you'll like it. Yes, we love anything Grandma makes. Shin praised, after eating your cooking, Grandma, I feel like everything I ate before was a waste. He picked up a piece of fish and began to feast. You silly child, always talking nonsense, Grandma Yu chided. But her face was beaming with smiles. She looked at Lilan, Xiao Li, you eat too. Taste Grandma's cooking. Master, let me feed you, Shin put down his chopsticks. No, I'll do it myself. As soon as he spoke, the chopsticks on the table moved on their own, picking up a piece of fish and putting it into Lilan's mouth. Lilan smiled and said, it's delicious.
All three showed shocked expressions. Young master, you. Don't make a fuss, I awakened it a few days ago.
Shin had an expression that seemed to say, no wonder you were so diligent this morning.
Granny you, don't be scared. This is a psychic ability, a type separate from elemental and physical abilities.
Granny you suddenly understood and said, oh, I know about that.
When I was young, someone at school awakened one, and I envied them for days.
After dinner, Shin voluntarily went to wash the dishes. When he returned, he heard a child crying.
I told you I can't do it. Grandma, I don't want to learn ability anymore.
It was Granny Yu's grandson, Zhu Xiaohu.
Granny, what's wrong? Grandma Yu sighed and said, it's all this rascal.
I'm trying to teach him to communicate with the elemental energy inside his body, but he just can't learn it.
He's giving me such a headache. He'll be in 3rd grade next year, what if he still can't awaken his ability? Are you sure his ability is elemental?
Shin asked, pushing Li Lan forward.
If it's not elemental, there won't be any elemental energy in his body. Of course it's elemental, Grandma Yu said.
Last time my son came back, he took him for a test, and it was the most powerful lightning element. She looked proud when she said the last part. But soon after, she looked dejected again.
Oh, by the way, Xiaosu, how did you awaken your ability? Shin didn't know how to begin.
His ability had awakened when he was a few years old. However, at the time, his family was afraid he would hurt himself with his ability, so they didn't officially let him begin ability training until he was 7 or 8.
How about you let Xiaohu try to communicate with elemental energy in front of me? I can see if there are any problems. Alright.
Grandma Yu said hurriedly, looking at her crying grandson.
Xiaohu, did you hear that? Hurry up and try. Let Uncle Su teach you. Grandma, I'm only 18. Although Zhu Xiaohu was reluctant, he still sat down cross-legged.
Following the method for awakening ability taught at school, he began to communicate with the elemental energy in his body.
A moment later, he opened his eyes disappointedly and looked at his grandma. Grandma, I still can't sense any elemental energy.
Detected someone attempting ability awakening in front of the host, 3 errors found, system has automatically corrected them. Error 1, the ability awakener has a naturally displaced heart, suggested.
Error 2. Error 3. This shouldn't be. Grandma Yu sighed.
Shin also frowned tightly.
There seem to be no errors, why isn't the awakening successful? At this moment, Li Lan suddenly spoke, Grandma, does Xiaohu have a naturally displaced heart? Xiaoli, how do you know? Grandma Yu looked at him in surprise.
Li Lan simply explained, ability awakening primarily involves communicating elemental energy through the heart.
If the heart is displaced, it's naturally impossible to awaken the ability using the normal method. As he spoke, a chopstick automatically flew over.
After it tapped Zhu Xiaohu several times, it returned to its original position.
Have Xiaohu try to re-establish communication following these points. Grandma Yu looked at Shin. Shin nodded and said, indeed, that's the case.
Zhu Xiaohu sat cross-legged again, and a moment later, he looked at his grandma, ecstatic.
Grandma, I made contact. I saw elemental energy. Really? Grandma Yu also broke into a joyful smile.
She said gratefully, thank you so much, thank you so much.
If it weren't for you, my Xiaohu would probably have.
Grandma Yu, you don't need to be like this is what we should do. We've stayed with you for so long we haven't even had a chance to thank you yet.
2 peaceful days passed like this.
2 days later, new orders came down from the military. All previous groupings were cancelled, and everyone was to proceed together to the core zone to clear out the mutated beasts. Early in the morning, Shin pushed Li Lan to the lakeside. Everyone entered the water one after another and began clearing the mutated beasts from the shores of the large lake. Along the way, Li Lan also saw many familiar faces. Duan Zitao, the hunter he had seen a few days prior, as well as Wu Tianxi, Su Wanyue, and others.
Many people started discussing when they saw Li Lan. Lilan is here, Lilan is here. So that's Lilan, he doesn't look like much. What do you mean, doesn't look like much? He's being low-key.
I heard he instantly killed 3 commander-level mutated beasts a few days ago.
Hiss, 3? Oh my goodness, that's terrifying.
Commander-level mutated beasts are comparable to ability users in the divine ability realm, but mutated beasts are much stronger than transcendent great transcendent demigod. Yeah, our captain, along with another small team, fought for half a day and only managed to kill 1 commander-level mutated beast.
He directly killed 3. Is he even human? Couldn't be bragging, could it? You try bragging and see? I'd be impressed if 10 people believed you. Plus, Lilan is from the Li clan.
A few days ago, the Golden Saint Li Qin even gave Lilan a few divine movement talismans.
Hiss, divine movement talismans? The Li clan is too generous. I can only see what divine movement talismans look like online. Huang Zichao looked at Lilan in the wheelchair with disgust.
Huang Cheng immediately slapped him.
What devious scheme are you cooking up again? I'm telling you, there are some people in this world you absolutely cannot provoke.
Lilan's strength may still be questionable, but it's a certainty that he's Li Qin's younger brother.
If he wants to deal with you, even father intervening won't save you. Brother, I understand. What's wrong? Did your brother cause trouble again?
A young man sat down next to them, speaking in a teasing tone. He was also a transcendent great transcendent demigod named Baiyu, and he had a good relationship with Huang Chang. The two were from the same province and the same school.
No, it's still about the previous matter. The previous matter? Huang Chang nodded and said, he had some conflict with Xin and Luna from Lilan's team before? Luna? Isn't she in your team?
She was at first, but then she followed her friend Lu Xiaoqi and went to Lilan's team. This kid got into a conflict with that Xin because of this, and apparently, he cursed him pretty badly.
Then your brother is quite lucky.
Baiyu said in surprise, I heard that Lilan instantly killed 3 leader-level mutated beasts a few days ago.
His strength is probably already late-stage transcendent great transcendent demigod. If he had acted then.
Hearing this, an unnamed anger surged in Huang Cheng's heart, and he beat Huang Zichao up again.
Brother, why are you hitting me again? You're asking for it. Xin ignited a fiery vortex in the water.
Steam hissed, and a tear-mutated beast was instantly burned with a large hole through it. Luna looked at it in surprise and said, Xin, I haven't seen you in a few days, your strength seems to have grown quite a bit.
This is all thanks to the young master's guidance, Xin said.
In the past 2 days, Lilan had guided him on many things, greatly increasing his strength. He believed that in another half a month, he would be able to enter the transcendent great transcendent demigod realm.
Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqi looked envious. Does the captain still need a study companion? Luna quickly pulled her away and said, do you want to be hunted down by the Li clan? Why would the Li clan hunt me down? Xin, you must cook for Lilan often, right? Xin nodded. Luna showed a there you have it expression. Lu Xiaoqi retorted, I think my cooking is quite good. To avoid gossip.
Lilan then simply jumped into the water and floated on his back, sleeping. Occasionally, he would kill a few mutated beasts, leaving those nearby stunned. At this moment, chaos suddenly erupted ahead.
Large groups of people swam towards the shore. What's wrong? What happened? Someone asked anxiously.
No one answered, but when they saw a fiercely powerful crocodile with blood constantly streaming from its neck swimming towards them in the distance, they all turned pale with fright.
Oh no, that's a wounded king-level mutated beast. How did it get here? That looks like the one that escaped from the core zone more than 10 days ago.
I can't believe it's been hiding in a cave beneath the lake.
Everyone, run! Who's that on the water? He's actually floating and sleeping. That looks like Lilan. Oh no, it's already here. The sloth god is in danger. Don't worry, Lilan will definitely be fine. After everyone fled to the surface of the lake, they stared intently at Lilan on the water.
A giant crocodile then surged out of the water, creating massive waves, and swallowed Li Lan in one gulp.
Shin's face turned ashen, his head swam, and he nearly fainted outright. Fortunately, Lu Shaoqi and Luna quickly supported him. Chapter 32, Instant Kill of King-Level Aberrant Beasts, Awakening Control Ability, Demonic Soul Silk.
Watching Li Lan meet his end in the belly of the aberrant beast, many people started to murmur.
Lazy god, was eaten by an aberrant beast? This is impossible. The lazy god is invincible. How could he be eaten by an aberrant beast? This must be impossible, I must have seen wrong. What's impossible about it? Didn't you see it with your own eyes?
Although the lazy god is strong, that was a king-level aberrant beast, a king-level aberrant beast comparable to a great transcendent demigod. If you walk by the river often, you're bound to get your shoes wet.
The lazy god, after all. Shin sat on the ground, mumbling to himself, this is impossible, how could young master? Lu Shaoqi and Luna also wore looks of disbelief. Shin, my condolences.
That was a king-level aberrant beast, after all. Shin, we should hurry and look for Captain's third brother now.
We might still find the body.
Shin seemed not to hear them, sitting on the ground like a statue.
No matter how they called out, he didn't react.
Wu Liuqi, Duan Zitao, and others couldn't help but show a desolate sadness, like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. Duan Zitao muttered to himself, indeed, even a genius like Li Lan can die. Wu Liuqi hugged his sword inside, his eyes dim. What a pity, I didn't even get a chance to fight him.
Only Fang Hong was full of disbelief, saying, is Li Lan really dead? He knew far more than others, including the fact that Li Lan was already a wood element great transcendent demigod. Wang Zichao felt a bit of schadenfreude.
But then, he was once again beaten severely by his elder brother.
Brother, why are you hitting me again? You think about it yourself.
Huang Cheng said irritably, almost fuming with anger at his younger brother. At this moment, 3 figures descended from the sky. It was the chief of the army, the Golden Saint Seya Li Qin, and the head of the Jiangnan Special Department. 3 powerhouses in the Great Divine Realm. Many people quickly gathered around them.
Where's the giant crocodile? Li Qin asked. It's gone.
No one died, right? The chief asked. Although the giant crocodile was a king-level mutated beast, it had been beaten to near death by them earlier. Its internal organs were already shattered, and its mobility was severely restricted. Moreover, the deep core area was not a short distance from the periphery, so if its arrival had been detected in time, everyone should have been able to escape.
Hearing this, everyone fell silent.
A bad premonition arose in the 3 people's hearts, and they hesitated to speak.
The chief quickly asked, what happened? Everyone looked at the Golden Saint Seya Li Qin. What's wrong? Speak up if you have something to say.
That, Mr. Li Qin, Li Lan, he was eaten by the giant crocodile.
What? Li Qin's face immediately darkened. He said, how is that possible? His strength was already infinitely close to great transcendent demigod.
He was eaten, while he was floating on the water, asleep, the person answered, stealing himself. Hearing this, the other 2 had strange expressions.
They were about to comfort Li Qin.
But they saw Li Qin had already flown into the sky and was heading towards the lake.
It seems Li Lan's death has hit him hard.
Alas, the kinship within the Li clan is the deepest among all great families.
Be prepared, our Jiangnan province might not receive assistance from the Li clan for the next few years. But let's find Li Lan's body first.
Although his death was a bit strange, he sacrificed himself for our Jiangnan province after all.
The 2 also flew into the air.
Just as they were about to search for the giant crocodile together,
a huge explosion suddenly echoed in the lake. Boom!
Immediately after, a giant crocodile flew out of the water, arcing towards the shore. Seeing this sight, the 3 people in the air were stunned.
They then looked down in disbelief. Because they actually saw a tiny human figure where the giant crocodile had flown out. Seriously, can't even get some sleep in peace.
Lilan rubbed his eyes and flew towards the shore. "It's Lilan," the two said in disbelief. Li Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Lilan return, many people felt as if they had been dreaming. They rubbed their eyes one after another. "It's Lilan, he's not dead? Great, Lazishan isn't dead? Oh my god, this giant crocodile is that king-tier mutated beast. Lazishan, he actually killed a king-tier mutated beast." Hiss. "I told you Lazishan couldn't die, but you didn't believe me back then. Not only did he not die, but he also killed a king-tier mutated beast in return. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be unthinkable." Looking at the giant crocodile's corpse, many people exclaimed. Only Lilan frowned, as if he had discovered something inside the crocodile's body. His mind stirred. A thin filament flew from the crocodile's head into his hand. A thread? Lilan touched the filament, feeling that it was unusually strange. Though small, its texture was extremely hard and impervious to water and fire. If he hadn't been swallowed by the giant crocodile at the time and tripped by it, he might not have discovered it. At this moment, Lilan saw Shin rushing towards him. Standing in front of him, Shin incredulously pinched his face, and after confirming he was real, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "What are you doing?" "Young master, it's truly great that you're all right." Lilan put the fine thread into his pocket, patted Shin's shoulder, and gave him a look. Shin understood. He carried Lilan and put him back in his wheelchair. Looking at his haggard appearance, Lilan couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, I'll be more careful next time." "Worry about what?" "Your life or death is none of my business." At this time, the chief, Li Qin, and the head of the special department also returned. They looked at the giant crocodile's corpse on the ground, then looked at Lilan as if he were a monster. One must know that even though this giant crocodile was severely injured, it was still a king-level beast. And this king-level beast actually died at the hands of a great transcendent demigod kid. Who would believe that if it were told? The chief of Jiangnan scrutinized Lilan from head to toe, and after a moment of silence, said, "Kid, you're a monster, aren't you?" Director Jiang of the special department clicked his tongue in wonder, saying, "Incredible, truly incredible. You, kid, are even more terrifying than your brother." Li Qin looked at the monster, then at Lilan, and his previous depression vanished. He couldn't stop smiling. He looked at the chief of Jiangnan and the head of the special department. The two seemed to know what he was going to say and said helplessly, "Got it, let Lilan take it. A partner of justice, I'd say more like a bandit. It took me a lot of effort to severely injure this thing back then. As if I didn't do anything at the time." Li Qin came before the giant crocodile and punched through its heart. He took out a sky-blue crystal core from inside and tossed it into Lilan's hand. "Lilan, catch." Seeing this crystal core, many people showed envious and jealous expressions. "Oh my god, it's a beast core from a king-level beast. If this thing were sold, it could fetch at least tens of millions. Moreover, this item is an extremely precious cultivation resource. After processing, the energy within the beast core can be utilized by ability users." Hiss, the energy of a king-level beast, wouldn't absorbing this send one straight to heaven? That's incredible. Lazy God is invincible. Lilan is really lucky. You call this good luck? Try getting swallowed by this king-level beast yourself? Opportunity is for the capable. Without strength, you can't seize it anyway. Speaking of which, Lilan is truly terrifying. Being bitten by a king-level beast would mean instant death for an average person. Yet, he's completely fine. The beast's corpse was carried away by the military. The cleanup mission continued. However, this time, to prevent further accidents. The military specifically left two great transcendent demigod individuals on the periphery of the core area to clean up the beasts with everyone. Looking at the removed giant beast corpse, everyone now had a clearer understanding of Lilan. That is invincible. Looking at Lilan, who was sound asleep on the shore, many people who previously thought he was slacking off silently shut their mouths. After all, he's already killed a king-level beast, isn't that enough?
If you think he's slacking off, why don't you go kill one yourself and see? Not to mention a heavily injured one, even a dead one could crush a person to death. Evening, after dinner.
After Shin fell asleep, Lilan once again picked up the thin thread to observe it.
Just then, the system's voice sounded. Ding dong, detected host has acquired a top-tier control-type exotic treasure, demonic soul silk. Automatically absorbing.
Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening a control-type ability.
Hearing this sound, Lilan's heart skipped a beat. Control-type treasure. This thread is a control-type treasure?
Before he could feel joy, a terrifying thought suddenly rose in Lilan's mind. That is, this beast tide was man-made. Someone controlled these king-level exotic beasts and then used them to initiate the beast tide.
Otherwise, how could this demonic soul silk be explained? It couldn't have appeared out of thin air.
No, for the safety of Jiangnan province, I must verify my idea.
Lilan's expression was grim.
He activated his psychic ability, controlling himself to fly deeper into the core zone.
About 4 hours later. The water surface deep within the core zone was covered with countless vines and the blood of exotic beasts.
2 early-stage king-level exotic beasts had fallen at Lilan's hands. This was also thanks to his wood element ability naturally countering these water attribute exotic beasts, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to handle it in such a short time.
Lilan removed the beast cores from their bodies.
Sure enough, inside them, he also found demonic soul silk identical to the previous one. Control type ability is happily devouring demonic soul silk, control type energy 100. Control type ability is happily devouring demonic soul silk, control type energy 100.
Only an increase of 100? It seems this demonic soul silk is not complete. But who exactly is controlling these exotic beasts? What was the reason it controlled the mutated beasts to unleash the beast tide? But no matter what, the mastermind behind this must be a heinous person, or even an organization. No normal person would do something like this.
If it weren't for Jiangnan province's ample military strength and powerful capabilities, who knows how many people would have died in such a beast tide.
It was almost dawn.
After Lilan hunted another mutated beast, took a magic soul thread as a sample, and returned to his residence. After dawn, Lilan had not even opened his eyes yet when Shin had already finished his ablutions for him. The first thing Lilan did upon opening his eyes was to look at Shin.
Take me to see the general. What?
Shin was stunned, feeling like he had misheard.
Why would they suddenly go see the general? However, he seemed to detect something amiss in his young master's tone. It was a rare seriousness. Chapter 33, Dark Moon Circus, The Puppeteer. Early morning. Deep within the core area of Yunmeng Lake. A bizarre puppet floated on the water. It was the size of a baby's arm, dressed in a neat black suit, with a black cloth covering its eyes. Its expression was stiff, its face twisted and eerie.
Upon contact with a king-level mutated beast, it suddenly expanded rapidly, becoming the size of an adult. It reached its hand into the beast's head, felt around a couple of times, then revealed a surprised and eerie expression. It then approached the corpses of 2 other king-level mutated beasts, repeating the previous action. Its expression remained surprised and eerie. After a moment of being dazed in place, its mouth slightly opened, emitting a few chilling laughs.
Oh no, ha ha ha, we've been discovered. Oh no, ha ha ha, I've been discovered. The leader's plan is going to fail, oh no, ha ha ha.
After laughing, his body rapidly shrunk, transforming back into a small doll, and floated downstream.
As it passed a small island in the middle of a lake,
it was picked up by a big-nosed man wearing a clown costume and an exaggerated smile.
It's gone? Don't worry, half of the plan is already complete. The doll once again let out that chilling laughter.
Ha ha, leader, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Puppeteer, you know, I prefer to be called clown.
Ha ha, clown, clown. Go and find everything that was lost. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing at your mom. The clown threw the doll away like trash.
Because housing in the village was limited, it was impossible for everyone to have a room allocated to them. So, apart from the ability users who came to reinforce, all soldiers were essentially stationed in camps outside the village. General Xiang, as the supreme commander of the army, was naturally no exception. As soon as Li Lan approached the camp, he was stopped by a group of soldiers.
"Stop, this is a military stronghold, unauthorized personnel are prohibited."
We're here to see General Xiang," Xin explained.
"Do you have identification?" a soldier asked, hesitating.
Xin shook his head, no.
"Do you have an appointment?" the soldier asked again.
Xin shook his head again. The soldiers' faces returned to seriousness, and they said, "Then I apologize, this is a military stronghold, unauthorized personnel are prohibited."
"Young master."
Xin looked at Li Lan in the wheelchair, a troubled expression on his face.
Li Lan opened his eyes and said, "What if we're looking for the Golden Saint Seiya, Li Qin?" "Looking for Mr. Li Qin?" a soldier asked in confusion. "Why are you looking for him?"
"He's my brother, and I have something important to tell him."
"The brother of the Golden Saint Seiya, Li Qin?"
Hearing this, the soldiers exchanged glances, looking at Li Lan with surprise and suspicion. They had been stationed here since the start of the Beast Tide, guarding the camp without leaving their posts. Army discipline was strict, and it was usually difficult for different units to communicate casually, and even if they did, it wouldn't be idle chatter or irrelevant talk. So, it was normal for them not to recognize Li Lan. "Are you really Mr. Li Qin's brother?" the soldier's officer asked, skeptically.
He scrutinized Li Lan from head to toe. He wanted to observe and find similar features between them.
He continued, "Mr. Li Qin has red hair, and Mr. Li Qin's older brother, Li Qingyang, also has red hair."
"Why don't you?"
Li Qingyang had visited the Jiangnan military region not long ago.
So, not long ago, this person had met Li Qingyang once. In Dragon Country, there aren't many people born with red hair who are also great transcendent demigod.
Therefore, both Li Qin and Li Qingyang had left a very deep impression on him. But he looked for a long time. Apart from feeling that Li Lan's face somewhat resembled Li Qin's, and that they shared the same gender, there weren't many similarities between the two. Red hair. Li Lan got a headache hearing this and silently closed his eyes. Xin, who was beside him, said, "My young master's name is Li Lan, he's the youngest son of Li Clan the Patriarch, Li Qin's younger brother, and also the youngest grandson of Flame Emperor."
"You can verify this."
As for the red hair, you might not believe it, but everyone in the Li Clan, including Flame Emperor, dyes their hair red.
All died.
The officer's mouth twitched. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm sorry, we currently don't have the means to verify your identities, so we cannot let you enter.
However, if you have anything to say, you can tell me. I will relay it to the general and the others when they return." "Return?" Li Lan frowned and said, "Do you mean that the general and my brother are not currently in the military camp?" The officer said no more. Li Lan already understood what he meant, nodded, and said, "Xin, let's go back." After watching the two leave, a soldier suddenly said,
"A few days ago, I heard about a young man named Li Lan who instantly killed 3 commander-level beasts."
"Could it be him?" "What, 3 commander level? How is that possible? Isn't he just bragging?" "It's absolutely true. Oh, by the way, I think I heard while eating earlier that the corpse of the king-level beast that was carried away not long ago was also killed by a young man named Li Lan." "Impossible, absolutely impossible, this must be false. Even if he's incredibly powerful, he's only a great transcendent demigod. How could he possibly kill a king-level beast?" "It's true, that king-level beast was severely wounded by the general and his men and ran away, and was later killed by Li Lan." "Hiss, that's terrifying. Are all the people in the Li clan freaks?"
Even though that king-level beast was heavily wounded, it was still a king-level after all. The soldiers discussed animatedly.
Instantly killed 3 commander-level alien beasts. Killed a severely injured king-level alien beast.
Hearing their conversation, the officer's heart jolted.
After realizing what was happening, he quickly glared at them. "What's all the noise? Don't you know about discipline? None of you will eat lunch today,
and after your shift, you'll all do 50,000 squats. After eating, the cleaning task continued. After yesterday's events, many people felt fear towards Li Lan. Even Huang Zichao didn't dare to discuss anything in private anymore. He would turn around and leave immediately if he saw anyone from Li Lan's team, not daring to show any displeasure. JJ.br. Thanks to Li Lan, Shen and the others had a much easier day. No matter what they did, there were always people serving them. It was a scene of joy and harmony. Only one person was an exception. Behind a large tree, Xiong Jianxiong watched Li Lan, pounding his chest in frustration. Damn it, I was here first. Evening. Li Lan made some inquiries. Li Qin and the generals still hadn't returned. Seeing that its master was lazy for another day, the fire spirit was furious, beat the thunder element, and then began to cultivate diligently. Fire spirit energy 45. The thunder element was cultivating, and after being innocently beaten by the fire spirit, it cultivated while crying. Thunder element energy 35. The wood element stood up for the thunder element, beat the fire spirit, and then happily began to cultivate. Wood element energy 40. Telekinesis ability glanced at the fire spirit gloatingly, started cultivating after being brutally beaten by the fire spirit. Telekinetic energy 15. Dragon tiger body refinement art hid away and began cultivating to avoid being brutally beaten. Host physique 25. Control ability saw everyone so full of vigor, and started cultivating, trembling in a corner. Control energy 10. Your control ability level has increased to tier early stage. Li Lan was sleeping at night. Suddenly, he heard a crisp sound from outside the window. He opened his eyes to see that the window glass was shattered all over the floor. A creepy little doll was sitting on the windowsill, looking at him. The doll smiled faintly at Li Lan. Then Li Lan felt as if his body was snagged by something, and he was pulled out of the window. The doll also flew out with him. Li Lan used his telekinesis ability to stabilize himself and stand firm. The doll, meanwhile, landed in the hands of an even larger doll. It was a big wooden puppet, adult-sized. It stood with its back to Li Lan, dressed in a neat black suit, wearing a black top hat, and a black cloth band over its eyes. What kind of strange thing is this? Li Lan looked at it warily. Its head suddenly rotated 180 to face Li Lan, revealing a creepy smile. "Ah, hello there, friend, I am the puppeteer. You seem to have taken something of mine?" "Something?" Li Lan took out the demonic soul silk. The puppet continued to laugh. "That's right, that's it. Friend, return it to me, and I'll leave immediately. It's really important to me. Could this thing be the culprit behind controlling the beast horde? What if I don't?" "What?" the puppet asked, continuing to laugh. "Ha, then die." Boom! Before the words finished, countless trees were uprooted. The puppet leaped into the air, shooting dozens of thin threads from its hands. Each thread, upon contacting a tree. These trees automatically transformed into large puppets, charging towards Li Lan. What element plus control element transcendent great transcendent demigod? Li Lan's mind stirred. Scorching pyroblast. Intense fire spirit energy gathered. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the trees instantly turned into a sea of fire. The puppet in the air continued to manipulate the thin threads in its hands. The trees moved again, charging towards Li Lan. Even if their hands, feet, and heads were burned away, they could still move, like undead warriors. It seems only by dealing with that puppet can these treants be stopped. Li Lan looked at the puppet, and wood elements swiftly condensed around him. Second wood heaven's prohibition. Countless vines instantly grew wildly, lunging towards the puppet in the air. The puppet's mouth slightly opened, revealing a surprised expression. With a pull of the threads in its hands, all the treants were instantly pulled in front of it, forming a huge defensive shield that blocked Li Lan's attack. It slowly descended from the air, looked at Li Lan, and said in surprise, "Ha ha ha, an unfamiliar wood element transcendent great transcendent demigod, who are you? You don't seem to be from Jiangnan province? He can't see me?" Li Lan looked at the puppet with black cloth over its eyes, mused for a moment, and bluffed, "My name is Mu Quebec.
Respected Mr. Muke, thank you for telling me your name. Ha ha ha, we shall meet again. The puppet quickly shrank, flew into the distance, and disappeared into the darkness.
Allow me to introduce myself, I am the puppeteer, from the Dark Moon Circus.
Chapter 34, The Mysterious Wood Element Expert, Hanjiang Instance. Dark Moon Circus? One of the 5 branches of the Psionic Association? Isn't there already a black coffin here? How did they end up here? And what is their purpose in controlling these king-level beasts to stir up a beast tide? Li Lan frowned slightly. Logically speaking, if there's already one evil force in the area, other evil forces wouldn't rashly interfere. Moreover, they share the same big daddy behind them, the Psionic Association, a crazy organization intertwined with alien races. Watching the surrounding lights illuminate and the distant army approach, Li Lan used telekinesis to flip back onto his bed and began to snore loudly. Downstream of Yunmeng Great Lake. Lake Heart Island, Lumling Resort. A very famous exclusive sanctuary. Before the beast tide, it had a huge flow of visitors, with tourists coming and going continuously. It became empty after the beast tide occurred. Its popularity plummeted. At this moment, only one circus tent was still lit. After leaving the village, the puppeteer flew into the circus tent. The circus tent was lively. The animal trainer was teasing his big lion, the magician was playing with his poker cards, the tightrope walker was walking the tightrope. And the clown, as the circus master, was entertaining his strange guest. A child. A little boy, about 6 or 7 years old, with a skull collar around his neck. His eyes were clear, and he was thoroughly engrossed in a copy of 120 torture methods of the Gulong Kingdom. Just like that neighbor kid, the one who loved to read and was always well behaved. Little monster, what have you decided? Now that you've broken with the Psionic Society, only my Dark Moon Circus can help you. As long as you help me complete this task, I'm willing to give you a black coffin, 1 holy relic, and 2 half-holy relics. The clown said with an alluring tone. The little boy seemed not to hear him, continuing to read his book. What's so great about a tattered book? Illiterates are just like that. The little boy looked up at him, a disgusted expression on his face. Are you going to help or not? Even though I'm a bad kid with principles. To be honest, clown, I don't really like you, and I don't really like the Psionic Society either. The little boy closed his book and said, You guys spend all day with those monsters, be careful, one day you'll turn into monsters yourselves. How is that possible? That's impossible. How is it impossible? You just haven't noticed. You've lost your principles, haven't you? As if you have such a thing, the clown sneered. The little boy smiled, Of course I do. I never kill good children. That sounds really nice, the clown said. You're just a little monster who likes to torment children. Say what you will. Are you going to help or not? 1 holy relic, 3 half-holy relics, and 1 of them must be dark attributed. Deal. The clown waved his hand, and a jet-black ring appeared in the little boy's hand. The ring was covered with blood-red mysterious runes, looking strange and eerie. If one listened closely, they could even hear sharp wails emanating from the ring from time to time. This is the Blood Dark Ghost Ring. I believe it can greatly restore your injuries. Thank you. The little boy put on the ring, instantly looking much more energetic, and said, Leave the matter of finding the cold river instance to me. But this is the last time I'll help you. I really don't like being with you bugs from the Psionic Society. But I heard that you've been doing bad things outside, using the name of the Psychic Association. Who doesn't like to spread dirt? The boy smiled, and the eyes of the skull collar around his neck glowed blood red. At this moment, the puppeteer came to the clown's side. He spoke a few words in a low voice, laughing with an eerie crying sound. The clown frowned slightly after hearing it. Failed? What elemental transcendent great transcendent demigod? Weren't those guys all sent away by me? Where is this what elemental transcendent great transcendent demigod from? Ha ha, he said his name is Muke, leader. Call me clown. The clown said irritably, Muke?
I didn't expect that old geezer to still be here.
Hearing this, the little boy couldn't help but let out a sneer. What's wrong with you? The clown looked at him. The little boy said, nothing, I just couldn't help it. He's not Mookie? The clown suspiciously asked, do you know who he is? When did Jiangnan province get a new great transcendent demigod? I am not obligated to tell you that. But I can tell you that I hold a great secret. If I reveal this secret, those alien races behind you might be overjoyed. What secret? The clown asked curiously. I won't tell you, the little boy smiled. He patted the dust off his clothes, got up, and left the circus. Watching him leave, everyone in the circus stopped what they were doing. Clown, why don't we kill this traitor? Just a great transcendent demigod whose strength is severely damaged. Killing him would surely make the higher-ups very happy. The beast tamer couldn't help but say. A greedy expression appeared on his face. Perhaps he's right. The clown turned to look at the beast tamer, a trace of sadness on his face. I remember you didn't join the circus to please anyone before. The rapid increase in strength has made you, and even me, forget who we are. But soon, he smiled again. But I believe it won't be long until we can break free from the control of those guys. The next day, Li Lan woke up early and heard the discussions outside. How terrifying, who exactly are these two great transcendent demigod? I don't know, but looking at this display, they must be two elemental great transcendent demigod. But I saw fire last night. That means one of them also possesses the fire spirit ability. It's too terrifying, feel that vine. It's so hard and huge, if it were to poke someone forcefully, they'd die, wouldn't they? Yes, I feel even a top-tier great transcendent demigod couldn't withstand a single blow from this vine. Now, touch the remains of that branch. It's even poisonous. Oh no, Joe Cun fainted after touching that branch. It really is poisonous, I was just saying it casually. Didn't all the great transcendent demigod in the village leave yesterday? Who is this elemental great transcendent demigod anyway? I guess it's that cleaner, he's mysterious every day, he looks like a hidden master. I guess it's the village chief, he goes to Widow Lu's house at the village head every day, that Widow Lu must be a great villain, the village chief has sacrificed too much for the village. Pfft, do you have some grudge against the village chief? Instead of guessing the village chief, you might as well guess the slacker god, Li Lan lives so close to where the battle took place. It can't be the slacker god, he's only 17, are you crazy? Sigh, if only the slacker god were a woman. Don't even think about it, even if she were a woman, she wouldn't be interested in you. The sun was just right, the breeze gentle. Shin pushed Li Lan, walking along the road for a stroll. Young master, today we continue looking for General Xiang. Li Lan rubbed his temples, feeling that he hadn't slept well the entire night after the fight yesterday evening. Psychologically, not physically. Young master, let me help you with a massage. Shin activated the wheelchair's massage mode and pushed Li Lan towards the military camp. Since General Xiang and the others were all in the camp today, after a simple notification, the soldiers allowed them through. The generals are in the conference room. You can go straight in. Okay, thank you. As soon as Li Lan reached the conference room door, he heard the noisy discussions coming from inside. I can confirm that there's at least one great transcendent demigod hidden in the village, and this great transcendent demigod is elemental? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I've been stationed here for 30 years and have never seen any unfamiliar, elemental great transcendent demigod. Then can you explain what happened with the battle last night? Also, deep in the core zone, we found the corpses of 3 king beasts, all killed by a elemental great transcendent demigod. Fighting 3 king beasts alone, this person must be at least a mid-stage great transcendent demigod, and likely quite old. You've only been here for 30 short years, so it's normal that you wouldn't know them. Why must it be a elemental great transcendent demigod? Can't other great transcendent demigod do it? What if he just possesses wood attributed items? No matter what, he must be a very benevolent senior. If not for his help last night, this place might have been littered with corpses by now. Who exactly was the one who attacked the village last night? What was his purpose? At this moment, everyone saw Shin and Li Lan standing at the door and quieted down. Is that Li Lan? General Xiang said kindly, please come in. Shin pushed Li Lan into the conference room. Li Lan scanned the room, noticing that his third brother wasn't there. Li Lan, is there something you need to see me about? General, I have something I'd like to give you. What is it? Li Lan took out the demonic soul silk from his pocket and placed it in General Xiang's hand. I found this on the corpse of that king-level exotic beast a few days ago. Upon seeing the demonic soul thread, everyone in the conference room fell silent. Director Jiang Nan slammed the table and exclaimed, Dark Moon Circus, the puppeteer, those bastards. Damn bastards. Those sons of bitches, to joke with the lives of hundreds of millions of people in Jiangsan province, they're truly animals. What is this? A military officer asked, bewildered. General Xiang explained, this is the demon soul silk, one of the 5 branches of psionic energy, and a weapon used by the puppeteers, members of the Dark Moon Circus. It's a control-type holy relic. After it's planted in someone's brain, the puppeteer can use it to temporarily control the body of a person or beast. General Xiang, are you saying the Dark Moon Circus incited the beast tide using this thing? Asked Section Chief Jiang from the Special Investigations Department. General Xiang nodded, then shook his head. I'm afraid it's not just this one item. King-level aberrant beasts aren't that easy to control. Another officer asked, but isn't the Dark Moon Circus in the north? Why did they suddenly come here? I might know why they came, said the old director of the Jiangnan Ability Bureau at this moment. He stood up and vigorously patted Li Lan's shoulder. Son, on behalf of the hundreds of millions of people in the 3 Jiang provinces, thank you. You've helped us tremendously. For what? Even General Xiang looked at the old director with curiosity. The old director pondered for a moment, then solemnly uttered 4 words. Cold. River. Secret. Realm. Chapter 35, The Terrifying Archpriest, Crisis Arrives. Cold River Instance. What kind of instance is this? How come I've never heard of it? Me neither, I've completely never heard of it. Does our Jiangnan province even have this instance? Is there anything special about this instance? Everyone discussed animatedly, looking at the old director with curiosity. This matter was originally confidential, but now that this has happened, I suppose it doesn't matter if I speak of it. The old director sighed and said, the Cold River instance is an instance discovered by Jiangnan province over 500 years ago, hidden deep within Yunmeng Lake. According to the speculation of a great transcendent demigod realm powerhouse at the time, this instance might contain an enormous secret. A colossal secret. Everyone gasped. One must know that the old director was a great transcendent demigod who had been famous for a long time. Anything he described as a colossal secret would definitely not be simple. What secret? Director Jiang asked. The old director shook his head, I don't know either. My teacher told me this when he passed away. He also said that if one masters its secret, even an ordinary person could become a strong great transcendent demigod within 3 years. Hiss. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. They felt their minds go blank. To make an ordinary person a great transcendent demigod in 3 years. What kind of concept was this? One must know that throughout the entire human race, there were only a few dozens of great transcendent demigod realm powerhouses. And among them, most were old monsters. Old monsters who had lived for an unknown period, veritable living fossils. For example, ancestor Mu Huang of the Qing family, who was a master already famous more than 300 years ago. 3 years to equal someone's 300 years. No one dared to even think such a thing. But old director, if there truly was such a terrifying instance, it should have been excavated long ago, shouldn't it? General Xiang asked. That's right. If there really was something so good,
it should have been excavated as soon as it was discovered.
How could it still be the Dark Moon Circus's turn to covet it now? That's something you don't know. According to my teacher, this instance is actually in a sealed state.
If you need to break the seal, it requires a huge amount of energy. Even if it costs a lot of energy, it's impossible that it hasn't been opened until now, right? The commander-in-chief couldn't help but ask.
I'm not finished yet.
The old director continued, besides being sealed, it's also in a state of random, erratic movement.
It changes its location from time to time.
My teacher learned about this from his teacher, so he doesn't remember it very clearly.
But I can probably guess that the first group of people who discovered the Hanjiang instance actually wanted to open it.
However, before they could open it, the instance disappeared on its own. As everyone knows, Yunmeng Lake connects to the sea, and 2 emperor-level alien beasts reside in its deepest parts. So, for safety's sake, that group of people at the time chose to seal off information about the instance, intending to leave it for future generations to explore. But this blockade has lasted for hundreds of years.
After listening to the old director's words, everyone's expressions were grave.
If such a terrifying instance fell into the hands of the Psychic Society, the consequences would be unimaginable. Director General Jiangnan said in a deep voice, "A month ago, I received information that an elder of the Psychic Society acquired a blood attribute holy relic from an alien race, which can gain powerful strength by absorbing fresh blood. It now appears they intend to use this item to open the Hanjiang instance."
But isn't the instance's whereabouts erratic? How will they find the Hanjiang instance? General Xiang asked.
No sooner had he spoken than a name involuntarily rose in the minds of all the great transcendent demigods present, except for Li Lan.
The Black Coffin, the High Priest. It seems the Dark Moon Circus intends to join forces with the Black Coffin. But hasn't the Black Coffin already been deemed a traitor by the Psychic Society?
Even if he's a traitor, the High Priest's master was a member of the Psychic Society. If the Psychic Society is willing to pay a price, the High Priest might very well cooperate with them.
And don't forget, the High Priest is currently severely injured and urgently needs supplies to recover.
Only the High Priest can help the Psychic Society. Everyone knows how powerful the sacred blood puppet is.
The old director sighed, the urgent priority now is to stop clearing out the alien beasts. We absolutely cannot let the Psychic Society's scheme succeed.
Sacred blood puppet?
Hearing those 4 words, Li Lan's heart tightened. He couldn't help but ask, what does sacred blood puppet mean?
The great transcendent demigods looked at each other. Finally, the old director said, "It's not a secret, there's no harm in telling you. You should know that the Psychic Society's sacred relic, the Blood Moon Holy Grail, has 1 mother cup and 10 child cups. The child cups can plant sacred blood, and the mother cup can plant and remove sacred blood." Li Lan nodded. His brother had told him this before. He himself had also heard whispers.
The 5 branches of the Psionics Society, each led by an immensely powerful head, all possess at least late-stage great transcendent demigod strength.
The reason the Psionics Society allows them freedom and isn't afraid of them becoming independent is because these 5 leaders, in addition to being heads and owners of the Dark Moon subcups, were themselves implanted with holy blood by the Dark Moon Mother Cup and are controlled by the Dark Moon Holy Grail. At this point, the old director paused.
Li Lan remained silent, knowing the old director would continue.
The old director looked at Li Lan.
He wanted to wait for Li Lan to ask, why would the High Priest betray the Psionics Society if he was controlled? But he waited for a long time and Li Lan didn't ask.
With no other option, he had to continue speaking himself. As for why the High Priest later betrayed the Psionics Society, it was because he broke through the control of the Holy Blood, completely took control of the Dark Moon subcup, and also broke through to the great transcendent demigod realm.
The High Priest is a great transcendent demigod realm powerhouse.
Hearing this, Li Lan felt a shock to his core.
Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
He had fought the High Priest before. The other party showed no signs of being a great transcendent demigod. The old director continued, later, to prevent the High Priest from causing further harm, 3 great transcendent demigod level powerhouses pursued and severely wounded him.
It was at that time that everyone learned about the existence of the holy blood puppet. After the Dark Moon subcup was controlled by the High Priest, it underwent a mutation and transformed into a brand new Dark Moon Holy Grail.
Besides being able to control holy blood owners, it could also possess holy blood owners, grant them power, and share senses with them. The High Priest was actually killed at that time. He was later resurrected thanks to the Holy Grail.
However, judging by his current state, his limitations should be significant.
It's likely that if he's killed again, he won't be able to resurrect through possession.
This holy blood should be like other holy bloods. As long as it's suppressed, there won't be any problems, right? Li Lan couldn't help but ask.
Shin still had holy blood in his body. It would be terrible if he were to be possessed by the High Priest one day.
The old director nodded. Theoretically, that should be the case.
That's good.
Li Lan breathed a sigh of relief.
Li Lan breathed a sigh of relief.
But why are you asking this? Given your nature, shouldn't you be too lazy to know such things?
The old director asked with a smile, looking like a benevolent patriarch.
Even lazy people are curious.
The old director nodded in agreement, looking at the assembled great transcendent demigods and high-ranking military officials beside him.
Then let's take action now. We absolutely cannot let the Psychic Society's plot succeed.
General Xiang, Chief Jiangnan, Section Chief Jiang of the Special Division, and others all nodded.
Leaving the conference room,
Shin pushed Li Lan, who consciously followed behind them. Along the way, many officers thanked Li Lan, but he merely nodded simply.
Arriving at the lakeside,
everyone watched, stunned, as Li Lan was surrounded by a group of officers and a host of great transcendent demigods.
What's wrong? What major event has happened? Why are there so many people here?
Holy crap, how did the lazy god end up there?
As expected of the lazy god, to be so lazy, he's even infiltrated the command team.
Laziness has reached its peak, I'd say.
But why are there so many great transcendent demigods here? Could something really big have happened?
I also think something big might have happened.
Why do you say that? Tell me, did you see it on the faces of those great transcendent demigods? They are always serious and rigid. Look at Li Lan. Li Lan isn't sleeping, he's actually got his eyes open. Can't you tell from that?
Normally, at this time, the god of laziness would be hiding somewhere sleeping.
But he's been sitting here all day, and Shin feeds him for everything, even eating and drinking. General Xiang scanned the scene and said loudly, "Attention, everyone! From today onwards, all missions to clear exotic beasts are suspended. From now on, the clearing mission is changed to a containment mission. The mission content is to try to contain the exotic beasts at the water inlet without killing them. If you need to kill an exotic beast, after killing it, throw its body onto the bank, do not throw it into the water. Remember, the key is not to throw the exotic beast's body into the water. Remember, the key is not to throw the exotic beast's body into the water."
Although it was just a statement, his voice was like thunder, audible to almost everyone. JJ.br. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone started discussing.
It seems something big really has happened. Why can't the exotic beast bodies be thrown into the water?
I don't know, but since the higher-up said so, there must be a reason.
We'll just follow the rules.
True. But this way, the god of laziness can't make a move. The fire spirit would explode in the water, shattering all the exotic beasts, and they'd be impossible to retrieve.
Did you all hear clearly? General Xiang asked loudly.
Clearly.
Everyone responded loudly.
Good that you heard clearly. I know some people aren't here, so please help spread the word about what I just said.
Yes.
At this moment, a wind-attributed great transcendent demigod flew hurriedly from across the distant lake.
His expression was terrified. What's going on? Bad news, General Xiang. 5 king-level beasts are charging over from deep within the core zone. Chapter 36: The identity of a great transcendent demigod is exposed. What? How is this possible? How could they be so fast? I just checked the beast detection equipment, and it clearly showed no beasts near the riverbank. Isn't the Golden Saint Seiya in the core zone? How could the beasts get in with him there? There were 6 of them initially, but he held one back, so there are still 5. Everyone looked terrified, scrambling to run towards the shore. Just then, a monstrous fish with wings, dozens of meters long, broke through the water and lunged towards the shore. With a flick of its tail, it raised thousands of massive waves, crashing onto the shore like a collapsing mountain. Everyone, stay away from the lake. Retreat. You go block the beasts and the tributaries. The beasts by the lake are ours to handle. General Xiang shouted. He flew into the air and kicked the fish. Boom! The monstrous fish was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the water. Bang! Immediately after, another massive beast surged out of the water. It was a giant crocodile. Its face was hideous, its eyes as large as an adult's head, its fangs exposed, and its tail seemed to weigh 10,000 pounds. With one swing, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Old Xiang, don't kick this crocodile back into the water again, let's kill it together. Director Jian laughed loudly. All right. General Xiang nodded. The 2 surged forward. The other 4 king-level beasts all came ashore, and the 5 great transcendent demigod individuals tangled with them. Just then, the old director suddenly thought of something and quickly said to General Xiang. General, leave this to us. You quickly go tell Li Qin that the corpse of that king-level beast absolutely cannot be left in the water. All right. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, General Xiang nodded. Just as he was about to fly towards Cloud Dream Lake, a young man in golden armor with vibrant red hair slowly landed in front of them. The expressions on everyone's faces changed. Li Qin said strangely, "What are those expressions for? Don't you welcome me, a son of justice, back?" That giant crocodile lunged at him. Boom! Intense flames erupted from his body, and he punched the giant crocodile into the water. Everyone's expressions changed again. Li Qin? General Xiang couldn't help but quickly told him about the Hanjiang instance. Damn it, why didn't you tell me sooner? Li Qin immediately dove into the water. He ignored this giant crocodile and instead rushed towards the king-level mutated beast he had killed earlier. But it was too late. By the time he arrived at the spot where he had killed that king-level mutated beast, the beast had already vanished without a trace. Damn those bugs! Li Qin couldn't help but curse. When he returned to shore, all 5 king-level mutated beasts had been killed. The battle on land was different from the one in the water. The water was the natural home ground for water attribute mutated beasts. Abundant water elements and inherent racial advantages allowed water attribute mutated beasts to unleash top-tier destructive power in the water. But once on land, their advantages would be greatly weakened, with their strength dropping by at least 30%. So, naturally, they wouldn't be a match for General Xiang and the others. Everyone's gaze turned to Li Qin. Li Qin shook his head with a grim expression. The corpse is gone. If it's gone, it's gone. As long as these 5 corpses are managed well, that's enough, General Xiang said. What's done is done. Talking more now is useless. All that can be done is to do well what can be done now. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, a strange laugh rang out. I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep these 5 corpses. Who's there? Everyone looked towards the surface of the lake. There, on a small wooden boat, sat a puppet. It wore a black cloth over its eyes, was adult-sized, and held a fishing rod as if fishing. Puppeteer. That name appeared in everyone's minds simultaneously. Careful, the Dark Moon Circus is here, the old director said gravely. The puppeteer gave his fishing rod a slight flick, and an exotic beast's corpse immediately came to life. Their eyes were about to be dragged into the water. General Xiang quickly pulled them back. General Xiang, long time no see. A eerie laugh rang out. Everyone looked forward, only to see 6 people dressed in strange costumes, who had appeared on the lake surface at some unknown point. Their aura was bizarre and powerful. Each possessed the strength of a great transcendent demigod. Each person had strange and peculiar makeup on their faces. They didn't look like a group of great transcendent demigod, but rather like a troupe from a circus. Magician, animal trainer, tightrope walker. The clown. A battle between the two sides was on the verge of breaking out. Seeing this, the puppeteer revealed a strange smile. With a gentle flick of his fishing rod, a dozen thin lines shot towards the great transcendent demigod on the shore. At this moment, Leland was both sleeping and repenting in his wheelchair. He recalled his recent actions and sighed. Have I been too diligent these past few days? I wasn't like this when I was at home. Damn it, if Leland is diligent, is he still Leland? Might as well call him Li Qin. No, I must be lazier in the future. He knew danger was approaching. But he was too lazy to move. Just then, a system prompt sounded in his mind. The fire spirit saw its master was so lazy, became very angry, and had already taken action on its own. The wood element saw its master was so lazy, became very angry, and had already taken action on its own. The lightning element saw its master was so lazy, became very angry, and had already taken action on its own. The telekinetic ability saw its master was so lazy, became very angry, and had already taken action on its own. The control ability saw its master was so lazy, became very angry, and had already taken action on its own. In an instant, the fire spirit began to surge, a great fire ignited with fierce flames, and explosions came from all directions. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, brewing thunder within them, and several bolts of lightning, thick as a baby's arm, struck down as if limitless in energy. Innumerable vines shot up from the ground, blocking the steel wires coming their way. Scorching pyroblast. Thunderstrike. Second would heaven's prohibition. The three great supernatural abilities activated on their own. The situation instantly reversed. After repelling the thin lines, the three elements moved to attack the members of the Dark Moon Circus. Seeing this scene, not only the Dark Moon Circus, but even Leland's third brother, Li Qin, General Xiang, and others, looked at Leland with expressions of terror. As for Shin, who was beside Leland, he even forgot to breathe, feeling only a complete blank in his mind. Impossible. How could this be possible? Am I dreaming? How could young master be a great transcendent demigod? The ability users' mouths hung wide open, as if they could fit a large egg. The puppeteers on the boat, seeing their thin lines blocked, even forgot to retract them. They stared intently at Leland. After a moment of thought, a strange laugh appeared on his face, and he shouted, "Ha ha, Muke, we meet again." He looked at the clown. Ringmaster, he is that wood element great transcendent demigod from a few days ago. Everyone present felt a shock in their hearts, including Leland himself. Chapter 37, Instant Stonegate, Lake Bottom Behemoth. By the time Leland wanted to retract all these divine abilities, it was already too late. The fire spirit and wood element furiously vented their power. The lightning element struck everywhere as if energy was limitless. The number of strikes landing on the fire spirit was several times more than those hitting other places. General Xiang, I didn't expect you to be hiding so much. A 17-year-old great transcendent demigod, interesting, very interesting. The clown laughed loudly. His eyes became extremely sharp, and his tone suddenly turned cold. But you don't think a mere kid can stop the grand plan of my Dark Moon Circus, do you? Puppeteer. Ah, heard you, Ringmaster. The puppeteer leaped up with a loud laugh, taking off his hat to reveal a head of thick black hair. Immediately after, this black hair began to grow violently and surged towards the shore. We also want to know what's going on. General Xiang and others glanced at Leland, having no time to think further, and various energies erupted from their bodies. The aura of their great divine abilities was fully revealed. But those black hairs did not attack them. Instead, some rushed towards the corpses of the 5 exotic beasts on the ground. The black hairs touched these exotic beasts. The exotic beasts seemed to resurrect and began to move again. Some of them rushed towards the great transcendent demigod individuals.
General Xiang and the others couldn't worry about so much and quickly activated their divine abilities to resist these black hairs. Only after touching them did he discover that these were not black hairs at all, but a pile of black threads. Every single one was incredibly hard and impervious to water or fire. Li Lan's fire spirit, upon seeing that these black hairs could not be burned away, did not return to Li Lan's body. Instead, it turned and began to fight with the lightning elements in the sky. One striking with fire, the other with lightning, they beat each other. Sensing the energy within him rapidly depleting, Li Lan lazily closed his eyes.
Forget it, I don't care anymore. I'm tired. But then, he felt his body move on its own.jj.br. It was the control ability and the telekinetic ability. Li Lan originally wanted to resist. But on second thought, it seemed unnecessary. So he let them be. After the wood element and General Xiang and others joined forces to protect the group of ability users, those ability users quickly retreated. The people from the black coffin originally wanted to press their advantage but immediately heard the clown's voice. The instance is about to open. They exchanged glances, and energy erupted from their bodies. Boom! After clashing with General Xiang and others, they quickly retreated. The strange beasts on the ground had already disappeared. General Xiang and the others quickly gave chase. Li Lan followed closely behind, sleeping as he went. The fire spirit and the lightning elements were still fighting each other. However, the lightning elements, due to insufficient strength, were clearly no match for the fire spirit, falling slightly behind. Upon seeing Li Lan disappear, they paused for a moment, then also gave chase. The lightning elements even struck at the fire spirit once, venting their resentment. The fire spirit transformed into a fist of flames and punched the thunder elemental dark cloud, sending it flying backward. The two elements took turns like that, one after another, following behind Li Lan. Li Lan had already fallen into a deep sleep. Li Qin occasionally looked back at his younger brother, finding it somewhat strange. He kept feeling as if Li Lan had fallen asleep. Then he chuckled self-deprecatingly. How could that be? How could he still fly if he were asleep? At the same time, he was secretly astonished. His younger brother truly kept his abilities well hidden. Besides the wood element of a great transcendent demigod, he had actually awakened a psychic ability as well. No wonder Grandpa asked me to give him the divine travel talisman before. It's understandable that this talent would be valued by the family. Looking at the empty wheelchair, Xin sighed worriedly. Lu Shaoqi saw Xin's downcast expression and couldn't help but say, "Xin, don't worry about the captain. He's so powerful, he'll definitely be fine. Who's worried about him?" Xin said indifferently, "I'm happy he's gone. I finally don't have to serve anyone anymore." "Then why were you staring at the wheelchair just now? Why aren't you talking? Are you hungry? I made steamed buns." Everyone arrived at the center of the large lake. A child stood on the water, gazing into the depths of the large lake, deep red light flickering in his eyes. Noticing the group's arrival, the child blinked. "You're finally here. Has the entrance to the instance been found?" the clown asked, then looked at the puppeteer. The puppeteer touched his head, and the 5 beasts fell into the water with a rumble, submerged by the lake. Then a blood-red light rose from the lake, and the corpses of the 5 strange beasts rapidly turned into mummies. A smile appeared on the clown's lips, and he said, "The energy is filled. Lead the way, little monster." The child nodded, his bright eyes swiveling to look at Li Lan, who was flying towards them, and said, "Little friend, we meet again." But Li Lan was already asleep and didn't hear what he said at all. "How rude." The child smiled and jumped into the water. The members of the Dark Moon Circus followed closely. "Should we follow them too?" Chief Jian looked at General Xiang and the others. The instance might have already opened. "We can't let them get away with it." General Xiang snorted coldly and jumped in as well. Following him were Commander-in-Chief Jiangnan, the old bureau chief, and others. Li Qin retracted the fire spirit from his body and crushed a bead of unknown origin. A transparent protective shield appeared around him. He cast a worried glance at Li Lan.
Remembering that he was a wood element transcendent great transcendent demigod, naturally countering water attribute abilities, he also jumped in. Li Lan followed closely behind him. Gazing at the bottomless lake, the fire spirit shivered a few times and quickly burrowed back into Li Lan's body. The thunder element puffed itself up a few times, showing off, and then also entered the water. The moment it entered the water, Li Lan was instantly startled awake. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a bottomless body of water. The surrounding water was held back by a control ability. Li Lan looked bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? But upon seeing Li Qin in front of him, Li Lan immediately felt relieved. Then he was zapped again. He glared back at the thunder element, which was so scared it quickly burrowed back into his body. Li Lan yawned and went back to sleep. Immediately after, the system's voice rang out. The fire spirit saw the suddenly returning thunder element and beat him up. This time, the thunder element decided not to cower anymore and furiously fought back. The fire spirit beat the thunder element even harder. The thunder element was completely defeated. The dragon tiger body tempering art glanced at the two of them, moved to a different spot, and continued cultivating. Your physique plus 20. The group continuously moved through the water. Finally, they stopped before a massive stone gate. This stone gate was dozens of meters tall, made of unusual material, and inscribed with ancient and strange runes. They looked like writings from another world. The runes flickered with blue light, emanating a terrifying chill. Each flicker made everyone feel as if they had plunged into a bottomless ice abyss, their blood gradually solidifying. Is this the entrance to the cold river instance? The clown exclaimed ecstatically. Boom! Just then, everyone felt a large mountain beside them move. An immense pressure surged towards them. Everyone's heart sank in unison. Because this was no mountain at all, but a terrifying and colossal mutated beast. An imperial-level mutated beast. Everyone's minds went blank. The clown quickly activated the power within him. A blood-red pearl immediately shot towards the stone gate. Crack! Terrifying blood chi erupted, and the surrounding water began to churn. Under the effect of this powerful force, the seemingly unbreakable stone gate was forcibly pushed open, creating a small crack. Chapter 38, Entering the Instance. The first test is meditation. It opened. But not completely. Only a little bit. Oh no! Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the imperial-level mutated beast, everyone's faces changed dramatically. The clown struck the stone gate with his palm. The water surged and rolled, but the stone gate remained unresponsive, merely shaking slightly. But it was that slight movement that gave him hope. He looked at General Xiang and others behind him, who were with his subordinates, and said, General Xiang, you wouldn't want your entire army to be wiped out at the bottom of this lake, would you? General Xiang and the others exchanged glances and nodded. The chief of Jiangnan snorted, I'll spare your life for now. As if you could kill us, the Beastmaster scoffed. Alright, self-preservation is key right now. The clown looked at everyone and said, let's attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of immense energy erupted in an instant. Everyone's power burst forth simultaneously, as if space itself was about to be torn apart, and the lake water surged skyward. This undoubtedly further alarmed the emperor-grade strange beast nearby. It opened its massive eyes and glared furiously at the group. It slightly opened its mouth, and a tremendous suction force suddenly erupted. A giant, abyssal maw appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone's faces changed drastically, just as they thought they were about to die. Li Lan was still sleeping. Damn it, when did this kid fall asleep? Is he trying to die? The tightrope walker of the Dark Moon Circus couldn't help but curse. Forget about him, push harder. The door is about to open, the clown shouted. Commander Jiangnan also wanted to curse, but seeing Li Qin beside him, he ultimately held back. It was already this late. Cursing wouldn't help. He wouldn't hear it anyway. Feeling the suction grow stronger, a chill ran down everyone's spines. Their bodies moved backward increasingly uncontrollably, and they were about to be sucked into the giant beast's immense maw.
In an instant. Boom! The door suddenly opened. Great, the door opened.
No, the Emperor Great Strange Beast has started moving, everyone get in quickly.
What kind of strange beast is this? I can't even glimpse its full form.
It seems to be an old turtle that has lived in this lake for thousands of years.
Thousands of years, this.
Everyone exclaimed in surprise, exerting all their might to push their way in.
The terrifying aura of the exotic beast even made them forget that their enemies were right beside them.
Li Qin slapped Li Lan, then grabbed Li Lan's hand and pulled him in.
You wretched boy, what time is it, and you're still sleeping?
Li Lan was woken up by the slap and, seeing the exotic beast behind him, his eyelids flickered slightly.
His what element divine ability instantly activated. A giant vine wrapped around the two of them, pulling them out of the instance. Just as the instance gate was about to close, the puppeteer walked up to the clown and kicked him out.
The members of the Dark Moon Circus watched the scene indifferently, as if they had long known he would do this.
The clown was completely stunned.
The puppeteer looked at him with a strange smile. Master Ringmaster, the highest realm of control is to toy with people's hearts.
You!
The clown had no time to speak before he was swallowed whole by the giant turtle.
The gate slowly closed.
The high priest was a little surprised to see this scene, but not unexpectedly. He muttered with a smile, I warned him, spend too long with monsters, and be careful you don't become one yourself. The high priest glanced at the Dark Moon Circus members at the entrance of the instance and said, apparently, all of you have already become monsters. Ha, to be called monsters by you is our greatest honor. The puppeteer smiled stiffly and eerily, but be careful, you might die in the instance. He glanced at General Xiang, Li Qin, and the others, you too. Especially you, Little Mu Quebec.
The puppeteer took one last look at Li Lan. When did you become Mu Ke?
Li Qin looked at Li Lan in confusion. He found the guy had fallen asleep again, he didn't know when. His hands were a bit itchy. But at that moment, a high priest walked over and placed a small blood pellet into Li Lan's hand.
What do you want?
Li Qin and the others looked at him vigilantly.
Don't misunderstand, this is the antidote.
Antidote?
General Xiang and the others looked bewildered. What antidote?
Li Qin's expression was meaningful.
Isn't little friend Shin poisoned by the holy blood?
This is, of course, the antidote for the holy blood.
When did you become so kind-hearted?
I've always been this kind-hearted. The high priest's young face revealed an innocent smile. Everyone, we'll see you later. Li Qin sniffed it, found nothing wrong, and then tucked the antidote into Li Lan's pocket. They were currently in an ice tunnel. The tunnel was filled with biting cold. Looking ahead, there were over a dozen separate tunnels. Each tunnel represented a person, and once someone entered, the tunnel would automatically close. After a brief discussion, General Xiang and the others each chose a tunnel and entered it. Li Qin looked at Li Lan, intending to pull him into the same tunnel as himself. However, as he tried to enter the tunnel, he was blocked by an invisible air wall. At the same time, an ethereal voice echoed in both their minds. Welcome, everyone, to the Water God Palace. Only one trial taker may pass through each tunnel. Hearing this voice, Li Qin's hands got itchy again. He was about to slap Li Lan awake, just like before. Li Lan opened his eyes. Brother, I'll take that path, you go into this one. Then be careful. You too. Watching Li Qin enter the tunnel, Li Lan rubbed his eyes, sat on the ground, and fell asleep again. The fire spirit, seeing your laziness, became exasperated and began to cultivate diligently. Fire spirit energy, 50. The lightning element, seeing the fire spirit being hit, laughed heartily and began to cultivate seriously. Lightning element energy, 50. The wood element, seeing the fire spirit only capable of impotent rage, gave the fire spirit a good beating and began to cultivate peacefully. Wood element energy, 50. Seeing your laziness, the psychic ability and control ability made a choice for you. Immediately after, Li Lan's body moved on its own, floating towards the remaining tunnel.
The tunnel automatically closed. Leland kept floating forward until he encountered a small ice house and stopped. The psychic ability pushed the door open, revealing an empty ice house. Except for a small futon placed on the ground. After Leland sat on the futon, the ethereal voice sounded again. Wind for movement, water for stillness. Welcome, challengers, to the first trial of the Water God Palace, entering tranquility. Meditate on the futon, and every day after 30 days, you will receive generous rewards. The time flow within the checkpoint differs from the outside world, so you do not need to worry about too much time passing. Due to the unique nature of the Water God Palace, you will not experience any discomfort during meditation. You only need to endure prolonged solitude. You cannot move your body during meditation. Once you move, you cannot re-enter meditation. If you end meditation within 30 days, it will be considered a failure to pass the checkpoint. Failure consequence, eradication. Chapter 39, The Spirit of the Water God, the tragic deaths of two great transcendent demigods. Hearing the voice of the instant spirit, everyone's hearts rejoiced. Generous rewards? Generous rewards just for sitting down? It seems this trip was worth it. Although the sitting time is a bit long, there's no harm in trying. At this moment, both the Dark Moon Fair members and General Xiang's group began to roll up their sleeves, eager to start. But when they heard the last part, their hearts all sank. Annihilation. Are you serious? Annihilation? Are they crazy? It's just meditation. Is there a need for such a cruel punishment? Inside the ice house, the beast tamer frowned slightly. However, he didn't say much. After all, these were the rules of the instance, and he couldn't change them just by disagreeing. At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As a beast tamer, patience is a compulsory course. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to tame those unruly, fierce, and difficult beasts. With my patience, if I endure, sitting for 30 days probably won't be a problem. Other members of the Dark Moon Fair shared the same idea. Everyone in the circus has a special skill, and when it comes to patience, they are all strong, not weak. The military personnel were also the same. The only ones feeling somewhat anxious were mainly the old director of the Jiangnan Ability Bureau and several other non-officer great transcendent demigod. Li Qin wasn't too worried either. After all, as a member of the Li clan, being locked in a dark room to cultivate patience in childhood was commonplace. Sometimes they might be confined for several months, eating, drinking, and relieving themselves all within that space. In the entire Li clan, the only oddity who hadn't undergone strict training was probably Li Lan. In childhood, to escape training, he even hid inside a coffin in the ancestral shrine, sleeping together with the ancestors under one blanket. It was also fortunate to have Flame Emperor, otherwise, I would have been expelled from the family long ago. Sitting still, how interesting. The high priest touched the skull collar around his neck. His body instantly stiffened, his eyes became empty, and all life was lost, as if he had turned into a corpse. He sat upright on the prayer mat. The puppeteer, similar to him, gave an eerie smile. Then transformed into a true puppet, losing its essence, and sat with bowed head on the prayer mat. Dear trial takers, the clearance is about to begin. Please prepare as soon as possible. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. The level has been activated. The level will automatically close after everyone finishes their sitting meditation. To all trial takers, the Spirit of the Water God wishes you good luck. We will see you in 30 days. The ethereal voice disappeared, and all things returned to silence. Water God Palace. Spirit of the Water God. Taking a god as its title. It seems this instance is not simple. This thought arose in everyone's minds, only Li Lan was sound asleep. The fire spirit is having a showdown with the thunder element to prove who is the strongest king in the elemental ability world. The wood element is cheering and cultivating below the stage, wood element energy 60. Psychic ability is drinking small energy drinks produced by its master, watching the battle, and pretending to cultivate psychic energy 1. The control ability, despising the psychic ability's actions, directly snatched its small drink,
and the two abilities began to fight. The psychic ability accidentally struck the dragon tiger body forging art which was cultivating, and the dragon tiger body forging art immediately slapped it. The psychic ability started crying loudly, hiding beside the wood element ability. The dragon tiger body forging art snorted coldly, found a quiet place to continue cultivating, host physique 10. The fire spirit severely beat the lightning element, and the fire spirit achieved a complete victory. The lightning element loudly declared, "Damn it, I will definitely be back." It hid and began to cultivate silently, lightning element energy 50. The fire spirit sighed about the loneliness of being invincible and began to cultivate, the fire spirit energy 40. 5 days later. Control ability level has been raised to tier initial. Another day passed. JJ.br. The wire walker of the Dark Moon Circus, having sat for a long time, felt an inexplicable itch on his scalp psychologically. He involuntarily reached out to touch it. As soon as he reached out, his entire being froze, feeling a chill down his spine. Immediately after, his entire body exploded from the inside out. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and after falling onto the walls and floor of the icehouse, they disappeared. As if no one had ever been here. Trialist number 3 has died. Friendly reminder, there are 24 days left until the clearance time, everyone continue to work hard. After successfully clearing the stage, the Water God Palace will give everyone generous rewards. Good luck to everyone, and I hope you all live to claim them. The Water God Spirit's tone remained ethereal and calm. But it made everyone feel a chill down their spine. A transcendent great transcendent demigod just died like that. This Water God Palace instance is truly not simple. I didn't expect someone to die so quickly. Number 3, who was it again? The Wire Man? I didn't expect him to die so fast. The Wire Man is dead. It seems what Director Lai said might be true, becoming a transcendent great transcendent demigod realm powerhouse within 3 years. Everyone sat quietly, their minds buzzing with thoughts. Li Lan was still sleeping. No one disturbed him. He felt exceptionally comfortable. He had never been this comfortable in his entire life. 1 day later. Thunder Element has challenged the Fire Spirit. Thunder Element was soundly beaten by the Fire Spirit. Thunder Element completely defeated. 5 days later. Thunder Element has challenged the Fire Spirit. Thunder Element was soundly beaten by the Fire Spirit. Thunder Element completely defeated. Another 5 days passed. Thunder Element has challenged the Fire Spirit. Thunder Element was soundly beaten by the Fire Spirit. Thunder Element completely defeated. 10 days remained until the 30-day full completion. Control ability level has been upgraded to tier late stage. Li Lan was still sound asleep, but many others were already struggling. General Xiang and others had fine beads of sweat on their faces. Li Qin furrowed his brow tightly. The Grand Priest's divine power had expired. He sat cross-legged on the mat, his small face wrinkled as if he was about to cry. The puppeteer's wooden body also regained its previous sentience, a creepy smile gracing its stiff face. Only 5 days remained until the completion of the 30-day cycle. Trialist 10 has died. Friendly reminder, 5 days left until clearance. Keep up the good work, everyone. Sigh, another one bites the dust. Your patience is truly terrible. You're simply the worst batch of trialists I've ever seen. Another person died? Who was it this time? It doesn't seem to be anyone from our black coffin. What a pity. I can't believe old Qin protected Jiangnan his whole life, only to die inside the instance. I wonder if his body can be brought back in the end. Why did that last sentence sound so familiar? Everyone sat on their prayer mats with strange expressions, not daring to move an inch. Another day passed. Lightning Element challenged the Fire Spirit. Lightning Element was severely beaten by the Fire Spirit. Lightning Element was utterly defeated. Only 1 day remained until the completion of the 30-day cycle. Chapter 40, Lightning Element Rises. Lightning Element challenged the Fire Spirit. Lightning Element was severely beaten by the Fire Spirit.
lightning element was utterly defeated. The 30-day cycle was successfully completed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, stiffly straightened their bodies, and began to stretch. It's finally over. These 30 days were truly unbearable, Section Chief Jiang said, twisting his neck.
General Xiang expressionlessly leaned against the nearby wall, letting it support his body.
The others were the same. The few who were still sitting quietly were only Li Qin, Li Lan, the puppeteer, and the high priest of the black coffin. The ethereal voice of the water god's spirit resounded. Congratulations, everyone, you have successfully passed the first trial. Currently, there are 4 trials still persevering through the test. Once all 4 of them have passed the trial, you may all proceed to the second stage together. Now, distributing rewards. After the voice vanished, the 9 individuals who had completed the trial felt their ice houses begin to move. A wisp of light blue energy slowly condensed and flowed into their bodies. Immediately afterward, they felt the ability energy within them rapidly increase. Boom! A surge of powerful ability energy erupted, with some even advancing a minor realm as a result. What pure ability energy, what is the origin of this water god palace? I wonder if this water god palace is a one-time instance or a repeatable instance. If it's repeatable, we're set, JJ.BR. I hope it's a one-time instance. Such good stuff absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the authorities. Hey, the feeling of upgrading is truly great. The first trial was already so difficult, what about the later ones? Reward, source of purity, successfully distributed. 9 trials who have passed the test, you will now enter spectator mode. A blue, transparent screen, formed by condensed spiritual energy, appeared before everyone's eyes. Li Qin, Li Lan, the puppeteer, and the high priest were prominently displayed on the screen. Regarding Li Qin, the high priest, and the puppeteer, they had nothing to be surprised about. After all, they had always been strong, and old foxes like the high priest and the puppeteer even concealed a good deal of their power. But upon seeing Li Lan, their eyes widened in unison. How is this possible? How could this little brat have such incredible stamina? Could it be that the high priest was talking about him earlier? Such powerful talent, the adults would surely be delighted if they knew. A 17-year-old great transcendent demigod, with extraordinary willpower and a youthful body, truly remarkable. The members of the Dark Moon Circus's eyes gleamed. General Xiang and others were overjoyed. This little grandson of the Flame Emperor really hides his true abilities well. However, their expressions quickly turned grave. Such powerful talent, once exposed, those alien races will surely hunt him down, and then. General Xiang's face was serious, and he clenched his fists. It's been a long time since I've felt the urge to fight with all my might. This kid seems to be sleeping? The old director leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing it with his wide eyes. He suspected he was mistaken. After a long look, he confirmed he hadn't seen wrong. Could it be that this kid spent this entire month sleeping? He then let out a self-deprecating laugh. How could that be? Who could possibly sleep for a whole month? However, he recalled Li Lan's drowsy, sleepwalking demeanor when he first entered the instance. It actually seemed quite possible. What kind of divine being has the Li clan given birth to? One day later, the thunder element challenged the fire spirit. The thunder element was beaten severely by the fire spirit, complete defeat for the thunder element. 2 days later, the thunder element challenged the fire spirit. The thunder element used the 1,000 years of pain move on the fire spirit, and was immediately beaten severely by the fire spirit, complete defeat for the thunder element. The thunder element swore to train seriously and beat up the fire spirit in the future, thunder element energy 50. After training for 3 minutes, the thunder element felt exhausted and began to slack off, thunder element energy 10. The fire spirit cried out, clutching its backside, and began to train seriously, fire spirit energy 100. 5 days later, Li Qin opened his eyes, and a wisp of the source of purity injected itself into his body. Instantly, countless flames ignited on his body, and his eyes glowed with golden light. His golden armor radiated a fiery red brilliance.
Combined with his resolute features, he looked like a blazing war god.
This guy, he's gotten stronger again. A huge threat. Damn it, he should have died 10 years ago. Truly the grandson of the Flame Emperor.
Heaven bless my dragon country, heaven bless my human race.
This Li Qin seems to be not much different from Li Qingyang anymore.
It seems he obtained much more of the source of purity than I did.
Damn it, I should have persevered a bit longer then.
Immediately, they seemed to remember something, looking at Li Lan with solemn expressions.
He's still persevering. Unbelievable. His willpower is even stronger than his third brother, Li Qin. I can already feel the adults' delight.
The young bodies are becoming more and more interesting.
It's a pity the clown is dead, otherwise he would be very happy. I wonder if he will die in the end, or become one of us.
This kid is truly a genius, even more so than those old geezers at the Psychic Society were in their youth.
Unfortunately, geniuses are the easiest to mislead because most of them are arrogant. Li Qin looked at Li Lan on the screen with surprise.
But seeing that he had fallen asleep, he felt relieved. This kid really has maxed out his sleeping talent. 10 days later.
The high priest finished the trial.
He glanced at the puppeteer, then looked at Li Lan. There was a deep meaning in his heart.
Another 5 days passed.
The puppeteer awoke. After receiving the attention of the source of purity, his puppet body actually began to sprout and grow wildly,
turning into a towering tree.
Then it returned to its original state. He looked at Li Lan on the screen with a strange smile.
Ah, Muke, you're getting more and more interesting.
I really want to control you and turn you into my exclusive work of art.
The fire spirit challenged the lightning element.
The fire spirit thrashed the lightning element, which was utterly defeated.
Half a month later. Li Lan did not wake up.
Another half a month passed.
Li Lan still did not wake up.
Another 10 days passed.
Li Lan still did not wake up.
The Beast Master, the Magician, and the others were almost driven mad.
When is this kid going to wake up? They won't be trapped in this broken ice house forever, will they?
General Xiang and the others were also anxious, but managed to remain calm.
Lightning element earnestly and happily cultivates, lightning element energy 100. Lightning element level has increased to transcendent great transcendent demigod late stage. Lightning element challenged the fire spirit.
Lightning element severely beat the fire spirit was defeated.
Lightning element, lightning element, have finally risen. Chapter 41. What kind of element is the divine water element? Another day passed, and Li Lan was still sleeping there, motionless. When exactly will this child wake up?
The high priest watched him, frowning in silence. The puppeteer kept laughing, his puppet's body trembling incessantly, creating an extremely bizarre scene. The other members of the Dark Moon Circus paced back and forth in place. Occasionally, they would punch the wall. Staying in a confined and cramped environment for a long time made them irritable and angry. General Xiang and Chief of Jiangnan appeared bored, silently meditating and cultivating.
What kind of freak has emerged from the Li clan, sleeping so much?
If he doesn't wake up soon, this old man, will die of old age here. The old director sighed sadly, rolling back and forth on the ground. Golden Saint Seiya Li Qin pulled out a comic book titled Golden Saint Seiya from his pocket and read it with great relish. 2 months have already passed since the 30 days for clearing the mission.
Li Lan was still sleeping there, motionless, as if dead.
After finishing his Golden Saint Seiya comic, Li Qin pulled out a Doraemon comic from his pocket and started reading it. Besides that, there was no excessive reaction. The people of the Dark Knight Circus had already started smashing their heads against the wall. General Xiang and the others wished they could dive directly into the screen and slap Li Lan to wake him up immediately.
Lightning element challenged the fire spirit.
Lightning element pummeled the fire spirit, and the fire spirit was defeated.
Another day passed. Lightning element challenged the fire spirit.
Lightning element utterly trounced the fire spirit, and the fire spirit was completely defeated.
Half a month later. JJ.br. Lightning element challenged the fire spirit. Lightning element utterly trounced the fire spirit, and the fire spirit was completely defeated. Psychic ability is diligently cultivating, psychic energy 50. Psychic abilities level has increased to tier late stage. Control is diligently cultivating, control energy 45. Control abilities level has increased to tier mid stage. 3 months have passed since the 30 days allocated for completing the level. Everyone was going crazy. The old director even teared up, looking piteously at Leland on the screen. Please, wake up already. This old man can't stand this torment anymore. The spirit of the water god, deep within the core of the water god palace, frowned slightly. Looking at the dwindling pure source, it sighed helplessly. Immediately after, the entire water god palace began to tremble, like an earthquake. Everyone was startled at first. Then, seeing Leland shaking from the tremors on the screen, they all burst into laughter. He finally moved, he finally moved. Hard work pays off. This level is finally over. That was incredibly difficult. Is this Leland a human or a ghost? To be able to sit there for 4 months without moving at all. Leland was woken up, and rubbed his sleepy eyes. He stretched and stood up. So comfortable. Immediately after, he heard the voice of the water god spirit in his ear. Congratulations, Challenger, you have successfully passed the first trial of the water god palace. Rewards obtained, high purity pure source, water god essence. Leland looked bewildered. What challenger? What trial? Why do I know nothing about this? An extremely pure energy surged into his body, and the energy within him began to skyrocket. The fire spirit absorbed an extremely pure energy. Fire spirit energy, 2000. The lightning element absorbed an extremely pure energy. Lightning element energy, 1000. The wood element absorbed an extremely pure energy. Wood element energy, 800. The telekinetic ability absorbed an extremely pure energy. Telekinetic energy, 600. The control ability absorbed an extremely pure energy. Control energy, 600. The dragon tiger body tempering art absorbed an extremely pure energy. Host physique, 500. The fire spirit's level has increased to early stage transcendent great transcendent demigod. Telekinesis ability level has increased to early stage transcendent great transcendent demigod. Detected divine relic, water god essence, currently devouring. Devouring successful. Congratulations, host, on awakening the ability, divine water element. The divine water element has comprehended the proto ability, boundless ocean. The current level of the divine water element is early tier. The lightning element, seeing the fire spirit absorb most of the energy, became furious and challenged the fire spirit. The fire spirit pinned the lightning element to the ground and beat it up 10 times. The lightning element was completely defeated. The lightning element looked at the fire spirit with teary eyes, and burst into tears. What's happening? What is the divine water element? Can someone tell me? Leland stood in place, bewildered. The next second, he was automatically teleported to a massive ice sheet. The people from the Dark Moon Circus looked at Leland with bloodshot eyes, their killing intent palpable. You brat, are you a pig? Sleeping for so long, the beast tamer cursed. A phantom lion appeared behind him and roared, pouncing towards Leland. Leland was about to retaliate. But before he could act, the fire spirit within him emerged on its own. Blazing flames formed a giant palm, swatting the lion away with a single blow. A massive ball of fire floated beside Leland, imbued with the power to set the sky ablaze. Feeling this scorching elemental energy, the faces of the Dark Moon Circus members changed drastically. This is the fire spirit of a great divine ability. This kid, he broke through. My heavens, a 17-year-old dual-element transcendent great transcendent demigod, unheard of in 1,000 years. Is this kid a monster? The beast tamer gasped, his expression grim. He was about to strike again but was suddenly pulled back by the puppeteer.
The beast tamer looked puzzled, and the puppeteer smiled eerily. No rush. General Xiang and the others, however, brightened. They looked at Li Lan with excitement, forgetting all the previous torment. Good, Li Qin praised with a smile, as expected of my brother, the son of justice. General Xiang was also about to say a few words.
Just then, a blue phantom appeared before everyone.
She wore a crown on her head, held a blue gold scepter, had flowing yellow hair, and was dressed in a long blue gown embedded with jewels. Her large eyes sparkled, seemingly containing infinite wisdom and mystery. Her lips, beneath a high nose bridge, carried a faint smile. Her entire demeanor was like that of a queen from a legendary ice and snow kingdom. Greetings everyone, and welcome to the second stage. An ethereal voice rang out. Everyone's eyes widened. This familiar voice, was she the spirit of the Water God Palace? May I ask, beautiful lady, what is the content of the second trial? The magician in the suit asked with a smile. He took off his top hat. From within it, a large bouquet of roses appeared out of thin air. The content of the second trial is? Chapter 42, Entering the Second Trial, is Li Lan in danger? Welcome, all trial takers, to the second trial of the Water God Palace, Enlightenment. Sit still on the ice and perceive the transparent runes in the air. Trial takers must not disturb each other during the enlightenment process. The duration of enlightenment is 30 days. Trial takers who pass after 30 days will receive generous rewards. The flow of time within the trial is different from the outside world, so you do not need to worry about too much time passing. Due to the unique nature of the Water God Palace, you will not experience any discomfort during your enlightenment. Only sufficient patience is required. The more runes you perceive within 30 days, the richer the rewards you will receive upon passing. Now I will impart to you a cultivation method, named, Water Carries All Things. Using this method to perceive the transparent runes in the air can increase your enlightenment speed. Within 30 days, you must perceive the content contained within 10 runes, otherwise it will be considered a failure to pass the trial. Failure result, annihilation. The spirit of the water god smiled faintly. Many people were dazzled. But upon hearing the final two words, annihilation, they snapped back to reality. They only felt a chill down their spines. Annihilation again. This instance truly tortures the heart. Hopefully, the enlightenment process won't be too difficult. They looked up at the sky. Faintly, transparent runes could be seen flashing. The next second, a cultivation method appeared in everyone's mind. Water carries all things. A cultivation method that can increase energy storage. After cultivating, it allows the human body to store more energy. Although the name of the cultivation method contains water, it is not exclusively for water element ability users. Every ability user can cultivate it. It perfectly elucidates the 4 words water carries all things. After obtaining the cultivation method, everyone's faces showed varying degrees of smiles. This cultivation method is excellent. Even if no other rewards are obtained in this round, getting this cultivation method alone makes it worthwhile. On the battlefield, against opponents of the same level, most of the time it's a war of attrition. Whoever perseveres longer wins. But what do you rely on to persevere? Energy. At this point, the purpose of this cultivation method becomes clear. It's like how single-element transcendent great transcendent demigod can't defeat dual-element transcendent great transcendent demigod. Ability users with less energy also can't defeat ability users with more energy. I wish you all good luck. The spirit of the water god smiled. Good, good, good. Several members of the Dark Moon Circus showed lewd smiles. But the spirit of the water god did not look at them. Instead, it came before Li Lan. And continued to smile. I hope you can have as splendid a performance in this round as you did in the last. The Beastmaster and others looked at Li Lan with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why him, that kid? However, Li Lan didn't even glance at the spirit of the water god, as if he hadn't heard her words. He merely rubbed his eyes, found a comfortable position, and lay down on the ground to sleep. Spirit of the water god. This kid? She had guarded the water god palace for hundreds of thousands of years, and this was the first time she had encountered such an eccentric trial participant. Li Qin's mouth twitched, and he quickly stepped forward, saying, "Please forgive him, Senior. He's always been like this since he was little." "It's all right," the spirit of the water god said. "It's normal for geniuses to have some quirks. The trial officially begins now." The spirit of the water god disappeared. The crowd was dispersed, and an invisible air wall appeared between each person, isolating their positions. This was likely to prevent malicious competition. Everyone looked serious, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Circulating the water sustains all things technique to begin comprehending the runes in the air. Only Li Lan was sleeping. A day later, a faint energy fluctuation emanated from the high priest, and a rune immediately merged into his body. Seeing this scene, everyone became even more serious. The next rune merged into the puppeteer's body. And then Li Qin. 3 days later, the members of the Dark Moon Circus, and General Xiang and others, successively achieved comprehension. Li Lan was still sleeping. Li Qin looked at him with some anxiety, but could only sigh helplessly. Deep within the Water God Palace, the spirit of the Water God watched Li Lan thoughtfully. The only little fellow who comprehended the divine water element, though a good prospect. "But if you cannot pass this trial, I will not be lenient with you." The fire spirit cultivates while fiercely beating the thunder element, fire spirit energy 60. The thunder element cried and trained while being severely beaten, thunder element energy 20. The wood element watched the thunder element being severely beaten and began training with schadenfreude, wood element energy 40. Although the divine water element didn't understand, it was greatly shocked and began training, divine water element energy 5. Psionic ability trained while sipping a small drink, psionic energy 20. Control ability trained while contemplating snatching a small drink, control energy 20. Dragon tiger body refining art poked the new member water bears all things on its fair little face and began training, host physique 10. Water bears all things lowered its head and shyly began training, energy capacity 5. 6 days passed. The high priest comprehended 4 runes, the puppeteer comprehended 4 runes, Li Qin comprehended 3 runes, and the others successively comprehended their second rune. Li Lan was still asleep. The number of runes comprehended was 0. Many people looked at him with anxious faces, while the Dark Moon Circus members were gloating. "Is this Li Lan kid crazy? He's still sleeping in this situation. Does he still think he's in the first stage? No, at this rate, Li Lan won't be able to comprehend 10 runes within 30 days. General Xiang and Commander Jiangnan both stood up and loudly called out to Li Lan. But Li Lan lay motionless on the ground, as if he hadn't heard anything. He was sleeping soundly. General Xiang and Commander Jiangnan sighed helplessly. The beast tamer scoffed, surnamed Xiang, "Don't bother, he's doomed." The aerialist and the circus doctor chimed in. General Xiang and the others could do nothing but cast a worried glance at Li Lan before returning to continue comprehending runes. Half a month had passed since the second stage began. The thunder element challenged the fire spirit. The thunder element was severely beaten by the fire spirit. The thunder element was completely defeated. Another 5 days passed. 10 days remained until the end of the checkpoint. Li Lan was still sleeping. Even Li Qin couldn't help but stand up and loudly call out to Li Lan. But Li Lan remained motionless. Every day thereafter, General Xiang and Li Qin would call Li Lan 3 times on schedule. But it was all in vain. Li Lan still didn't move. 5 days remained until the end of the checkpoint. General Xiang and the others wore bitter expressions. Damn it, why isn't Li Lan waking up? Is he really trying to die here? It's over, we're doomed. With only 5 days left, even if Li Lan is a genius, there's no way he can comprehend 10 runes in 5 days, right? Is this kid suicidal? Li Qin even punched the invisible wall fiercely, but Li Lan still showed no reaction. Chapter 43, Water carries all things to grand completion, absorbing 100 runes. Don't waste your efforts, this kid is doomed. With only 5 days left, even if a great transcendent demigod came, it would be impossible to comprehend 10 runes in 5 days.
Don't make futile struggles.
This kid is indeed a genius, but unfortunately, his brain isn't very good. What a pity, I originally thought I'd see him in the future at the Spirit Energy Association, but now it seems he'll just die here.
The people from the Dark Moon Circus chuckled. The puppeteer also sighed, feeling the loss of a talent. Besides individuals voluntarily joining the Psychic Society, there are other ways it recruits talent. It also seeks out geniuses to kidnap, induce them to fall and consume holy blood, making them slaves of the Blood Moon Holy Grail. He had originally planned to immediately report to the Psychic Society's elders upon his return. To have them kidnap Mu-Kei. But now, it seems there's no need for that. Lightning Element challenged the Fire Spirit. Lightning Element was thrashed by the Fire Spirit, suffering a complete defeat. 4 days remain until the end of the trial. Lightning Element challenged the Fire Spirit. Lightning Element was thrashed by the Fire Spirit, suffering a complete defeat. Lightning Element burst into tears and began to cultivate in self-abandonment. Lightning Element Energy 10. 3 days remain until the end of the trial. Lightning Element challenged the Fire Spirit. Lightning Element was thrashed by the Fire Spirit, suffering a complete defeat. Dragon Tiger Body Forging Technique diligently sat nearby to cultivate. Host Physique 10. Water carries all things shyly snuggled beside Dragon Tiger Body Forging Technique to cultivate. Energy Capacity 20. Telekinesis ability looked enviously at Dragon Tiger Body Forging Technique beginning to cultivate. Telekinesis Energy 20. Control ability sat next to telekinesis ability, was kicked over by telekinesis ability, and aggressively found a corner to begin cultivating. Control Energy 20. 2 days remain until the end of the trial. It's over, everything is over. General Xiang and the others looked ashen. Li Qin's face also lost its color. Li Lan was still asleep. Lightning Element challenged the Fire Spirit. Lightning Element was thrashed by the Fire Spirit, suffering a complete defeat. Water carries all things snuggled beside Dragon Tiger Body Forging Technique to cultivate. Energy Capacity 20. The Divine Water Element is diligently cultivating. Divine Water Energy 10. Water carries all things has been cultivated to. Minor accomplishment. The Divine Water Element's level has been raised to early stage mid-tier. 1 day remains until the end of the trial. Except for Li Lan, everyone else has comprehended 10 runes. Li Qin comprehended 15. The High Priest and the Puppeteer comprehended 17. Water carries all things encountered a bottleneck in cultivation, automatically emerged from the host's body, and began to comprehend runes. The Control ability and Psionic ability automatically emerged from the host's body, preparing to assist. Water carries all things in comprehending runes. The Water God element automatically emerged from the host's body, preparing to assist. Water carries all things in comprehending runes. At this moment, General Xiang and the others had given up trying to wake Li Lan. Only Li Qin was still relentlessly pounding on the wall, his face full of anxiety. The Dark Moon Circus members watched the commotion with smiles. Quietly awaiting the dark night, awaiting Li Lan's demise. I say, Li Qin, don't waste your energy. That kid Li Lan is dead for sure. It's the last day, do you think he's a god? The beast tamer said, gloating. The aerialist nodded, instead of wasting time, you might as well comprehend more runes. Maybe you'll get more rewards after today. Why are you all talking so much? Are you dying? Li Qin glared coldly at them. He was about to continue pounding the wall. But just then, the ice beneath their feet suddenly began to vibrate. Countless light blue particles ascended into the air, surging towards Li Lan. Li Lan had also sat up at some point. Everyone's faces showed surprise. Strange, what's going on? What are these blue particles? Such pure elemental energy. These blue particles seem to be water elemental energy. No! This can't be water elemental energy. Water elemental energy cannot be so pure. This seems to be a more advanced form of water elemental energy than regular water elemental energy. Strange, these water elemental energies seem to be attracting the transparent runes in the sky. What's the use of that?
Even if it can attract runes, I don't believe Li Lan can comprehend 10 runes in one day. Exactly, don't get your hopes up too soon. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This might just be a dying gasp.
Seeing General Xiang and the others regain hope, the members of the Dark Knight Circus couldn't help but mock them again. Their faces full of disdain. After all, it took them 30 days of hard work to barely comprehend 10 runes. Li Lan wants to accomplish in one day what took them 30 days. Is he dreaming or what?
However, no sooner had they finished speaking than their faces immediately darkened. Because as they spoke, a full 10 runes, pulled by that mysterious water element, automatically drilled into Li Lan's body.
Followed by another 10. 20. 30. The divine water elemental energy surged into the sky, transforming the entire space into an ocean of blue particles.
Seeing this scene, everyone felt their minds go blank.
What exactly is going on? Am I seeing things? Is this mysterious water element also Li Lan's ability? Why have we never seen it before? I must be dreaming, right? I'm going to report him.
Spirit of the water god, that brat Li Lan is cheating, shouted the flying trapeze artist. The beast tamer had a rune he was in the process of comprehending, on the verge of completion. But then a cluster of blue particles suddenly appeared before his eyes, forcibly snatching the rune away. The beast tamer's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief.
Such a maneuver is possible? He was so angry he nearly spat blood. He quickly found an unnoticed rune and tried to comprehend it again. But just as he touched it, the rune was snatched away again. The Beastmaster watched it merge into Li Lan's body. What the fuck? General Xiang and the others' mouths hung open, wide enough to fit an egg. This was followed by a burst of ecstatic joy. They couldn't help but gesticulate wildly. Li Qin bloated as he watched the Beastmaster, infuriating the Dark Moon Circus members whose faces turned dark. 40. 50. 60. More and more runes merged into Li Lan's body. The dense transparent runes that had filled the air instantly became sparse. Water carries all things, says furiously devouring energy, successfully breaking through its limitations, and reaching grand completion. Divine water element successfully absorbed the divine water energy contained within the runes. Level has been raised to junior late stage. After absorbing 100 runes, Li Lan stretched. Everything came to an abrupt halt. Is it finally over? Everyone couldn't help but wonder. Chapter 44. The second test ends. Severely punished cheaters? Li Lan rolled over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed all of this was truly over. The Beastmaster was about to try comprehending a rune again. This one went surprisingly smoothly. In just a few seconds, the speed of comprehension surpassed that of several hours previously. It seems I can comprehend another rune before the test ends, the Beastmaster thought, secretly pleased. But the next second, his face darkened. Because those terrifying blue particles began to surge again, forcibly snatching away the rune he had just comprehended. He exerted himself to the utmost, trying to snatch the runes back again. But he was simply no match for those blue particles. Those blue particles even bullied him, coalescing into a giant palm that slapped him and flicked his little pecker. The beast tamer watched helplessly as his runes were devoured by Li Lan. He was furious, his eyes red with rage, but could only rage impotently. Damn it, that accursed brat. The people of the night circus, seeing this scene, felt sorry for the beast tamer, but couldn't help but laugh. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. Beast tamer, I'm sorry, I usually don't laugh, unless I really can't help it. That's too funny, ha 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 ha. Hearing the laughter around him, the beast tamer wished he could just find a wall and bash himself to death. He, a dignified transcendent great transcendent demigod, was actually being toyed with by a bunch of energy. With the beast tamer's precedent, neither the people of the Dark Moon Circus nor General Xiang, Li Lan, and others attempted to comprehend runes anymore. Instead, they continued to look at Li Lan. As more and more runes drilled into Li Lan's body, they became increasingly aghast. 150. 200. 250. This is almost 300, how on earth is he doing it? This instance isn't bugged, is it? Possibly, otherwise, why do we only get a dozen while he gets hundreds? Just because he's good looking? My goodness, 300 runes, how many rewards will that be? With so many runes, I'm a bit curious what rewards he'll get first. Who hasn't? Isn't Li Lan from the Flame Emperor Li clan? It's one thing for him to be a wood attribute transcendent great transcendent demigod, but why does he have such a strong water element aura about him? Li Qin, are you really sure Li Lan is your brother? Was he swapped at the hospital? Don't we look alike? You do look alike, but this doesn't make sense. They discussed animatedly. Not only were they shocked, but even the water god spirit deep within the core of the instance was equally shocked. He is indeed sleeping. Then how exactly is this happening? What exactly is going on? This has never happened before. Why can he automatically comprehend these runes and automatically command the divine water elements within the instance, even though he's clearly sleeping? This is unscientific. She quickly searched for relevant information in her mind, but after a long search, she found nothing. No, the core of the Water God Palace is currently shut down and cannot draw energy from outside. If he keeps doing this, the next time the Water God Palace opens, there won't be any rewards for the trial participants. The Water God Spirit's pretty brows furrowed tightly, and the entire instance vibrated once again. At the same time, all the runes floating in the air disappeared, and the invisible barrier also vanished. Within the space of the second trial. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces showed expressions of confusion. What's going on? Why did the invisible barrier and runes suddenly all disappear? Did we clear it? Isn't there still half a day left? Why is it over now? Could it be that the water god spirit discovered Li Lan was cheating, so she prematurely ended this trial? Don't tell me, it actually seems possible. How many runes did Li Lan absorb just now? It seemed to be 1,050. What, how many did you say? 1,050? I don't even have as many as his last digit. Hiss, over 1,000 runes. Even if it's cheating, this is too terrifying. Everyone exchanged glances. Although General Xiang and the others wanted to say a few words for Li Lan. But after thinking for a long time, they couldn't find anything to say. After all, the number of runes Li Lan comprehended was truly astonishing. They also had some doubts whether Li Lan had used some kind of cheating method. After all, this was a total of 1,050 runes. The runes they comprehended weren't even as many as the last digits of Li Lan's total. Li Qin quickly rushed to Li Lan's side and pulled him directly from the ground. What time is it, and you're still sleeping? Who is it? Li Lan grumbled discontentedly, opening his eyes to see his third brother's angry gaze. Third brother, is something wrong? How did you do all that just now? Li Qin asked, frowning. Li Lan looked bewildered, then confused. Do what? What had he done? Hadn't he just been sleeping? Just then, he was surprised to find that the energy within him was in an overflowing state. His strength, compared to before, had even doubled. What exactly happened while I was sleeping? Now Li Lan was even more puzzled. Speak up. Third brother. Would you believe me if I said I just took a nap? I don't believe a word you say. The beast tamer shot him a murderous look. He still couldn't forget the embarrassing situation he was in before, when he was humiliated. Everyone else also looked completely unconvinced. Do you think I believe you? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. As Li Lan finished speaking, the spirit of the water god reappeared before everyone. The Beastmaster looked at Li Lan with an expression that read, "You're finished, kid," and stood by, ready to enjoy the show. Congratulations, all trial participants, on successfully passing the second trial of the Water God Palace. I shall now issue your rewards. The spirit of the water god gently waved its hand. Everyone except Li Lan received a gleaming blue gem in their hands. The archpriests and the puppeteers were the largest, Li Qin's was next, and the others were even smaller than Li Qin's.
These gems contained rich water elemental energy. Just taking a simple breath from them made everyone feel refreshed and invigorated.
This is a half-step divine relic. An all-purpose elemental gem. With this, I can break through to the transcendent great transcendent demigod realm within half a year.
The energy in this gem is so pure it's the purest elemental gem I've ever seen.
Even a strong cultivator in the transcendent great transcendent demigod realm would find it hard to acquire something like this, wouldn't they? I once encountered a transcendent great transcendent demigod in a 5-star instance. He risked his life to obtain a lightning elemental gem, but the purity of his gem was far less than half of this one. Everyone discussed animatedly, filled with joy. At this moment, the Beastmaster stepped forward and respectfully said, "Senior, since the rewards have been distributed, shouldn't we punish the cheater now?"
Hearing this, Li Qin, General Xiang, and the others' expressions immediately darkened.
Chapter 45, Son of God's Trial, Gods Vie for Him. Senior, there must be some misunderstanding here. Yes, there must be some misunderstanding.
Li Lan merely slept and didn't know what happened at all.
Li Qin and General Xiang quickly spoke. The Beastmaster scoffed, "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Try comprehending 1,000 runes in your sleep?"
"There is no misunderstanding," said the spirit of the water god.
Hearing this, a smile appeared on the Beastmaster's face.
But after he heard the spirit of the water god's next words, his expression suddenly changed.
Li Lan's results are genuine, there's no misunderstanding.
I didn't give him a reward just now because of his reward and because of you all.
How is this possible?
How could he comprehend 1,000 runes, the beast tamer said, unconvinced. The spirit of the water god was not angered by his offense. She simply smiled faintly and said, "The world of geniuses is something you wouldn't understand." Upon hearing this, General Xiang, Li Qin, and others smiled. The beast tamer's expression was erratic, and he retreated back into the crowd. The people from the Dark Moon Circus sighed in disappointment, but quickly returned to normal.
Their minds became active.
They pondered how they could capture Li Lan and make him a puppet of the sacred blood.
"All right, Li Lan, it's time for your reward now."
The spirit of the water god looked at the lazy young man in front of her. But the young man seemed not to have heard her, standing drowsily in place. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and Li Qin and General Xiang looked even more expectant. Li Qin was Li Lan's elder brother, so it was only natural for him to be happy for him. General Xiang had a very close relationship with Li Qin, and in his eyes, Li Lan was, in a way, also like a junior to him.
I wonder what reward Li Lan will receive. 1,000 runes, how did he manage that? 10 runes can earn an elemental gem, so 1,000 runes.
Hiss,
that's unimaginable. We're all human, why is the difference so vast? This kid isn't going to directly become a transcendent great transcendent demigod, is he? Probably not. Advancing realms too quickly can easily lead to an unstable foundation. But I have a premonition, this kid will definitely become a transcendent great transcendent demigod within a year. A year. If we let him consume the sacred blood, wouldn't our Psyker Association gain another transcendent great transcendent demigod? We'll discuss this after we leave. However, this isn't something we should be worried about. We just need to inform the adults about him. The Li clan is not to be trifled with.
If Li Lan joins the Psionics Association, have the troop leader apply to transfer him to our circus.
This kid is quite interesting. Didn't the clown die? Who is the clown? Isn't our troop leader the puppeteer? Then who will replace the clown? A circus cannot be without a clown, just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Just apply to the higher-ups for one.
Have the puppeteer find the clown's body and make it into a puppet, that would work too.
The clown's body has probably turned into excrement by now.
Stop talking, the spirit of the water god is about to reward that kid.
The spirit of the water god asked with a smile, "What do you want?"
"Whatever you desire, I can grant it to you." Using a very seductive tone, even if you want to directly become a star realm caster.
No, according to your planet's terms, it should be a transcendent great transcendent demigod. Directly become a transcendent great transcendent demigod. Hearing this, everyone present became fervent, including the always calm puppeteer and the high priest. If he directly becomes a transcendent great transcendent demigod, then the Psionics Association's chances of catching him will be minuscule. The puppeteer muttered to himself. What will he choose? Should I choose to directly become a transcendent great transcendent demigod? Or will he choose something else? Their gazes were fixed on Lilan, filled with expectation, greed, envy, and jealousy. The spirit of the water god also looked at Lilan expectantly. But Lilan merely twitched his eyelids, saying nothing. Everyone looked bewildered. Come on, speak, old man, you're killing me with suspense. Lilan, what do you want? The spirit of the water god asked again. Lilan twitched his eyelids again. Seeing this scene, General Xiang even cried. Grandpa, can't you talk? The spirit of the water god is in Shin. She can't tell what you're going to say just by looking at you. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Just as the spirit of the water god was about to speak again to ask, Lilan spoke. I want to leave the instance quickly and go home to sleep. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. It's that simple? Brother, are you still half asleep? The members of the Midnight Circus were overjoyed. Great! Lilan! Li Qin couldn't help but scold him. But the spirit of the water god waved her slender hand and sealed his mouth. Are you sure? Lilan nodded. But according to the rules of the water god palace, you cannot leave without completing the first 10 levels. General Xiang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Lilan looked at her expressionlessly. What about all the requests being granted as promised? As if knowing what Lilan was thinking, the spirit of the water god continued, however, I have a method that can allow you to leave the instance early. What method? Lilan didn't speak, quietly waiting for her to continue. The spirit of the water god looked at Lilan, waiting for Lilan to respond. But she waited for a long time, and Lilan didn't ask her anything, instead looking at her expressionlessly, as if saying, I'm too lazy to ask, just tell me yourself. So lazy. The spirit of the water god sighed and said, as long as you can pass the Saint Sun trial and become the Saint Sun of the water god palace, you can leave the instance early. Moreover, you can gain partial authority over the water god palace, becoming half its master. Become half the master of the water god palace? Hearing this, everyone's breathing quickened. This water god palace clearly isn't simple. If one could become half its master, that would be incredibly good fortune. This is far more appealing than becoming a transcendent great transcendent demigod realm powerhouse. After all, the water god palace can easily produce treasures coveted even by transcendent great transcendent demigods. If one could become half its master, wouldn't such treasures be available in any quantity desired? With these treasures, wouldn't becoming a transcendent great transcendent demigod be a sure thing? However, most of them believed that Lilan couldn't possibly pass the so-called Saint Sun trial. After all, even the trial to clear the current stage was so difficult. Wouldn't the trial to become a Saint Sun be even harder, almost impossible? Are you willing to participate in the Saint Sun trial? The spirit of the water god looked at Lilan, waiting for his answer. Lilan was too lazy to nod, but his eyelids flickered, indicating agreement. The spirit of the water god didn't understand his meaning and showed a puzzled expression. Seeing this, the telekinetic ability controlled Lilan's head to nod twice. If the trial fails, the consequence is annihilation. Do you still agree? What? Annihilation? I may be lazy, but I don't want to die here. Lilan's expression changed, and he was about to refuse. But just then, the telekinetic ability controlled his head to nod twice again. Lilan's heart sank, his face ashen. Telekinetic ability, I'll curse your ancestors. Excellent, you have great courage, I admire you, the spirit of the water god smiled. With a gentle wave of her hand, she and Lilan vanished from everyone's sight. Trial suspended, please wait in place for a moment. No fighting, please. Otherwise, if you are annihilated by the water god palace later, don't blame me for being unsympathetic. The ethereal voice of the spirit of the water god entered everyone's ears. Everyone exchanged glances.
Li Qin, your younger brother is really overestimating himself.
The acrobat looked at Li Qin and smiled. Saint's son trial?
Don't let him turn into a corpse the next time you see him. Li Qin snorted coldly, ignoring them, and went with General Xiang and others to a corner to sit down. He knew the other party was trying to provoke him.
Li Qin, is this really okay? General Xiang asked.
Li Qin sighed and said, there's no turning back now.
Besides, I don't think Li Lan will die even if he fails the assessment.
Why? His request is to leave the instance. As long as he hasn't left the instance, his request hasn't been fulfilled.
Li Qin slowly explained, when he fails the assessment, he can totally make a request that allows him to survive.
Upon hearing this, General Xiang and the others suddenly understood. No wonder Li Lan dared to agree to the water god's spirit. Turns out he had this plan up his sleeve. It can be done this way, how clever.
Why didn't I think of it at the time? Truly worthy of being the grandson of the Flame Emperor, all of them are smart and astute. Brilliant! Once Li Lan completes the trial, he can become the saint son of the water god palace, skyrocketing to success. Even if he unfortunately fails, it's fine, he'll survive safely anyway.
With his aptitude, even if he loses the reward for this stage, he can easily make it up in later stages.
It's simply wonderful.
A sure win deal. This kid has a future.
Young people's minds are just flexible.
I thought he was going to die.
Alas, I'm just getting old. Everyone discussed animatedly, utterly impressed by Li Lan's idea.
Li Lan was pulled into a blue grand hall by the water god's spirit.
It resembled an underwater temple, like the legendary Atlantis.
Ancient and mysterious runes were carved on the stone pillars inside the hall, emitting a blue glow that brightly lit up the temple. Dozens of statues, large and small, were placed on both sides of the temple.
Each statue seemed like a living deity, exuding terrifying majesty even with partially damaged bodies. Dense water elemental energy permeated every corner of the temple.
From this, it was not hard to see that this must be the most core location of the entire water god palace.
The water god's spirit gently waved a hand.
In an instant, the water element energy within the hall surged like a tsunami, crashing towards the divine statues. After absorbing this water element energy, the gray outer shells of the statues began to peel away, emanating terrifying divine light.
An immense pressure bore down on Li Lan, sweeping away all his weariness. He said in disbelief, they're alive? Not at all.
Seeing Li Lan's expression, a rare sight, the spirit of the water god felt a bit pleased and said, these 36 statues represent the 36 deities served by my water god palace. As long as you gain recognition from one of them, you can become one of the 36 saint children of my water god palace.
Li Lan nodded. Begin. I can give you half a year.
After speaking, the spirit of the water god vanished. Li Lan casually found a statue and sat down. But after comprehending for half a day, he gained nothing. So he switched to another statue and comprehended for another half day.
Still, he gained nothing. Am I really going to die here?
Li Lan said, his face looking grim. For the next 10 days, he tried every statue in the temple, but still, he gained nothing.
Damn it!
Li Lan cursed, too lazy to try any longer.
He gave up, lying on the ground to sleep.
The fire spirit is tired from fighting these past few days and refuses to cultivate. The thunder element is diligently motivated and begins to cultivate earnestly, thunder element energy 50.
The wood element laments that there's no good show to watch today, and begins to cultivate distractedly, wood element energy 10.
Telekinesis ability and control ability, good friends, cultivate hand in hand, telekinesis energy 20, control energy 20. The dragon tiger body forging art and water carries all things embrace intimately and cultivate together, host physique 5, energy capacity 5.
The divine water element is cultivating diligently, divine water element energy 20. The divine water element senses the power of the divine water origin and automatically emerges from the host's body. Deep within the core of the water god palace.
The spirit of the water god sighed in disappointment, looking at Li Lan sleeping on the ground.
It's still not working, huh? Alas, I finally encountered a genius. If he can't become a saint child, then who can? Will my water god palace continue to be buried under this water for tens of thousands of years? There isn't much core energy left.
1,000 years from now, the water god palace might never be able to open again. But at that moment, the entire water god palace began to shake violently.
What's going on?
The spirit of the water god quickly checked the condition of the water god palace. It discovered that the cause of the shaking was actually coming from the temple where Li Lan was located. All the statues were shining with dazzling divine light, scrambling for the already deeply sleeping Li Lan.
Their power was too immense.
Even though the statues only contained extremely tiny fragments of their divine power, it was enough to make the dilapidated water god palace teeter on the verge of collapse. This young man has such pure divine water energy, I claim him.
Get lost, this boy is the one I've chosen. A bunch of ants, get out of my way.
This young man carries the seed of limitless oceans. He's clearly suited for my lineage.
Limitless oceans? Merely an auxiliary divine skill. Trash.
Give this boy to me, and I will surely cultivate a new god of war for my water god lineage. So-called gods of war are nothing but brutes who only know how to fight.
My deep-sea lineage claims this boy.
You deep-sea monster covered in tentacles, don't you dare delay him.
He's human, he wouldn't want to become a monster. What do you trash know?
Tentacles, they are a symbol of power. Those ancient water elemental old gods from legends were all covered in tentacles and eyes. Seeing this scene, the spirit of the water god felt its mind go blank.
Were these still the aloof deities from before? To what extent was Li Lan's divine water element pure, to have awakened all of them?
Chapter 46, Spear of the Sea God, taking control of the water god palace.
Which deity will Li Lan choose?
The spirit of the water god watched Li Lan intently, anticipating his choice.
She knew.
No matter which deity Li Lan chose, he was destined to become the saint son of the water god palace.
To become the only saint son of the water god palace.
To become the one who controls the fate of the water god palace. After all, the water god palace was currently in a sealed state, and the energy it consumed was all the remaining energy from before. However, no matter how much energy remained in the water god palace, there would eventually be a day when it ran out. The only way to replenish energy was to absorb it from the external world. But now, besides her, the instance spirit, the water god palace was empty. As the instance spirit, she could only oversee matters within the water god palace. She had no authority to activate the instance core to draw energy from the outside. Only 3 types of individuals in the entire water god palace had the authority to activate this permission: the saint's son, the god son, and the water god palace lord. But now, let alone the water god palace lord, besides the few remaining trial takers, there wasn't a single soul in the entire palace. Therefore, Li Lan, who was about to become the saint's son, naturally became her only hope.
Wait, he seems to still be asleep right now.
The spirit of the water god was taken aback.
If that's the case, how was he communicating with those deities?
No, the divine water element in his body seemed to be automatically communicating with those deities.
How was this possible?
Looking at Li Lan's divine water element, the spirit of the water god's eyes widened in disbelief.
A moment later, she realized. No wonder. No wonder Li Lan could attract so many deities vying for him.
Divine water has a spirit, divine water has a spirit.
This is a symbol of a child of God. But, why would such an anomaly appear in a mortal who has never had contact with gods? Could it be? Is he the reincarnation of a certain water deity?
Thinking this, the spirit of the water god's breathing became rapid.
Her gaze towards Li Lan became respectful. Because gods must not be offended.
At the same time, she felt a slight relief, fortunate that Li Lan was merely a reincarnation of a god.
Not a true god.
Gods, even the weakest demigods, inherently possess divine might. This is the authority of a god, and even more so, a symbol of their power. Even if a god disdains those who offend them, their divine might can automatically kill all these individuals.
Mortals cannot look directly at a god. This is the reason. If Li Lan were a true god, then when she met Li Lan's gaze in the instance, she might have already perished. The debate among the gods in the divine temple continued. Thinking that Li Lan was about to become the saint child of the water god palace, she felt honored. But at this moment, the entire water god palace suddenly trembled violently. The spirit of the water god's face changed drastically. Not good, the divine power overflowing from these deities is too vast, and the water god palace, being old and dilapidated, cannot withstand this power and is gradually collapsing. No, I must stabilize all this as soon as possible, otherwise everyone will be buried here. She quickly waved her slender hand, activating the instance core of the water god palace, hoping to resist this power. Meanwhile, within the space of the second trial, feeling this terrifying energy, everyone's faces showed panic. What's going on? Such strong energy fluctuations, what is this exactly? I feel my soul trembling. What kind of energy is this? It's too terrifying. Ah, I can't breathe. This energy originates from the Most High. The Most High, this is the energy of the Most High. In this instance, there are gods. I once felt this kind of energy in a 5-star instance. It came from ancient gods of legend, ancient Most High beings. I can't be wrong. What? There's a god still present in this instance? It should just be power left behind by a god. If it were a true god, we'd probably be dead already. Could this be something Li Lan caused again? Are you dreaming? How could that kid have such an ability? Who cares who caused it, I just need to know what we do now. I feel like I'm dying. The god's power is overbearing and mighty. I feel it's eroding my body. Do any of you have a solution? If this continues, we'll have our wills shattered by the god's power and become living puppets even before the instance collapses. Li Qin, are you alright? Mr. Li Qin, are you okay? Li Qin, hold on. Your brother isn't out yet. You can't collapse here first. Quick, get out the elemental gems from before and inject them into Li Qin. Li Qin suddenly collapsed, causing General Xiang and the others' expressions to change drastically. They quickly picked up the elemental gems previously given by the spirit of the water god and injected their energy into Li Qin's body. Li Qin is a great transcendent demigod of the fire spirit, and this god's energy is clearly water elemental. Water and fire are opposing elements, so the impact Li Qin suffered would be several times that of others. Seeing the official personnel unhesitatingly take out extremely precious elemental gems and inject them into Li Qin, the people from the Dark Moon Circus were somewhat surprised. Ah, General Xiang, you're quite generous, the puppeteer said with a sinister laugh. General Xiang gave him a cold glance and said, those who carry wood for the masses should not be left to freeze to death in the snow. Li Qin has sacrificed so much for our Jiangnan province. How could a monster like you, with no sense of patriotism or family, understand? Patriotism, the beast tamer said dismissively, what good is that? The old director's face was expressionless as he also placed his elemental gem next to Li Qin. If the heart has no place to rest, everywhere is wandering. No matter how strong you are just a group of wanderers. No one cares about you. You're just tools for those in power. No one will remember you when you die, and you might even be killed by your own companions at any moment. No, you don't have companions. Just like the clown before. This is a tragedy. Not just inside the instance. Outside the instance, at this moment, things also began to stir up. Following the riot at the Water God Palace, the water level of Yunmeng Great Lake began to surge, and the mutated beasts within the lake also rioted. Seeing this scene, the army stationed by Yunmeng Lake immediately took action. Hurry, evacuate the civilians. Evacuate the civilians. Captain, the water is rising too fast, I'm afraid we won't make it in time. If it weren't for this situation, I'd really want to kill you. It's fast. Then you be faster than it. Yes. Battalion Commander. Quickly notify the provincial government to prepare flood control materials immediately. Dispatch armies of great transcendent demigod and above to provide support. What about those civilian ability users? Many of them are great transcendent demigod.
If they join us, it could relieve a lot of our pressure.
Have them retreat too.
They are still young, and we haven't fallen yet.
Battalion commander, it's not good. Several king-level beasts have emerged from river mouth number 1. Everyone in Squad 3 and Squad 4, grab your weapons immediately and come with me to river mouth number 1 to fight.
But Captain, we're no match for those guys.
Remember what your instructor told you when you enlisted?
Yes, Captain.
Enlist in the army, defend the nation, it is supreme. Brothers, charge with me. Large numbers of troops began to move. In just half an hour, all residents living by the river were evacuated.
At the same time, the river water completely submerged their previous encampment.
Large numbers of soldiers rushed to jump into the water, engaging in a desperate battle with the beasts.
The lake's surface was stained red with blood, and dead bodies lay everywhere.
But this blood was the blood of the alien beasts. These dead bodies were also the dead bodies of the alien beasts.
All civilian ability users, quickly get on the vehicles. This area will be completely taken over by the army. Someone will take you to a safe place shortly.
The officer shouted loudly to the crowd on the flat ground.
At his command, everyone got into the vehicles. Only a delicate-looking teenager, pushing a wheelchair, stood under a large tree, gazing towards the lake.
Shin, aren't you leaving? Lu Shaoqi couldn't help but step forward and ask. No.
Why?
Waiting for the captain?
But the captain is great transcendent demigod, nothing will happen to him.
Who's waiting for him?
Shin pushed the wheelchair in front of Lu Shaoqi.
Hold this for me, I'm going to help the army kill the mutated beasts. Wait a minute.
Lu Shaoqi called out to him.
She was surprised to find that Shin was exuding a completely different aura than before. You suddenly became great transcendent demigod? Shin nodded.
By the time Lu Shaoqi came back to her senses, Shin had already left.
Where's the young man who was with you just now?
Back in the car, the officer looked at Lu Shaoqi, who was pushing the wheelchair, and said.
He said he's going to help the army kill the mutated beasts. Nonsense. The officer couldn't help but say, he's just a tier caster, and a fire elemental one at that. Isn't he just going to his death? He has already advanced to great transcendent demigod. What?
Hearing this, the officer immediately breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. But he still said, however, orders are orders. You wait for me here for a moment, I'm going to go grab him back right now.
Captain Lu, something's wrong.
Just as the officer was getting out of the car, a cracking sound came from inside the vehicle.
What's wrong? What happened?
He quickly ran back to the car to check, seeing a large hole in the car window. A tier ability user pointed to the window and said, Fong Hong and Duan Zitao, they ran off. The officer looked out the window and saw Fong Hong, Duan Zitao, leading a group of great transcendent demigods, rushing towards the area where the army and mutated beasts were fighting. His eyes immediately welled up with tears.
Captain Lu, what's wrong? You little rascal, are you looking for a beating? The lightning element challenged the fire spirit. The lightning element was thoroughly thrashed by the fire spirit, a complete defeat. The lightning element challenged the fire spirit. The lightning element was thoroughly thrashed by the fire spirit, a complete defeat. The lightning element challenged the fire spirit. The lightning element was thoroughly thrashed by the fire spirit, a complete defeat.
Inside the water god palace, Lilan was still in a deep sleep. The lightning element and the fire spirit were constantly fighting within his body. Outside his body, the water elemental gods were also arguing non-stop, even coming to blows.
Let go of your filthy hands, he's mine. Why? He's mine. Because I'm stronger. This human boy belongs to me. I'm the strongest. All of you get out of my way. What good is strength? Even gods need wisdom. Only the wise can guide him in the right direction, and I am that wise one.
You're no wise one, you're a complete imbecile.
Insolence! Take this! Is that all?
Humph, I haven't moved in tens of thousands of years.
It's time to stretch my muscles, said a deity with a human head and fish body, akin to a mermaid.
With a thought, a massive torrent suddenly surged from the ground. Seeing this, the spirit of the water god, deep within the core, turned ashen.
It's over. But just then, a towering phantom appeared in the temple.
He held a trident, wore a crown, had a stern face, and his blue eyes seemed to hold the vastness of the ocean.
Enough!
What an undignified racket!
He spoke in a deep voice.
He spoke a language never before heard on Blue Star. But all the gods understood the meaning of his words. Upon seeing him, all the deities involuntarily fell silent. JJ.br.
Greetings, Your Majesty, King of Gods, one deity quickly said. The other deities echoed.
Greetings, Your Majesty, King of Gods.
He nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Lilan and said, I want him.
Hearing this, although the other gods were somewhat unwilling, they still nodded helplessly. They blamed each other with their eyes.
In their opinion,
if it weren't for the other gods causing trouble, they might have already taken Lilan for themselves.
Seeing Lilan asleep, the God King didn't get angry. Instead, he gently tapped Lilan's glabella, then instantly disappeared. It's all your fault. Isn't it because of you? Nothing good ever happens when I see you.
The gods said, their consciousness returning to their statues, and the temple returned to peace. But Lilan was not peaceful. The moment the God King touched his glabella, his body instantly surged. At the same time, an extremely pure divine power appeared in his mental sea of consciousness.
Divine water element is frantically consuming unknown energy, water god energy 1000. Water carries all things is frantically devouring unknown energy, energy capacity 200. Divine water element is frantically consuming unknown energy, water god energy 1000. Water carries all things is frantically devouring unknown energy, energy capacity 200. Divine water element is frantically consuming unknown energy, water god energy 1000. Water carries all things is frantically devouring unknown energy, energy capacity 200. Your water god element level has increased to transcendent great transcendent demigod initial stage. Your divine water element has successfully comprehended a divine ability, Trident of the Sea God.
Hearing the system's voice, Lilan sat up from the ground in a daze.
What's going on? What happened? How did I get so much stronger after just one sleep?
At that moment, he saw a ripple in the space before his eyes, and the spirit of the water god reappeared in front of him. He was about to find out what had happened when he saw the spirit of the water god kneel on one knee and respectfully say to him,
Greetings, Palace Master. Lilan? His mind went blank instantly. Chapter 47, The Prestige of the Sea God. Princess? What princess? Am I not a man? If I were, wouldn't I be a prince? Did I travel through time again?
Lilan felt downwards and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that that guy was still there. Seeing his confusion, the spirit of the water god stood up and briefly recounted what had happened, including the god's struggle for him, and then the arrival of the sea god. So it was Palace Master, not Princess. Lilan breathed a sigh of relief. I never expected to wake up and inexplicably become the Palace Master of this water god palace.
Fate truly plays tricks on people.
May I ask, Palace Master, what do you plan to do next? Asked the spirit of the water god, feeling very nervous. As the saying goes, a new official has 3 fires upon taking office.
Plus, Lilan is still a young man.
Young people are at their most impulsive. Suddenly gaining such immense power, she feared Lilan would do something outrageous with the water god palace. And she couldn't stop him. After all, she was just the guardian spirit of the water god palace. Strictly speaking, she was Lilan's private property.
Whatever Lilan told her to do, she could only do. Can I do anything? Lilan suddenly asked. Sure enough.
The spirit of the water god looked solemn and nodded. Anything, after all, you are the master of the water god palace.
Lilan's rosy lips parted slightly. Just when she thought Li Lan was about to say something world-shattering, she only heard Li Lan simply say, "Okay, then from today onwards, you are the Palace Master of the Water God Palace." "Palace Master, please let me out. I need to go home and sleep." Hearing this, the spirit of the Water God was stunned, looking completely bewildered. "Ha? You, what did you say?" Li Lan frowned slightly. Is this spirit of the Water God hard of hearing? As a qualified lazy person, he didn't like repeating himself. "I'm sorry, Palace Master, but that's not possible." The spirit of the Water God hesitated for a moment and said, "The successor to the Palace Master can only be chosen from among the Saint's Son and the God's Son." "What about the Saint's Son and the Water God's Son then?" Li Lan looked at her without speaking. As if understanding Li Lan's intent, the spirit of the Water God said, "Now, throughout the entire Water God Palace, there is only you. So I'm just a commander without any troops, huh?" Li Lan was silent for a moment, then said, "Then, starting today, you are the acting Palace Lord. You will be fully responsible for everything in the Water God Palace. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" The spirit of the Water God nodded, her expression peculiar. This new Palace Lord certainly doesn't play by the rules. If it were anyone else who became the Water God Palace Lord, they wouldn't be able to contain their joy. But when it comes to him, he looks utterly disgusted, as if he stumbled upon some enormous trouble. "All right, since that's the case, let me out. I want to go home." "I'm afraid that won't be possible." "What do you mean?" Li Lan looked at her displeased. "Didn't you say yourself that as long as I became the Holy Son of the Water God Palace, I could leave the instance early? He's become a Palace Master now? Isn't this more impressive than being a Saint's son?" "Palace Master, you have gained the recognition of the great God King. You are now the Palace Master of the Water God Palace, and you will share its glory and its downfall. So, I wish to invite you to weather this storm with the Water God Palace and restore it to its former glory." As if afraid Li Lan would refuse, the spirit of the Water God continued. "The process isn't very tiring, you only need to grant a few permissions, and everything else can be left to me." "That's simple? If that's all there is to it, then being this princess, no, Palace Master, wouldn't be so bad." Li Lan looked at her. She nodded twice, seriously. "What permissions?" Hearing Li Lan agree, the spirit of the Water God showed a smile. She gently reached out into the air. A ripple spread through the space, and her hand reached into the void, pulling out a thumb-sized blue crystal. The crystal was clear and translucent, seemingly containing immense energy within. Li Lan only felt a slight sensation and found himself immersed in a deep sea, swallowed by the ocean. However, he didn't feel afraid. Instead, he felt a familiar sense of closeness from it. It was as if he had been born and raised in the sea since childhood, a child of the sea and water. Is this due to the God King's mark in his spiritual sea of consciousness? How I long for the sea. Li Lan quickly suppressed the thought. After all, his grandfather detested water. If his grandfather knew about this thought, he would surely suffer a beating or severe training. Among the top powerhouses in Dragon Country, there is one named Narcissus, a formidable water element ability user. Every time his grandfather saw her, the two would always fight. The authority for the Water God Palace to draw energy from the outside world. The spirit of the Water God handed the crystal to Li Lan and said, "This is the core of the Water God Palace. With it, everything in the Water God Palace will be under your control. Why don't you do it yourself?" Li Lan's eyelids twitched, and he asked silently. To completely control the instance core, one must obtain the recognition of the deity in the temple. I am merely a guardian spirit and do not possess this qualification. The spirit of the Water God explained, you can use the divine imprint within your body to communicate with and recognize the core. Li Lan did as told. In an instant, the core vanished, transforming into a cluster of particles that surged into his body. The layout of the entire Water God Palace became clear in his mind. He was surprised to discover that the area he had previously passed through accounted for only 1/500th of the total area of the Water God Palace. Apart from the first and second levels,
there were countless more levels. In addition, there were a series of buildings such as cultivation rooms, beast gardens, herb gardens, and living quarters. However, most of them were closed and required sufficient energy to open. And currently, the Water God Palace's energy was not sufficient. It could only open and close the main gate of the Water God Palace and ensure the normal operation of the first 10 trial levels. As for how to replenish energy, it was simple. The Water God Palace had a unique energy operating system. As long as it was activated, it could automatically draw energy from the outside world. Leland's mind stirred, and the main gate of the Water God Palace instantly opened. Countless water elemental energies surged into the Water God Palace from outside, and the Water God Palace instantly came to life. However, replenishing energy was a very long process. Leland estimated that even after absorbing energy for thousands of years, it might not be enough to fully replenish the core's energy. This is too slow. As if sensing Leland's disappointment, the spirit of the water god stepped forward and said, "Palace Master, this is already very good. As for the rest, leave it to me." Leland nodded, then suddenly noticed that his third brother and the others had disappeared from the space of the second level. Strange, where are they? Oh no! At this moment, the spirit of the water god's expression suddenly changed. What's going on? Leland looked at her strangely. Palace Master, the commotion you made when communicating with the deities of the temples earlier was simply too great. The Water God Palace couldn't withstand the pressure from the deities and vibrated for a while. Those few trial takers might have fallen out of the Water God Palace during the vibration. The spirit of the water god said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Palace Master, it's all my fault." What's outside the Water God Palace? Cloud Dream Lake. Having stayed in the lake for thousands of years, the spirit of the water god still knew the name of Cloud Dream Lake. Leland breathed a sigh of relief. It's just Cloud Dream Lake, what's the big deal? His third brother and General Xiang, they are all transcendent, great transcendent demigod. They shouldn't encounter any danger in Cloud Dream Lake. So it's just Cloud Dream Lake. But Palace Master, the spirit of the water god said, in the depths of Cloud Dream Lake, there are 3 emperor-level beasts. What? Leland was greatly alarmed, her laziness completely vanished. 3 emperor-level anomalous beasts. That's equivalent to 3 transcendent great transcendent demigod. And in the water, even 3 transcendent great transcendent demigod might not be a match for 1 emperor-level anomalous beast. How long have they been down there? The spirit of the water god thought for a moment and said, "According to your time, it's probably a few minutes." Only a few minutes? Leland secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She continued to ask, "Can we retrieve them?" The spirit of the water god shook its head and said, "Currently, the Water God Palace has insufficient energy and cannot affect the outside world." But Palace Master, those 3 relied on absorbing the overflowing power from the Water God Palace to advance to Emperor-level beasts, making them half-guardians of the Water God Palace. If you were to act, perhaps you could suppress them. Me? Leland was stunned. What kind of joke is this? He was merely an ordinary transcendent great transcendent demigod, not even a transcendent great transcendent demigod. How could he possibly suppress an emperor-level beast? The spirit of the water god nodded and said, "The energy overflowing from the Water God Palace contains the supreme power of the deities. The power of deities is fatal to ordinary beings. Those beasts absorbed this power, and their fear and awe of the deities were naturally carved into their souls. And you, as the master of the Water God Palace, chosen by the God King, can naturally use the power the God King left you to suppress them." He hadn't expected it to be possible this way. Leland understood her meaning and decided to take a gamble. After all, there was no other way besides this one. He couldn't watch his brother perish in the belly of a beast for nothing. "Let me out." The spirit of the water god nodded, and a spatial wormhole, condensed from blue particles, appeared before them. "Lord Palace Master, the other side of the passage leads to the depths of Yunmeng Lake, where those trial participants fell. I am very sorry, but as the guardian spirit of the Water God Palace, I cannot leave the palace with you." At this moment, at the bottom of Yunmeng Lake, the water surged violently. Looking at the lake water around them, General Xiang and the others, as well as the members of the Dark Moon Circus, wore bewildered expressions.
What's going on? Where is this? We seem to be in the water. This is the bottom of Yunmeng Lake, have we come out? Weren't we just in the Water God Palace? How did we get out?
I don't know. After that terrifying power appeared, the Water God Palace started to shake, and then I don't know what happened.
Is Li Qin okay? He's fine, he's awake. Good that he's fine. But who can tell me how we got out? The crowd discussed animatedly.
The great priest, in the form of a child, felt a stir in his mind and separated the lake water around him. He slowly said, "You all fell unconscious within a few minutes of that terrifying power appearing."
As for what happened next?
At this point, the puppeteer laughed and said, "Then space shattered, and all of us fell into a spatial rift. Then we returned to the bottom of the lake."
Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. So, puppeteer, what should we do now? Should we go back? The Beastmaster asked.
As soon as he finished speaking, the bottom of the lake instantly became pitch black.
Everyone quickly used their spiritual perception to check their surroundings. After entering Great Transcendent Demigod, an ability user's mental power greatly increases. By this time, even without eyes, just by feeling, they knew what was happening around them. They were surprised to find the Beastmaster, who had just been speaking, had actually disappeared. What happened? Everyone held their breath, gazing intently and looking around.
They discovered a giant octopus above their heads, staring at them. The octopus was 100 times larger than a normal octopus, completely black, with countless tentacles writhing irregularly across its body. Beneath it, black ink was continuously gushing out. It was for this reason that they had temporarily lost their sight. At this moment, they could clearly see. The Beastmaster was bound and restrained by several tentacles, being slowly inserted into the octopus's terrifying maw. Blood sprayed out like bursting juice, but it quickly turned black. An Imperial-level mutated beast. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps tingled with dread. Their bodies stiffened, and their minds went blank. What to do? General Xiang quickly enveloped Li Qin with the fire spirit energy, fearing that they might accidentally provoke this deep-sea leviathan. This octopus must have come from the sea, as Yunmeng Lake certainly doesn't produce such creatures. But why would it travel all the way from the ocean to Yunmeng Lake? No one wanted to know, nor did they have the time to find out. They just wanted to escape this cursed place as quickly as possible. Don't make a sound, this thing is very sensitive to noise, the high priest conveyed through telepathy. At this moment, regardless of friend or foe, everyone nodded. Which way should we go? Section Chief Jian looked at General Xiang. General Xiang glanced at the group and noticed Li Qin slowly swimming to the left. To the left. Seeing this, everyone followed behind him. A few seconds later, the puppeteer stopped. Immediately after, Li Qin and the high priest also stopped. Everyone looked at the three of them in confusion. Why did we stop? Puppeteer, did you find something? Li Qin pointed forward, where a large, jet-black fish was glaring at them. It had a gaping maw and was covered in green moss and algae, perfectly blending into its surroundings. If one didn't look closely, they might not even notice it. Another Emperor-level beast. Everyone's spirit sank to rock bottom. Damn it! How could a group of us possibly contend with two Emperor-level mutant beasts? It's over, we're dead. The members of the Dark Moon Circus scattered and fled. General Xiang and others huddled close together, exchanging glances. Each of you, if you get a chance to escape later, seize it immediately and don't worry about us. Yes, General. The two Emperor-level beasts slowly approached, their terrifying aura pressing down on everyone like a tidal wave. It sent shivers down their spines and made their bodies tremble. Just as they were preparing to fight to the death, the two Emperor-level beasts suddenly started crying out. Their cries were filled with immense sadness, almost like they were begging for mercy. What's going on?
What's wrong with them? A transcendent great transcendent demigod asked, puzzled.
They seem to be afraid. General Xiang gasped, his expression grave.
Everyone's pupils constricted, and they widened their eyes in disbelief. Afraid? What could possibly make Emperor-level beasts this terrified? Could it be an even stronger Emperor-level beast?
Just as everyone was feeling despair, a slender figure appeared before them. This figure seemed to be the source of the two Emperor-level beasts' fear. Seeing this shadow, the two Emperor-level beasts even began to tremble, as if they had encountered something truly terrifying. Chapter 48, Beast Tide subsides, preparing to head to Longjing.
Looking at this shadow, it seems to be a person? But who could possess such immense power as to instill fear in two Emperor-level beasts? Could it be a god?
Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the figure that had appeared before them, not daring to make the slightest move.
Gradually, the figure became clearer.
Seeing his face, everyone's eyes widened.
Li Lan? General Xiang asked in disbelief, is that really you?
Li Lan, still sleepy, rubbed his eyes and waved at General Xiang. Then he walked over to Li Qin.
Seeing his third brother looking so weak, Li Lan couldn't help but ask with concern, "Third brother, are you okay?"
"Li Lan, why are you out here too?"
Li Qin shook his head.
He found it somewhat unbelievable that Li Lan was the one who had scared away those two Emperor-level beasts.
"I finished some kind of trial, so I came out."
"Did you pass?"
Li Qin asked, surprised. This Water God Palace instance clearly wasn't an ordinary instance. Now that Li Lan had become the saint son of the Water God Palace, wouldn't he just take off?
Sort of, Li Lan nodded, not elaborating. After all, the matters of the Water God Palace were truly beyond common sense, and he was afraid that speaking about them would attract unnecessary trouble. Just then, the pitch-black giant fish let out a low growl, and everyone immediately felt a wave of pressure wash over them.
Li Qin instinctively shielded Li Lan behind him. Li Lan activated the sea god's mark in his sea of consciousness and glared at it.
The Emperor-level beast was instantly terrified and fled in a panic. Seeing this, the octopus also dared not linger and escaped towards the sea.
Witnessing this scene, everyone's minds went blank. Li Qin, who had intended to continue speaking, momentarily forgot what to say.
This. Section Chief Jiang stammered slightly. Looking at the shocked faces of these seniors, Li Lan could only helplessly explain, "This is all thanks to the Water God Palace."
Everyone suddenly realized. They thought Li Lan had only driven away the Emperor-level mutated beasts by leveraging the might of the Water God Spirit. "So are you going back to the Water God Palace later?" Li Qin asked. Li Lan shook his head. The Water God Spirit could handle the rest. He wasn't needed.
Moreover, he had now obtained the core of the Water God Palace and could contact the Water God Spirit at any time. Even if the Water God Spirit needed to activate certain permissions of the Water God Palace, he could control it remotely.
"Can we still enter the Water God Palace?" the old director asked in confusion. Li Lan shook his head again.
After the previous earthquake, many of the Water God Palace's checkpoints were damaged, and repairs would take time. Seeing this, everyone sighed regretfully. After all, there were many things in the Water God Palace, even though the process was dangerous. But in the face of such generous rewards, what was a little danger?
Among their great transcendents, which one hadn't fought their way out of a mountain of swords and a sea of blood?
General Xiang, the people from the Dark Moon Circus and the High Priest seem to have escaped.
At this moment, a transcendent great transcendent demigod said to General Xiang. General Xiang nodded and said, "Let them escape if they did, we can't catch them anyway."
"But..." He looked at Li Lan worriedly and said, "Lazy boy, your situation might be dangerous from now on. The High Priest might not do anything to you, but the Dark Moon Circus.
As long as they dare to come, I'll make sure they never return." Li Qin said coldly from the side, "Li Lan, aren't you going to Qinglong Academy in a few days?"
"I'll go with you then. I want to see if those rats from the gutters dare to touch you."
"Third brother, don't bother, have you forgotten? I still have the divine movement talisman." What a joke! If his brother went with him, wouldn't he be tormented to death? All his little secrets would be exposed. With Shin, he might have gotten away with a little appeasement. Li Qin thought about it and nodded slightly. The fluctuations in the water god palace subsided, and the lake water gradually receded. The exotic beasts that had fled Yunmeng Lake in fear also gradually returned to the lake. The crowd by the lake looked at this scene, all feeling incredulous. Strange, why has the water level receded? Great! Those exotic beasts have also retreated. This is too fast, the supplies from the provincial capital haven't even arrived yet. Isn't that a good thing? Go quickly and notify them that the supplies are no longer needed. Does anyone know the number of casualties? Reporting, Captain, with the help of the little heroes, none of our soldiers suffered any casualties. Everyone chatted excitedly, a joyous atmosphere prevailing. Shin and Duan Zitao bumped fists, celebrating their victory. Then, worriedly, looked towards the lake. Earlier, when Duan Zitao was fighting the exotic beast, he was almost devoured by it. Fortunately, Shin intervened in time and saved his life, which forged their friendship. What are you looking at? Waiting for Li Lan to return? Duan Zitao sat down beside Shin and asked, looking at the lake. Shin nodded gently, took a potion from his pocket, and consumed it. Don't worry, Li Lan will be fine. He's a great transcendent demigod, and he's with General Xiang and the others. His third brother is also there. With so many great transcendent demigod, unless they encounter an emperor-class exotic beast, nothing serious should happen. Just as he was speaking, a group of people flew over the lake. Seeing this, Duan Zitao quickly said, "Look, aren't they back now?" Shin quickly looked up at the sky and smiled faintly. But it quickly disappeared. Duan Zitao was incredulous, rubbing his eyes. This stoic guy can smile? Must be an illusion, right? Seeing General Xiang and the others return, more and more people gathered towards the shore. Everyone was discussing, and many people's attention focused on Li Lan. Everyone, look, General Xiang and the others are back. It seems like one person is missing. It's Captain Qin. Captain Qin sacrificed himself? How is that possible? He's a great transcendent demigod. Why isn't it possible? Rumor has it that there's an emperor-class exotic beast at the bottom of Yunmeng Lake. How could a great transcendent demigod be a match for an emperor-class exotic beast? And we also have to beware of the Dark Moon Fair's schemes. These damned creatures, if it weren't for them, Captain Qin wouldn't have died. Look everyone, Li Lan is back too. Sloth God, Sloth God, Sloth God. My God. Fantastic, the Sloth God is back. The Sloth God isn't injured, is he? He looks a bit down in the dumps. Hasn't he always been like this? A 17-year-old great transcendent demigod, Li Lan is absolutely terrifying. I definitely need to thank Li Lan properly later. If it weren't for him, I might have died earlier. Me too, I never imagined Li Lan was hiding his strength so well. Li Lan is so powerful, why didn't he just take the championship directly during the tryouts? I can't figure it out. What's there to not figure out? Don't you also wear down your opponents in games before unleashing your ultimate? But this isn't a game. For the Sloth God, the tryouts might have been no different from a game. As soon as Li Lan landed from the sky, a crowd gathered around him. In fact, there were even a few bold girls who tried to kiss him. Startled, Li Lan lost all sleepiness and quickly used his psychic ability to float himself away. But halfway through floating, he saw a familiar figure. Shin was standing outside the crowd, watching him. And the aura around him had also reached the divine ability realm. Li Lan immediately pounced on him at the sight. Shin looked disgusted, yet skillfully picked him up on his back. I thought you were dead. Do you want me dead that badly? MHM. I almost died in that wretched lake back then. Do you know? There were 3 emperor-level beasts at the bottom of that lake, Li Lan said matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Shin's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, "Are you hurt? Why do you always go against the script? Shouldn't you be asking how we escaped from those 3 emperor-level beasts right now?" Li Lan, however, continued to follow his words. My third brother said I'm going to die in a week. What? Li Lan felt Shin abruptly stop, his body tensing up. He slowly turned his head to look, asking, Really? You're not lying to me? Seeing his strong reaction, Li Lan knew he had gone too far and quickly said, It's a lie. Why don't you just drop dead? Shin directly threw him off his back and walked away without looking back. No, Shin, don't be angry. Li Lan quickly used his psychic ability to control himself and floated over. I was wrong. I was really wrong. A few minutes later, Shin, looking helpless, carried Li Lan on his back again. I really owe you. Once I pay off my debt, I'm going to fight on the border. Let's never see each other again in this lifetime. Li Lan said, You promised me you'd work for me for free for 30 years. During these 30 years, I can order you to serve tea and pour water every day. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the small blood pill the high priest gave him back in the instance. He quickly took it out and put it to Shin's mouth. Shin ate it without a second thought. Li Lan. What is this? Shouldn't you have asked that before eating it? Li Lan said nothing. A few seconds later, Shin felt a warmth rise within him. The next moment, the sacred blood in his body vanished without a trace. Shin turned to look at Li Lan in disbelief, only to find that Li Lan had already fallen asleep at some point. The thunder element challenged the fire spirit. The thunder element was severely beaten by the fire spirit. The thunder element was completely defeated. What element is diligently cultivating? What element energy 100? Telekinesis ability and control ability, good friends, are cultivating hand in hand. Telekinesis energy 20, control energy 20. Telekinesis ability and control ability have comprehended diffusion divine ability, mind control embryonic form. Divine water element is teaching the cultivation of water bears all things while also cultivating diligently itself. Divine water energy 80. Dragon tiger body forging art looks on with concern at water bears all things, and begins cultivating distractedly. Host physique 5. Water bears all things is diligently and arduously cultivating, energy capacity 50. When Li Lan woke up, he found himself already seated in a wheelchair. Shin was reading a book nearby, something called Cageborn. His third brother was also reading a book nearby, but it was a comic book, and he would occasionally let out a silly laugh. Li Lan looked at him with disdain. Having such a brother was truly embarrassing. The space inside the car was large and noisy. It didn't change its usual atmosphere just because there were two great transcendent demigods present. However, Li Lan could clearly feel that the principal and several teachers looked at him with significantly more respect. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Chui Mingho, you're fighting well, but I'm even better. Take this move, I'm hitting your left side. Haha, didn't expect that, I'm actually hitting the right side. Huang Xiaotian's swordsmanship had improved significantly, and he was able to beat Chui Mingho with a water bottle, leaving him no room to retaliate. Leo narcissistically looked in the mirror, pinning a medal in the most prominent position on his chest. This was an honor awarded by the military to all outstanding civilian ability users who performed well during this beast-tide clear-out. I heard from the teacher next to me that although Leo is usually very particular and even wears a suit during battles, he is absolutely unambiguous when it comes to clearing out beasts. He saved the lives of several children. For this, he even tore his favorite suit. Tearing clothes might not be a big deal for most people. But Li Lan knew that for Leo, it was a truly significant event. Sometimes he would rather get injured himself than have his suit suffer the slightest damage. Godlike figure, you're awake. Sasha was delighted to see Li Lan awake. She quickly took a bottle of cola from her backpack and placed it in front of Li Lan. Godlike figure, here's some cola for you. Thanks. Li Lan nodded in gratitude. He initially wanted to refuse, but the temptation of cola was too strong to resist, so he accepted it. He opened the bottle cap with his psychic ability and gulped it down. When there was about half a bottle left, he tossed it into Shin's hand. Shin didn't mind and drank it all. What about mine? Li Qin put down his comic book and looked at Li Lan with a resentful expression. Got a girlfriend and forgot about your brother, huh? You idiot. Li Lan rolled his eyes at him and went back to sleep. In his dream, Li Lan sighed. If only I really had a girlfriend. His requirements weren't high: fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, and stunning beauty. Not too big though, too big would be hard to handle. Damn it! The more he thought, the more he wanted a girlfriend. After thinking for a long time, Li Lan sighed again. Forget it, I don't want to look anymore, it's too tiring. The thought of having to go shopping, on dates, and chat with his girlfriend gave him a subtle headache. What's romance compared to a good sleep? Right? To all the single nobles in front of your screens. After a few days at school, Li Lan received a notice from the Provincial Education Department. The National Martial Arts Competition will be held in Longjing a month later, and participants must arrive in Longjing in 10 days. Upon arrival, there will be dedicated personnel to receive them. At the same time, teachers from the 5 major academies will also handle enrollment procedures for new students in Longjing. Chapter 49, Great Victory at the Front, Private Jet, 3 small wooden boxes. Shin pushed Li Lan to the airport. Li Qin, sparkling in golden armor, followed the two, drawing attention. Third brother, I told you that you didn't need to come see me off. Noticing the eyes of those around them, Li Lan scratched his fluffy hair, saying helplessly. But Li Qin looked very happy, gently tilting his head back. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. Li Lan, you should feel honored to be personally escorted by the Golden Saint Seiya. I don't want to enjoy this honor. Li Lan sighed, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Li Qin enthusiastically greeted the people around them. The airport was crowded. Plus, with a few of them being semi-celebrities, more and more people noticed them in no time. Look quickly, isn't that the Golden Saint Seiya Li Qin? That armor is so cool. He's the golden god of war in my heart. It really is him, he's the hero of our Jiangnan province. But unfortunately, he's not my type. I prefer the cool and aloof kind. The person in the wheelchair next to him looks familiar, I feel like I've seen him somewhere. That's Li Lan, the god of laziness. The god of war from the qualifiers. My brother-in-law is a soldier in the military zone, and according to his description, Li Lan's performance during the Beast Tide could be described as a god descending to earth. Really? Is it that exaggerated? Of course, just look at who he is, a 17-year-old great transcendent demigod. Sigh, so many days have passed, and the god of laziness is still as lazy as ever. I really want to be the god of laziness's girlfriend. A high-cold beauty like the god of laziness can only be admired from afar. She's not suitable to be a boyfriend. You wouldn't want him to be sleeping while you're doing things alone at night, would you? Oh, you're naughty, I don't understand what you're saying. The person next to him must be Shin, right? So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. He's exactly my type. Hello Mr. Li Qin, may I please have your autograph? Me too, me too. Everyone swarmed forward. Li Qin gladly accepted all this adoration. Of course, one by one. Halfway through signing, he saw a group of girls running towards them, youthful, beautiful, and full of energy. Has my charm grown so immense that even young girls are this crazy? Li Qin's face broke into a proud smile, and he said, little sisters, one by one. Crowding is an unjust act. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the smile on his face quickly froze. He saw that after the group of girls reached him, they didn't stop, but instead made a turn and ran towards Li Lan. Sloth God, may we please take a photo together? An innocent and charming little girl politely asked Li Lan. Li Lan opened his eyes and found a group of young girls looking at him expectantly. He nodded without even thinking. Yay! The group of little girls immediately jumped up in excitement. Seeing this, Li Qin looked at the group of burly men in front of him and felt his good mood for the day completely vanish. Mr. Li Qin, what's wrong? Nothing, just feeling a little unwell. Li Qin continued to sign, his heart aching with envy.
A brawny man, over 2 meters tall with dark skin and bulging muscles, quickly supported him and said, "Mr. Li Qin, are you alright?
If you're not feeling well, it's okay not to sign."
Yes, yes,
the people around them nodded.
At this moment, a burst of joyful laughter came from Li Lan's side.
"Brother Li Lan, thank you. Brother Shin, thank you too. Thank you, Sloth God, I love you to death." Pain. It hurts even more.
Li Qin shook his head. "It's nothing, I just didn't sleep well last night. I'll just catch up on some sleep later."
After signing, Li Qin sighed all the way.
Li Lan woke up and stretched, looking at Shin and moving her eyelids. "I don't know, Brother Qin has been like this ever since," Shin said. Li Lan nodded, watching the scenery along the way in a good mood. Jiangnan Province Base City, as one of the 18 base cities in the country, had a very impressive airport. Full of technology, a huge screen hung directly in front of the waiting hall, playing hot events from all over the country. Countless small screens below the large screen displayed all of today's flights.
"Li Lan, Shin, you're here too."
At this moment, a clear voice sounded from not far away. The three looked towards the source of the sound and saw a group of teenagers walking towards them. It was Duan Zitao, Wu Tianxi, Wu Liuqi, Fang Heng, and the others. Besides them, there were also people from other provinces like Huang Chang. Apparently, they were also going to Longjing. Some were participating in the national martial arts competition, and others were attending the admissions for the 5 major academies.
"Hello everyone," Li Lan waved at them.
"Hello, Lazy God."
"Lazy God, I didn't expect you to be at the airport too."
"Lazy God, I didn't expect us to meet again."
"Hello, Mr. Li Qin."
"Hello, everyone." "Li Lan, long time no see," Wu Liuqi said. He was still dressed in black, holding a sword, looking cool, like an emotionless assassin.
"Long time no see," Li Lan nodded.
"Are you also waiting for a flight?"
Duan Zitao held a cup of unfortunate coffee and asked Shin.
Shin nodded. "That's great, if so, we might all be on the same plane." The others also looked happy. As the leading figure of the younger generation in Jiangnan Province, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom, they were naturally very happy to be with Li Lan.
"Barring any surprises, we shouldn't be on the same plane," Shin suddenly said.
"Why?
Aren't you going to Longjing?"
The others looked puzzled. Shin said helplessly, "To ensure the young master's safety, a private jet will pick us up and take us to Longjing. As his study companion, I naturally have to go with him."
"I see. Ah, what a pity."
Everyone looked disappointed. However, they could understand. After all, Li Lan had already been exposed to the Dark Moon Circus and was highly likely to be assassinated by the Psionic Guild. If Li Lan were to fall, it would not only be a loss for the Li clan but also for Longgui and even the entire human alliance. As they were chatting, the large screen directly in front of the airport hall suddenly changed, replaced by the beautiful figure of a news anchor.
"Good afternoon, everyone.
I'm Fan Jia, host of Border News Channel, and we're breaking in with some good news. Let's congratulate the 7th Border Legion for successfully annihilating 3 top invading enemy forces and killing a demigod from the barbarian spirit race.
Alright, now let's enjoy the live report."
The scene shifted, and a border landscape of mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and rolling yellow sand appeared before everyone's eyes. A man with red hair tied in a short ponytail, wearing a military uniform, stood suspended in mid-air. He was covered in wounds, his military uniform tattered, and a giant bird made of flames circled around him, letting out a monstrous shriek. The man and the bird, their eyes as sharp as an eagle's, stared menacingly at a 4-meter-tall, muscular giant not far ahead.
The so-called demigod is a term for aliens, transcendent great transcendent demigod.
Seeing this scene, Li Qin and Li Lan's hearts were in their throats. Because this red-haired man was none other than their elder brother, Li Qingyang. It's young Emperor Li Qingyang.
He's actually so seriously injured.
What, a demigod? Does the barbarian spirit race have no shame?
A dignified demigod actually attacking a junior. Damn it.
Don't worry, everyone. Didn't the news say they killed a demigod from the barbarian spirit race?
I think it must be this one.
Everyone discussed animatedly, then the hall instantly quieted down, and the atmosphere became tense. The footage was likely shot by a drone from a distance, so the quality wasn't very clear.
But everyone could clearly see the arrogant expression on the barbarian spirit demigod's face.
Li Qingyang, you are truly remarkable. I have lived for several centuries and have never encountered an outsider as exceptional as you. Now, I offer you a chance, join my barbarian spirit race, and then, receive promotion. Otherwise, die. His eyes were as large as an infant's head, his mouth full of fangs, saliva spraying as he spoke, his large face grotesque and terrifying.
You are not worthy,
Li Qingyang said coldly. Despite being heavily wounded, he still looked down at the demigod from a commanding position, like an emperor among mortals. In his hand, he gripped a keen sword over 2 meters long, which now began to radiate a blazing brilliance. Very good, the barbarian spirit demigod said in a deep voice. He lightly pushed off the ground with his foot, instantly soaring into the air and charging towards Li Qingyang. His massive body was like a small mountain peak, carrying a destructive force that seemed capable of shattering anything.
Since you refuse, then die. Make me die?
Li Qingyang's expression remained indifferent, looking down at him with contempt in his voice. You're not worthy either.
Just as everyone wondered what he would do next, a terrifying scene unfolded.
Li Qingyang raised his hand and plunged his sword into his own heart.
Had he gone mad? Everyone's minds went blank. Yet, the next second, Li Qingyang let out a loud cry.
His entire body began to burn. The flames grew larger and larger, eventually transforming into a flame giant over 10 meters tall. It wore a crown and wielded a massive flaming greatsword, like a legendary fire god. He pulled out the sword, and the blood on the blade also began to burn fiercely. At this moment, the sword looked exactly like the one held by the flame giant, only Li Qingyang's was much smaller. Gazing at the charging demigod of the barbarian spirit race,
Li Qingyang picked up the flaming divine sword and slashed forward fiercely. The flame giant also repeated the action.
In an instant, a scorching sword energy was unleashed, dyeing the entire world fiery red.
With a crack, even the surrounding space couldn't withstand the hot and sharp sword energy, shattering like glass.
The scene shifted again. The barbarian spirit race giant had fallen to the ground, his entire body cut into 2 halves. Li Qingyang slowly approached him, stomping his head into a pulp, the brain matter bursting out like an exploding fruit, yet not a single trace stained him. At this moment, Li Qingyang's expression remained indifferent. He returned his sword to its sheath and departed calmly, as if he had merely done something insignificant. The scene ended there, and the large screen in the airport hall returned to normal.
The entire venue was silent for a moment.
Then, cheers and screams erupted, one after another. This scene was simultaneously playing out across the country.
He won, he actually won. Li Qingyang solo killed an alien demigod. As expected of young Emperor Qingyang, this is simply divine. So cool. Especially that little expression he made at the end, as if saying, is this all an alien demigod is? The other demigods of the barbarian spirit race must be fuming if they saw this. What a monster the Li clan has produced. As expected of Flame Emperor's grandson. One sword incinerates the heavens, striking down these damned aliens. Let's see if they dare invade our human race territory again. Does anyone know who that demigod was? It looks so familiar.
I remember it had appeared 7 years ago on the border battlefield of the Polar Bear Federation.
In that battle, the Polar Bear Federation lost several great transcendent demigods, and it was only when 2 great transcendent demigods intervened that it was repelled.
Hiss, too.
If young Emperor Qingyang becomes a great transcendent demigod, that would be incredible. Seeing Li Qingyang win, Li Qin and Li Lan, the 2 brothers, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Big brother actually won.
Li Qin's face flushed with excitement, so handsome. Li Lan glanced at Xin and Duan Zitao next to him. They were all the same.
Big brother's injuries shouldn't be serious, right?
Li Lan frowned slightly, took out his phone, and sent his brother a few messages. He only completely relaxed after confirming that his injuries, though severe, could fully recover and wouldn't leave any lingering issues.
Is Big Brother alright? Li Qin looked at Li Lan. Li Lan smiled and nodded. That's good, Li Qin also smiled.
At this moment, a dozen identical small planes landed on the open space of the airport.
Why so many planes?
Li Lan looked at his third brother in confusion.
To mislead the Psychic Association, we won't land directly in Longjing then. Br. Li Lan nodded.
Everyone looked enviously as they walked towards the private jet. Li Lan had originally thought about telling them to take other planes to Longjing, but then he remembered the possibility of attacks from the Dark Moon Circus on the way and abandoned the idea.
Although the chances of encountering danger in the air were small, what if? He couldn't afford to be responsible for dozens of living lives.
Sir, where are we flying to? The pilot asked Li Qin.
Beha Province Base City, Shizhuang Airport. In the sky, everything was stable. Li Lan squinted, enjoying the service of the massage robot.
Shin and his third brother were both reading. Li Lan lowered his head and found that his third brother was reading Sailor Moon. He immediately showed a look of disgust. He looked at Shin and found that he was reading a literary book called Love in the Time of Cholera. Li Lan was a little surprised, not expecting Shin to be such a literary young man. He had heard of the author of this book, whose name seemed to be Marquez, a literary master from thousands of years ago, quite famous at the time.
Oh, by the way, these are for you.
At this moment, Li Qin suddenly stood up and took out 3 small wooden boxes. Strange runes were carved on the box, and peculiar energy continuously overflowed from within.
Chapter 50, Sky High Bounty, Second Sister Li Qingya.
Underground Black Market Official Website, Mysterious Jianghu Section.
At this moment, a post's popularity was skyrocketing at an astonishing rate.
Within just 1 hour of its release, the post successfully dominated the forum, reaching 3rd place on the monthly popularity chart.
1. Another psionic association? The Black Inquisition openly declares allegiance to the Dark Demon Clan. 2. A second Flame Emperor? Young Emperor Li Qingyang slaughters alien demigods.
3. Young Master Li Clan actually committed such an outrageous act, causing a high-ranking female executive of the Psionic Association to issue a sky-high bounty. 4. New 5-star instance discovered in Jiangnan Province, numerous great transcendent demigods are heading there. 9. The Psionic Association's lifelong enemy, the Archpriest of the Black Coffin, has recovered from his injuries. He claims to have controlled half of the Psionic Association's personnel.
10. Internal news from the Psionic Association, the Dark Moon Circus's great transcendent demigod clown has fallen.
The underground black market was established 100 years ago by a group of wild great transcendent demigods as an anonymous trading website. User expansion adopted a recommendation system. Only those recommended by existing website users had the qualification to enter. Initially, it only had simple trading functions. However, after a century of development, it has long become a mixed bag, teeming with all sorts of peculiar people, countless official ability users, rogue cultivators, and evil ability users. Over time, it became the fastest website for major powers within the country to obtain information.
That's right, it's among great transcendent demigods. Because the earliest users of the website were friends or descendants of the great transcendent demigods who founded it. Friends of great transcendent demigods are naturally also great transcendent demigods, or at the very least, great transcendent demigods. So, over the years, although the website's user base has broadened downwards, it has always maintained a normal level. Of course, there is one more crucial reason.
That is, 50 years ago, the website administrators announced that only great transcendent demigods could enter the website.
The verification method is simple: inject ability energy into your phone.
After all, most modern phones are embedded with very powerful energy sensing systems.
It's been 3,000 years since the spiritual energy revival. Surely no one is still using traditional phones, right?
The moment everyone saw this post, a surge of curiosity to eat melon gossip rose in their hearts.
Young master of the Li clan? Enraging both gods and men? Female executive? He.
At first, everyone thought it was some kind of scandalous news, but upon clicking in, they found the content to be unusually serious. Poster: Snow White Milk. Explosive news from the Psychic Association's branch, the Dark Moon Circus. Li Lan, the young grandson of the Li clan's Flame Emperor, possesses a wood elemental power at the transcendent great transcendent demigod realm. Upon learning this news, the Psychic Association's high-ranking executive, the top transcendent great transcendent demigod, Peach Demon, announced a bounty on Li Lan. Reward for capture alive, 1 sacred relic. Reward for death, 1 semi-sacred relic. Claim reward with the head. Below the post were countless comments. Braised egg Xiao Long Bao, OP, you really know how to make a post. Big brother from northern Vietnam, are you fishing for comments? A 17-year-old transcendent great transcendent demigod? How is that possible? And a transcendent great transcendent demigod from the Li clan is even wood elemental? If what you're saying is true, I'll eat my phone right here. Username 66, this news is too fake. Yao Bao, I'd believe you if you said it was Li Qingyang's third brother, but his fourth brother, let's just forget about it. And Feng of Jin Yang, I also think it's impossible. Loves squid soup, me too. Jun Ling who loves banana yogurt smoothies, 1. I'm really not Nan Tong, 10086. Initially, everyone was skeptical, but when the post reached over 30 comments, the situation began to reverse. At the same time, the post's popularity began to skyrocket. Fox N, everyone, quickly go check the black market bounty, the poster is telling the truth. Loner in Dream, holy cow, I saw it too. Shenglian Foundation establishment stage, the Li clan has produced another monstrous talent. A 17-year-old transcendent great transcendent demigod, that's terrifying. Meals, he, I'll take this bounty. Annihilated in thunder, the Li clan truly hides themselves well, they've deceived everyone. Daegu, kill Li Lan, get the bounty. Nuoyu, kill Li Lan, get the bounty. Li Hui who loves Wulong crispy rice, so many transcendent great transcendent demigod from evil forces coming to Longjing, it seems Longjing will be chaotic for a while. Would Emperor dare to come to Longjing, then be prepared to never return. Meme Great Emperor, hello, Grandpa Wood Emperor. Puppet Master, ha, old man Mu, long time no see. It seems Mu K is dead this time, too bad I wasn't the one who killed him. Puppet Master, by the way, is the administrator here? I want to report that the person upstairs doesn't have the strength of a transcendent great transcendent demigod and snuck in. I am indeed Mu K, what does that have to do with me? Meme Great Emperor, why is the post's popularity rising so fast? Is the Psionic Association paying for trending topics? User, Meme Great Emperor, has been permanently blacklisted by the website administrator. After parachuting to the 3rd spot on the trending topics, the post's popularity continued to climb. In no time, it reached the 2nd position. But just as it was about to reach the top spot, the post suddenly disappeared. For a long time after the trending topic disappeared, the phones of the core members of the Li clan and the Li clan manor were ringing off the hook. But most people expressed complete bewilderment about the matter. Especially Li Lan's father, Li Kaitian, the current head of the Li clan. My youngest son is a transcendent great transcendent demigod? How come I don't know? Longjing Ability Bureau. Looking at the suddenly vanished post, Director Li Fei frowned. Xiao Lu. Director. Relay my order, inform all major public security departments in Longjing to strengthen security in Longjing and its surrounding areas. Yes. Shenlong Military Region. An elderly man with a youthful complexion and white hair stamped a red-headed document. Immediately, the entire military region became busy. All units received orders to patrol various areas of Longjing. If any members of evil forces are discovered, they can be directly shot without needing to report. Inside the presidential suite of the Longjing 5-star hotel, Hangyi Hotel. Sitting in front of a vanity mirror was a woman with long red wavy hair, sexy lips, a curvaceous figure, wearing an evening gown, comparable to a supermodel. At this moment, she was wearing a face mask, looking at her phone with her mouth slightly agape, her eyes reflecting sparks and a hint of surprise. Miss Qingya,
what's wrong?
Her assistant beside her asked softly. Nothing much, just found something surprising, Li Qingya smiled faintly.
Oh? What is it? Something about my brother. Hearing this, the assistant didn't ask further.
Because she knew that these matters were not something she was qualified to know. After all, the woman in front of her, besides being a popular female star in Longhua, had another identity, the second daughter of the Li clan.
Xiao Wei. Yes, Miss Qingya. Cancel tomorrow's fashion show for me.
Contact the company's staff at the Beha base.
I'm going to Shirtu village for a few days.
But Miss Qingya, the company scheduled this fashion show a long time ago and secured many company sponsorships. It might not be possible to cancel, the assistant said, looking troubled.
If it can't be cancelled, then postpone it. Alright, I'll go talk to the company. On the plane. Brother Qin, what is this? Shin asked, puzzled.
Li Qin smiled and said, good stuff. He opened the 3 boxes one by one and took out 3 masks from inside.
What is this? Disguise masks. Li Qin put one on his face and said, it's a disguise item. After wearing it, you can change your appearance according to what you envision in your mind.
This way, even if people from the Psyker Association stand in front of you, they won't recognize you. With a thought, his appearance changed rapidly. Besides his build, even his demeanor changed. From his previous Chunibya vibe, he became a steady adult.
You two put them on too.
Okay. After Shin helped Li Lan put hers on, he put one on himself.
He transformed into an ordinary young man.
Meanwhile, Li Lan transformed into Mu Kei, the admissions teacher from Azure Dragon Academy.
Li Qin. Shin. This face looks a bit familiar.
Li Qin said, frowning.
Shin said, young master, aren't you too old if you turn into teacher Mu?
Old?
I think this is pretty good. You'll look out of place with us like this. I think you should change it.
Li Lan's face changed again, turning into a naive boy of about 14.
Why did you turn into me when I was a child?
Shin recognized the face at a glance. It was exactly how he looked when he was 14. However, due to his development in recent years, there was quite a difference from his current appearance.
Li Lan didn't speak. Shin sighed and let him be.
At this moment, a news report played on the airplane's television.
Breaking news, popular actress Li Qingya is scheduled to travel to Shirtu village tomorrow for a fashion show. Why is second sister in Beha? Li Lan's eyelids fluttered.
Li Qin chuckled,
Li Lan, second sister came specifically for you, aren't you touched? I dare not move.
I'm going to have to listen to second sister nag again, Li Lan sighed.
And quietly fell asleep. Lightning element challenged the fire spirit. Lightning element utterly defeated and severely beaten by the fire spirit.
Lightning element confessed to the fire spirit, who was stunned. At this moment, lightning element attacked the fire spirit and was slapped away by the fire spirit.
What element is seriously cultivating while exchanging insights with divine water element? What element energy 100?
Telekinesis ability and control ability are jointly researching divine powers. Telekinesis energy 20, control energy 20.
Divine water element is diligently cultivating, divine water energy 20.
The dragon tiger body forging art is intimately cultivating beside water carries all things, host physique 20, energy capacity 50.
After getting off the plane. Because the 3 of them used the VIP channel, no one noticed.
They found a random hotel and checked in. I have some business these 2 days after I'm done. I'll take you to Longjing, Li Qin said, glancing at his phone. To hide his identity, he had taken off his golden armor a long time ago.
Now he was wearing a suit, like a high-end businessman.
In the evening, after Li Lan finished eating using his telekinesis ability, he heard a knock on the door.
Young master, it's me.
Shin pushed the door open and entered.
Li Lan looked at him, puzzled. Young master, do you want to go downstairs for a massage? Brother Qin arranged it for us.
Before Li Lan could speak, he carried Li Lan onto his shoulder and left the room without further ado.
Li Lan. Is it really okay to act first and report later like this?
Leland sighed, letting him do as he pleased. I have to say, high-end hotels are really good, with all sorts of facilities available. Anything you want, you can have.
Of course, everything costs money.
Young master, I'll go give you a scrub first.
Upon arriving at the massage area, Shin saw a bathhouse and suddenly said. Leland nodded.
I have to say, Shin's scrubbing technique was first-rate, though his strength was a bit lacking, as if he was afraid of hurting him.
Let me scrub you too, Leland said.
Okay. 10 odd minutes later, Shin walked out of the bathhouse, covered in wounds and his back crisscrossed with blood marks.
Young master. Never mind, it's nothing. Shin sighed. After a proper massage, the two lay in the lounge cultivating.
At this moment, two girls approached them, holding their phones, shyly bowing their heads.
Is there something you need? Shin asked.
Can we get the WeChat of the young man next to you? A girl in a student uniform asked, looking at Leland. My name is Yun Shui, and this is my best friend, Ding Miao. They both looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, the pure and innocent type. Hearing this, Leland immediately felt a pang of jealousy. Although it was him whose WeChat was being asked for.
He was currently wearing Shin's face. Darn it. Absolutely darn it. However, Leland still exchanged WeChats. Watching them leave, Shin said helplessly, Young master, could you please not do strange things with my face? I won't next time.
Leland looked at their moments and found that they were still probationary students of Azure Dragon Academy. So-called probationary students are a term for students of the colleges subordinate to Azure Dragon Academy. The school they attend is directly established and managed by Azure Dragon Academy, and as long as they pass the assessment, they can directly enter Azure Dragon Academy. It was much easier than the usual assessment for entering Azure Dragon Academy. Back in his room, Leland received a call from his second sister. Leland, I have a fashion show at Stone Manor tomorrow, remember to come.
I haven't seen you in ages.
I want to see if you're really my little brother.
In such a short time, you've directly become a great transcendent demigod. You really are something.
Her loud voice came from the other end. Leland simply responded and hung up the phone.
His second sister was good in every way, great figure, high beauty, but unfortunately, she had a mouth.
Even her fans affectionately called her mute wife. The show was scheduled for the evening. Before that, Li Qingya specially sent Leland several VIP tickets.
Chapter 51, I have a friend, his name is Leland.
The next evening, Tianhai Hall in Stone Manor was packed with people. Leland and Shin hadn't even approached the hall yet. From a distance, they could hear the fans' fervent voices.
Goddess! 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 Finally made it! I specifically traveled here from Jiangnan. Fellow countrymen, I'm also from Jiangnan.
But I arrived in Longjing first, and after hearing that Qingya came to Beha, I came here.
Same here, my wife is just too willful. Who are you calling wife? She's my wife. As long as she doesn't speak, she's everyone's wife. Does anyone know why Goddess Qingya suddenly came to Beha?
I had already bought tickets for Longjing, but it was suddenly postponed.
Who hasn't? How is the program arranged tonight?
They said it's a fashion show, it won't really just be a simple show, will it? There's some info on the official website. It seems there are several categories: fashion show, dancing, and singing.
Singing? Seriously? What were the program organizers thinking, to have Qingya sing? Oh my god.
Ha! It seems she requested it herself, saying it was a surprise for her fans.
Surprise? More like a fright. Don't you all like the goddess singing? I quite like it. Me too, the show effect is maximized. Go buy tickets quickly. If you go late, you won't be able to get them, you'll only be able to watch the live broadcast. My sister is actually going to sing.
Inside a supermarket next to the park, Leland heard the sounds from outside and couldn't help but gasp. Shin took the items from his hand, quickly paid, and said, Young master, don't just stand there foolishly, let's go.
Oh. Li Lan reacted. As soon as he walked out of the supermarket door, he heard his phone ringing in his pocket. He took out his phone and saw it was his sister calling. Hello, second sister. Where are you guys? Outside the auditorium. Okay, there are quite a few people, so I'll send someone to pick you up. You should have disguised yourselves, right? Take a photo and send it to me. Oh, and is your third brother there? Li Qingya said a lot in one breath. Okay, I'll send it to you in a bit. Li Lan replied one by one. Third brother left after getting off the plane. He said he'd take me to Longjing after he finishes his business. That rascal, he's hiding from me again, isn't he? When I see him, I'll definitely give him a piece of my mind. The other side said angrily, then we'll see each other later. The call ended. Li Lan smiled and beckoned to Shin, who looked over with confusion. Li Lan hooked his arm around Shin's shoulder and said, Come on, little Xincheng, let's take a photo. A few seconds later, with a click, a clear photo appeared on the phone. The teenager holding the phone had bright eyes and white teeth, a lollipop in his mouth, fluffy hair, and a languid posture, with a smile in his eyes and at the corners of his mouth, like the warm sun of early spring. The teenager he had his arm around had a cool expression, though his face was unremarkable in the photo. But his eyes were bright and deep, his lips were of moderate thickness, and his nose bridge was high, exuding an air of handsomeness. Why aren't you smiling at all? Looking at the photo, Li Lan mumbled a couple of sentences. After deciding there was nothing wrong with it, he sent it to his second sister. As a result, he looked up and saw Shin's extremely exaggerated smiling face. What are you doing? You scared me. I'll smile for you to see. What a weirdo. Li Lan couldn't help but chuckle. Today, he was unusually spirited, perhaps because the wheelchair wasn't there. The two walked shoulder to shoulder to the outside of the auditorium. Li Lan glanced at the long queue at the entrance outside the venue and said helplessly, Why don't we just go back? No sooner had he finished speaking than he heard a familiar voice coming from the ticket booth not far away. Yinshui, Ding Miao, believe me, I really have a way to get you in. How do we get in? It's all your fault. If you hadn't kept dragging your feet, we wouldn't have been unable to buy tickets. Believe me, I have someone on the inside. Not only can I get you in later, but I can also get you seats in the inner circle. Inner circle? Are you serious? Of course. Li Lan turned his head and saw that it was indeed the two girls who had asked him for his WeChat yesterday. They were standing with a group of people who, judging by their age, seemed to be classmates. The two girls also seemed to notice Li Lan, waved, and smiled as they greeted the pair. Hello, we meet again. Li Lan nodded. The two girls walked over. Are you here to buy tickets too? Before Li Lan could speak, they answered their own question, but you can't buy tickets now, the ticket booth is already closed. Oh, what a shame. Qingya finally made it to Beha. Yunshui, Ding Miao, who are they? A boy walked over and asked warily. Yunshui said, We met yesterday in the lounge of Hengyi Hotel. My dad is a shareholder there, so I often go. Hearing that they had only met yesterday, the boy immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, I thought he was your boyfriend. How could that be? Yunshui immediately blushed. Seeing this, the classmates all started to tease. The boy frowned slightly but didn't say much. At this moment, Ding Miao spoke, Wu Sihuan, didn't you say you had someone on the inside? Can you help them get a ticket too? Just as Li Lan was about to refuse, the boy spoke again. I'm afraid not. Seats in the inner circle are scarce. My friend only managed to get a few because he's related to Goddess Qingya. It would be difficult to get too many. Hearing his words, his classmates started discussing amongst themselves, full of shock. What? Your friend is related to Goddess Qingya? Goddess Qingya is from the Li clan. Wu Sihan, you're something else, you actually know people from the Li clan. You've been keeping a low profile. Impressive, Wu Sihan, you even have connections with the Li clan. Is your acceptance into Azure Dragon Academy guaranteed this year? Which relative of Goddess Qingya is it? Who even helps you pull strings? To them, the Li clan was an immense, colossal entity. The boy slightly raised his head, glanced at Li Lan, then lowered his head and said softly, "My friend holds a rather important position in the Li clan, but you probably haven't heard of him." "Who is it?" Ding Mao asked curiously. Li Lan was also a little curious. He remembered that his second sister didn't seem to like associating with family members when it came to her career. The young master of the Li clan, Li Lan. Li Lan? Hearing this, Li Lan looked bewildered. He had only just arrived in Beha a few days ago, having been in Jiangnan before. When did he acquire this friend? As for the tickets, he almost never inquired about his second sister's affairs, let alone helped others get tickets. Li Lan? Goddess Qingya's younger brother? Really? Are you sure you're not tricking us? Exactly, wasn't Li Lan always in the Li clan? How could you possibly have met him? The others were also quite skeptical. Shin gave Li Lan a strange look. Li Lan smiled and glanced at him, signaling him to remain calm. Of course it's true, the boy stated unequivocally, taking out his phone. I'll show you the chat history. He opened WeChat, scrolled with his finger, and opened a chat window with a contact named Li Lan. A dense stream of chat messages appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this, everyone was astonished again, looking at the boy with envy. Wu Sihan, you're something. No wonder you could get tickets, so you know Li Lan. If you knew anyone else from the Li clan, I wouldn't believe it, but him. What's wrong with this Li Lan? Is there anything special about him? You don't even know that? The Li clan dotes on Li Lan immensely. The boy again slightly raised his head, enjoying the attention of everyone. At this moment, Yin Shui said, Wu Sihan, you even know Li Lan. Can't you really get 2 more tickets? Even for the periphery would be fine. I really can't. The boy said helplessly. Even if he could, there's no way he'd get tickets for an outsider. What did they take him for? No need for such trouble. Li Lan interrupted them, we have tickets. You have tickets? Yun Shui looked shocked, then why didn't you say so before? Li Lan nodded, saying helplessly, you didn't give me a chance to speak. Yun Shui thought about it and realized he was right, looking a little embarrassed. By the way, I still don't know your name. Li Lan thought for a moment and said, my name is Mu Quebec. Mu K. Yun Shui nodded, muttering softly, what a strange name. Just then, 2 staff members in black suits walked out of the auditorium's exit. Upon seeing Li Lan and the other person, they quickly walked towards them. Yun Shui's classmates looked excited when they saw the 2 staff members. Wu Sihan, they're coming this way. Are they looking for you? No way, staff personally greeting. No, they really seem to be coming this way. Wu Sihan, you're amazing. Seeing the 2 staff members, Wu Sihan was visibly flustered and looked bewildered. But he still forced a smile onto his face. He quickly pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and asked, what's going on with you, scalper? Why are their staff personally greeting people? The other party quickly replied. What staff personally greeting? Bro, you only bought an inner circle ticket dreaming of staff personally greeting you? Not even VIPs have that privilege. Not due to scalpers? Then what's going on? Wu Sihan looked confused. He noticed that when the staff member came over, he didn't walk towards him, but instead looked at Li Lan and Shin in front of them. Excuse me, may I ask the 2 of you? One of the staff members took out his phone to cross-reference, then said with a smile, young masters, please follow me this way. Young master, let's go. Li Lan nodded. Then, to everyone's shock, they followed the staff member and entered the auditorium through the employee exit. Well, what is going on? Yun Shui, what are the identities of these 2 friends of yours? I thought they were here to find Wu Sihan. Wu Sihan, aren't your friends Li Lan? Who are those 2? Ding Miao, do you know what's happening? Yun Shui and Ding Miao both shook their heads blankly. Then, along with their other classmates, they looked at Wu Sihan with puzzled eyes.
Wu Sihan deliberated for a long time before finally lowering his head shyly and saying, "I'm sorry, I lied to you.
I don't know any Li Lan, and I bought the tickets from a scalper."
As these words left his mouth, he was prepared to be ridiculed. But he waited for a long time and didn't hear any harsh laughter. He only heard his classmates discussing animatedly. "You scared me, I thought you really knew someone from the Li clan." "Me neither." "Wu Sihan, you're still so fond of bragging. Luckily, you didn't meet Li Lan in person, otherwise I would have died laughing." To be honest, when you looked nervous seeing those two staff members just now, I already knew something was off."
Wu Sihan's face flushed crimson as he said, "Aren't any of you mad at me?"
"Mad at you for what?
You didn't do anything terrible."
"Exactly, you got us tickets, we couldn't be more grateful." At this moment, Wu Sihan's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and said, surprised, "The tickets are here, let's go in." Li Lan and the other person followed a staff member to the temporary backstage built in the auditorium.
Besides staff members, there were many actors and models there.
Most of them had beautiful faces and good figures. They were all handsome men and beautiful women. Of course, if they weren't handsome men and beautiful women, they couldn't be actors or models. Upon seeing Li Lan and the other person, their faces all showed expressions of surprise.
"Xiaowang, where did you bring these two handsome young men from?"
"Both of them look good, one is handsome and refined, the other has bright, sparkling eyes.
They're good candidates for actors.
These two have impressive auras, you can tell they're ability geniuses.
Don't hold them back."
"How can this be holding them back?
Look at Sister Qingya, she's a popular star and a top great transcendent demigod. There's no conflict at all.
Sister Qingya is a genius, an exception. How can you compare her to others?" The staff member heard their discussion and said helplessly,
"Don't try to get their attention, they were brought by Sister Qingya."
Hearing this, they showed an even more surprised expression than before. The staff member led Li Lan and the other person to a private room, then gently closed the door. "Young masters, we've arrived."
The private room was neither too big nor too small, but the equipment was very luxurious.
Inside, there was a large mirror, and a woman in a red gown was sitting in front of it, applying makeup. The mirror reflected her appearance. She was elegant and noble, like a high-ranking queen, and could be described as breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, this exquisite woman spoke very rudely. She stood up, looked at the two of them, and said, "You lazy boy, you're finally here. Come, let big sister see if you've gained weight."
Li Lan took a step back and gently pushed Shin with his psychic ability.
"Young master, I suddenly need to use the restroom. Please excuse me for a moment." With that, he walked out, leaving Shin looking utterly bewildered.
"Shin."
After leaving, Li Lan was met with enthusiastic invitations from a group of older sisters.
"Little brother, do you want a cola? Sister has some here."
"Little brother, what's your relationship with Sister Qingya?"
Chapter 52, Mimi Martial Arts Hall, the lightning element rises again, ice can also kill.
Shing.
Sister Qingya.
Shin froze in place, momentarily unsure what to do.
Shin, long time no see.
Sister Qingya, you know it's me?
Of course I do.
Li Qingya chuckled, they say the eyes are the windows to the soul.
Your gaze is completely different from that kid's, it's not hard to tell who's who.
Then do you need me to call the young master back? No need, I'll deal with him after I'm done with my work. Li Qingya smoothed out the wrinkles in her clothes and left the room. You can rest here for a while. Feel free to eat anything on the table. I might be back much later. Okay, thank you, Sister Qingya. Enjoying the rare solitude, Shin, bored, picked up his phone to read the news. Newly discovered 5-star instance in Jiangnan province mysteriously vanishes? Many great transcendent demigods are baffled. The old director of the Jiangnan Province Ability Bureau states that everything is within expectations. Riots occur in coastal areas, numerous king-tier beasts come ashore, suspected to be the prelude to a beast tide. The military has dispatched personnel to survey the sea area. Experts suggest that low-level ability users can venture into 5-star high-risk instances to seek opportunities and improve their realms.
The next day, the body was found in their mansion. 5-star instance, wasn't that the instance young master entered before?
Shin muttered to himself, continuing to scroll down. Lilan declined the invitations from a group of older sisters, using his psychic ability to float to an unoccupied rooftop, sweeping away the dust on the ground. Then he stretched, lay on the ground, and began to sleep soundly. A gentle breeze brushed against him, stirring a few strands of hair on Lilan's forehead. So comfortable. Bored, Lilan opened his phone and saw someone had sent him a message. It was Li Nini. Lilan clicked to open it and found she had sent a long voice message, followed by several pictures. The picture showed a building named Mimi Martial Arts Hall, which was decorated very impressively and luxuriously. Lilan even saw his own photo enshrined inside the martial arts hall. Beside the photo were 7 large characters, ancestor of Mimi Martial Arts Hall. The characters, written with a brush, were bold and powerful, exuding the style of a grandmaster. It was clearly something Li Nini had specifically hired someone to write. In front of the photo were many incense sticks, candles, and fruits. But fortunately, the photo was in color, not black and white. Otherwise, those who didn't know might have thought he was dead. Lilan's mouth twitched, and he tapped to play the voice message. Li Nini's cheerful voice came through. Brother, aren't you happy? Isn't this a surprise? Our Mimi Martial Arts Hall is finally built. From today onwards, you are the founding master and number 1 boss of my Mimi Martial Arts Hall. I'm the number 2 boss. Brother, I will definitely carry forward the Mimi Martial Arts Hall. By then, I won't just put your photo in all martial arts halls nationwide. I will also erect your statues in the territories of the alien races, so they can worship you day and night. Lilan was silent for a long while, eventually silently tapping the 3 dots in the upper right corner, then pressing the delete button. As Li Nini's avatar disappeared, the world suddenly became much quieter. He showed a contented expression, then found a quiet position to lie down, slowly closing his eyes. Lightning element challenged the fire spirit. The thunder element performed 1,000 years of pain on the fire spirit. The thunder element was tied to a vine tree by the wood element, whipped with a small leather whip, and utterly defeated by the fire spirit. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, in the core area of Longjing, at the Mimi Martial Arts Hall, Li Mimi sat on the master's throne, happily drinking iced cola, her legs crossed, clad in white stockings. Around her stood a dozen people, all her newly recruited disciples. As for why the martial arts hall had a dozen disciples on its opening day, it was because other martial arts halls charged fees for disciples, while she paid them. Originally, over 100 people signed up. But after several rounds of sifting through, only these 13 remained. You ask where she got the money? That's because she declared to her family that this martial arts hall was Lilan's property. So, the family generously gave her tens of millions in starting capital. In fact, she wasn't wrong. Lilan held the majority stake in this martial arts hall, he just didn't know it himself. I wonder if brother saw the message I sent, she muttered to herself, pulling out her phone. Sent a cute emoji. But it displayed a pathetic red exclamation mark. The recipient is not your friend. Please add them before sending messages. Li Nini. Curator, what's wrong? A 2-meter-tall burly man leaned his head over. Nothing. Li Nini quickly stuffed her phone into her pocket. After all, as the future curator of the Dragon Nation's #1 martial arts school, she couldn't let her staff find out about such an embarrassing incident. Curator, this is the list of martial arts school disciples. The burly man handed a stack of documents to Li Nini. Li Nini counted them, 13 in total, no more no less, and nodded slightly. She carefully reviewed the disciples' information, but when she saw the last one, she was shocked. Name, Duan Yuan Kai. Gender, male. Age, 14. Talent, physical ability strength enhancement talent level, S. She glanced over at a yellow-haired teenager among a group of muscular men and powerful women. After careful comparison, she slowly said, Duan Yuan Kai, are you an S-rank strength enhancement ability user? Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at Duan Yuankai with shock, surprise, and confusion.
Did I hear that right? S rank? What is an S rank genius doing here? Such a genius shouldn't lack money, plenty of people would sponsor them. It couldn't be made up, could it? I don't think it could be made up. Otherwise, how did he pass the previous assessments and get into the martial arts school? But just then, Duan Yuankai suddenly laid down on the ground. People around him quickly helped him up, only to find that he wasn't fainted, but asleep. I remember now. The burly man next to Li Nini suddenly said, at the beginning of the year, an S-rank strength enhancement genius appeared at Longjing First High School. He performed well in all aspects, but ultimately wasn't admitted, and no other schools wanted him either. This person is Duan Yuankai? Li Nini asked in confusion, why did no one want him? The big man sighed and said, that's because he contracted a strange sleeping sickness, and its onset has no regular pattern. In other words, as long as Duan Yuankai is alive, he could fall asleep at any moment. Curator, do you need me to dismiss him? No need. Li Mimi smiled faintly and said, my brother might have a lot in common with him. The fire spirit is diligently cultivating, fire spirit energy 100. The thunder element is seriously cultivating, thunder element energy 120. The thunder element is seriously cultivating, thunder element energy 130. Your thunder element level has been elevated to transcendent great transcendent demigod initial stage. Your thunder element divine ability, falling thunder, has evolved into thunderclap. The divine water element is cultivating with the wood element, which is known as water nourishing wood. Divine water energy 200, wood element energy 200. The psionic ability is enviously observing the cultivation of dragon tiger body forging art, psionic energy 80. The psionic ability successfully comprehended the divine ability, mental perception. The control ability is enviously observing the cultivation of dragon tiger body forging art, control energy 80. Water carries all things leans into the embrace of dragon tiger body forging art. The two cultivation methods shyly cultivate, energy capacity 50, host physique 50. Lightning element challenged the fire spirit. Lightning element severely beat the fire spirit was defeated. Thunder element, I'm finally back on my feet. After an unknown period, Lilan awoke from his sleep. He was surprised to find that he had acquired two brand new divine abilities. These two little guys are quite promising. Psionic ability and control ability both belong to the mental ability category and strengthen mental power while cultivating. Therefore, he wasn't very surprised that the psionic ability comprehended the divine ability mental perception. If the two abilities were to be compared, Lilan felt that the thunder element was superior. The evolution of the thunder element's divine ability was beyond his expectation. Perhaps this is what turning grief into motivation looks like. All of this is thanks to the fire spirit. The fire spirit, you're awesome. The thunder element was brought to tears, an ability secretly crying in a corner. Under the influence of his psionic ability, Lilan leaped down a floor. Many eyes turned towards him, and Lilan initially paid no mind. But just as he was about to return to the auditorium, several figures caught his attention. Such familiar auras. Lilan suddenly recalled encountering members of the Dark Moon Circus during the Water God Palace instance. His perception wasn't very clear back then. But now that he had awakened his perception divine ability, the chance of error was practically negligible. Even if they weren't from the Dark Moon Circus, they shared a common origin with them. Could they be assassins sent by the Psychic Association? Upon further thought, he felt it wasn't the case, as his identity had not yet been exposed. If that were the situation, then there were only two possibilities. First, he had been marked for assassination by the Psychic Association, and seeing his second elder sister here, they thought he might also be present, so they came to check. Second, they weren't after him, but rather someone else. Lilan pondered it and felt the former possibility was greater. After all, his second elder sister's sudden arrival in Beha from Longjing was quite suspicious. However, at the moment, he couldn't confirm whether they were indeed from the Psychic Association, nor did he know their strength. Therefore, he couldn't act rashly. However, Li Lan estimated that their strength might not be very high. At best, they were small fry sent to gather intelligence, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easily discovered by him. Just as he was wondering how to find out their identities, those few people started talking. "Big brother, there's a little brat staring at us over there? Have we been exposed?" "Exposed my foot. We are transcendent, great transcendent demigod. Unless we run into another transcendent, great transcendent demigod, how could we be exposed so easily?" "Wang Fugue, aren't you being overly dramatic? That little brat looks only a dozen years old. Forget about being exposed, he probably doesn't even know what psionics are. Then why are they still staring at us? Maybe I'm too handsome. Maybe you're too ugly. But being stared at like this constantly gives me the creeps. Then go chase him away, but you can't kill anyone. If you alarm the Public Security Bureau, I won't let you off. Recently, Longjing's patrols have been continuously strengthened, and so have those in Beha. If we cause trouble, it'll be hard to get away. Isn't the elder here?" "The elder? Don't forget, this is near Longjing. If we provoke the Ability Bureau, the elder himself might not be able to protect himself, let alone care about us. That child is still watching us, his gaze seems a bit strange. What's so strange about a little brat's gaze?" As he spoke, this big brother also looked at Li Lan, their eyes meeting. But in that instant, this big brother and the person who had looked at Li Lan before, both froze. "Big brother, Wang Fugue, what's wrong with you two?" "Big brother. Big brother. Wang Fugue." The people around them nudged the two. The two turned their heads, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they relaxed, Big Brother and Wang Fugue simultaneously erupted, pulling out the daggers hidden on their bodies and stabbing at the people next to them. The others were startled and quickly retreated. Passers-by around them also began to scatter, calling the Public Security Bureau. Some, fearless, took out their phones to post on their moments in TikTok. "Big Brother, Wang Fugue, what's wrong with you?" No, they seemed to be controlled. Only then did they realize that Big Brother and Wang Fugue's faces were expressionless at this moment, their eyes devoid of focus. They completely lacked their previous vitality. So what should we do? It must be that child. Let's go, we'll kill him. These people glared fiercely at Li Lan. Just as they were about to rush towards Li Lan, their big brother suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. They tried to resist, but they were clearly no match for their big brother. Big Brother and Wang Fugue, working together, effortlessly killed everyone present. Then, they committed suicide one after another. "It's done." Li Lan yawned. Feeling very sleepy, he used his ticket to return to the auditorium, intending to find a place to sleep. "Say a few more sweet nothings, look at me a few more times if you miss me. Show me a little more, so I can truly see." But it was currently his second sister's singing segment, and the demonic sound was grating. The sleepiness that had just appeared was quickly scattered completely. The Public Security Bureau arrived outside the auditorium soon. The captain of the public security team was horrified to see the bodies scattered everywhere. This was a serious violent murder case. He quickly ordered the scene to be cordoned off. Then he loudly asked the surrounding crowd, "Where is the murderer? Did anyone see which way the murderer ran?" Chapter 53 Unknown Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod, Water God Palace enters the sea. Having such a brother is truly disgraceful. The surrounding onlookers looked at each other, then turned to stare at the bodies on the ground. Finally, a security officer ran up and whispered a few words into the captain's ear. The captain's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly crouched down. Scanning the scene, he found a dagger in the hand of both that Big Brother and Wang Fugue. He looked at the wounds on the corpses on the ground, then at the wounds on the Big Brother and Wang Fugue, murmuring, "They actually committed suicide. But why would they kill themselves after killing others? Revenge killing? Suicide after killing due to psychological guilt?" He stood up, placed the two daggers into an evidence bag, and looked at a young security officer nearby, asking, are there any surveillance cameras?
This young security officer, clearly a fresh graduate from the academy, was already pale with fright. It took him a while to respond, saying, "Captain, this happens to be a blind spot for the cameras."
"If this happens again, you're out," the captain said, giving him a look.
He looked at the nearby surveillance cameras, then back at the bodies on the ground, frowning slightly.
A blind spot? Coincidence? Or was it intentional? "Captain, the data is in."
At this moment, another security officer walked over, holding a laptop. The captain took the laptop and his pupils constricted as he saw the information on the screen.
Name, Yang Fu. Gender, male. Age, 48. Introduction, birthplace XXXXX, metal element transcendent great transcendent demigod, specific strength unknown.
Peripheral member of the Psychic Association.
Name, Wang Fugue. Gender, male. Age, 36. Introduction, birthplace XXXXX, body type ability transcendent great transcendent demigod, specific ability unknown, specific strength unknown.
Peripheral member of the Psychic Association. The people who died here are all peripheral members of the Psychic Association. The security team gasped, saying, "Quickly notify the Ability Bureau, this is beyond our jurisdiction."
Yes.
Upon hearing the three words Spirit Energy Society, the surrounding police officers knew the matter was not simple and quickly nodded. Just as they were about to call the Ability Bureau, two people pulled apart the cordon and walked in. They were a man and a woman, both appearing to be around 30 years old. The man had a scar on his face and a world-weary expression, looking quite menacing. The woman was not to be trifled with either. Her eyes were sharp as knives, a cigarette dangled from her lips, and a large python tattoo adorned her right arm, making her look like a mob boss from the underworld.
"You two, this is not where you should be. Please leave immediately,"
the police captain warned loudly, his hand moving to his waist, ready to draw his gun at any moment. Because he felt an extremely strong murderous aura emanating from these two individuals. He had only ever encountered such a formidable aura from his own bureau chief, who had retired from the battlefield, and from a few soldiers. As he finished speaking, the woman threw a small notebook, which landed squarely in the police captain's hand. Ability Bureau Beha General Branch Special Operations Investigator. They were from the Ability Bureau. The police chief waved his hand, signaling the surrounding officers to lower their guard. "You two, how may we assist you? Cooperation is enough." The woman with the tattooed arm squatted down and examined the bodies on the ground. The scar-faced man asked, "Rose, any findings?" "Yes." The tattooed arm woman flipped open the eyes of a corpse and said in a clear voice. These two members of the Spirit Energy Society were likely controlled by mental manipulation before they died. The purpose of this is obvious. They didn't want to act personally, or rather, they didn't want to reveal their identity. After all, being able to easily control two transcendent great transcendent demigod individuals clearly points to a transcendent great transcendent demigod. And for a transcendent great transcendent demigod to kill two transcendent great transcendent demigod is an easy feat. The police captain couldn't help but ask, can't a transcendent great transcendent demigod control a transcendent great transcendent demigod? Rose glanced at him and simply said, they can, but not for too long. Control-type supernatural abilities are extremely energy-intensive. To control two transcendent great transcendent demigod at once, make them commit suicide after killing someone, would be very difficult for an ordinary transcendent great transcendent demigod. Unless their energy sea is unprecedentedly powerful, or they possess a top-tier exotic treasure for replenishing energy. However, both of these possibilities are highly unlikely. The police captain nodded. He still found the explanation of a transcendent great transcendent demigod more plausible. However, Hebei province base city actually harbored a mental-type transcendent great transcendent demigod. Just thinking about it made him feel a bit uncomfortable. After all, no one wants their body to be out of their control. They didn't know if the other party was good or bad. Friend or foe? The scarred man nodded, saying, anything else? There's one more thing, Rose said. Looking at the eyes of these people, they all showed intense disbelief before they died. Clearly, they knew who the murderer was at the time of their death. If the mastermind was a burly adult, it's unlikely they would have shown such emotions. So I boldly speculate that the mastermind's appearance should be someone incapable of evoking a sense of threat.
For example, children, the elderly, disabled people, frail women. Hearing this, everyone became vigilant.
They nervously looked at the surrounding children, elderly, women, and disabled people.
CC Captain, what should we do now? A transcendent great transcendent demigod, that's not something we can handle, a security officer stammered. The security captain looked at the two people from the Ability Bureau. The scarred man whispered, we don't know yet if the other party is a transcendent great transcendent demigod. But even if not, this isn't something we can manage.
We'll send the bodies to the Ability Bureau later, and then we'll head back first.
He looked at the tattooed woman and said, Rose, let's go back.
Yes.
After the two left, a security officer looked at the security captain and asked, Captain, what do we do now? What else can we do?
Of course, we listen to them, collect all the bodies, send them to the Ability Bureau, and then pretend nothing ever happened. Hearing this, all the security officers present began to act,
trembling with nervousness.
They had lived for so long, they deeply understood the terror of a transcendent great transcendent demigod. A non-friendly transcendent great transcendent demigod, in their hearts, was akin to a nightmare.
And this transcendent great transcendent demigod was also of the most bizarre psychic type.
Leland sat down on a lounge chair and drank a cold Coke given to him by a kind older sister nearby.
He was about to go to sleep
when he heard a message from the core of the Water God Palace, the spirit of the Water God, within him. Palace Lord, I have controlled the Water God Palace to reach the deep sea. Currently, I have manipulated the Water God Palace and tamed 3 king-level strange beasts and 1 emperor-level strange beast to serve as guards. I plan to, when the Water God Palace's energy is replenished to a certain amount, open the gates of the Water God Palace, and, borrowing the term instance, recruit disciples from the outside.
What do you think? Emperor-level strange beasts have been subdued?
Leland was slightly surprised and simply told her with his mind, you decide what to do.
Alright, then I will wait in the sea for your return, Palace Lord. I will definitely give you a surprise then.
At this moment, a commotion came from outside. The older sister sitting next to Leland quickly asked her friend who had just come in from outside, what's wrong?
Why is it so noisy outside?
The person who was asked patted her chest with lingering fear and said, luckily you didn't go out just now, it's too terrifying outside.
A transcendent great transcendent demigod killed over a dozen people.
And I heard that the culprit is very likely a child, an old person, or a disabled person.
What, a transcendent great transcendent demigod?
The older sister exclaimed, her lipstick smudged.
At this moment, someone nearby laughed, with Sister Chingya here, why are you so scared? Sister Chingya is also a transcendent great transcendent demigod.
She looked at Leland sitting aside and joked, and that culprit might just be this little brother next to you, he just came back from outside.
What nonsense are you talking about? Don't scare him, the older sister couldn't help but laugh. Leland smiled faintly and didn't say much. However, he didn't quite agree with the rumors outside about some transcendent great transcendent demigod.
After all, his psionic ability's strength was merely transcendent great transcendent demigod. His control ability's strength was only tier. He was able to control those 2 transcendent great transcendent demigod, prompting them to fight each other. This was purely by virtue of the terrifying suppression of his mental power and the immense sea of energy within his body. Water carries all things, can expand the energy density of the energy sea. And the divine ability Boundless Ocean is a supportive divine ability that can restore the energy of the energy sea. Spirit, cultivation method, auxiliary divine ability. To control those 2 transcendent great transcendent demigod from the psychic association, these 3 are indispensable. By the time Leland returned to the lounge, Shin was so bored that he had fallen asleep on the recliners. The air conditioning temperature in the room was very low. This was the preferred temperature for fire attribute transcendent great transcendent demigod.
Fire attribute ability users have body temperatures many times higher than other ability users, especially Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod. But Shin was only a Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod, and such a temperature was clearly too low for him. Li Lan worried he might catch a cold and found a small blanket to cover him. So comfortable. Feeling the cool air blowing over him, Li Lan stretched lazily, ready to sleep. The door to the lounge, however, suddenly opened. He saw his second sister walk in with a stick, and then whip it across him. "You lazy boy, still lying to your second sister, huh? I think I'll beat you to death." The force of the whipping wasn't very strong, even small, but Li Lan had to show a pained expression. He pretended to scream miserably, saying, "Second sister, you're going to beat me to death." Li Qingya was amused by his expression and said, "You're still putting on an act. Were you faking it before too? Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod, I never would have thought." Just then, the door was pushed open again. The three saw Li Qin take off his mask and walk in. Second sister. "Li Lan, I'm done with my business. Tomorrow I can take you to Longjing." No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Qingya's stick landed a fierce blow on him. Thwack! A crisp sound rang out. "You ran, didn't you? You ran as soon as I got here, you've really grown up. You didn't even come to see me when I came to Longjing." Li Qin was a Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod. This attack naturally couldn't harm him. He also feigned a pained expression, sitting down and saying with a wronged look, "Second sister, I really had something important." Looking at their fierce second sister, the two brothers exchanged glances. Silence was the Cambridge of this night. Afterward, the three chatted a lot. During this process, Li Qingya asked Li Lan many questions, but Li Lan merely vaguely brushed them off. When she asked him why he had become a Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod so quickly, Li Lan replied without hesitation, "This is naturally the result of my hard work. The fire spirit, I'm going to throw up, master. Wood element, I'm going to throw up, master. Thunder element, I'm going to throw up, master. Other cultivation methods, abilities, I'm going to throw up, master." Li Lan? What are you all doing? Isn't what I said the truth? Li Lan didn't know when he fell asleep. When he woke up, his second sister had already left. Li Qin looked at Li Lan and said, "Let's go, we're heading back to the hotel. Tomorrow, we'll go to Azure Dragon Academy." Li Lan nodded, about to call Shin, but found him still asleep. And sleeping like a dead pig. Thinking about his recent late-night cultivation sessions, Li Lan sighed helplessly. He didn't wake him up either. Instead, he picked him up in a horizontal carry. As soon as he picked him up, Li Lan suddenly remembered his telekinetic ability. Then Shin floated up. "Let's go, third brother." Li Qin looked at Shin, who was floating in mid-air, sound asleep, and his lips twitched. He nodded. Later, Li Lan felt too tired, so he also floated up. Watching the two floating in the sky, Li Qin's lips twitched again. He felt having such a younger brother was truly embarrassing. However, he seemed to feel a bit envious. This is absolutely impossible. He had fought the high priest before. How could I, a dignified gold saint, an emissary of justice, a bane of evil, and the face of the Li clan, ever harbor such depraved thoughts? Third brother, do you want to try floating? Li Qin nodded decisively. The three of them hailed a taxi and returned to the hotel. Just as they were about to rest, Li Qin suddenly said, "By the way, Li Lan, I'll give you a website, go register for it." "Third brother, I never visit those shady websites," Li Lan stated righteously. Li Qin rolled his eyes at him, opened his phone, and sent it over. Li Lan opened his phone and saw it was just a regular website. What the heck? Entering the website, the four large characters "Underground Black Market" appeared before his eyes. This is a website for Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod communication. You can check it out when you have nothing to do. Of course, you can also buy things there. However, most of the items inside have unknown origins. Our family created a group on this website. I'll add you in a moment.
After Li Lan completed a series of tedious registration steps, he was immediately added as a friend as soon as he entered. The avatar was a piglet wearing cartoon underwear and snot. The nickname was, the most handsome messenger of justice in the universe. No need to even think. This clearly had to be his third brother. Such a childish avatar. Such a Chunibyo name. At this moment, Li Lan felt. Having such a third brother was truly embarrassing. Chapter 54, A Loving Family, How Can You Baselessly Slander Someone's Innocence, arriving in Longjing. Looking at the naming box, Li Lan was a little troubled. What name should he choose? After much thought, he finally entered 4 characters into the box, Mu-Ke the Patriarch. Why did you choose such a terrible name? Seeing Li Lan's name, Li Qin said with disdain. I've added you to the family group. MHM. You have been added to the group chat A Loving Family by user, the most handsome messenger of justice in the universe, but. Welcome Mu-Ke the Patriarch to the chat group, click to welcome. As soon as Li Lan entered the chat group, several people popped up. Go to May, welcome Mu-Ke the Patriarch. First Gundam Warrior, welcome Mu-Ke the Patriarch. Primeval Lord of Heaven, welcome Mu-Ke the Patriarch. Primeval Lord of Heaven at Gota May, Li Nini, wasn't your account blacklisted? How did you get back in? Gota May, what's wrong with me having multiple accounts? Administrator Sky Opening Beast at the most handsome messenger of justice in the universe, didn't I say no one outside the family is allowed in? Are you ignoring my words again? The most handsome emissary of justice in the universe. The most handsome emissary of justice in the universe, he is Li Lan. Administrator Heaven Opening Beast at Patriarch Mu-Ke, what kind of terrible name did you pick? Also, most people in this group are your elders, don't you even know how to greet them when you join? Heaven Opening Beast? Who's this? With a name like that, he has the nerve to criticize me? Li Lan frowned. Long, strong, and clearly jointed fingers swiftly moved across the screen. Patriarch Mu-Ke, who are you? Administrator Heaven Opening Beast, I am your father. Patriarch Mu-Ke, no, why are you cursing? That's so rude. The most handsome emissary of justice in the universe. The most handsome emissary of justice in the universe, he really is your father. Patriarch Mu-Ke, Dad, I missed you so much. Smiling like a chrysanthemum.jpg. Patriarch Mu-Ke, hello, uncles, aunties, brothers, and sisters, I am Li Lan. Love you all.jpg. Sheepa Ma, ha 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 ha. First Gundam Warrior, ha 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 ha. Please call me Queen, welcome, Li Lan, welcome, welcome. Blazing Sun Xingyan, welcome, Li Lan. Sheepa Ma at Patriarch Mu-Ke, bro, why did you delete my WeChat? Feeling Ron.jpg. Li Lan silently closed the group chat and looked at his second brother. Li Qin said with a mischievous smile, you didn't ask me. By the way, be careful recently, there are many people on the black market with bounties on you. Bounties? Yes, bounties from the Psychic Association. You can check the black market bounties. Li Lan opened the black market bounty board, entered his name, and a gleaming post appeared before him. Bounty target, Li Lan Young Master of the Flame Emperor Li Clan. Target strength, what elemental transcendent great transcendent demigod. Target description, very lazy, not just ordinary lazy, possibly the type who would even have someone carry him to pee. Specific combat power unknown. Target bounty, life capture reward, 1 holy relic, 2 semi-holy relics. Death reward, 2 semi-holy relics. Claim reward with the head. 2 holy relics? Am I really that valuable? So-called holy relics are treasures that might not even drop in a 5-star instance. Only powerful transcendent great transcendent demigods could possibly possess them. Li Lan was startled. He looked at the description of his own target. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What the hell? They even want someone to hold him while he pees? Thanks, but he's not that lazy. His limbs are perfectly functional. How infuriating. How could this Psychic Association slander his innocence?
Li Lan didn't hesitate, cleanly and decisively hitting the report button. A moment later.
Report failed, please submit supporting materials.
Videos, photos, recordings, etc. Li Lan? This needs proof? He was speechless by this website. Looking at other posts.
Li Lan discovered that, in fact, besides himself, everyone in the Li clan had their own bounty.
Including Li Mimi.
Bounty target, Li Mimi, member of Flame Emperor Li clan.
Target strength, unknown. Target description, violent woman.
Target bounty, $5.
Below the bounty, there were still comments from people. Mimi the Great, why am I only worth $5? Mimi the Great, who put the bounty out, stand up. See if I don't call people to beat you to death. Mimi the Great, damn it.
However, her name was different from others. It was grayed out. Li Lan clicked on it only to find that she had been permanently blacklisted by the website. If there were no surprises, this person should be Li Mimi herself. By the way, Li Lan, Li Qin suddenly said at this moment. Li Lan looked at him in confusion. He took out a fiery red crystal from his pocket.
This is for you. After entering Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod, the energy consumption is enormous, and it's not easy to advance further.
So, the matter of advancing your wood element can be set aside for now. Your top priority now is to advance the fire spirit to the Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod realm. If you can reach the Great Transcendent realm before the end of the year, you might be able to enter the family instance during the annual meeting. Of course, besides improving your realm, the refinement of your divine abilities cannot be neglected either.
I've noticed that although your wood element has advanced to Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod, you only have one divine ability.
This is your weakness, and if you don't compensate for it, you'll be at a great disadvantage in future battles. Li Lan nodded, taking the fist-sized fiery red crystal, and realized it was a top-tier exotic treasure for the fire spirit.
This was no ordinary precious item. Could it be that her third brother spent these past few days getting this?
Li Lan looked at him gratefully.
Thank you, third brother.
She didn't even need to think to know that her third brother must have paid a considerable price for this. After all, top-tier exotic treasures are highly coveted even by Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigods.
You can do it.
Li Qin patted Li Lan on the shoulder.
What's inside the family instance?
Li Lan had heard of the family instance when he was a child. Only Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod individuals were allowed inside. At the time, he thought he would never become a Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod in his life, so he didn't pay much attention to it.
Yet, he never imagined that one day he would truly become a Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod.
And he was even pushed into it, with sparks and lightning all the way, practically lying his way in.
There are good things inside.
Li Qin smiled mysteriously and said, the reason Grandpa could become one of the current human race's peak powerhouses is inseparable from this instance.
That amazing?
Li Qin continued, even exchanging 5 divine relics for this instance would be a huge loss for the Li clan.
Hearing this,
Li Lan was shocked.
5 divine relics, what kind of concept was that?
Divine relics were the strongest known exotic treasures. Each one could be described as possessing world-shaking power. The foundation of the Psychic Association, the Blood Moon Holy Grail, was a divine relic. Back at the Water God Palace, the elemental gems everyone obtained were merely half-step divine relics. But Li Lan could assert based on this that in less than half a year,
all those people would be able to become Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod. Of course, the prerequisite was that this exotic treasure had to be an elemental gem. And the user also had to be a top-tier Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod.
After all, elemental gems were specifically for cultivation. Other exotic treasures didn't have this effect.
Let's not talk about this anymore.
Finally, Li Qin changed the subject and said, if you encounter difficulties in comprehending divine abilities, you can go look at the divine ability models. Divine ability models are also known as divine ability operation models, or divine ability visualization charts. Every divine ability has its own unique operational trajectory. and divine ability models record these trajectories. Observing a supernatural ability model can lead to a quicker understanding of that ability. However, there's a drawback. No matter how powerful the ability model, the ability isn't truly your own. Unless you're exceptionally lucky, don't expect to unleash its full power.
I understand. Alright, then I'm going to take a shower.
As Li Qin finished speaking, he stripped off all his clothes.
Li Lan watched, wide-eyed.
This grown man, of all people, was wearing an Action Cayman pair of briefs.
Pervert. So embarrassing. Wouldn't he be laughed at if anyone found out?
But this guy wasn't ashamed, he actually took pride in it. He said, full of boastfulness and triumph.
Cool, right? Limited custom edition. I finally managed to snatch it. I almost wore out my phone trying. Get lost.
Li Lan returned to his room and started sleeping. Don't misunderstand, 3 rooms were booked in total, and Shin slept next door. Ding dong, detected host has obtained a fire attribute exotic treasure, extreme flame crystal.
Automatically devouring.
The fire spirit is devouring a top-tier fire attribute exotic treasure, extreme flame crystal.
Fire spirit energy, 500.
The fire spirit is devouring a top-tier fire attribute exotic treasure, extreme flame crystal.
Fire spirit energy, 500. The fire spirit's supernatural ability, Fiery Pyroblast, is evolving. Evolution successful.
The fire spirit has successfully comprehended the supernatural ability, Sea of Extreme Flames. The fire spirit's fire spirit energy has reached its critical value and is breaking through its restraints.
Breakthrough failed. Retrying breakthrough. Breakthrough failed, reattempting breakthrough. Breakthrough failed.
The fire spirit puffed out its cheeks, bit its lip, and attempted to break through again.
Breaking through. The fire spirit successfully broke through. Level has been upgraded to Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod mid-stage. Li Lan rolled over. My hair is too long, it's tickling my ears. Forget it, too lazy to deal with it. Continue sleeping. The lightning element challenged the fire spirit. The lightning element was thoroughly thrashed by the fire spirit, a complete defeat. The lightning element challenged the fire spirit. The lightning element was thoroughly thrashed by the fire spirit, a complete defeat.
The thunder element cried loudly, began to diligently cultivate, striving to stand up again soon.
Thunder element energy 50. The wood element looked at the thunder element and couldn't help but laugh.
The psionic ability is simultaneously guiding the control ability and cultivating, psionic energy 10. The control ability is diligently cultivating, control energy 100. The water god ability is simultaneously assisting, water carries all things, and cultivating, divine water energy 10. The dragon tiger body forging art is cultivating half-heartedly, host physique 0.1.
Water carries all things is diligently cultivating, energy capacity 20.
The control abilities level successfully increased to tier late stage. By the time Li Lan woke up, the sun was already shining on his backside.
Li Lan lazily floated up from the bed.
With the help of the psionic ability, he got dressed and finished his ablutions. Just then, Shin came in with a bowl of preserved egg and lean pork congee and a cup of soy milk. Young master, time for breakfast.
Li Lan looked at him, puzzled. Shin said, I've already eaten. Liar.
Li Lan glanced at him, and the soy milk and lean pork congee simultaneously flew up and were stuffed into his mouth.
Frightened, Shin quickly went to fetch an identical breakfast. Li Lan, eating the new breakfast, asked casually, haven't you eaten already?
Shin, his face not flushing and heart not racing, drank the soy milk and said, I have a big appetite, I can eat 2 portions.
You too, having breakfast without calling me, huh?
Li Qin walked in, still groggy, ruffling his messy, bird's nest-like hair.
It's in my room. I'll get it for you. No need, I'll get it myself.
Li Qin rubbed his face and said, Xiaoxinzi, you're half my brother, why be so formal?
Don't do this next time. MHM. Shin smiled. Young master, are you still hungry? If you are, I'll get you some more. Stop calling me young master. I feel like a local tyrant exploiting servants right now.
Li Lan sprawled on the sofa like a salted fish, with porridge and soy milk strewn around. Li Lan, calling you young master is my job, and also a task given to me by the family.
A task? MHM, there's a reward. What kind of reward? Can I have half? Sure, but I don't know what the reward is either. You'd really give it to me? No thanks.
Your young master here has plenty of money.
Oh, right, when does this task end? Next year, I think, but I don't know the exact time. Just call me boss from now on. You 30-year employee. 30 years of what?
Li Qin, who had just walked in with his breakfast, heard this and looked bewildered. Shin said he's going to work for me for free for 30 years from now on.
Free? As your righteous gold saint, how could I have such a black-hearted younger brother like you?
Li Qin said righteously, Shin, come work for me instead. I'll give you an annual salary of 10 million.
I can even let you be your own boss. After breakfast,
the trio boarded the psionic high-speed train, heading northeast.
After an unknown period of time, they finally arrived in Longjing.
As the center of Longhua, Longjing was the safest place in the entire country.
Upon reaching Longjing, all three removed their disguises.
They took a taxi towards the martial arts center. Although he had passed the tryouts and qualified for the martial arts tournament,
this qualification needed to be activated.
If he didn't actively go to the martial arts center to activate it, he would be considered to have forfeited.
The Longjing Martial Arts Center was now bustling with people.
It was packed with young faces. These people came from all corners of the country. Some were participants in the martial arts tournament, while others were there for training. After all, besides being the registration office for the martial arts tournament, the martial arts center was also the largest and best equipped ability training ground in all of Longjing. Gravity training rooms, elemental perception rooms, mental meditation rooms, and so on, were all readily available.
Many martial arts schools, academies, enterprises, and forces spent heavily each year to rent venues for training here.
Just as Li Lan was about to head to the registration desk, he heard a familiar voice.
Disciples of Mimi Martial Arts School, our slogan is. Immediately followed by a rough roar. Invincible. 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 Conquer the nation, unify the world, tear apart aliens, strive for excellence. Invincible. Invincible. Invincible.
Chapter 55, Li Lan is terrifying, fear from the soul, greetings to the Grand Patriarch.
Ha 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 ha, what kind of Chunibu slogan is that? I'm dying of laughter. Where did these jokers come from? Were they sent by monkeys? Aren't they embarrassed?
If I were them, I'd be cringing so hard my toes would dig out a 3-bedroom apartment.
That's so funny, that slogan. Such a chunibyo. He. Gaga gaga ga. Mimi Martial Arts Academy, what kind of martial arts academy is that? I've never heard of it. Me neither.
This martial arts academy looks really rich. Look at the material of their clothes. One set must cost at least 10,000.
Excuse me, are they comedians?
Hearing this, the people around burst into laughter.
Li Lan couldn't help but stop as well.
Looking over, he indeed saw a girl in a pink dress with twin pigtails. She had a lollipop in her mouth, a cold cola in her hand, and was arrogantly shouting at a group of burly men in front of her.
Good, again.
Disciples of Mimi Martial Arts Academy, our slogan is. The group of burly men heard her words, closed their eyes, their faces flushed, and shouted again.
Invincible, invincible, invincible. Conquer the nation, unify the world, tear apart aliens, strive for excellence. Invincible, invincible, invincible.
From their unnatural expressions, Li Lan could easily tell that they were being forced.
How can I be so unlucky?
I just arrived in Longjing and already ran into her.
No, I absolutely cannot let her find out.
Thinking about those people shouting their grandmaster's name in public, Li Lan felt a wave of social death wash over him.
Young master, what's wrong? Noticing Li Lan's unusual expression, Shin also looked over in confusion. Li Lan looked at him, his eyes unmoving. If nothing's wrong, then let's go. Shin understood his meaning. Li Lan nodded. The three of them walked together towards the martial arts competition registration desk. Li Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief as Li Nini's figure disappeared from view. But just then, Li Qin suddenly stopped and looked not far away. Isn't that Li Nini? What's she doing here? Before Li Lan could stop him, he had already waved and shouted, Li Nini! Yang Nini! What are you doing over there? Li Lan's expression changed slightly, and he was about to leap up. But he found that he couldn't fly. Li Lan, what are you doing? The martial arts center is equipped with ability shielding devices everywhere, which can nullify all abilities below Transcendent Great Transcendent Demigod. Li Qin looked over. Li Qin didn't reply. Looking at a pink figure not far away, running like a rabbit, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Behind the pink rabbit was a group of muscular men and women. Each one was tall and strong, with bulging muscles. However, one of them seemed to be carrying someone. That person looked like they were asleep. Seeing this scene, Li Lan felt a strange sense of familiarity. After arriving in front of Li Qin, Li Nini stopped and said with a hearty laugh, Hello, Brother Qin, what are you doing here? I'm here with Li Lan to register. What about you guys? I recently opened a martial arts gym, and this is where my gym students train. Li Nini turned to look at the martial arts students behind her and shouted, Little ones, this is Brother Qin, quickly say hello to Brother Qin. Hello, Brother Qin. The group of martial arts students shouted, curiously observing Li Qin. People around them all looked over. But Li Qin seemed to have long been accustomed to such gazes, and he smiled and waved, Hello everyone. By the way, Brother Qin, where's my brother? Li Lan? Isn't he right there? Li Qin looked to the side and found that Li Lan had disappeared at some point. Shin had also disappeared with him. Strange, where did they go? Li Nini frowned. She took a big gulp of iced cola, snapped her fingers, and a dozen burly men quickly assembled in front of her, standing at attention. What are your orders, Hall Master? You should remember what your Grandmaster looked like, right? Grandmaster? The one we offer incense and worship to every day? Of course they remembered. Everyone quickly nodded. You have 10 minutes to find your Grandmaster. Yes. Young Master, the registration for the martial arts tournament is on the other side. I know. Then are we still going? Of course. Then let's go. But I'm tired. Shin sighed helplessly and half squatted down. Li Lan climbed onto his back. Noticing the stares from people around them, Shin couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Having such a young master was truly disgraceful. But Li Lan was already asleep now and had no idea what he was thinking. Of course, even if he were awake, he wouldn't know. The thunder element challenges the fire spirit. The lightning element was thoroughly thrashed by the fire spirit, a complete defeat. The fire spirit punishes the thunder element by making it wash its socks. The thunder element clenches its little fists, fuming as it watches the fire spirit. The fire spirit glared at the thunder element, and the thunder element fearfully bowed its little head. The thunder element, while wiping away tears, washed the fire spirit's socks, vowing to become the strongest. The fire spirit sighed, lamenting how lonely it was to be invincible, and began to cultivate diligently. The fire spirit's energy is now 50. Seeing the fire spirit cultivating, the thunder element secretly slipped away. The wood element listened to the complaints of the lightning element while cultivating, shrugging its shoulders to indicate that it also couldn't defeat the fire spirit at present. Wood element energy 50? The psychic ability and control ability are cultivating diligently together, exchanging insights. Psychic energy 50, control energy 50. The divine water element is instructing its disciple, water carries all things, in cultivation. Water carries all things began secluded cultivation after becoming a disciple of the divine water element, with an energy capacity of 50. The dragon tiger body tempering art lies on the ground, back to the earth and face to the sky,
with no intention of cultivating. The participants of the martial arts tournament came from 18 base cities across the country. Each base city selected its top 5, so there were a total of 90 participants. The number of people wasn't very large. But at this moment, the registration area was packed with people. Among them, only a small number were registrants or participants. Most people were there to watch the fun. Others were recruiting for martial arts schools, and some even came to find boyfriends or girlfriends. After all, those who could enter the top 5 in the province were, more or less, young talents and prodigies. Shin carried Li Lan into the registration area, quickly attracting the attention of some people. Someone else is here. Why are there 2 people? Who among them is the participant? It should be the one carrying the other person, right? The one being carried looks like they'd be easy to bully. I wonder what their strength is like. Both are so handsome. If one of them could be my boyfriend, that would be great. Don't be afraid to dream bigger. If it were me, I'd want both. They discussed animatedly, curiously observing Li Lan and Shin. Feeling their gazes, Shin frowned slightly. He approached the staff member at the registration desk. "Hello, we're here to register." The staff member was a young woman, around 20 years old, similar in age to most participants. Dressed in formal attire, she had well-defined features. She might be a water element ability user, and her overall demeanor seemed somewhat gentle. "All right, please show me your ID card, and I'll activate your participant qualification," the young lady said. "Young master, did you bring your ID card?" Shin jostled Li Lan on his back. But Li Lan was fast asleep and didn't pay him any attention. Seeing this, the staff member, the young lady, was surprised. "Aren't you a participant?" Shin shook his head helplessly and jostled him twice more. Li Lan still didn't wake up. Just as he was about to put Li Lan down and rummage through his pockets for his ID card, the ID card automatically flew out of the pocket and landed in Shin's hand. A psychokinesis ability user? The staff member, the young lady, glanced at Li Lan in surprise. Mental type abilities have always been relatively rare and difficult to cultivate. The youth looks around 17 or 18 years old. To reach the top 5 in the province at this age, relying on his psionic ability, he is indeed a genius. However, unfortunately, the national martial arts competition is full of hidden talents. She estimated, this teenager is not very old, and his ability is a psychic psionic ability. He will probably only come in last at this national martial arts competition. If he participates in the national martial arts competition again next time, he will probably achieve a good result. Shin handed Li Lan's ID card to her. She nodded and put the ID card into what looked like a scanner. A few seconds later, the scanner emitted a green light. Activation successful. Shin retrieved the ID card, just as he thought everything was over. The broadcast inside the registration area suddenly sounded. "Let's welcome the first place participant from Jiangnan Province, student Li Lan. His strength is, early stage wood element transcendent great transcendent demigod." Let's welcome the first place participant from Jiangnan Province, student Li Lan. His strength is, early stage wood element transcendent great transcendent demigod. Let's welcome the first place participant from Jiangnan Province, student Li Lan. His strength is, early stage wood element transcendent great transcendent demigod. The staff sister widened her eyes, looking at Li Lan in disbelief. Her mouth was slightly agape, as if a pigeon's egg could be stuffed into it. He's actually a transcendent great transcendent demigod. Hearing the broadcast, all the onlookers at the registration area gasped. This kid is actually a transcendent great transcendent demigod. Such a young transcendent great transcendent demigod, is he a monster? Could the broadcast be wrong? How could it be? It's never been wrong before. Just search online, you'll see. The top few in each provincial selection competition are all published online. I found it. Jiangnan Provincial Selection First Place, Li Lan. Strength, wood element transcendent great transcendent demigod, lightning element transcendent great transcendent demigod, fire spirit transcendent great transcendent demigod.
My goodness, a 3-element ability user, is he a freak? Damn it, I've lived for 30 years and only just reached transcendent great transcendent demigod. How old is he to already have 1 major divine ability and 2 divine abilities? Is he really 17, and not some old monster with eternal youth? A 3-element ability user, I wonder which academy he joined. Looking at the news online, it seems to be Azure Dragon Academy. Does he have a girlfriend? No. He doesn't have a boyfriend either, right? No. Alright then, starting today, I'm going to work hard to pass the Azure Dragon Academy exams and try to be his girlfriend. It's daytime now, little sister. No, he's not a 3-element ability user, he's a 4-ability possessor. When he took out his ID just now, he even used his telekinetic ability. Isn't that the ability of the person carrying him? That's Leland's. I just sensed mental fluctuations of telekinetic energy from him. Trust me, I'm also a mental type. Damn it! Even more envious. You guys stop talking. Don't let his current laziness fool you, making someone carry him around. Behind his back, he might be working harder than all of you combined. I'm useless and lazy. Leland was woken up by the broadcast and the chatter. Just as Shin was about to carry Leland away, the staff miss suddenly called out to them. Wait a moment. Is there anything else? You cannot leave yet. I need to confirm Mr. Leland's identity. How do we confirm it? Just inject element energy into this stone. The young woman took out a pitch-black stone. Leave it to me. Leland jumped down from Shin's back. The stone automatically fell into his hand. Leland injected energy into it. Suddenly, all elements burst out in a rush. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly threw them all back in, leaving only the wood element. The black stone instantly glowed with a green light. The staff miss suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. A sense of suffocation implanted in her soul arose, then quickly vanished. What's going on? Why was the water element in my body trembling just now? Was it scared? How is that possible? It's just an ability, how could it be scared? Was it my imagination? Are you done? Leland's voice pulled her back to reality. She looked at the stone. After confirming that it was indeed the light only a wood element transcendent great transcendent demigod could emit, she quickly nodded. She took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Leland. All done. You two take care. As soon as they stepped out of the registration office, they were surrounded by a crowd of people. Hello, Leland. Would you consider becoming an instructor at my White Dragon Martial Arts Academy? Our academy's master is a teacher at Azure Dragon Academy. If you're willing to join us, we can offer you excellent benefits and treatment. Leland, come to my Ice Point Martial Arts Academy. Our academy is backed by a dean from White Tiger Academy. If you come, we might even be able to invite him to be your teacher. Student, come to my Limitless Martial Arts Academy. If you're willing, I can apply to the master to recommend you as the youngest vice master of our Limitless Martial Arts Academy. Limitless Martial Arts Academy, one of the top 5 martial arts academies in my Dragon Nation? Captain Luo, have you Limitless Martial Arts Academy gone mad? And do you even have that authority? Ha ha, Leland is worth it. I naturally don't have that authority, but I believe our master would be willing. They chattered among themselves, blocking the exit completely. Just as Leland was wondering how to get out, a clear, resonant voice rang out. I'll only say one thing. All of you, get out of the way. Immediately after, a group of burly men squeezed through. They ran up to Leland, cupped their hands, lowered their brows, and shouted loudly. Greetings, Grandmaster. Louder. Haven't you eaten? Greetings, Grandmaster. The burly men exerted all their strength, roaring loudly. The entire venue instantly fell silent. Chapter 56, Raising a Hand to Annihilate All Life, Closing Eyes to Embrace Stillness. Seeing these burly men, many people were too scared to speak.
After a few seconds, many people reacted. Wait, what are we afraid of? Although they are strong, our power is greater than theirs. These strong men, though each of them looks incredibly intimidating, are only at the tiercaster realm. Among these people, many are great transcendent demigod. Just then, a girl skipped over to Lilan and said with a smile, "Brother, how about it? Aren't you going to thank me for getting you out of trouble?" "Thank you for what, a hammer?" "Hello, Brother Xin." Linini gave Shin what she thought was a very cool gesture. "Why are you here?" Lilan asked expressionlessly. "I'm here to train the students." Linini glanced at the group of burly men beside her and said, "Brother, you're the big boss of the martial arts hall, and they are your students too." "Oh, right, brother. I found someone who looks exactly like you, take a look." Linini pulled a young man from the crowd and said, "It's him, Duan Yuan Kai. He's exactly like you, can fall asleep anywhere, anytime." "Amazing, right? Grand. Grandmaster, hello." Duan Yuan Kai's face was flushed, and he whispered with his head down. "You really don't need to call me Grandmaster. My name is Li Lan." "Hello, Brother Lan." Duan Yuan Kai looked up, revealing a smile, appearing a bit shy. But the next second, he fainted, collapsing onto Li Lan. Li Lan helped him up and looked at Li Mimi in confusion. Li Mimi quickly had the burly man next to them carry him and said apologetically, "Brother, Duan Yuan Kai has a strange sleeping sickness, he suddenly falls asleep. I don't know what's going on. Can't it be cured?" Shin asked. Li Mimi shook her head and said, "I went to Duan Yuan Kai's house and asked it can't be cured. When he was little, he went to many big hospitals, but it was no use, so no school was willing to admit him. Otherwise, a genius like him, an S-class, wouldn't come to our martial arts gym." As she spoke, a hint of regret appeared between her brows. At this moment, Li Mimi suddenly asked, "Brother, weren't you like this before? Is there any way to cure it? If we cure him, our martial arts gym will have an extra trump card. I sleep because I'm lazy, not because I'm sick." Li Lan looked at Shin. Shin understood immediately and knelt down. He put Li Lan on his back. "Brother, don't leave," Li Mimi quickly chased after them. But Li Lan's path was blocked. "Student Li Lan, are you really not reconsidering joining our martial arts gym?" It was a middle-aged man in a black jacket, with a huge scar on his face, clearly a formidable character. Before Li Lan could answer, Shin politely refused. "Sorry, sir, my young master will not join your martial arts gym. I think we can talk more." "Don't worry, our White Dragon martial arts gym won't treat your young master unfairly. Our Freezing Point martial arts gym too. Us too." "Hey, uncle, there's nothing to talk about here, is there?" Li Mimi walked over, looking at the middle-aged man with hostility. "My brother, Li Lan. He's with my Mimi martial arts gym, he won't join your White Dragon martial arts gym. And your martial arts gym's master, isn't he just a teacher at Azure Dragon Academy? What's so great about that? Do you know who my grandpa is?" Li Mimi said proudly, "You know Flame Emperor, right? He's my grandpa." "Little one, don't make trouble. Uncle and your brother are discussing serious matters." The White Dragon martial arts gym member frowned. He wouldn't believe a child's one-sided story. Besides, he had lived in Longjing for over 10 years and had never heard of this Mimi martial arts gym. "Who's making trouble? I'm telling the truth." Li Mimi stretched her neck indignantly, glaring at him. "Li Lan, Mimi, it's just to register, why are you still here?" Li Qin's voice came from outside. Everyone looked outside. Others had no reaction. But the person in charge of Extreme Martial Arts Hall paused, then hurried forward and said, "Mr. Li Qin, what brings you here? Who are you?" Li Qin looked at him in confusion. The person in charge of Extreme Martial Arts Hall quickly said, "We met 2 years ago at the border. By the way, my codename back then was Blade." "So it was you." Li Qin immediately remembered, "I'm here to accompany my younger brother to register. What about you?"
I'm here to join the fun, Blade scratched his head. Li Qin? That golden Saint Seiya from the Li clan? Many people present were worldly wise. Seeing how respectful the person in charge of Extreme Martial Arts Hall was, they immediately realized. They looked at Li Nini with shock. What she said was actually true. If that's the case, then is this Li Lan also the grandson of the Flame Emperor? No wonder. Only a prominent family like the Li clan could cultivate such a monster. The person in charge of the White Dragon Martial Arts Hall looked embarrassed and awkwardly said to Li Lan, I'm really sorry for disturbing you. Their martial arts hall's master was indeed a teacher at Azure Dragon Academy. But many people from the Li clan hold important positions at Azure Dragon Academy. The Li clan's Flame Emperor is even the honorary dean of Azure Dragon Academy. Compared to that, their master seemed a bit underwhelming. No, not just a bit underwhelming. Extremely underwhelming. It's fine, Li Lan said softly. After his identity was exposed, those blocking the way quickly moved aside, no longer daring to stand in front of him. The group left unhindered. At this moment, Duan Yuan Kai also woke up. Li Lan was lying on Shin's back, and Shin was lying on the back of a big man. The two stared at each other. Hello, Brother Lan. Li Lan nodded. He closed his eyes, intending to sleep, but the divine water element in his body suddenly wanted to emerge. Li Lan quickly pushed it back in. What are you doing? The divine water element struggled for a moment, found it couldn't get out, and had no choice but to give up. After leaving the martial arts center, Li Qin left first because he had something to do. Shin then bought Li Lan a new wheelchair. When the group arrived, the wheelchair shop owner had already planned to close the shop. Thanks to Li Mimi and the group of big men behind her, the boss was quite scared. Only then did the boss reopen the shop. Although she didn't do anything. She was quiet the entire time, playing a minigame called Sheep and a Sheep. However, the situation seemed grim, as she had crushed several phones. After lunch, Li Nini paid the money under the shop owner's trepidation and then left with her people. She said she was going back to her family to find a family doctor, a wood water element transcendent great transcendent demigod, to treat Duan Yuan Kai. It must be said that although Li Nini was a bit violent, she had a very kind heart. Young master, where are we going next? Azure Dragon Academy. Azure Dragon Academy is located in the suburbs outside Longjing City. It covers an area of over 40,000 acres, with mountains, water, small rivers, and even several small instances. It is extremely vast, equivalent to a small city. Shin was initially worried that there might be danger on the way to Azure Dragon Academy. But remembering this was in Longjing, and considering Li Lan's strength, he relaxed. The two opted to take the bus to Qinglong Academy. It must be said, the service quality of buses these days is quite high. There were also special accessible ramps for people with disabilities. There weren't many people inside the car, most of them were students from Qinglong Academy. They chatted and laughed, discussing everyday matters, and a few talked about the upcoming National Martial Arts Competition. Who do you think will win the National Martial Arts Competition this time? I don't know, but I think this time the champion will come from one of the 5 great academies. Ha ha ha, when is it ever not the same? If I had to choose, I'd pick Senior Yuan. Senior Yuan's lightning element divine ability has reached a masterful level, and his insight ability is already in the late stage of divine ability. His chances of winning are indeed quite high. There are 90 contestants in this competition. 6 of them are great transcendent demigods. It might be a bit difficult for Senior Yuan to win. Anyone can win, but the 6th place finisher might be a bit awkward. The one at the bottom should be Feng Xinghuan. Although he trained under a great transcendent demigod, his foundation is ultimately not as deep as the 5 great academies. Hard to say. Feng Xinghuan's abilities are dual wind and fire elements, plus gravity. He rose to prominence after entering an instance 2 years ago, defeating many great transcendent demigods. His strength shouldn't be underestimated. Speaking of which base city do you think will come in last in this competition?
I don't know, Jiangnan, Shijiang, Jiangbei, Jiangdong, any of these four are possible. In recent years, talent in the southern regions has dwindled, and their schools have all become complacent. If they have talent, they send them to those sects and generally don't participate much in martial arts competitions. Speaking of Jiangnan province, I saw in the news that they seem to have a new 5-star instance there, and even people from the Psionic Association got involved.
I heard about that too.
But that instance seemed a bit strange. Only one group of people went in, and then the entire instance mysteriously disappeared.
Let's not talk about that anymore. What are we eating tonight?
Listening to the discussions around them, Shin also said,
Young master, in this martial arts competition, you will first enter an instance.
This instance was jointly created by the 5 great academies, official departments, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance.
The competition format for the instance is a points system.
60 contestants will be eliminated based on their points ranking, and then the remaining 30 will compete in arena battles. As long as you make it into the top 30, you will receive a reward. Of course, even if you don't make it into the top 30, there are still consolation prizes. If you make it into the top 5, you will receive a grand prize. Young master, I think with your strength, getting into the top 5 will be no problem. Shin was full of confidence, and he was a little excited as he spoke. His eyebrows danced, and his ears twitched. Believe it, but your young master just wants to slack off.
Li Lan sighed. Not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm, he nodded.
A few minutes later, Li Lan suddenly opened his eyes.
What's going on? Get out. Although he didn't know what was going on.
Shin still complied, spoke to the driver, and got off at the next stop. Several other passengers were with them.
Young master, where are we going next? Head towards Qinglong Academy.
Okay. Shin pushed Li Lan in the direction of Qinglong Academy. It was then that Shin also noticed a middle-aged man following them.
Nichikawa Okasaka, a rogue transcendent great transcendent demigod.
After his hometown, God's Island, was sunk by several Imperial-level mutated beasts over a decade ago, he had been making a living in Dragon Nation. However, being an outsider, he was never well regarded.
Even entering some instances had many restrictions for him.
Later, he joined a large merchant guild. Originally, with his great transcendent demigod strength, he lived quite comfortably within the guild. But later, he was fired for frequently harassing female employees. To make matters worse, the guild's president was a very important person. After being fired by him, no one dared to hire him again.
Many forces even avoided him.
From that point on, he was like a rat crossing the street, universally reviled. Without the support of any force, he had no money, no resources, and no connections. His cultivation stagnated. He thought this state would continue for a long time. But until today, he saw a glimmer of hope to break free from his predicament. As he walked down the street, he actually saw Li Lan. The tempting fruit, coveted by countless people in the underground black market. Hikawa Anzaka licked his lips, gazing at Li Lan greedily, and muttered. Li Lan, little friend, you're so good. Capture him, I must, quickly break through. Both of them, they both look good, from now on, they're mine.
Ha 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 ha.
Young master, it seems we're being followed, what should we do?
Shin asked anxiously, his strength seems considerable, at least great transcendent demigod.
Should I call the family? Li Lan shook his head. He opened his eyes and raised his hand.